just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of Now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE.
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से आप
つきましたタキシマグローバン
भी करूँगा क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके स्टार्ट कर सके because जब आप
선수 기다리고 있습니다.
자, 일단 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
Long have we waited, everybody. A warm welcome to one and all to the regional playoffs here for the WCS for APAC East. My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined by JJ. And 3 months, JJ, 3 months has led to this.
No, yeah, April, May, and now this time June, we will finally find out who's going to be representing APAC East in the World Championship Series.
And yeah, what a wonderful journey it's been so far. I mean, JJ, you, me, yourself, Moonboy, we've been through it all, right? We've seen these top teams 2 months in a row, narrowly miss out on the top place. Now, all of these teams, we have all of them here. Everyone who got through in April, everyone who got through in May, and especially the 2 new teams that just qualified from yesterday's last chance qualifiers as well. So everybody is here, right? If you're not on this table, it means that, there's the de facto that, you're not at the top anymore because you had your chance, you had your shot, you have multiple opportunities where the competition was cleared. And just to remind everybody how many of these teams today are going to Worlds for Asia Pacific East. You can see us right in the middle there because that's what's most important. We have 3 teams out of the total 31 going to Worlds this year in Yokohama.
And that means you have to just focus over on the one that's the center of everything. That is APAC East. Don't have to look over everything else, every other region. You just have to look over APAC East because that's what we're going to be watching today.
Yeah, I mean, okay, with all jokes aside though, of course, I'm sure you guys are here to watch some APAC East action. But right now, if I'm not wrong, the Japan and Korea streams, the Korea stream at least is on as well. And in tandem with us, Asia Pacific and India are going to be running as well. So if you're interested in that, you can go over to the relevant streams where you can find on the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series website. But let me remind everyone how we got here, right? We've loosely glanced over it thus far.
Right.
Just to reiterate, for those of you who aren't completely clear how we got our teams for today, we got the top 3 teams in April, we got the top 3 teams in May, and just yesterday, the June last chance qualifiers saw us elect 2 more teams to come into today's playoffs with the top 3 teams, like we said, going to Yokohama in August. So just to remind you guys who these teams are, we have from April, Old Guys, in order of finishing, of course, Old Guys, Orangutan, and Abyssinian, God of Warriors, Talon, and Who from May. And just yesterday, I believe, let me just double check to make sure we have this correct. I think we have Isen as well.
Right.
Isen as well. One more team that the name just escapes me at the moment. Is it Who
It's Who too?
Who
it's the second team of Who because Who, the first team, got over on the May qualifiers. They qualified on the May qualifiers, and their second team got in yesterday.
Who versus Who 2 grand finals incoming or what?
Who, dude? Who? There's gonna be a play here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it all pans out. But this is how we got here thus far. Of course, we are at this last juncture in the central bar. And from today, we'll be figuring out who is going to move on.
Who's gonna... immediately after just mentioning the Who teams' names. This is funny.
Just looking at the bracket, there's a chance that they might face off, which is kind of funny.
It might, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, here are tournament rules as well. Obviously, for those who are been following us, and for those who are new here as well, we're going to be playing a double elimination format where it is the first 2 wins, best of 3. A tournament with the top 16 placement, eliminated after 2 matches of lose. If you lose twice, then you're out of the tournament. And the top 2 teams, as we have mentioned earlier, will qualify for the World Championships in Yokohama for the Pokemon UNITE division for this year.
Yeah, can't keep reiterating how important that is, right? This is it. This is what everybody has been working towards this entire time. It's this shot or nothing, right? You could have won all the way in April. You could have kicked up your legs. But if you don't make it now, that's it. So on to the match rules, guys. For those of you, once again, if this is your first time joining us, this is for you. But if you've been with us for the past 3 months, you should know what's up. Standard match time, 5v5 tournament mode, which means there's going to be drafting. So 1 ban per team. We'll get into that in a bit. But there are Sky Runes. There's no use limit or no level limit for held items, so you can go buck wild with whatever combination you want. And this month, Zacian still banned, and Umbreon still too new to be allowed into the competitive circuit. So that's being banned out as well. But other than that, it's free real estate. Pokemon boost emblems. No boost emblems.
I know a lot of people who are like really looking forward to the Umbreon, but unfortunately it's a little bit too new for us to see it on, the tournament. Maybe perhaps in the World Championships, then we're going to be able to see Umbreon.
My fingers are
and
crossed.
maybe perhaps even the newer Pokemon that's going to be coming up in just 4 days actually from here on out.
Hint, hint.
Hint, hint, but wink, wink.
Wink, wink. I mean, everyone knows what's coming out. It's just we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, okay. So those are your match rules, and that's how we'll be running it down for this entire regional qualifier. So, like I said just now, there is a certain draft order. Draft pick was introduced, I think, earlier this year, and it's really had such a big impact on Pokemon Unite and how these players and teams choose to select their Pokemon here. So, starting off, both teams get a ban. They can ban the same thing, but that's you don't know until it gets revealed. So both teams will just take turns picking their bans, and it'll be revealed at the same time from them. As you can see from the numbers indicated and the arrows, should give you a clear picture of which teams pick when. So first pick
and how many?
Team, so first pick team, they get their first Pokemon, and then it's 2 picks until the last pick team gets their final selection, and then that's where you can switch around. So it doesn't matter what the player order is; it's just about snagging those high priority Pokemon as soon as possible.
No, and obviously, you still can, change things out with your teammates with the preparation phase. Yes, you don't have to choose your Pokemon immediately. Just need to prioritize which Pokemon your team needs, and from there on out, you can just switch it out from from one player to another until you can get every Pokemon that you need for your team for that match. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, obviously they are not just fighting for their honor, but they're also playing for a huge amount of sum. For the first place, they're going to be taking home 1,500 USD. For the second place, that's 7,500 USD.
Damn.
For the third place, it's 6,000. For fourth place, it's going to be 3,000. And for the fifth place, it's going to be 1,500 USD. That's huge, dude. That is huge.
I think realistically, everybody's just looking at the first 3, right? Because that means you go to Worlds. It doesn't matter what the buy. You get a little bit of extra spending money. It's nice and all, and it's almost double of second place if you finish first place. But everyone has their eyes set on Worlds. That's the ultimate destination. That's what everybody has no doubt been working for. And I mean, 4th and 5th is a nice consolation prize, but it ain't gonna help you lick those wounds if you miss out on this shot.
No, I mean, it's just the money's there, you know what I'm saying? Like it's huge, but what can you use the money for if you're not going to be going to the Worlds anyway?
You gotta get the Worlds, so you can go for
that's
that.
True.
That specific special edition Pokemon Center that's only at Worlds every year. Go crazy on the loot, open a few TCG packs. Maybe buy some new Hollowware. Hint. But okay, with that being said, of course, we do have an absolute slabber knocker of just run of the tournament for you today, and we have the bracket. So if you take a look, just like JJ said earlier, it is a double elimination format, which means we have upper bracket as well as lower bracket. Both every single team has 2 chances at life here. So we already played through the first round. Now we're on to the second round, which our first game is going to be what you see right on top there. Old Guys versus Isen. So Old Guys, actually the front runners of April, up against Isen, who just qualified from yesterday's last chance qualifier. So that should be an interesting one to watch. Of course, we've got Warriors up against Talent, so that's going to be the grand finals rematch of last month, which is just absolutely exciting. Orangutan, who were our second, very favorites among the APAC East crowd, and they're up against Omo Dragon Lee, and of course we have Abyssinian versus Team Who. Now there are 4 teams waiting in the lower second round as well, but we'll have to see how they do as we'll catch up with them later on.
Yeah, so this is also like 2 of the teams here are from the umbrella of Omo, that is Abyssinian, but that is Abyssinian and Dragon Lee, and then we also have like Who here, as we have mentioned earlier, that does have Who too as well now on the lower bracket that may potentially meet with their main team, that is just
it's gonna hurt.
Who.
It's gonna hurt.
It is
I
gonna
mean,
hurt, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because it proves that not only
Yeah.
your main team, but also your I guess your second team is strong enough to compete at the main stage. But you know, these spots are tight, baby. You can't just go messing around and
You can only have 3.
yeah,
You can only have 3
everyone's-
out of everyone.
Everyone's gonna be gunning out for the slots here. Okay, so JJ, I know it's crazy, but they don't call you prophet for no reason, right?
Oh no,
I know, I know.
no,
I'm gonna no.
no.
Okay, you see, this doesn't matter
Okay,
anymore because
okay,
back in the
okay,
day you were
okay, that's
slamming
true.
home those predictions non-stop. Right now, this is more
Okay.
fun, right? Because I think we've had
Right.
such a swell time. Yeah, we've had such a swell time. Okay, hang on. I'm getting a little bleep, little transmission. We have a little something special for you just for this broadcast. We'll get into those predictions later. Nobody wants to hear that prophetic stuff right
gosh.
now. We have a brand new holoware for Glaceon, I believe.
Just check this out.
What a
Dang.
better way to usher in the championships. You know, you talk about Worlds, it's something so prestigious.
Dude.
And oh wow, those skins look absolutely those holoware, man, look absolutely
holoware,
divine.
yeah.
Holoware.
But you know what I'm thinking though?
What?
You know what I know? Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Are we finally gonna be able to see Mr. Mime get buffed again? You know what I'm saying?
You know,
'Cause
yeah, that's what they always.
we're
That's
getting
what they
battle
always.
pass, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Moonboy on the sideline on the bench right now, and just cheering right now. He's like hooping and hollering. He's like, "Give me that, Mr. Mime." Okay, but just to run you guys through what we just saw, of course, other than those beautiful visuals, of course, we have a new Glaceon holoware. It's called the Graceful Style, and I think it's very aptly named. With that being said, I think you guys saw the Scissor as well as Mr.
Right.
Mime. Just that will come from the Battle Pass, right? So you can get the Aristocrat
Right.
style for Mr. Mime, which Moonboy absolutely is losing his mind in my ear about. Knight style for Scissor holoware, as well as the myriad of Knight set trainer fashions and more. I think you guys saw all those wigs, all those prestigious. It just looks so pristine, right? It looks so clean. It's definitely a cool look to rock moving into the world season. So yeah,
Right.
that's Battle Pass you guys have to look forward to coming right up.
Yeah, coming in starting June 12th actually. So that's like in 8 days.
Yeah.
It's in 8 days. So
Yeah.
you know, after that, you can maybe, if you do then qualify for Worlds, then maybe you can rock that in. You know, while playing
Yeah.
for Worlds, representing your region.
Yeah.
Man, what a better way for you to do that, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think I personally, every single battle pass that comes out has a theme, right? This one very, very strong. I think the Mr. Mime Aristocrat in particular and the Knight Scissor, I feel like those are so apt. Like they really did such a good job making them fit to the like the Aristocrat Mr. Mime. It's always like court jester vibes, right? So it's like that's kind of what they're going for. It's very clear there. So that's definitely a battle pass I'm gonna hop right into, and I'm sure many players alike are going to as well. But with that being said, you're here for Pokemon Unite action, and we got you. We're gonna go straight into our first match head-to-head here. Old guys versus Ison.
Yeah, so here are our players. We have Lance, we have Zinc 1, we have RBX, we have Thorfinn, we have Man. And for Isan, we have Wizzy, Long King, Tonnery, Dan, and Jap. Both
Is
of these
that-
teams are coming in from the Philippines.
Yeah, that's JJ's pride right there. And is this the Dan that we think it is? It should be. I mean, we can't tell for sure right now, but AFR back in the glory days of the Winter Cup and all that when during the first year, man, the AFR went absolutely buck wild in that season. So very excited to see Dan here back on the main stage again with some maybe lesser known players, some players that we haven't really seen their names pop up as much on the regional stage. But given that they've made it to the last chance amidst an entire slew of other teams, they got something to prove. And up against the first place of April tournament, who better than to try and test their mettle against?
No, yeah, but with that being said as well, let's take a look at a little bit of their stats as well. All guys here, the winner of the April tournament, first place even, and of course Isen being the first place of the last chance qualifier. What better way for us to start this off by not only introducing them, but making sure that we get to show the audiences their statistics, their Pokemon, their favorite Pokemon that they like to use, and say, the damage dealt that they usually, get to have, as an average as a team, going
this
over
is
to this game.
This is like completely fine, right? Because we watched Talon and God of Warriors last month, right? It's been a while since we've seen old guys, maybe we need a reminder just what made them so strong and help them finish first place. And yeah, like you said, I do want to see what old guys can bring to the table here, because they've, as we take a look at some stats here, I think they've been sitting out for a bit, right? Ever since April, they qualified, and May, even last chance, they get to sit back, observe, and interesting little statistic here, 100% pick rate on Machamp, Trevenant, and Clefable so far. So these are the Pokemon that really strike a chord with these old guys. They do their best work on them, and it's gotten them this far.
No, yeah, and it's not even the win rate, because previously, right, we got to see the winners, but this time it is just a pick rate for this team. And again, they have shown us quite a lot here as well. And as you have mentioned, it has been quite a while since we've last seen old guys, but then I don't think we can't dismiss them just yet, because again, they won first place of the April Cup, and they are, as you have mentioned, right, one of the guys as well that have been putting up so much work from then on out, and I don't think it's going to be any different this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we move on to the next info card, I just want to remind everyone that these are stats taken live from their tournament thus far, right? So because of that, there's only a limited amount of matches, which is why these percentages are a bit higher. So just something to keep in mind, that these percentages will change and adjust as we move on here. So don't be too oh my gosh, they run the same composition
100%.
every time. Yeah, it's not so crazy. But yes, that's for old guys right now. Clefable though definitely informs you a bit as to how they like to play their game, right? Sticking together, making full use of the moonlight, as well as just even potentially stopping some of these charges in these dashes. We've seen a large degree of Zoroark being picked these days. That gravity can just shut you down completely.
No, yeah, and at the same time, we have the Dodrio here as well that can prove so much as a disruption for any team that goes against it, especially with the drill pack. And if not the drill pack, it can just go in with a jump attack and the tri attack, which dealt so much damage as well if you let it be.
Yeah, absolutely. Dojo, I don't think people respect Tri-Attack enough, right? The amount of just kind of peppering and annoying little status effects that each one of the blasts just gives you, it cannot be understated. It just you end up like burning a little bit more, you end up a little slower than you expect. You're like, oh, what's going on? And before you know it, the bird swooped down and just got you by the neck. So definitely a very scary Pokemon. It's one we saw used to very high effect in May especially, and I definitely think it's going to be one that's contested here this month as well.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, we have been seeing the Dodrio, especially not only in APAC East, but also in APAC West, and likewise to every other region as well. Everyone is using the Dodrio just because of how great a utility of a bird this is. But we cannot dismiss the fact that there is still the Delphox as well, that a lot of people, a lot of teams have been using as well, just a disruption and likewise huge damage still.
Actually, the one thing I want to point out is this Machamp pick, because I think one of the interesting things for this regional playoffs, comparatively to some of the other tournaments that we had, is between this and May, we didn't actually have a patch, right? The only thing that really changed is Umbreon is out, but for the stakes of the WCS, it doesn't actually matter because Umbreon's not going to be played. So really, we're kind of looking at the same game here, but I think, you know, especially with games like Pokemon Unite, people over time just find strategies and refine them and get better and maybe even adjust their playstyle, countering each other out. Something about the Machamp really speaks out to me because Machamp historically has always stood out to me as a Pokemon that really takes a while to ramp up. You know, once he gets to that aura stage, he just completely pummels you to bits. But you know, we think about...
It takes a while.
Yeah, it takes a while, and it's a very traditional top half Pokemon. We think about all the times where you just see that sad little Machop just trying his best to karate chop last hit, and it's just not working out because he's getting bullied. For a team like old guys, you know, they must have someone who's very confident on it to pilot it and pick it 100% of the time so far. Sure, it's a low amount of matches, but, you know, to get straight into the regional qualifiers, you're like, okay, this is what we're going with. This is the guns that we're sticking with. You know, it's definitely something. What do you think about this pick, JJ?
I mean, which is why I was actually going to be pointing out as well that I don't think we're going to be seeing the Machamp pick, maybe as a last resort, but I don't think we're going to be seeing the Machamp Absol pick because it's always picked at the same time, right? Because the Machamp always is the one that deals the initial damage, and then, you know, the job's just going to be done here with the Absol with its move too, right? But, you know, the reason why I don't think we're going to be seeing that pick is because they already used it in April, in the April qualifiers, which then is more of like, I wouldn't say it's cheese strat, but more so like it's already written in the ancient writing of history. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone's already studied it, and we've seen this kind of composition as well back in May qualifiers. So everyone's already know what this is, and people already know how to counter this. So I don't think we're going to be seeing this for this qualifier as for the regional finals, rather.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of studying, let's take a look at a team that we haven't actually seen so much of just yet. It's going to be Eason. We have their stats available for you guys right here. So this is going to be interesting to me. So 100% pick rate with Blastoise thus far, and already some differences, but the Clefable likely going to be one that's quite highly contested. Interesting thing to note is that in their games, whether it's intentional or not, the average damage dealt and the average recovery is a bit lower. Just the stats across the board are a bit lower. So maybe this indicates a team that prefers to take very selected fights. They're not always clashing, they're not always skirmishing, they're just being a bit more conservative, they're picking and choosing their battles, which definitely adds up, or it makes sense if you're running something like a Surf Blastoise with the Hydro Typhoon. You want to make sure your initiations can count.
And then you have to take note as well that if this is the Pokemon that you're using, you know, we have the Chandelier as well that can bring about a huge AoE disruption here, you know, with its moves. But likewise, there's also the Decidueye, which can, you know, is a bit of a carry here, a bit of an ADR, but at the same time, it's more of a, like, say, a very squishy Pokemon. If you're not really careful about the Decidueye, it can easily get taken out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what we've seen from old guys in the past is they've been definitely... The one thing I remember about them, now I can't necessarily quote exactly how they played their games anymore, because that was back in April. I do remember them being a very brazen and aggressive team though. So it might be a bit of a clash of styles here coming up against Ison, because it seems like Ison, from their picks, they're a bit more calculated, they're a bit more tempered, right? They need to sort of pick and choose their fights, especially Pokemon like the Alolan Ninetales. They get a nice neat buff with synchronizing that Blizzard and Avalanche cooldowns, allowing that Pokemon to fight a lot better. But you know, these are two Pokemon that if they get jumped on, it's over. Same thing for the Chandelier. So you really need to line up these moves perfectly from Ison's side.
Oh yeah, that is why, you know, they really need that Clefable and the Koopa just for them, in order for them to like sustain themselves on team fights. But with that being said, I think, you know, we're just gonna be loading in just a bit for the games here to start off, going into the lobby, and you know, we have been talking a lot about these teams, about these picks that they have been going through, but just like to go back to what you have been asking.
JJ, you can't escape. You know what I'm gonna ask, buddy.
That's what I was trying to go back to that.
I
already know what you're taking.
This is my question. Just for fun here, just for fun here, as we get right into the draft, okay? I want to know who your top picks are, because I already know mine, okay? I'll start with mine to make it fair as we get into the banning here. I think this is gonna be a bit of a welcome back to the jungle. We're gonna see Talon, we're gonna see Orangutan. It's all up in there. Those are my picks, and maybe we see some old guys, I'm not sure, but I know for a fact I got my boys Orangutan. I think they're gonna make it. What about you, JJ?
Well, for me, in no particular order, I think it's going to be Old Guys, Orangutan, and God of Warriors, actually.
Okay, wow. Okay, so a bit of a variation. We'll see whether any of these come true. And according to your predictions, that means Old Guys, you know, the team right
We'll
in front
have to win this one.
Yeah, we'll have to win this one. They're right in front of us right now, and already some picks. So Glaceon being banned out, no surprises there, and Hoopa as well. That's definitely a Pokemon that I think, especially some of these more experienced teams, definitely have a grasp about how to use in a different way and really maximize that hunter space hold. So immediately the response from Issen, Toneri, and Dan grabbing up that Slowbro and Urshifu. Wow, these picks are coming in hot and heavy here. Chandelier grabbed up by Old Guys as well. Wasn't that Issen's Pokemon? They're doing a little switcheroo.
It is Issen's Pokemon. That's why I said wow. You know, like it's I mean, again, you know, this is currently the meta that we are currently in. You know, we have the Lapras and the Chandelier, which again, as I had mentioned earlier, provides so much AoE disturbances, disruptions, especially with the Poltergeist and the what do you call it? The Poltergeist and the Imprison, which can either slow AoE or does so much of a stun on the first Pokemon that get hits, but if it gets Poltergeist Plus, then stuns everyone who gets hit.
Okay, I'm a little concerned because while we were going to talk about the Buzzwole in a bit, but right now Buzzwole only has 2 held items, my friend. I know you only have 2 arms, but you know, I'm sure the Stinger can fit one more, buddy. Don't go into this is the regional playoffs, my friend. Oh, don't do this. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. But last pick coming in, Buzzwole as well as the Dojo, the Pokemon that we talked very highly about. Okay, they're doing some switching around. Then last pick is gonna be that. Blissey actually, so a nice bit of sustain, very balanced team compositions on each side. Maybe 2 defenders and on Issen and 1 speedster instead on Old Guys being the main difference. Any composition that you like thus far?
I'd have to say that I would have to give it to Old Guys just because they do have more of, like, say, a synergy in terms of like comboing, in terms of their attacks. But if we're talking about like the bulkiness of the team, I would have to give it to Issen here, given how much they can sustain themselves onto team fights. Yeah. Especially with the Blissey as well, that can essentially just remove all of the disruptions that Old Guys can do against them.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried because we've seen how much damage Chandelier can pump out, especially during May. I think, you know, players did have a bit of time and trainers did have a bit of time to try and work out that Pokemon, figure out how to use it best. But I do think now with an additional 2 weeks head start, there's probably a lot more tricks and tips and just kind of little neat tactics that have come out with Chandelier that these players will be using to their advantage. So I'm very excited to see how this pans out. It's in the hand of Old Guys though. So we're into the first game. JJ, it's been a while. This is the regional playoffs for APAC East. All our casting, all the players, all their hard work, the months and months of Pokemon Unite has come down to this, and we're in our first game.
Can I just give props to our team, however, to our production team right now, because we're watching from the Zoom that the panned out game.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like it's
I'm seeing it in HD. I see I can see
right?
Mayhem just getting these early dunks in like an absolute chat, you know, stacking those special attack specs up and just got solo contesting. Pretty beastly from this Clefairy.
We can see more now. Like like I just got my eye surgery and I can see more.
Yeah, I see everything. Wow.
We see everything, exactly. But enough of that. Let's go back to the game. This is the first game of the day, and this time around, we will be finding out who's going to be getting in on the World Championships. All Guys versus Essen, game number 1.
Yeah, and we're right in. Just little bit of they heard us a bit too hard. They're like, oh, you guys want to zoom out? We can zoom out. Just some early contesting. Nice rotation here from the Urshifu. Gonna be that rapid strike style. So Gabsu gonna be applying a lot of pressure. Wants to chase down onto Thorfinn here, but RBX being a pretty good bodyguard and forcing that Water Bear back. So no shot there, and the Dojo already at that level 5 means that the contest is on. So just some trading hits back and forth here, nothing too crazy as we start things off.
No, not quite yet, you know, because it's still just the early phase of the game here. They're still going to have the second set of beasts, and likewise, still no major objectives just yet. So that, you know, all they need to do now is just, you know, get their stacks, get their XP's preparation, get their preparations going over to the first major objective.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried because I feel like both both the Chandelier as well as the Buzzwole are pretty EXP hungry Pokemon. So I'm wondering
Right.
how old guys are going to try and split the Thea Sky Runes, all the wild Pokemon to be able to facilitate that. Mayhem might be in some trouble. The eject button forward and the last touch from Jab manages to grab that KO. Now the rest of old guys, they need to scatter and run, but Thorfinn can't create the distance. The slap through from Wizzy and the rapid strike is going crazy right now. RBX, last person standing on this goal zone, has to give up that space as Ison take a commanding start in this bot path.
That is what you are talking about, Mike. That
not over.
is, oh, it's not over yet. Not over yet.
Yeah.
Not quite yet. They're still going to be able to take down one more instead of old guys. That's what I'm talking about earlier, right? That these are the Pokemon that are a little bit power hungry, a little bit XP hungry here into the side of old guys. However, once they do get their power spikes, then that is when they will start to roll. However, Ison here, they need to take advantage of this early game, this early lead that they have, this early power spike against old guys if they want to win against old guys. Because later on, if they do allow them to get their XPs, man, it's not going to be good for them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Urshifu is that he always wants to get off to a rolling start. Speaking of, Regirock is going to go the way of Ison. That's an additional advantage their way, and old guys smartly going to disengage here. They know this is not a fight they can take, especially with that boost. Now in prison. Oh, actually,
No,
that's a Poltergeist.
It's Poltergeist,
Wow,
yeah.
it's not really something you see taken very often, but maybe old guys know something we don't. But I think early on, Urshifu is just this Pokemon that can really run in the way of the game. You can't let him keep building this advantage. You can deal with him later on when he makes a misstep. So you just need to play a bit patient here from old guys. That's what I think.
Yeah, and look at this right now. Ison with Tonnery here just trying to defend the score goal into that of the top half, waiting for their teammate to come up as they just try to push away old guys. And right now, old guys just wants to get a little bit of a positional advantage towards this Regieleki, because if they can't get this, then Ison's definitely going to be going into a very good place in this match.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Lance, he's the bouncer that needs to make something happen here. Tonnery and himself and Tonnery have been up here trying to get as much EXP as possible, forcing that eject button out of the Poltergeist, actually. Not wanting to tempt fate here. Gatsu approaching from the side. They're just going to contest the Altaria for now, but in jumps Bear, and in goes the damage. Just jumping out the assistance as well, but it's not enough. The triple travel through. Can they finish off Gatsu? He's just going absolutely crazy, but that's not if the dojo can put a stop to it. Sink pecks down that Bear, and Ison, they almost got away with an absolute slaughter there, but stopped by the bird.
That's 2 for 2 for both of the teams. Nobody really won the team fight. Well, I mean, I guess it's more into the side of Ison as they were able to just put the pressure down into the side of old guys. But going now into the Regieleki, Ison wants to take this one up. But old guys, they need to take this away from Ison. Look at that very amazing isolation into the Urshifu. But unfortunately, the Urshifu is using that against them. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And Gapsu is not going to go away. Not quite yet. It's going to be 2 for 1. But at the very least, they were able to take in the Regieleki.
Yeah, I mean, the gravity, you saw that come out from the Clefairy. Maybe that's what Mayhem was thinking in terms of keeping this bear in place, but it's just too late. The Chandelier just gets completely obliterated on the back line, and despite the best efforts, old guys, they're not able to secure this objective for themselves. They still hang on to the tier 1 goal zone, so not too bad, but wonderful Hydro Typhoon, and now onto the bot Reggie as well. The Urshifu already starting this out.
Man, look at this. Gapsu right now trying to force their way in with the Water Bear, but it's not going to be enough though. No, it will not. Gapsu is going to be taken out, and here comes the Blissey as well, trying to get away. They're not going to be able to get through, but never mind. Dan gas in with the telekinesis. They're going to be able to stop RBX from pushing in, but with that being said, that alone, RBX is doing so much work for old guys as they now have the positional advantage into that of the Regirock. But the question is, would they be able to secure this away from Ison? Let's find out.
Gapsu's back, but it's not enough. He just dives straight into his own demise here. This is the second KO in a row for this Urshifu. Not a good look. And here comes the dojo. Not done, just get triple through. Gonna get a double, make it a 1-1 for each head. And Sink has just been such a hero for the side of old guys so far.
That is what I'm talking about. Permasneeze. Old guys, yes. You had mentioned, right? Their Pokemon are currently XP heavy, XP hungry. But once they do get that XP that they need, man, it's party time.
Beautiful.
And just like that, they're now going to be able to get that pickup as well into that of the Blastoise. Now Wizzy going alone here with Jack.
Yeah, Sink still dunking
Sink
away in the
one.
bot path. I mean, this guy has been absolutely instrumental in Old Guys' game thus far. But now, Old Guys need a retreat. It's a close one for sure, and they can't really be contesting here. They're still trying to. The Ignite Midnight coming out, but Gamsu's here to play, and they don't really have the control for him anymore. RBX caught in between a bit of a rough spot as the self comes through, and that's going to be a Lapras down. Lance and Gang need to retreat. There's too much damage here. They're missing one member in the bot, and Buzzwole, yeah, he's going to go down as well. And Gamsu's not done just yet. A lot of damage coming out from Thorfinn, forcing the Waterbed to retreat. But that's still going to be a good trade-off. And now they're positioned for Reggie Lecky, but they're a little bit low though, JJ.
Yeah, man.
Sing?
The question is though, would they be able to survive this? Would they be able to take in this Reggie League, or would Old Guys be able to steal this away? They will not. That is the answer to this question.
JJ.
But with that being said, I think what Old Guys is going to be doing here is just, allow the Reggie League to take it in, so that they would have to, they would be able to like position themselves over to that other Rayquaza, and they still have the lead anyway. So it's not like they need to rush things up.
Yeah, JJ, I'm not sure if you caught that there, but essentially you saw Sing coming in to try and contest that, but being held out by the telekinesis of the Slowbro. So really nice stuff coming out from Dan, really showing that experience, and that foresight might be a little bit too forward here though on this Slowbro as we're gearing up for this final stretch. Game neck to neck, 20 points is the difference, and this final fight is going to decide it. RBX needs to get out of there, has to slide away on those little flippers, and both teams just toying with each other here, but take a look at the no drill.
Georgia is trying to get in some points here to score, but here comes some team fight as well. Taking in four for themselves. Some Blessed to take out that Fable and the Lapras as well in the process. Thorfinn, however, Ignite Midnight is not going to be enough to take down a lot of damage, but Tonnery are going to be able to survive this with Lance. Lance getting in some assistance into that bonus man, but it's not going to be enough though. Instant, however, has the position advantage into that of the Rayquaza, but Sink one still scoring in.
From the back line, Sink managed to pick off Jeb on that Alola Ninetales when the rest of the team was scrambling, trying to answer Thorfinn, and before they knew it, that Chandelier already peppering away at them, and we're right back to a reset. We're right back to ground zero. This time, no more Unite moves on the platter. You only have 45 seconds left, and
wait,
all guys,
still
they're
have
in the lead
Lapras
right now.
Unite though.
They have it.
Lapras Express.
Yeah. Looking for an angle here, gonna come crashing in onto the front line, onto Gabsu, with the Poltergeist holding him back, and here comes Sink, finish up our Ninetales again, and a slam dunk here, the tag team duo. Oh guys, they just completely crushed their opponents, and that is it. Isan are out for the count. Count it down, JJ. There's no more hope for Isan here in this game number one. What a flawless team fight from Old Guys.
My goodness!
Wow,
that was so close.
That was insane, dude. The close at the end, that perfect team fight. As the time runs out, Old Guys, they bided their time, like we said from the start. EXP hungry doesn't matter. They play the map well on the back of Sync 1's rotations, just constantly finding the angle, finishing off that Alola Ninetales, and that poor Snow Globe just couldn't play the
MVP,
game.
Deserved MVP.
Sync went crazy.
Man, deserved MVP
crazy.
that game.
Sync went crazy. I mean, what a game. 587 to 175 as the dust settles here. And despite Gabsu's best efforts, really got to commend him on that Urshifu. He made he made them work for it, but it definitely felt like the rest of the team just didn't have the legs to stand on. They didn't have the legs to stand on.
No, yeah, for sure. That's what I'm about to say as well. Like Gabsu, definitely huge props for doing so much damage, for doing so much for the team, but the rest of the team doesn't seem as if, they're kind of like falling out to Gabsu, where Gabsu being alone here is not really the game here, just because of the fact that, again, hey, it's Pokemon Unite. Everyone needs to get united, but Tonnery as well with a beautiful Hydro Typhoon, however, but again, still, if there's no follow-up of the damage here, then it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I think the story of this game just comes down to Isan, right? I mean, we saw it in the stats and we're seeing it in practice as well. They're definitely a team that really chooses to fight together and a lot more sort of controlled than the constant aggression from Old Guys. But, when you're always in that ball, which is where your lineup is the strongest, when you're forced to stay together, that just gives Old Guys so much time to just look at your ball and find the cracks. That's exactly what Sync was doing, exactly what Lance was doing. The whole time, Thorfinn's just peppering away with the damage. 132,000. He did almost 50% of his team's damage. That is insane from this chandelier.
Just alone, dude. Just alone with the poltergeist. Sorry, with the
overheat.
Yeah, right.
It was the
with
overheat and
poltergeist
poltergeist.
was just so amazing in the AOE,
Insane.
and especially slowing everyone in on the AOE is just magnificent. And I have to say, can I just point out as well that I was kind of like scared for Old Guys at the very last moment, the very last scene fight, just because the fact that, you know, Old Guys was getting ambushed here by Isan, but like it didn't matter for them because the moment that Sangwon got in, sorry, not Sangwon, but rather the moment that RBX got in, along with Lance, you know, using that Lapras Express as well, that was everything that he needed to do to just, well, get in the damage.
Yeah, I mean, really just props to Sangwon. Like you said, deserved MVP. He found his opening in every single fight, and despite trying to break into, you know, usually you look at the lineup of Isan and you look at it as a tight ball. It's so hard to find any crack in the defense, but consistently Sangwon gets in there, just pecks down that Alolan Ninetales and gets out, gets a dunk on the other side of the stadium, and just has so much impact as this Dodrio. This might be something you consider banning coming up.
No, yeah, I can definitely see Sangwon's
That is disgusting.
Actually,
It is
no.
disgusting.
Actually, no. I think both of these teams are already exposed so much to a Dodrio. I think they can actually can just leave about this Dodrio. I think what they need, what I can definitely see that they're going to be banning here would have to be the Chandler, because the Chandler just put out so much damage. 132k is not a joke.
Actually, what I would recommend is, like, it's something we talked about in the draft as well, right? We're saying both these lineups have very balanced drafts. It's just that, okay, you have the Dodrio Speedster on one side and you have two defenders on the other. And it definitely came into play here. Isan's draft definitely felt a bit more clunky. They didn't have as much mobility. So you consistently saw Dodrio playing the entire Thea Sky Ruins it's his little playground, right? Could just run all over the place, get dunks, get ambushes. But Isan didn't have that same capability. You imagine if they had something like a Zoroark, like an Absol, that could jump the back line and just single out that Chandelier, it would be a lot easier. But way too much work for Gapsu alone on that Urshifu to do.
Right. No, yeah, I mean, I guess that is something that I kind of like missed on seeing as well. That sure, Isan here, if you're talking about the team fight, they can definitely like last longer than that of Old Guys, but that is only if and only if Old Guys actually fights them. But the question is, but the thing is, Old Guys doesn't even like fight them. They just like ignore them.
Yeah, I mean, you really got to give props to Isan though, because as we see in these replays in the early stage of the game, Gapsu was absolutely going crazy on this surging strikes, right? Like every single surging strikes, he just made it count. The chase was on. They really didn't stand a chance. But this is the age-old issue with Urshifu, right? You can run away with the early game, but if you pick and choose your fights not carefully enough, if you engage on the wrong spot, they turn around, blow you up, and it happened twice in a row. I mean, he jumps in here, has the Blitz Assistance, but as soon as that Blitz Assistance runs out, he just gets singled out and slammed down. He does take down two, but this is where you start to see, okay, you know, this Urshifu is not as invulnerable as he was before, right? He still manages to do a lot of damage, but, you know, it starts to peter out. It starts to, okay, you know, like suddenly we can stand our ground and deal with him, and this is just the team that continues going forward, especially in this fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about as well. Like, earlier, where Isan here definitely, especially with their Pokemon, they can definitely get in that early game advantage. However, if they really want to win, they would have to maintain this up until the late game, because as you have mentioned, like all guys' Pokemon here are really XP hungry, and the moment that they get in their power spikes, then Isan is not going to have a fun time, and that's what happened in this game, game number 1.
Yeah, the scary thing is, Isan, without any ways of initiating the fight other than the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon, you saw, despite it being a beautiful Unite move coming out from Toneri, it wasn't enough, right? Because immediately after Hydro Typhoon popped up 4 people, the Ninetales wasn't even in position to Snow Globe, right? Only ended up catching 1 player with that, and because of that, you don't have that burst damage combo that you're really looking for to start out the fight strong. You do end up getting 2 KOs, but crucially, the Chandelier survives and he's just peppering away and fire against ice. We know how that story goes.
No, yeah, so this is going to be really an interesting game number 2 here. Isan, they are not a team that, you know, they're not a team to be dismissed just because of the fact that, hey, they won first place yesterday going into game number 2.
No, don't get me wrong.
Finals.
They look so solid in the first 5 minutes.
They
but
are
it's just
solid,
about,
definitely.
It's just about tightening up some gaps that I think me and you already mentioned, in whether it's in their draft, whether it's in the you know, selection of when they choose to fight. I mean, judging from their stats, that's what they're good at. So maybe that's just something they need to pay extra attention to. Don't get fazed by the fact that, you know, your opponents are the first runners in April, right? You got to kind of keep your composure. If you want to make it to Worlds, that's what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is why our tournament is a best of 3. Sure, you may
Word.
lose the first game, but there's still 2 more games.
And
for
double
you to
elim too.
adjust to.
And double elim.
And double elims as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just keep in mind, ladies and gents, and all trainers alike, that this is the upper bracket, which means that any one of these teams lose, it's not the end of the road for them just yet. They have a second chance at life here. But let's take a look at our featured player for that match. I wonder who it is. I could not even begin to guess who would be featured here. I wonder who. Oh, what a surprise!
Of course.
Who would have? Oh my god! Who would have guessed? Who would have known?
Not even
wow,
the prophet, dude. Not even
yeah,
the prophet.
not even the prophet could have seen
Not
this
even the
coming.
prophet, dude.
Yeah, average damage dealt on this guy is insane. Especially when you consider, like, when we saw that post-game card where the Chandelier, Thorfinn was just doing like 45%. The fact that he's still putting up such numbers is crazy.
No, especially as a Dodrio in that game, it was 25%. Sure, it wasn't. The Dodrio, this Dodrio wasn't really like in on a lot of the team fights, but the moment that it actually is, it helps out so much. You know, taking out Gabsu, taking out Tree into the side of Isen, as you have mentioned, Tree for each, one for each head here is just very immaculate and very critical to old guys.
Yes. As one of our favorite cowboys always likes to say, you need to get the right number of hats, okay? If not, it all falls apart. And I mean, Sync1, I don't think he had any hats on, but you know, it's better than having the wrong number of hats. Okay, that's for Sync1 though. I do want to point out as well that this is a player with what I like to call a lot of lethality, right? You know, you need to have a certain sharpness. I mean, really like a bird of prey to just spot your target out of an entire cluster, swoop down and just snap their necks into 2. That's exactly what he was doing every single time. And I mean, that is with tri-attack agility, right? It's not even like jump kick, he's jumping in and you know, dismantling, just kind of disrupting the entire. He's just kind of peppering away, finding his opportunity and getting it in one fell swoop. So really, really impressive stuff from this player. I'm really excited to see what they bring out in game number 2, whether Dojo is even still on the block.
Which reminds us that we are now going to be heading into our game number 2. Again, this could be, you know, game number 2 for all guys here if they do win this one again, or it could be going into game number 3 if Isen wins.
I mean, it could just be over right here. Old guys could just show us exactly why they are the first place in April, as if they haven't already though, to be honest. Like, that was a really brilliant performance. Interesting stuff is that they are the ones who banned out the Lapras themselves, so they don't want Isen to be able to grab that. Even though Lance was the one playing that earlier, they snap up the Slowbro as well as the Dojo for Sync1 again. Meanwhile, Wizzy, I mean, that's got to be quick, right? The Chandelier, you called it, JJ. They're not going to let that one fall in the hands of old guys anymore.
No, because I mean, even with Lapras, right? Even with Lapras, you know, it is one of those Pokemon where if you're not going to be getting it, then might as well not give it to the other side, because of the fact that it gives us so much utility to the team that will be getting it, especially with the Bubble Beam as well, which we've seen on game number 1. But here comes another pick here, which is going to be Eldegoss. Really interesting pick, but this is also one of the Pokemon that we've seen, you know, go about once again earlier. From the recent tournaments is what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, Eldegoss definitely, we've seen some pretty unique sort of health item builds as well, right? Going for stuff like the Rapid Fire Scarf just to slam out those cotton down auto attacks. But yeah, Mayhem gonna go for something a bit more traditional. Now, I will say that this Eldegoss is a specialty of this player's, last I remembered at least, and they're gonna go back for the Trevenant. So a Pokemon that they picked 100% of the time up until this series at least, and last but not least, going to lock in that Delphox. So wanting to limit some of the healing that can come out here with that fanciful fireworks, and it's just good area control, you know.
No, and this is something that I'm really going to be interesting to look out here. You know, Gabsu here is actually just gonna be going back to Sylveon as well. You know, Gabsu, this is one of his Pokemon as well.
Oh, you say
that is known
do you know
to
this
be
player?
using as well. Yeah, Gabsu is a really known player in the Philippines as well. But at the same time, you know, we have Dan here with the Snorlax, which can then provide so much disruption into the side of all guys. But the question is, would they have enough damage? Would the Sylveon and the Chandelier be enough? I mean, I guess there's also the Blaster, but would that be enough going into the side of all guys, given how they have a lot of like backlane damage towards this Isen?
I'm just a little bit worried for the side of for the side of old guys right now, because I feel like this Snorlax really throws a wrench into their plans. We saw how much impact Sync 1 had on the dojo, but if you just have this giant meat shield that can just slam you down and stop you from any sort of antics that you're trying to pull off, it's just not going to be a good look overall, right? I think Toneri also did a really good job in terms of landing those Hydro Typhoons. In terms of initiation, there was too much pressure on him, so splitting the load with Dan a bit is definitely going to ease up some of that tension. Wizzy, a lot of work that he has to put in though on this Hoopa, because he really is the only form of sustain for the team.
Right, so here we go. Game number 2, All Guys versus Isen. If All Guys wins this, then they're going to be proceeding to our round number 3 of the upper bracket.
Yep.
But if Isen wins this, then game number 3 is what it is.
Absolutely here. And best of 3s all around. Love to see it. The entire day we're going to get these this level of Pokemon Unite action. So teams have time to adjust, and some adjustments already being made, right? So dual grass top lane, just making sure that Lance gets that EXP. Mayhem starting to just contest a bit as much as he can, as we saw earlier on, use that Clefairy to just non-stop harass his opponents, and now it's the Eldegoss with the early red buff. So just getting that slow on the auto attacks as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look at that. Right now, onto that other central area, you know, we have Sylveon, that is Gab, so just trying to rack up as much XP as possible so that they can, you know, get in that early game, maintain that, and not do the same mistake that they did on game number 1 going into this game.
Yeah, actually, that's quite interesting, as we see Lance might be some trouble here. Mystical Fire build, not the Hyper Voice, needs to dash out of there, but oh no, the Branch Poke doesn't create enough distance and can't get himself to the Citrus Berry. And just like that, that's going to be a tumble in the top side. Evolution here from RBX, going to be able to help him surf out of that sticky situation, as old guys, they need to fall back on both fronts. But JJ, before I want to point something out that was quite interesting. We talked about the Eldegoss getting the early red buff, but that has actually hampered the dojo's early levels. So because of that, even though he's in tandem with Gapsu now, both level 6, we saw that reduced impact of just only the Doduo rotating instead of the Dojo.
Right. No, yeah, I mean, it's something that they need to look over to as well, just because of the fact that it is, you know, Dodrio is, I guess, a Pokemon that only does its job. And I mean, the moment that they can get its level 6, I think can this is essentially just going to be the same case of game number 1, where it's just going to, you know, score in. They don't really need to rush its XP as much as they need, you know, say for example Delphux, which requires its level 6 to, you know, really dish out some damage, whereas, you know, Sync 1 here just needs to get in as much points as they can, just put in some points, and don't really need to rush things up, especially with getting its XP.
Yeah, I mean, Sync 1, if there's one thing this man can do is find his openings, right? Which is definitely probably why the Hoopa was picked in this game. Oh no! Misses the right home on his own hyperspace hole. Not a good look. Lands really nicely done, disrupting that reset attempt rather. And Sync, he's just starting to pop off now, already at that level 8, just claiming an EXP advantage just from getting these repeated dunks and dunks and dunks in this top side.
And that's what I'm talking about as well. I mean, look at All Guys right now. Currently, earlier only had like 17 points to 48 of Isen, but the moment that they were able to get in at level 6, was able to like rotate in here and there, you know, All Guys with Sync 1 is able to just catch up to some points. And look at that, another 6, that other Trevenant gonna be able to take down Dan as well in the process. But Fairy Frolic is gonna be coming up as well. But are they gonna be able to take down Sync 1? Yes, they will. But here comes the Wood Hammer as well. Is that gonna be enough to survive? Though not quite yet. But here comes a rapid spin coming in from the Water Tail, but it's going to be isolated, unfortunately, gonna be taken out. Huge reset coming out from that Hoopa. Wizzy putting the team on his back right now, resetting 3 members, and it was just timed absolutely perfectly. Sync looking for that opening once again, as he has, but Wizzy predicts that movement, puts the hole in advance, and gets 3 people out to safety. That would have been 3 KOs flat. So 2 times this dojo was trying to dash back and forth, but denied both times, gets taken out. And this is how you shut down that dojo. You can't allow him to get away with these engages scot-free. No, yeah, for sure. And this is why I said earlier as well that I don't think we're going to be seeing the trio get banned, just because of the fact that, hey, they already know how to deal with Dojiju. They need to deal with that of the Chandelier, which dealt them so much damage earlier. But going into this match though, Isen currently has the lead in terms of the XP, but the question is, would they be able to maintain this against Old Guys? That is the huge question.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a question of whether they can keep this advantage, but with that being said, they do have a draft that's very, very strong, right? We didn't even mention this, but Sylveon, Blastoise, and Hoopa, just absolutely terrifying team fight. I say that, not able to guard their Blastoise. This dojo just finds an angle over and over. Sync has been so impressive, and now Regieleki, half HP, both teams just peppering away. They don't want to full commit onto this. It's looking a little scary, and the Unite moves come out, but they take out Gamsu in an instant. No shot there, and the damage is too strong. The Hydro Typhoon is too little, too late. Gets 4, but where's the follow-up? All you have is one Hoopa, and he's done, unbound from being back in the fray. He's gonna be sent back to the Pokemon Center here as Regieleki and Gang, they're just putting on the pressure on these two defenders, and despite your best efforts here, you don't have enough damage, getting burned up on the Blastoise, and one last member, Dan, trying to close them off, has the power nap with the Cotton Cloud Crash, keeping Lance up and running, and he's still gonna stand his ground. Woodhammer again, finally gonna go down on his Trevenant, but that's not without a casualty of the Chandelier. The Regieleki's still there, and breaks open that goal zone, and now they're gonna be the ones dunking in a huge advantage here. Old Guys take a beautiful fight in the top half.
Yo, I was already thinking that Old Guys gets in a little bit overextended over to the team fight, but Sync1 came in at the right second, sweep it in with a try attack, and just gets in Gamsu in the process. Beautiful stuff coming in from Old Guys.
I mean, Isen, they want to answer right back. Straight up to Regice here. Lance trying to play a disturbance. They have their Hydro Typhoon, and that's going to secure it. Nicely done from Toneri to grab that advantage for his team. Now needs to back off though, as Sync1 hot on his heels, has the try attack, but nothing more to be found as the Citrus Berry. They still want to siege here. Looks like there's a Fairy Frolic coming out, but meanwhile, Isen, they're just getting around the goal zone. Old Guys, I don't think they can encroach this anymore.
No, I don't think so. Not quite yet. I think what they need to do here right now is just prepare themselves going into that of the into that of the Rayquaza fight. But at the same time, you know, this is another option select here that All Guys can do against that of Isen, just to disrupt them from getting into their XPs going into that of the Rayquaza, is for Sync1 to just do its job and just be a disturbance against Isen.
Absolutely here, but we already are seeing the effects of the Hoopa, right? Sync1, he's trying to find an angle on these goal zones, on these just outermost goal zones, but because of the hyperspace hole allowing for easy transport, you just have these bodyguards on each angle, making sure that the dojo can't get these free and easy dunks he was so used to getting just last game.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, All Guys currently right now has a position advantage into the origin. Like in Sync1 was able to see that very minuscule opening just to be able to push in some scores onto that on the top hat while securing this Regieleki for themselves as well, which would then provide so much breathing room for All Guys going into this Rayquaza fight.
Absolutely. A bit of mistiming, I must say, from Isen here. They made the commitment to that bot tier 1 goal zone, but as soon as they saw that Old Guys, you could see the immediate movement. Sync1 managed to just run it through to the tier 2 goal zone on the top side, and the Regieleki as well, like you said. So a little bit of something for them to deal with. Now, Unite moves are available for all 10 members in this game, so it looks like we are going to have another absolute barn burner in the Legendary Pit as we come up to this final stretch, JJ.
Yeah, you know, at this point on, I don't think anyone still has the advantage here. It all would boil down towards, you know, their execution going towards this team fight. So whoever gets in the initiation would definitely have the advantage towards the other team.
Yeah, I'm looking at Toneri right now. Landed a beautiful Hydro Typhoon in that last game. Can he find the opening, especially with Dan's backup here? The heavy slam can go a long way. Getting fire spun up right now, has to reset. And yeah, this is something we didn't mention as well. The Hoopa allowing for free resets back and forth means that Old Guys, they can't just rely on Thorfinn to pepper out with the damage anymore. They're gonna have to make a full commitment if they want to chase Isen out of this Legendary Pit.
And they need to be able to, you know, mark down this Hoopa, just because the fact that if they cannot mark down this Hoopa, then, you know, they would just give that up. But look at this right now. Here comes Wizzy with that of the Unite move, rings and bound, just to put down Gamsu into the central area. Immediately going to be able to take down this Slowbro as well. But it's not going to be enough though, not quite yet. It's still a close battle, however. Wizzy's going to be taken out, not quite yet, unfortunately, for old guys. And look at that right now. Turner is going to be able to take down this Eldigos as well. And guess the reset. This is what we're talking about earlier.
Yeah, but Isen, they're still behind on the points. They need to get Rayquaza, and their time is running out. The respawns are coming through very shortly. Slowbro's gonna be back in the picture, and they haven't been able to take out any other member of old guys other than Elgos. Here comes Lance. Rayquaza, low and HD, and they managed to get the Rayquaza. Isen, they grab it right from under old guys' noses, and now it's a beeline for the gold zones, JJ.
Oh, the question is, would they be able to do it? Yes, they will. Here comes another hundo as well. 386 to 235. I don't think it's not going to be enough, though, for old guys to actually catch up, even with Sync 1. Even if they do have 50 points, just because of the fact that 300 points is just a little bit too much, especially with this too low of a time for them to catch up. And just like that, Isen is going to force us to game number 3.
The Hoopa effect is real, stopping all these downs from Sync-1 throughout the entire game. And we saw Gapsu going for that very, very tactical maneuver, making the Dodrio. Yeah, I mean, this bird's got legs, but it can't beat the speed of a hyperspace portal here, especially with the rings unbound. Wizzy waited for Gapsu to be on his last little sliver of survivability there. Pops opened that portal, pulls him into the fight when the chaos has already broken out, and Sync had to make the long run back to the legendary pit. By the time that happened, RBX already found himself a bit too far forward and got taken out. RBX on that Slowbro, the first one to go down despite a nice side, slow beam. He was in the middle of 5 opponents. There was not much his team could do to spot him there, and that's where it all fell apart for old guys in this game number 2.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you, dude. Like, it is a very beautiful adjustment here coming in from Isen, where they, the problem from earlier being that of they don't have much of a mobility to actually stop Sync 1. They essentially remove that gap from their team composition. But the question is, though, that is all because of Wizzy here with that of the what do you call this, with the
with the rings are bound, hyperspace hole, either one.
With a hyperspace hole, right? With a hyperspace hole. But the question is, that just means that if all guys is, if they want to go in still for the same composition, they would have to ban out this Hoopa. Right. Now, the question for Isen, though, is would they be able to stop Sync 1's Dodrio if they don't have the Hoopa? Because as we can see from game number 2, right, Wizzy with the Hoopa definitely helped out so much to stop Sync 1. But if that is their only solution towards Sync 1's Dodrio, then what is it going to be if this Hoopa gets removed?
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider for Isen here. A lot of mind games going into the next game's draft. But I do want to point out as well that the Hoopa is unique in a way that it essentially makes everybody have mobility, right? It basically opens up the entire Thea Sky Runes to your whole team. I'm not really sure whether there's any other Pokemon that can mirror that level of just access that you grant to your whole team. Maybe then it's just an overall draft direction change. They started to shift a bit as well, right? Like for Pokemon like that Sylveon, a lot more sort of mobile around the map with of course the additional move speed, the mystical fire as well, allowing them to hop around all willy-nilly. And yeah, I think this time old guys, they suffered a bit from the Slowbro syndrome, right? You're always angling, looking for a pick-off, you're trying to start the fight, but this time it felt like they didn't really have a good way to get things going. The Slowbro was forced into a bad position, and yeah, I don't really know what else you can do here. So I'm gonna make a pretty controversial statement, JJ.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm waiting.
I think this Slowbro is a bait. I think this Slowbro is a bait because every player who seems to go on this Slowbro ends up finding themselves in the front line, slow beaming someone, and they just get completely surrounded. The rest of the team gets zoned out, and there's not much you can do. I think the Slowbro is not as much of a first pick means we win the team fight situation anymore. You need to be way, way more careful with how you choose to go in because you're very susceptible to just being taken out first. And once that's gone, the surf control, the telekinesis control, all that is off the table.
Actually,
agree?
well, surprisingly, I actually surprisingly agree. I mean,
yeah,
I
let's
can definitely see the
go.
point. I can actually definitely see the point here. I mean, we've seen how much Slowbro has been a very amazing Pokemon towards a lot of teams, especially for those who, say for example, we have Orangutan as well. They have been using Slowbro quite beautifully, but based on Isen and all guys here, I don't think it's doing so much of an effect towards team fights, whereas it's only using telekinesis against itself.
Okay,
Making
don't get me.
sure that it
Yeah,
isolates itself.
don't
You know,
get
like,
me-
it's
yeah,
still
yeah,
a good,
yeah.
it's still a good Pokemon.
Yeah. We
agree.
can't say no. We're not gonna go crazy and say Slowbro's a bad Pokemon. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, you know, I
Not in
feel
this
like
composition.
no, it's not even just that. It's just it sort of puts you in a bit of a mindset. It's kind of like when you play something like Cinder Ace, right? You're always like, oh, you know,
Yeah.
I have like 2 dashes, I can dodge off anything, and then you get caught by 1 stun and you're toast, right? It gets you into a bit of an unhealthy mindset. I think people are used to playing Slowbro as this invulnerable frontliner that you take a look at that, you know, how is he there? Like, he's there by himself. I'm not saying he misplayed or anything, but it's just you kind of find yourself in these awkward positions trying to find an initiation, and your team might not always be on the same page as you. That's kind of what I'm saying with Slowbro. You need to make sure that
That's true.
either you guys are all on the same page, where it's like, okay, I'm going in, I'm going to slow beam now, and there's follow up, or you know, that's kind of what
I mean,
it
look
takes.
at that right now. You know, RBX here, right? You say, yeah, sure, it's granted, it was the time that Isen already got the Rayquaza, but the moment that they, you know, pop up that Surf, nobody's there anymore, and nobody's there to put in some additional damage.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
what we're talking about. We're not saying that
yeah,
Slowbro
no,
is a
we have
bad
no
Pokemon.
Slowbro hate here. No one's hating on Slowbro. Don't get us wrong. Slowbro, great Pokemon, top tier. I know it was basically
It's
top
true,
picked
it's
in
true.
some of these regions, and for
Oh,
good
man,
reason.
we're-
Yeah,
I
we're
don't
digging
wanna
ourselves a
open
little bit of a hole here, but you guys get what we're saying. And to escape this, thankfully, we have a featured player for you.
Here we go.
Here
The
we go.
featured Pokemon.
I love how
player.
we don't know who the featured player is, so it's as much of a surprise to us
It's
as it is
for
to you.
the both of us, yeah. It's
Yeah. Okay. Let's take some tentative guesses. Featured player. I would have to say. I would have to
Wheezy.
say
I'd have
Wizzy.
to
It
give
had
to
to be Wizzy, right? If it's not Wizzy, it's Gapsu. But I feel like Gapsu just really got enabled by Wizzy. It is
there you go.
Gapsu. Okay, it is Gapsu. So this player was the Urshifu in the first game, and it is a Pokemon that they pick pretty frequently with that 40% as we saw. I think this must be the player that contributes to the Decidueye picks as well, as we saw in the initial sort of team overall stats and stuff like that, but might not be a Pokemon we see out unless there's a specific draft centered around it. Now, Gapsu played really well, very solid on the Sylveon, managed to just consistently deal out damage for the team, was in good positions. The Fairy Frolics also juking out that Dojo from time to time. So really nice stuff coming up in the central area. I personally would have given the feature player to Wizzy, but I mean, this is not a measure of MVP, right? We just take a look at the stats.
No, yeah, it's just the stats for the player. You know, for at least for the average damage dealt, you know, for the average detail here for the player based on the performance from the last game. But you know, again, it doesn't necessarily mean that nobody else can take the spotlight, because we are still going to game number 3. Again, game number 1, we gave it away to Saint 1. Game number 2, we're going to go for Gabsu. But game number 3, still don't know who is going to be the player of that game.
Yeah, I mean, more importantly than the player of that game, we don't know who's going to be the team of that game. I want to know who wins.
That's
this
true.
This is so pumped up. I'm honestly so pumped up because, like, especially with now that APAC as a whole is so large, right? We got Japan, Korea, now East, West, India as well, and like all these different teams all vying for a shot, and you might just think, okay, you know, very clearly there are some teams better than others. You know, Old Guys definitely a front runner in terms of some people's favorites, especially people who've known the Filipino scene for very long. They know these are formidable opponents. But seeing a team like Isen, yes, you got a name like Dan, but these other players rising to the occasion and taking it to the distance for this series at least, it's definitely exciting to watch.
And here you go. This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Again, whoever loses this match doesn't necessarily mean that they're already out of the tournament. They still have a chance to get back up into the grand finals later. down tonight, you know, we're gonna be finishing this off everything until we get our regional
Champions!
representatives. There you go, the champions and the representatives. You cannot dismiss the representatives. We're gonna be getting treats. We're gonna be getting treats. So
yeah, but
so, and that's what I'm talking about as well.
Hey, this dude didn't listen to Ash Ketchum. He wants to be the very best, like no one ever was. It's only a champion. Can be
Goodbye,
best,
Ash. Rip Ash.
Yeah.
By the way, yeah.
Shout out to Ash though. What an OG.
Yeah, what an OG, exactly, right? But you know, we have to say goodbye to Ash Ketchum. But again, going back into the game, this is what I'm talking about. Old guys banning Hoopa, and that's what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like, if they're gonna be going in for the same. Actually, no, that's not old guys. Sorry, no.
There's a bit of a switcheroo here.
Isen.
Yeah, Isen.
It's Isen.
I don't mind this because I mean it's clear that I guess old guys have first pick. So if they manage to get their hands on it, they'll probably snag it up for themselves, right? So just taking that Pokemon out of the equation, it's been such a point of contention for a lot of these teams because it's especially after Hoopa first came out when it was such a prominent Pokemon in the meta, every single support player, or at least every single support player worth their salt probably has that up their repertoire. So you need to, it's just a Pokemon that overall is high alert, right? You need to be wary of that. But some familiar picks already coming in. Looks like the Urshifu gonna be a rinse and repeat from Gapsu. Wizzy actually gonna pick up that Eldegoss instead. So switching hands from Mayhem. And Thorfinn locking in that.
Wow!
Yeah, so the Ninetales
Swine.
actually going over to the side of old guys, and ooh, Mamoswine, let's go.
Yeah, dude, when was the last time we saw a Mamoswine?
Dude, Mamoswine
it wasn't
is-
even in April.
Yeah, it
wasn't
wasn't
even in April.
Was it like last year? I don't even know, dude.
Not
Like,
even
No, dude, this
in
is
the,
Ice-
not
dude,
even ACL.
This is Ice
even the
Age.
ACL.
This is Ice Age Part 3. Now you have the Ice
That's
Beam.
true.
I know Bubble Beam is better, but just for thematic sake, please get the Ice Beam, get the Tri Attack as well. You know, get the freeze in.
Wow.
You know, it's full freeze action going on. Old guys want to stop Isen in their tracks.
Now, okay.
Okay, what do you
Let's
got?
be
What do you got,
grounded a
JJ?
bit
Okay,
right now.
okay.
Let's be grounded a little bit.
Okay.
I like Isen's. I like all. We have to change the graphic here. I like all guys' composition here just because the fact that it does so much crowd control. But that's the only thing that they have. Sure, they
Yeah.
might have the damage, but they are still very squishy. Especially with Sync One just doing all the work here, I don't think it's gonna be enough. But going into the side of Isen, however, they have pretty balanced out composition all across the board. They have the damage, they have the sustain, they have the bulkiness of defender as well. And man, going into the side of all guys, they are just going all in with this kind of composition. You know, Mamoswine sure might be using Ice Fang here with the super long crowd control with the Ice Age, as you have mentioned, with the Ice Age kind of like combination here. But especially with the Bubble Beam as well, coming in from the Lapras, that is going to provide so much stun here for Isen. But the question is, do they have enough damage to follow it through?
We'll have to find out in this game number 3 here. It's only our first match of the day, but it's already going the distance. Old guys, the front runners of April, up against the winners of yesterday's last chance, Isen. Very formidable names on both sides and a very interesting draft on the side of old guys. We'll see whether they can make this work. But I mean, JJ, you pointed it out perfectly, right? I'm just very, very worried about old guys. I was talking about Slowbro being a bit of a bait, but if there's one game that Slowbro can really do work in, it's looking to be against this draft, right? You have 3 chunky Pokemon like the Clefairy, the Lapras, and the Mamoswine, who are all likely going to be in the same line. Easy serve. You have one main sort of terrifying damage dealer that you need to lock down in the Dodrio. Easy Slow Beam. I mean, this is going to be the game of Dan's life here on this Slowbro.
No, yeah, I mean, especially that this Pokemon here is just
Uh-oh.
man,
RBX.
he's taken out here. Not
Yeah,
quite
needs
yet.
to get out.
Focus
Needs to get
ban.
out. Focus
Could
ban.
be able to get away.
Yeah, I mean, this is the
So,
OG sort of OG sort of combination, right? You get that early Pillow Swine and yeah, I mean, sorry, you get that early Swine up. The boosted auto attacks on this Swine up are insane. Being able to freeze someone in their tracks is crazy.
Actually, true though. But the question, but the problem is, it's not going to be enough by itself. That is
True.
the big thing here. I mean, I guess that is why we have the Ice Age composition here.
Yeah.
That is the Alolan Knights as well, just to complement the Swine up that is still not a Mamoswine.
Yeah. Needs to dodge away and no more focus ban. Last auto attack, not enough. A sliver of HP surviving on that Swine up, and it's so important to do so because Mammoth Swine definitely a Pokemon that if you start to fall behind, especially early on before you hit that level 9, the game just completely slips out of your hands.
It's like a lesser Blastoise.
Yeah, I would say
Sort
so.
of.
Contest here for the central set of Altaria as both teams bring some numbers, a nice bulk of damage here, but I believe Isen, they were able to grab out a majority of those. Meanwhile, Wicked Blow now on this Urshifu. So Toneri doing a bit of adjustments here. I think it was Rapid Strike coming out from Gapsu when he was playing it. And now it's the single strike just to be able to resist and be unstoppable against some of the CC that old guys have.
Wait, this is actually formidable as well coming into the side of Isen because they are now gunning in for more of like Pokemon that not only deals damage but also, you know, secures objectives. But look at this right now. Lance here, beautiful timing into that of the Bubble Beam just to be able to get most of the Altaria and the Swablues as well against Isen. But the question is, they still don't have enough XP to go against Isen for this first major objective. Would they be able to answer back against Isen though?
Yeah, I'm a little worried because Isen, the one thing that they have on their plate is insane amounts of damage. The Urshifu, Wicked Blow coming out can secure. The Sylveon has a lot of damage. And of course, let's not even begin to talk about the Chandelier. Oh, imprisoning up that poor Lapras. Here comes the triple through on the 4. That's a lot of damage, but not enough to secure the objective as RBX forced to dash away. Dodrio trying to do his work here, but they only managed to get the Eldegoss. They're still keeping the fight going. Now Lapras might be in some trouble. The Icicle actually gonna do him in. And now Sync gonna go down as well. Nice little dash through from Toneri. Finds the angle, and just like that, trying to answer back on that Pillow Swine, but the Surf back the other way, finds another. They're just picking off one after the other. Gapsu, the consistent damage on the sideline, able to get the work done.
That is what I'm talking about. Toneri, with that of the Wicked Blow, is just allowing them to, you know, secure objectives, and we saw that from a mile away. Did so much for Isen, and likewise did so much damage as well into that other team fight. Going to be able to take down that Lapras as well in the process. But with that being said, all guys here still don't have their power spike, still don't have their level 9s, still don't have the Unite move for the Lapras, and of course, okay, never mind, it does have this Unite move now, but the Piloswine is still a Piloswine, still not a Mamoswine, still not going to be able to do some mashing here into the side of Isen, but still, the lead that Isen have right now against all guys is just menacing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really feel that way because of point disparity, but you take a look at the levels and you just take a look at the potential damage coming out from these Pokemon. Already the Lapras under some threat, forcing the Clefairy to come in and try and assist, jumping onto the backline, and they don't manage to get Regieleki. So Isen, they grab that one, but it's actually a lot of damage. Lance, he's starting to put in the work, and oh no, Isen, they're starting to get peeled apart here. Lance still standing strong. That's gonna be Sing going down, but this single strike Urshifu Toneri needs to back off. I don't know how that Lapras did that, but so much damage coming out from this little turtle, and he manages to do them a little bit of justice there. Old guys, they lose the Regieleki, but they grab some key pickoffs.
Can I just give the abs towards the Alolan Ninetales, because the moment that it actually uses Snow Globe, its Unite move, it actually did not hit anyone into the side of Isen, which is a bit of a well, not a bit,
bad.
But it actually is a huge
Complete
wave that
wave.
could have dealt so much damage towards Isen. They might have been able to secure that Regieleki if that actually, you know, hit a lot into the side of Isen just to push them away.
Yeah, it's a basement Reggie they'll be looking out for right now, though. Registeel gonna be able to provide a nice buff for whoever grabs it. Both teams would love to get their hands on this. As you see the two remaining members stuck on the top side, Isen and old guys Lapras, as well as the Eldegoss, making their way down here as the fight gonna start off. The punch through. They're not able to finish off the Registeel for now. They're trying desperately, but I don't think they managed to grab it. Old guys, they just sweep right through. They were so focused on trying to put the damage out on the Reggie that they just let their teammates fall apart right next to them.
Man, it seems as if we are looking over a repeat of the history, a repeat of game number 1, where Isen is taking in the early game, whereas old guys slowly but surely taking over the game from the mid game to the late game.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the case here? That is the big question.
Yeah, they still have the Rayquaza to contest with, so not out of the water just yet. But Xingguan, he's back on his business, straight onto the bot side. They're trying to take advantage of this man down, punching through with that Urshifu. Toneri has the backup though. The Mamoswine just in the midst of their entire team. The slow globe coming out. I'm not actually sure if that hits. They finish off the Ninetales, and now the slow beam onto this dojo, but it's not enough. There's no follow-up, and now Toneri in some trouble.
Down.
The try attack, Toneri takes the tumble, and now Dan scrambling to get a dunk, but he knows that's not gonna go through. The last touch is there, and that is gonna be a huge turnaround fight. A 50 over dunk as Mamoswine holds back Gamsu, and now this Sylveon might be in some trouble. Manages to get the Mystical Fire dash away though, but huge win for Old Guys, and they haven't even taken the Regieleki yet. This is gonna be free, JJ.
Can I just point out? I wanted to point out two things from that team fight. Number one, Xingguan just closely but surely avoiding that serve by a micropixel. That was beautiful. That's number one. Number two, RBX doing the job to help down the Lapras.
Yeah.
To score in alone.
Yeah.
On the speed reflux zone.
This is the guy who's making all defenders' hearts swell with pride right now. This is Mamoswine gameplay right here. You might not like what you see, but this is what peak performance looks like, okay? RBX showing you kids how it's done. Ice Age, you know, it's not really a composition that we've seen at the forefront of the meta, but when you have a player who can so confidently make the space, despite not a perfect early start, you know, this is definitely something you might have to be worried about as this final stretch here, 200 points down. All Ison need is this Rayquaza, and all Old Guys need...
has 50.
Yeah, Xingguan has 50, and he's looking for an angle in the bot path, but... I mean, this is tense. This is tense, JJ.
A moment of silence before the start of the team fight. But
Dodging
here you
through.
go.
Oh,
not quite yet.
Not quite yet. They're just dancing.
poking.
Yeah, just poking and prodding, making use of mobility, telekinesis up to lands. But take a look at Mayhem, the amount of healing that he's doing. Sync looking for an angle. Try to tag in. Try to find someone. No, they dodge away, forcing out the Fairy Frolic. Now they need to retreat. They need to save RBX. Moonlight available. The heals are through. And that's going to be this Mamoswine up and running. Lapras, Unite move from the back. And the travel through. Is there enough damage though? They're on the Gamsu. They want to finish off the Sylveon, but they can't take him out for now. They can't finish him off, but they get the Chandelier. And they get the Sylveon. And oh no, it's starting to fall apart beneath them. How can they keep this fight going without their damage dealers? Dan, once again, the slow looking for an angle, and only Toneri dodging through, but there's nothing else to give. Wizzy, he's just gonna get slammed around, played around with, just like kids, mashing a toy, mashing them down. Oh, and I don't know what else you have to give. It's and Wizzy trying to buy as much time as he can, and it's an admirable attempt actually. He's managed to kill OG off, but the dojo still doing so much work, and Gamsu right into his own demise in the jump pad, and they haven't even gotten the Rayquaza.
Don't even need to take in the Rayquaza for themselves, as they do have an entirely huge lead against Isen, and all they need to do now is run down the clock as Old Guys is trying to secure game number 1 in today's broadcast. Old Guys winning the first game 2-1 against Isen.
What a beautiful... These guys... Old Guys just run it back over and over. They're so good at team fighting around that triple trample, around that Lapras Express. They were singling out Xingguan. They were making sure, okay, no entry for you, no RBX, no entry for you, Sync. They forgot about the Lapras. Car crash right into their bums and taking out the backline in one fell swoop. They underestimated the amount of damage this Pokemon can do, and what a beautiful performance here from Old Guys. As soon as they saw that Unite move hit, every single one of them just instantly crossed. You get caught in the crossfire regardless of where you are. There's no shot, and Ison, despite their best efforts here, they're gonna lose 2-1 like you said, JJ. What a beautiful game.
It is quite unfortunate for Isen that they forgot that Lapras here doesn't have any driver's license.
Just completely crashing in the car.
Just completely crashing it in.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's insured. You're not. Your attackers are just out of the picture.
That's true.
But he has Mayhem healing up almost 100k in recovery again. I mean, old guys, they've definitely come into this June regional finals with something cooked up, right? It's this draft where it's just a smattering of Unite moves just causing you to be caught in this crossfire, and the entire time Mayhem's just causing, quite literally living up to the name, causing so much mayhem, not allowing a single one of his teammates to go down.
I mean, look at the look at this damage as well. Lance, right? Lance is 76k. We have RBX just really doing so much work as a Mamoswine, which we haven't seen in quite a while, you know, since the Ice Age. That's 61k, well, 62 if you round it off, and Sync One with 56. But I'd have to say,
yeah, RBX out damaging the dojo is kind of talk.
I mean. But at the same time, right? Like, as much as I'd love to give the MVP of the game here to Sync One, I'd have to give it to Lance. I have to give it to Lance because at the very last moment, right? I have to give it to Lance because at the very last moment, if it wasn't for the driving without the driver's license, then they wouldn't have been able to win against Isan at the very last moment. I think Isan would have had a very good chance of like taking that away from all guys.
Yeah, before we carry on here, guys, make sure you get your license before you drive. We are in no way endorsing driving without license. That's extremely dangerous. However, in Pokemon Unite, if you can drive as good as Lance, feel free to pilot the Lapras Express anytime you'd like. Okay, this is how you win the tournament. Just a disclaimer: we can't be advising everyone the wrong thing here, but old guys, they make it work, and I mean, what a beautiful way to do it. This is like, I'm honestly thrilled because as someone watching from the caster's desk, as someone watching as a spectator, right? Like when you have team fights like this, that's when it's the most exciting. It's so beautifully executed. It's just waves crashing into each other, and where can you go as Isan?
Wait. Look at this though. Like only Toneri got points.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really
I never noticed.
Yeah, I never noticed because it felt like Isan were putting up a good fight, right? But it really was quite more of a shutout than we expected.
Yeah, but look at that though. Here comes the Lapras as well, just putting in some work here. But at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, this is more or less like a repeat of game number 1, where Isan definitely had the lead in terms of the early game. But all guys, the moment that they were able to get in their power spikes, especially with RBX, right? It's just amazing to see how it's not always the case where if you're losing at the early game, this is why you guys should not be surrendering at 5-minute mark. Because you guys can still get back.
Okay, but to be fair though, I'm not gonna lie to you. If all my Laprases were like Lance, I would not surrender ever. Like, this guy was absolutely insane. And I think more so than anything, I take a look at the map split right now. As I'm like really grateful that we get these replays, because not sure if you caught that, but how often do you see 4 members of your team just creating space for the Mamoswine? They understood that he was a bit far behind and he needed to hit those crucial levels. And give and you receive, right? You manage to give him a bit of space to work, and he does wonders for you later on in the team fight.
No, yeah, for sure. But at the same time, the moment that they were able to get in that space that they needed, that Mamoswine, it was actually doing so much work as well, allowing their teammates to actually breathe in and do their work for the team.
Yeah, absolutely here. And RBX, I mean, it's just so pesky, right? Because sure, it takes him a while to chase you down, but it's so much time wasted, especially in a situation where every second matters and you need to get that Rayquaza. It's just Ice Age, right? Really slows everything down to a crawl. What can you do?
It is one of the riskier composition. Excuse me, one of the riskier kind of like combinations here, especially at the wrong hands, just because of the fact that it's a hugely double-edged sword.
Yeah, for sure.
Where if you cannot like completely control it, it's just going to bite you on your butt, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of like driving without a driver's license, I would say.
Which please don't.
Yeah, please don't. Please by the way, we're not advocating that. But I think it's a good analogy to use, because it definitely feels like, especially sometimes when you pick this Mamoswine, I think some players fall prey to the idea that, you know what, I have so much CC, I can just button mash. Right, you can't. You really need to be very tactical with how you chain these up, and I think RBX
time it really well as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is something very scary, right? Because like you said, JJ, when is the last time we even saw Mamoswine? When? I don't even
was the last time?
when
Not
do
even the
it-
winter tournament.
Not even
not
in
the winter tournament.
when it's
not
seasonal.
in the Asia Champions League.
No.
Not in the
No.
April, May,
No.
and not even yesterday.
Barely even
well,
see it in
maybe
the other.
yesterday, but you know.
Barely even see it in the other regions as well. We barely even see it picked. It's just been out of the meta for so long. But if this is something that old guys have cooking, especially them being one of the front runners of the tournament, everyone's gonna have to open their eyes a little bit and maybe grab a warm glass of water because things are about to get chilly.
That's true. That is true. That is true. I mean, if they can make this work, if they can make the Mamoswine work, then
Suddenly
man,
it's
if
another.
everyone
It's
is looking
just
at this,
yeah. I mean, it's just another Pokemon you need to be worried about and think about counterplaying, and that might not be something that you're so used to. But with that being said, we have our MVP for this game. Let's take a look at who it is. It's gonna be none other than RBX. I mean, you gotta give it to the man. An absolute standout performance on this Mamoswine. And I think crucially for these defender players, it's important to take a look at the average damage taken, how much they can soak up for the team, how much attention they can take away. 65k is more damage than some Pokemon do in their entire sort of game.
no, yeah. I mean, again, just going back to RBX's, data, from the previous game, that is like 62k in terms of the damage, taken at 45k, and then recovery, we don't really like check it out because Mamoswine don't have no recovery, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. The only recovery you get is when you're like 2 levels behind and your team allows you to go just go get EXP. That kind of recovery, not really the same kind of recovery we're talking about here. But RBX, putting on an absolute clinic here on the Mamoswine. And I mean, I gotta get my notebook out, take some notes. This guy is absolutely spectacular on that defender.
But this is not the end of the road just yet for both Isen and Old Guys. Old Guys, they are just gonna be, moving up around in this tournament bracket. But Isen unfortunately has to go down the lower bracket. But it doesn't mean that they don't have any more chance to get back up on the grand finals later on today.
Yeah, and I also want to say that like despite them losing out in this series, this is one of the games where like, sometimes we say this to be polite, but this is actually like I think they made it pretty tight. Like it was a very scary composition for them all three games to go up against, especially if you see how Sync is playing on that dojo. It's just borderline impossible if you're playing any sort of special attacker without any mobility. But you really got to give them credit where credit's due. I think Isen, they could try and make a deep run here from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, given their performance just against Old Guys, man, I think they can really do it. I honestly think they can really do it.
Yeah, I think so too. But Old Guys showing their stuff here, they aren't the April winners for no reason, right? And this is something I was a little, I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried about because I was thinking, okay, some of these favorites that I had at least, like Old Guys for you and Orangutan for me, we haven't actually seen them in a while, right? Because of how the qualification system works. As soon as you're qualified for, from April, you actually don't need to play the May or the last chance qualifiers anymore. So we haven't actually seen these players in action for a little bit. There's a bit of a, low hum from them. We haven't really seen them, what kind of strategies they want to bring out. So I'll be excited to see and catch some of these matches to see, whether they're the same crazy teams we remember from back in April. But with that being said, let's take a look at our updated brackets. I believe most of the matches, if not all, have already concluded. Let's have a gander.
For this round, at the very least, right? So that is the team that we get to see earlier. We have Old Guys, that's Suwon against Isen. And then now it's going to be God of Warriors that actually lost 2-1 against Talon. Orangutan, however, gets in 2-0 against Omo Dragon Lee, and Abyssinian actually getting in 2-0. Omo Abyssinian going in 2-0 against who? That is 2-1, but going to the lower round 2 as well, we have Who versus Rate PG. We have Omo Dragon Lee versus AE. God of Warriors versus Who 2, and Isen versus V Family.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of matches to go through, but let me just run you guys through exactly how we're going to be following them. So next up, we're going to be moving into the upper semi-finals. We're going to be watching some of that first before we watch one of the matches in the lower round, and then that's where we just kind of finish the lower third round, lower fourth round. go for the upper final. So coming up, actually, JJ, I know this one is gonna be another Filipino Rambulan situation here. Old guys versus talent.
Wow, did you actually learn that?
Yeah, right. Are you impressed?
I'm
Are you impressed?
surprised. I am impressed.
Okay. I got some brownie points in JJ, but yeah, it's gonna be a good old Rambulan. I mean, these are we saw these teams before, right? These are names that have no doubt faced each other countless times, and just very storied players within that particular region. So, any predictions here? Because man, both these teams, for talent to come back in this June and take over I would consider the nemesis from from May. You know, they've clearly evolved.
I'm not entirely sure just yet because we still don't know which game we're gonna be
Oh,
watching
but
this time.
I believe we're watching talent and old guys, my friend.
Are we gonna
Yeah,
be
we are,
watching
we
all
are.
talent
We are.
games?
I got
okay.
I got the
Well,
word, and now we're gonna get a hit
Okay,
to hit
there
to
you go.
confirm it.
There we
Let's
go.
see it.
Let's
we go.
find out.
There we go.
It is. Wow, we're gonna be getting old guys back to
Yeah,
back.
dude.
We don't need to introduce old guys anymore.
Yep.
Just go into talent.
Yeah.
Going in May 2nd place, wasn't able to win the April Cup, only got into the 4th place, but was able to get in the revenge from the May tournament, getting themselves the 2nd placement. Getting in with Tramp, Braun, MXI, Kai, which, as you all know, has been being called here KYY and Blank.
Yeah, I think the story of Talent is, and this is painful to me because Talent is an organization I really look up to, and other titles as well. They are very sort of, I would consider a very up there organization, esports wise. And for them to come into Unite, I think when the news first broke out, we shared it immediately, right, JJ? We were hyped. We were like, damn, all these big orgs, this can surely mean good things for the ecosystem. But I think Talent, specifically as a team, these 5 players, for them in the WCS so far, it's been a story of missed opportunities. In the first April tournament, they didn't even make it to the top 3, right? And that was all of us were like, they got this new backing. We were hoping for a lot more from them. And even when it went to May, we were like, the road's clear. They should be able to take this first place easy. They kind of got it snuffed from them from God of Warriors. So it's just been a little bit not really where they want to be. They still find themselves in this qualifiers, regional playoffs, so they still have a shot at Worlds, which is what I'm sure they're gunning for. But I third time's the charm, surely, right, JJ?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, at the same time, this is the only chance, the last chance for them to, to get back into the World Championships, just because of the fact that if they do lose this time around, then we won't be seeing them on the World Championships.
Yeah, and that's definitely gonna be. I would assume that if I'm Talent, like the organization, and I'm signing a team. Of course, I'm aiming for Worlds, right? I don't want to fall short of Worlds. Like, Worlds is where all the best teams are going to play. You haven't even made it out of your own region yet, so that definitely would be a bit disappointing. We already saw old guys just now, so like you said, they need no introduction. Let's take a look at Talent. So very high emphasis on Clefable and Urshifu again. So previously, when we saw Talent, this is very synonymous with what we already expected. We know Brone as well as Blank, they love their Urshifu. And we were even making a little bit of a joke about it, right? Because I was saying, okay, every time Blank's on the Urshifu, they don't really seem to be able to. I don't remember which is which because they have such similar names, but I know one of them plays Wicked Blow a lot better than the other, and one of them plays Surging Strikes a lot better than the other. And it's always the Rapid Strike that loses for them, which is unfortunate. But we'll see whether things change for Talent here.
No, yeah, I mean, again, I think the team that we need to give focus this time around would have to be Talent, just because of the fact that, again, we've already seen old guys from earlier, so we don't really need to give them a little bit of a focus here. Talent is what we need to give focus here, but at the same time, playing immediately, right, especially after being on the broadcast, right? This just gives Talent a little bit of an advantage, I guess, where they can. I mean, sure, they have to be focusing on their own games, but I mean, at the same time, it is a broadcasted game, so they can do a little bit of research while they are, I guess, waiting for their draft, or maybe while waiting for the games to finish, then just go back a little bit and see their composition. So I think all guys here would have to change a little bit of the strategy here, going against that of Talent, because Talent is one of the teams where, sure, they might have fallen a bit, but if you give them a little bit of a breathing room, a little bit of like assignment, you know, a little bit of like notes, they can still catch up.
Yeah,
and they can catch up quick.
They can hashtag Saw with talent here as we see whether they can take the key over to old guys. I mean, can you imagine being part of the talent team? You're like doing your research, right? You finish a sweaty match up against God of Warriors and like, yes, we beat our opponents from May. Okay, we're up against old guys. Let's see what they picked. And then you see them pick a Mammoth. You're like, what is going on here?
What a tarnation!
Wait a minute. How did Glaceon slip through? Sync 1 snags that one up instantaneously.
Well, I mean, again, if it's not banned, it's going to be first. Oh well, it's not even first pick, but
first phase
talent
pick. First
don't
phase
even
pick.
they don't even care about the Glaceon again. Yeah, sure, that is something we need to talk about as well, right? Like Glaceon, really great Pokemon right now, really huge damage, but
yeah,
it's still very squishy.
Absolutely.
It's a glass cannon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, old guys going back for the Machamp. So this is something we saw 100% pick rate for them. Very interesting lineup coming out from Talon. And one thing I just realized, I must have missed it in the head-to-head, but they actually swapped out Blank for Ralphie. So a bit of a player switch here. All 4 other players are remaining. But very interesting lineup. MXI gonna be on that Mr. Mime, maybe hoping to get that Aristocrat Hollowware a bit early. If he does well, you know, maybe the Pokemon company will be like, we grant you this early access. Okay, I'm kidding. That doesn't happen, guys.
Wait,
don't go
I'm
mad.
getting. Oh, okay. Hold up.
Okay.
Ralphie
Is Blank?
This is interesting. No. Ralphie is Olenams.
Huh? No, you're kidding me.
Ralphie,
No.
I am not. I am not.
Olanems is Blank?
I am not. This is why I guess this is why their name is Ralphie, because they don't want to get associated with the name Olen. I don't know, but Ralphie is Olenams' name.
Wait, are you sure?
It's Ralph Manel. Yeah. Ralphie is the substitute player for Talon here, which is on their list, which I just saw. I double checked.
No way.
And it is Olenams.
Damn, okay, so we get the old school Dream Team Talon back in the fray here. This was what? Was this what did they used to go under? What was their old tag? Was it Reach?
Pokemon.
Oh my god,
Pokemon.
it's the Reach boys back in action. And wow, okay, this is gonna be something to watch here. I mean, Olenams very well known, as we all know, for the Sylveon, but another very strong damage over time special attacker in that Blastoise. Zora, like I said, Zora, Mr. Mime, Blastoise, Chandelier, very interesting lineup. And up against old guys, going back to some of the solid picks that they're used to running. So this should be a banger here, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, so here we go. The second match of the day here. That is the it is going to be the upper bracket semifinals. It is going to be Talon versus old guys.
Yeah, and a lot of hopes here riding on Talon. I think, you know, it can't be understated that there's a high degree of pressure, right? I think after you sort of fall short of where you're aiming for, your goals for consecutive times, it starts to feel a little bit like, oh, okay, you know, did we really make the right choice here? There's that pressure, right? You want to make sure you're keeping your org happy. You want to make sure you're living up to expectations. So I wonder how that's all playing out for them. I mean, knowing Talon, the old Reach Pokemon, there used to be times where they would buckle under pressure, and hopefully that's not the case, because Worlds is on the line. Yokohama, man.
No, yeah, I mean, there's no time for you here to just to waver yourself, you know, because you have to be really consistent this time around. You cannot have any, like, say, signs of weakness here, because once you do, you're just gonna be taken out of that chance to get in on the Worlds. But as I say that, Ron here gonna be able to take down one. No Mega 2 Mayhem is gonna be taken out as well.
Beautiful stuff coming out from that Zoroark. Bron just finding his angle, and like you said, Glaceon might be broken, might be disgusting as a Pokemon, but still very susceptible to these high damage speedsters like that Zoroark.
This is quite nostalgic.
Is it? You're feeling it a bit? No, that's what I'm feeling as well. I'm like, you really? We got the old Reach? Like,
wait.
It's kind of vibes. Like, I mean, for those of you who've been following, I guess, APAC East specifically, or maybe the Filipino region, this brings back, like, memories. I'm getting, like, a bit of flashbacks to, like last year, you know what I mean? Like, it's
when they were still not Talon, you know?
Yeah, before they were Talon, and I mean now that they are Talon, oh, okay. Sniping down that Snorlax easily here. The Glaceon trying to create the distance, but Sync just gonna get slashed out again. Brone starting to run away with things with that Night Slash. He's not done just yet. The submission is there, but I don't know whether that's gonna be enough to hold off this onslaught Talon. They bring the heat early on.
This is the aggression that Talon has been missing out from the April and the May qualifiers, and this is the kind of aggression that we didn't get to see before.
Yeah.
But now that they are back on their original lineup, it's just, well,
The boys are back.
There's nothing that you can say. All you have to do is just, all you can do is watch.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. I think there's a certain like, I mean, I've never had the privilege of playing competitive, but I mean, there must be a certain level of comfort just playing back with the team that you're so used to, so familiar with. Everybody knows exactly how, everybody's on the same page, you know, everyone knows how each other wants to play.
It's second nature.
Yeah, you don't even need to really, like you said, you don't really need to say anything, you already know what's going to go on. Now, we'll have to see how well this team play comes into effect here as we get our first major team fight. Both teams eyeing up this Regirock. It's the first major objective, and Sync already at the level 8, so Glacial Stage is available.
Glacial Stage is available indeed, and it's going to be popped up as well. But unfortunately, though, that's what I'm talking about earlier. Sure, huge damage coming in from the Glaceon, but it's still not going to be enough because it is very squishy. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, Talon is not going to be able to take that Regirock for themselves, but they still were able to win that team fight, taking down 2 into the set of all guys.
Oh, I'm a little worried for them now. Talon, I mean, we've seen these early game Pokemon like that Urshifu, like that Zoroark start to slowly fall off if you're not able to leverage and maintain an advantage. If you're able to just pick up small little boosts of EXP to your entire team like that by securing these objectives, it goes a long way, and huge props to this Machamp here. I mean, he just managed to jump in there, submission, and put that Regirock into his team's hands. So nice little buff. They want this Regieleki though, Talon. They don't want to walk away without one Regi, and looks like they're going to be able to grab it.
Yeah, it's currently right now getting in that Regieleki for Talon as well, putting them in such a huge advantage as well. Even though they lost a Regirock from the bottom pad, it's still not going to be a lot though for Talon, because look at the pressure that they're putting up against all guys right now.
Wow.
And even if they are getting a little bit overextended here, they are using it against all guys as well. And look at that, it's going to be 2-for-1 trade here in favor of Talon.
I mean, it was a really nice block pushback coming out from RBX on that Snorlax, but they just full send it, right? Talon, they open the rings, they bring the whole squad, and they force it through. They don't manage to break the goal zone, but they manage to get a few nice KOs. But I don't know whether that was necessarily a worthwhile use of the Unite moves, because you have the basement Regi coming up in 25, and you're not going to have those tools at your disposal, JJ.
Yeah, and man, it's another a bit of like all guys is sorry, I'm getting grumbled here.
Yeah,
all
JJ,
guys is just getting.
I think Olanam's coming back has just completely stumped you a bit. I think like we're getting like mad nostalgia. I think that's what's going on here, right? It's just like, whoa, what is even going on right now?
Yeah, because again, it's just like a different kind of like play style than what we've seen from Talon.
Already Steel secured up by that Alolan Ninetales. Nice amount of damage, combining the moves perfectly here as, oh wow, the Power Nap manages to single out the Chandelier, and really nicely done from RBX, once again putting in the work on his defenders, and he's gonna make it happen. They lose their Glaceon again, but no longer the titular piece. The rest of the team standing strong. The Hydro Typhoon gonna get blocked out by that Hindrance Resistance. RBX, a man on a mission here on this Snorlax, wants to put a dent into Talon's advantage right now, but MXI gonna push back the pressure. It's showtime right now. The Mime putting on the pressure, and right now the block managing to keep that Snorlax up and running. This skirmish is going on for ages, JJ.
Yes, indeed it is, and Talon is not going to let it end anytime soon, as they're going to be able to try to take down this Snorlax for themselves. Even if they are overextending, they don't care, because they know who they are with. And just like that, Talon getting in that XP advantage, getting in that advantage in terms of the number of the score goals and the scores as well for themselves. 198 to 115.
Yeah, I mean, that really was just kind of a short-lived kind of situation from old guys, right? Because since maybe 30 seconds before they lost that fight, they already knew the decision was already made. You saw that Glaceon in the top side trying to soak up as much recovery EXP as she can, already at that level 13. So definitely pays dividends here. It comes at the cost of them losing their tier 1 goal zone, but all things considered, not necessarily the worst thing, right? Especially when you're going into this final stretch. You're already up against the Koopa with the increased mobility, the Rings Unbound to help you get around the map. So the last thing you want is easily accessible outer tier 1 goal zones for your opponents to get those double ducats in. So I overall, I like this move from old guys. Might seem like they're in the back foot, but I think they're gearing up for a successful final stretch fight here.
Hold on, I'm trying to look for ways here for old guys to actually get in on to the side of Talon, because Talon definitely does have the advantage in terms of the powers, the raw damage here. So old guys, if they have to really if they really want to win against Talon here, they would have to take down first and foremost. They need to take out Kai here with that of the Hoopa.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then immediately after is Braun with that of the Zoroark, because those are the major damage dealers here into the side of Talon. And once they can take down Hoopa and Zoroark, then they can breathe in easier than they have to, basically.
10 Unite moves, 2 teams, and 1 Rayquaza in the center to face it off the submission, forcing the Hydro Typhoon out, managing to knock out 4, and Zoroark goes in, crushes them to bits, and bro, the night falls on old guys right now. Time to go to sleep, it's past your bedtime. Bro clocks them all out with a beautiful setup, and Olanams on his return game to the broadcast. What a beautiful setup.
That is what I'm talking about. Talon does have so much of a power advantage than that of old guys. That old guys was just not able to do anything. And look at this right now. This all of them just attacking in everyone. Doesn't even care at the moment, because again, there's 498 points. They have so much of a lead against that of old guys, and old guys, even if they do have like 50 across the board, they still won't have enough time to score in.
I mean, there's definitely some flaws that we're seeing in this team composition. Like you said, old guys, they don't really have a way, apart from this Snorlax, of making things happen. You saw what exactly happened there. The hindrance resistance from the rapid spin counteracts that Snorlax's initiation. He couldn't find anyone other than Blastoise. Forced the goal on him. They're trying to make a final last-ditch hurrah, but 30 seconds left, and you have Dren to deal with this Chandelier, able of putting out so much damage.
Overheat.
And the jump here, it's just coming through. Nightfall days out as well. Barrage Blow trying to push them back, but lands. He can't stand his ground. The Hydro Typhoon wipes him out of the picture, and just like that, the members on the side of old guys, they're falling low to this one Ralphie Olanams Blastoise, and they pull him through the hyperspace hole. Another dunk, insult to injury as the dust settles. Old guys, they get just clocked out of this game number 1.
Huh. Well, that is Reach Pokemon. That is Talon. It's actually, there's nothing else to say, you know, like even if you try to dissect it, this has been like the definitive kind of like composition that Talon has for months, really, for years even. And it's just, everyone is doing their work, everyone is doing their job, everyone is doing their roles here, that you can't really like pick one into the set of Talon.
Yeah, I mean, I think more so than anything, seeing something as unorthodox as this come out already so early on, you give up that Glaceon and they just answer it perfectly. It's almost like it isn't broken, right? We talk about how Glaceon is this Pokemon that just dishes out such ridiculous amounts of damage. Didn't even feel that way. Take a look at the damage dealt.
It didn't even feel that
Sync
way.
just got completely shut out, and this is the same player that we talked about having this insane amount of just opportunistic traits where he's just looking for an angle, he's always finding the right openings. Wasn't able to find a single opening on this Glaceon, just consistently getting peppered down, and the amount of just damage that, you know, Talon were able to output on old guys in one fell swoop, it's just, I mean, Braun just went absolutely crazy on that Zora, I gotta be honest.
And that's what I'm talking about earlier as well, right? Like, Glaceon, sure, huge damage, okay, done. But the HP though, the defenses of Glaceon, a little bit on the downside. That's why I don't really think that Glaceon is that much of a really broken Pokemon in contrast to, you know, the Sword Doggo. But that's besides the point. We can definitely see how, you know, Talon didn't really care if they cannot get in the Glaceon. Sure, we didn't get to see them ban out the Glaceon. We get to see the ban on the Lapras and the Slowbro, however, but still didn't stop them from basically walling down all guys.
Yeah, and I mean, we were just commending old guys last series, right? Where they're saying like, oh, you know, their team fight execution, it's so perfect. But I don't know, maybe they've sort of tied their own hands a little bit here with this Glaceon pick. Maybe not really anticipating they'll be let through and in a panic, just kind of grabbing it because they don't want Talon to have it. But because of that, it feels like they're beautifully executed team fights, the stuff that we were commending them for about, okay, you know, they're so good at just figuring out the opening, figuring out how to combine with each other. It just completely fell apart. Didn't see any of that happen. Like, it felt like it was so disconnected the entire time for old guys.
No, yeah, it seems as if like the old guys that we're getting to see to play this time, it's a completely different old guys from the last.
Yeah, we
match.
literally just watched them 5 minutes ago, and here we are 5 minutes later. Like, it's just like they just get
wait,
flattened.
hold up. Like, are you the same guys?
Yeah. Like, did you guys like grab replacements from the retirement home while we weren't looking or something? Like, what's happening? Like, you guys, this is the RBX that went absolutely crazy on the Mammoth, right? This is the sync that just packed people to bits at the dojo, right? Like, I mean, what's going on? We'll see a replay here, but okay, all jokes aside, I really think two problems, right? The first thing is they allowed this Zoroark to get a bit too good of an early start, right? They didn't really respect the early game skirmishing potential from this Zoroark, and the Glaceon kept getting caught out. This was the second time this Pokemon's getting KO'd already, and from there you just get run over, despite the Macham's best attempts, despite this nice steal on the Regirock, really couldn't get anything. And take a look at that, the cross chop, just nice stuff coming out from that Machop, but it's just not enough, right? That's the Zoroark, that's number one problem. The second thing is, it just feels like, apart from with their Glaceon shut down, they fully expected this Glaceon to be the primary damage dealer, and after that they just didn't have anything else to offer. Take a look at the side of Talon. They're just too tanky. Nobody's going down. Everyone's just standing up completely fine, and yeah, I mean, the amount of damage that Talon can do, of course, helped out a lot by the Infiltrator passive from Dreamt, right? So for those of you guys who are not familiar with what Chandelier can do, the passive ability essentially makes it so that every single time you deal damage to a Pokemon, you get a stacking buff that just makes your special attack ignore special defense. So just immense amount of shredding damage on top of the Slick Spoon. Yeah, I mean, none of your resistances even matter, right? So it's just a whole scary proposition for Talon to be up against. I think you need to address the Zoroark. Even if you let it through in the draft, just at least you know, either avoid it, you know, treat it like you treat a Urshifu, right? Don't engage until you're more confident in locking him down.
Right, and at the same time, you know, we have to remember as well that Talon here is more of like a momentum-based kind of team, that if they cannot get their momentum from the early game, right, they are going to have a very difficult time into getting back up against you onto that of the late game. So if you want to win against Talon here, especially with this kind of like older composition, this nostalgic team they have, right, it's you have to take them down from the early game. If you cannot, though, then, well, you saw what happened.
Yeah, and big shout out to Ralphie here. A lot of damage. Now, do we have confirmation that this is Olenams? Do we know for sure?
It is
100% Olenams. It's such an interesting sort of.
Olenams.
It's such an interesting look here, because it seems like he's just done a little bit of a switch, right? He still does a lot of damage, but it's no longer the old Olenams where he was always put on the titular carrying Pokemon to really do the work for the team. Now
maybe we'll see it later.
Maybe. For now, only the Blastoise and the Lapras. And take a look at the damage dealt on this man. Absolutely disgusting.
It is. Okay, I just double checked again. It actually is. I think the only reason why they're gunning in for Ralphie in terms of like the IGN is, well, there's not enough characters left in IGN because that would have been so long for, you know, Talon, space, the slash thingy, space, all of them. This is gonna be a little bit too much. So.
Yeah, and I mean, big props to him. What a brilliant return as well. I think this is a name that we saw in some other teams, some smaller teams didn't necessarily work out, and maybe this is a bit of a mix of what we were talking about, right? We were talking about how, now Talon, there is some pressure on them being assigned org and all. There definitely are expectations that everyone has. And the old Reach Pokemon, one part of what made them great is the fact that these 5 players, they knew each other so well and played perfectly together. When Talon signed them, though, they didn't have that same 5-man roster. So putting the pieces back into place, smoothing out all the edges, making amends for maybe whatever happened back then that didn't necessarily make the team work out, especially with the org support. This could be a big Talon win here. And if I understand this correctly, am I understanding this correctly? Because the winner, if Talon win here, they're going to Yokohama.
Right. No, wait. Not
yet.
yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. I don't. No, not yet. Because whoever wins here.
Oh, they could lose. They could lose. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll get that checked, but maybe I'm getting a bit too ahead of myself because this is crazy, right? We're talking about old guys and talent. I'm gonna bring it out again just for more brownie points. This is the Rambulan that we were expecting in some of the upper matches, right? To have it so early on.
I'm getting too hyped now.
Yeah, I'm getting real excited. I mean, the games honestly have been. The games honestly have gotten me really pumped. But okay, let's get away from that. Let's take a look at the draft. Lapras as well as Koopa banned out. So similar situation there. Ralphie just gonna get his hands on that Blastoise instantaneously and dreamt. So already 2 pieces of the puzzle already picked up. And looks like Talon, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. At least that's what it looks like for now.
This is actually very good coming in from all guys right now because number one, they are able to remove away Kai's Hoopa here, but at the same time, they stole away Kai's Eldegoss as well, which is then, they're going to be forced into that of this Snorlax, which I think is still a pretty huge thing here into the side of Talon just to stop Sync 1 with that of the Drio. But again, I'm pretty sure they've already done their homework here into this Dodrio, but here's the thing though, they don't even need to care about Saquon this time around because we already saw what happened in game number 1. All they need to do is just force in the issue against all guys, and they're still not going to be able to answer back. If they can, however, answer back, well, Braun is still here with that of the Zoroark, and likewise, all NMs here still with that of the Blasters, dishing out so much damage.
Interesting kind of selection here. They doubled down on the sustain with that Blissey pick as well as the Slowbro and the Eldegoss. So very, very tanky, but I don't know whether it's going to work out for them. Once again, I wonder if they're lacking a bit on the damage. MXI switching gears here off the Mime and on that Clefairy. And funny thing is, looky here, no Glaceon contested at all.
But no Lapras though, so that's the thing.
yeah. I mean,
but just going back, right? Just going back to what you have mentioned, Sneeze here, right? That it's going into the composition here of all guys. I don't think they have that much of a damage. Sure, Sync 1 here can just go in a little bit from time to time, right? Dish out some very huge bursts of a damage here, but Thorfinn being the only one left here to dish out damage, I don't think it's going to be enough. And I don't think Saquon here is going to be enough to carry the whole team, just doing its job for scoring points.
Yeah, here's the awkward thing, right? So right now, it's very clear they're doubling up on sustain because they don't want the same thing to happen to them. Basically, last game, everything that Braun just went in one fell swoop, 3 members out of the picture. So with that additional bulk and additional sustain, that's not going to happen. You could get the Zoroark in a bad position. But yeah, so confirmation again, Talon winning here means that they are confirmed for Yokohama. So a lot on the line here. At least third place, which is all you need to get to the World Championships here and represent APAC East. So a lot on the line, but I'm just worried because like you said, is the Delphox gonna be enough damage all by herself?
So that's going to be a pretty tall order here into the set of all guys, especially when they are on the disadvantage here. Talon already taking in game number 1 against them.
Yeah. There is a bit of an adjustment though. So the Clefairy now on the side of Talon instead of the Mime. I really liked what MXI was doing with that Mime. I thought it was very impressive. But Clefairy, just very stable Pokemon now. A lot of teams picking it up. Brone up with his rotation again. Needs to eject button out. So not quite as successful this time. Answered back by Sync. So Sync back on his comfortable Dodrio and trying to make it happen. MXI getting chased down. The slash is through. And they didn't respect the counter engage potential from Brone. They survived it the first time round. Not so lucky the next. You gotta watch where you're going against this Zoroark. He's not done just yet. A lot of damage coming out from Sync, but not enough to close any of these KOs out.
Man, at the very least, you know, all guys here is getting a little bit careful now towards that of Talon in comparison to like game number 1 where they just let Talon shred them from the early get-go. Whereas this time around, they're at least, sure, you might be able to take that like, what, 1 or 2, but you're not going to be taking as much as you did in game number 1.
Yeah, for sure. I think like it's like it's so awkward because I don't know what this composition is going to evolve into. I was going to point this out because Lance actually going for the Scald, bro. So not the Surf, but without that key ability to control your opponents, what other CC do you have? These other Pokemon, I think, like, I don't know.
I think that is something to counter Brawn here. I think that is something to counter Brawn here, and of course that Chandelier as well, just to remove its damage at the same time, you know. But at the same time, you know, we still have the crowd control here. That is the Delphox with that of the Fire Spin, you know, just to dish out some damage along with the damage and the debuff that Scald is Slowbro is giving out here against that of Talon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can think about it either way, right? Because the attack, the reduction can definitely do well against Zoroark, but that's if you land it amidst all the dashes that he's just kind of running around you, right? So you lack that control a bit. Might be something that old guys might suffer from, might come back to bite them, but we'll have to see. For now, still very even. Both teams have yet to score a single point. There have been some skirmishes back and forth, but both teams just very happy to get their EXP up and gear up for this 7-minute Reggie at the basement.
Right, here you go, the first major objective, and that's what I'm talking about. Fire Spin is going to be popped up as well, but unfortunately still not enough of the damage here. The follow-up damage coming from all guys, but here comes Brawn here. But are they going to be able to wait for the Skull to pop up, using your Registeel just to bait out Talon?
Yeah, Registeel already falling a little low. 2 Dreams, a large amount of damage. The jump in, 2 into the Fire Spin. That's a lot of damage. And the triple trample. They're low. Talon, they're starting to get wiped right now. The jump in, Kai. Registeel, it's still under contention here. Who's going to grab it? That's Skull, bro. It's enough. And they managed to secure it. All guys now trampling forward on the back of this beautiful Dojo gameplay coming out from Sync. This is what we've come to expect. And he just makes it work for them all guys with a huge win in this bot path.
Man, that's what we're talking about. All guys, if they want to win against Talon, they need to get their advantage from the early game. And even if Talonflame here, again, they're a bit of a momentum-based kind of a team here. But even if they do get the momentum from the early game, you can still stop it as long as it's still not in on the as long as it's still not on the mid game. And that's what all guys are doing right now. Going to be able to take down Brawn as well once again, and has a positional advantage into that of the Reggie Lecky, but unfortunately going to be stolen away here by Talon. Drem with that and Prison instead of the Poltergeist.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done from Dren, but we do have to be so careful now if you're playing that Zoroark, because that Fire Spin, if you dash into it, it's gonna be curtains for you. He's gonna dash through again, trying to get the kids onto the back line, finishing off that Blissey for now, and the Nightfall Days going to do the work. A KO streak of 2. They capitalize off that steal of Reggie Lecky to do the damage in. It's gonna be a nice 25-point overdunk here. Nothing too crazy. They're not in the lead just yet, but it is a nice, much needed win here.
That is true. 115 to 105. It's not going to be a lot of lead here. And all guys, if they want to win here, they would need to widen the gap that they have against Talon, even more so than they have now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Sync to just kind of slowly pepper in the points, right? He's already trying to find an angle, but MXI, nope, wiggles that finger, says not here, not today, not right now. Sync, you're gonna have to try again another time. And both teams, they should be eyeing up this basement Reggie. It's gonna be the second one that's coming up. Now, old guys were able to take that hugely successful team fight just now. We'll have to see whether they can do it against Sync. Gonna find that opening, but that means it's a man disadvantage in the bot path. Let's see how Talon uses it here.
That's true.
Starting off the Reggie Rock already.
Talonflame here. Talon does have the position advantage into that of the Reggie Rock. They're going to be able to secure that for themselves as well. And as we have mentioned, outnumbering this one down. But Senkwan coming in at the very right timing. Midnight Ignite is going to be popped up, but still not going to be enough damage here. Try attack as well to take away that Snorlax. And that's going to be another one into that on the side of Talonflame to make that 3. Ladies and gentlemen, and all change of light, that's going to be 4 down into the side of Talon from Old Guys. Senkwan coming in at the very clutch moment.
Disaster there as Braun jumps in straight into a slow beam from Lance. Nightfall Days though gonna answer right back, grabbing that Delphox, and this Braun Zoroark is on the chase. He's angry now, slashes down that Eldegoss. No survivors left. He's gonna run for the hills, try and get this dunk in as the rest of the Old Guys forced to retreat in the bot path.
Senkwan. What a bad little boy you are, going to sandwich Talon, but you're gonna get eaten up the back. But look at this right now. Team fight is still not done as they're still trying to poke in as much damage as they can. They're gonna be able to take it out once again.
Dude,
but you know, this is just a little bit of a
JJ, we were so worried about the lack of damage. Tell me why the Talon members are getting absolutely shredded by Lance on this Slowbro. I think everybody's been talking about how Slowbro is this huge defender, big teamfight disruptor, big control. Skull Bro is in session. This guy has been ripping his opponents apart. Do you see the Chandelier HP just melt?
I mean, I guess this is why they went in for the Scald instead
Yeah.
of the Surf, just to remove the damage disadvantage. The damage disadvantage that they have against Talon. And look at this right now. They can, with the Scald, they can now survive the attacks of Talon. The incoming damage is nowhere to be, nowhere as much damaging as you would have expected them to have if it wasn't for the Scald.
Sync finds it again. This man, a bit of a sharpshooter. That's what the S in his name stands for, at least. Grabs that Regieleki right from under Talon's clutches. And you gotta be feeling the pressure now, Talon. Starting to lose out on some of these fights, bro. Might be getting a bit of deja vu from the previous match as we get into this final stretch. Rayquaza is on the menu now. Old Guys, they need to make it happen, but already the dunks coming in, evening out the score. Ralphie looking for an angle to start this fight, though.
Here we go. Let's find the initiation here for both of the teams. Senkwan still at the back, trying to do a little bit more of an hamburger once again. But Braun trying to score in 38. No, make that 76. Yes, they will. And now they have the lead once again. But Senkwan here still trying to find the possession that they have to be in to survive. But unfortunately, okay, never mind. Actually was able to get away immediately.
This is so tender because they're just waiting for Senkwan to poke one of his necks a bit too far out. And there goes the heavy slam. There goes the response. But we'll just have to wait and see. The dance is tender. The 50 points behind. The jump through. But oh no, the Hydro Typhoon lands on nobody. Completely missing its mark. And Old Guys, they're 4 points away from the lead. But they need to take this Rayquaza. They're running out of time. 1 minute left. And there's the slow beam straight onto this Zoroark. Where's the follow-up? He's gonna go down. 32 seconds without Braun. And the Rayquaza falls. The Old Guys, they managed to hold on. They managed to push back. And Talon, they stand no chance. They get wiped out. 2 more members running for the kills. It's only the defenders. But what can you do against the score shields that are available? They're increasing the advantage. And Old Guys, I think they've just run away with this game number 2, JJ.
Man, that is a beautiful thing to have happen. Old Guys right now catching up into Talon. And man, we have just been proven wrong here by Old Guys that, hey, doesn't matter. Again, even if we don't have as much of a damage here, we were a little bit too focused. I have to agree with that, Permasneeze. We were a little bit too focused into the damage output that Old Guys may be able to put up against that of Talon towards them, right? A Talon towards that of Old Guys, but it doesn't matter because because Pokemon Unite is a game of points here, not of damage.
Yeah, and if you're Ralphie, you gotta be kicking yourself right when it was needed the most. Missing out on that huge Unite move, the Hydro Typhoon landing on absolutely nobody. And once they saw that, Old Guys knew that was their opening. That was what they were waiting out for. Beautiful, secure in this final moment. And yeah, I mean, they're gonna push it to a game 3, our second 3-game series of the day already. I mean, all of these teams definitely came to play.
Man, it seems as if we're getting a little bit of like a deja vu of the May qualifiers where everything is just there was only like 1-2-0 and everything else is 2-1. You know, just pushing each other on, you know, pushing the limits of each other basically.
Yeah, you love to see it though. This is what brings out the best in teams, because when you're forced to adapt, that's when it matters the most. But it really, you know, we were talking about whether these were the same old guys. I mean, now we're getting a stark reminder. Once they're back on their Pokemon, we were questioning this lineup. You know, we were wondering whether it's gonna do the deed, but definitely worked out big time for them to sustain. Coming out from these dual supports, to going the distance and really reducing the amount of damage that Dremt can do. Take a look at that. He's used to doing upwards of 130k. This time round, not so lucky, just consistently being picked off, and a bit of a quieter game coming out from Ralphie. He's definitely gonna have to step it up on the Blastoise if they want to take this win away and move on here.
Man, and again, this is something that we have to hype up as well, right? Like, whoever wins here not only wins and goes directly to the semifinals. Sorry, no, this is the semifinals, but towards the upper bracket finals. But whoever wins here essentially guarantees a spot for Yokohama for the World Championships as well. Essentially guarantees 3rd place at the very least.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, dude?
No, wait. Hold. This is the upper bracket semifinals,
Right.
which means the person who wins is
Yeah,
already in
that's
the
what I
grand
said.
finals, right?
No.
Winner finals.
Just because this is the
Okay,
upper
no, I'm
bracket
tripping out my
semifinals,
mind.
right?
Yeah, okay, we're getting real
yeah.
confused here. No, okay. But okay, what we do?
Tripping.
Yeah, we're starting to trip mad because of this Pokemon Unite. Okay, so confirmed is that it is at the very least
Semi-finals.
Yokohama vibes. These guys are going to
Yes.
Yokohama.
3rd place.
Minimum.
Yeah, 3rd place minimum. Because, like, again, right, like, this is the semifinals, right? This is the semifinals. So whoever wins here gets in on the semifinals, right? But then, what do you call it? The semifinals here. If you win and then lose, you are going to get guaranteed 3rd place.
Okay,
which then
maybe-
means a spot.
Maybe we'll get a bit of a better picture when we look at the brackets
Later.
later on, after game number
Yeah,
3,
yeah.
once it's all over. Let's come back to the game a little bit, okay? So, obviously, Talent, they run it back with a very similar strategy. Some key components changed out, and it doesn't really work quite as well as it used to before. So, Talent, you know, not completely foolproof just yet, old guys. It really is this Dodrio from Sync that you need to keep out of his hands. I mean, they've completely discarded the Glaceon on both sides, and it's worked out more for old guys now. So, Talent might have to try and cook something else up here. I'm sure they have a bit more prepared, but I really just feel like this Zoroark, you know, he met his match. You know, Sync was just him but better this game.
That is true. It's
The problem, no, okay, so it's not like a player flame thing. It's more like a Pokemon flame thing, right? Because Zoroark, once you go in with that Night Slash, you're committed, right? That's it. There's not really much wiggle room. You need to either finish the deed, you need to slash through, you need to get these KOs, or else you're toast, right? And he managed to do that very well through the early game. But the difference is, you take a look at Sync, he has the ability to constantly re-engage, disengage, re-engage, disengage, poke. He doesn't necessarily need to commit himself, as we'll see in the later fights. Early on, Brone did really good to make use of his tools to get these early KOs, right? But later on, that's where we see Sync poking and prodding and just being a general nuisance coming into play here.
Right, and again, it could still be anyone's game here, right? Like old guys and Talon, whoever's going to be winning here would be proceeding towards that of the upper bracket finals again. So it's still going to be quite a huge match here, especially that these are the teams of East. APAC.
Yeah, this is what we expected, right? I mean, when you talk about, even when we were sort of jokingly making predictions earlier on, this is what we were hoping for in terms of the grand finalists, or maybe at the top 3, top 5 even. I mean, these teams definitely are the contenders to watch out for, and they're showing us exactly why. These are some brilliant games to start off our day, full of Pokemon Unite, and surely there's more to follow. But for now, we still need to decide who wins this little duel between these two very prolific Filipino teams. And I'm gonna venture a guess and say I kind of feel like old guys. This is my prediction. If old guys get their hands on Dodrio, it's over. I think old guys got it. Because Sync, this man is just way too good on this Pokemon.
Well, there's two. I wouldn't say there's two schools of thought here. I have to agree with you, but only if and only if. Okay, there's a condition here. All right.
Okay, what's the
there's
condition?
a condition here for all guys. The condition here is number one: if Sync One does get the Dodrio, then yes, it's. I wouldn't say it's game over yet because they still need. Okay, they still need to meet one more condition. Okay, well, two more conditions really.
All right,
The
spit it
second
out.
condition is they have to ban out Hoopa.
Okay.
They cannot give that to Kai.
Yeah.
Because the moment that they
Yeah,
the
Kai
moment that Kai
Hoopa,
gets that,
we know what's up.
it's
It's
game
rough.
over for all guys.
True.
Okay, even if Sync One does get the Dodrio, that's the second
Okay.
one. The third one, they cannot give the Dodrio to Talon,
That's fair. I mean,
which is less likely to happen.
okay,
but, you know.
I mean they gotta pick it themselves. But okay, let's talk about what we have on our screen right now first. Okay, old guys, Dolphin put on an excellent performance on that Delphox. We were doubting a little bit. I won't lie. We were scratching our heads, but the fire spin took them for a bit of a ride, right? Every single time Brone or anyone tried to initiate, caught in the fire spin, we saw multiple 3 to 4 man, 2 to 3 man fire spins just popping out, catching everyone off guard. And take a look at the average damage dealt. This Dolphin guy absolutely cooks his opponents.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, again, as you have mentioned, we were getting a little bit of a sketchy feeling towards Delphox, where hey, sure, just seeing the composition face value, it seems as if they're pushing a little bit, pushing Delphox a little bit too hard. But the way that they played is just beautiful. That fire spins is beautifully placed, beautifully timed fire spins as well. Just held down all guys, and the rest was just them, you know, just pushing out the damage, which actually is so much into the side of all guys, even though it is the only one doing the crowd control for all guys in game number 2.
Yeah, I particularly need to issue an apology to this slow bro. Sorry, my friend, I did not understand your game. You were absolutely spectacular. Lance, I think Lance is really starting to make a name for himself, with me at least, as this defender, pseudo defender player who really just ends up outputting so much damage. It's quite an interesting team dynamic, because usually you see you know, these top path players, you know, like to go for things like, you know, the Machamp, like the Garchomp, like the old school, you know, damage dealer, scale up, become a carry kind of situation. No, Lance always on that more, you know, defensive picks. And now Ralphie, he's gonna switch things up. So he's going for the Lapras. It's been let through. They chose to ban the slow bro instead. So that's gonna be out of old guys' hands. Let's see how they respond here. Dodrio is available for Sync 1 again, and no doubt gonna snap it up in the first 2 picks.
There you go. Definitely the the Chandelier and the Dodrio. I think this is off of a very good start here for all guys. But we have to remember, Lapras is quite a menace as well, and one bubble beam from the Lapras stops Sync 1.
Yeah, I mean, Sync 1 has done a really good job in terms of just kind of evading all these pesky hindrances thus far, right? But now you got the double defender duo of the terrifying water boys. You know, you got Kai. I don't know whether he's going to be playing that or whether, you know, the Lapras is going to go somewhere else. But we saw in the info card just now that Ralphie playing both these Pokemon. We'll have to see how it pans out. RBX doubling back for the Trevenant. So not a Pokemon we've seen in the past few games at least. I think they did bring it out one other series on stream. But Brone and Dreamt gonna lock in the Delphox as well as the Zora. So running it back a little, what is the last pick gonna be for old guys? Oh, no way.
Wow.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I can accept this. I can accept this.
Yeah, the Talonflame was a little bit sus, bro.
That's like
a little
do you
bit
remember
sus.
when we were casting Talon the other time and then they picked Talonflame? It's like
They
it's
picked
like
Talonflame,
sending
I
a
was like, oh,
message, you
God.
know? It's like sending a message. They want to confuse the casters as well. I mean, we already mix up Talon and Talonflame over and over. I know what I mean? And sometimes you're like, oh, Talonflame are gonna lose this. I'm like, huh? And then I look for the Pokemon on the team. I'm like, what is he?
Wait, there's no Talonflame.
Right. That's what he means.
Jit Trippin. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, I mean, there's
But
not... Okay, so here's the scary thing, right? Last game, we were worried that there wasn't any control on the side of old guys, but it really was the Delphos. That fire spin catching multiple, once you're jumping in, the fire spin doesn't have to travel that far if you're the one running into the fire spin. So Braun didn't really have a good sort of way to get in and stay in without just getting toasted immediately. Right now, they don't have that tool on their side anymore. They have the Trevenant, which can offer some CC, but I don't know whether it's enough to stand up against Zora.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, sure, Sync One here might be running the full heal battle item, but given how there's all NMs here with that of the Ralphie here with the bubble beam, we have the Dreamt here with that of the fire spin as well. That is, I guess, a little bit too much here. Even if you do evade the hindrances that these moves can get you, you're still gonna get damaged though.
Yeah, that's true. There's no shortage of damage, that's for sure, on the side of old guys. But I mean, Talent, they've packed in quite a punch on their lineup as well. Now, Braun feeling very confident on this Zora, so I respect it, right? Despite the ups and downs, still running it back with this Pokemon and gonna try and make it work. But Sync One, I mean, we've been talking about this man since the start. This guy's an absolutely insane dojo player.
With RBX as well, that is something that we have to give a little bit of a shine to as well. Sync One has been getting us give him the highlight, which is to good reason as well, because Sync One has been really giving us a lot of openings towards all guys. But we have to give props towards that of RBX as well, because if it wasn't for RBX, maybe would have been Mammoth Wine even, just to freshen things up. But this with the Wood Hammer, with the Trevenant with the Wood Hammer, I think is a really good pick as well, especially going towards this kind of team where they are really mobile, especially that of the Zoroark with but using the Wood Hammer just once is just gonna line them up pretty good into for the side of old guys.
A little bit of a tussle here on this top side as both parties just escape unscathed here, which is I think an optimal scenario. You don't really want to give up the momentum on either one of these central path Pokemon. With that being said though, I think in the previous game, at least game number 1, we saw Lance really pop off with this Machamp. It didn't end up getting them a win. And when I say pop off, I mean he had some pretty good moments, and hopefully he's able to repeat them again, right? He's already doing a good job in terms of securing a lot of these last hits on the neutral Pokemon here up against Ralphie. And we'll see whether that continues.
Right, still a 1v1 situation here for Ralphie and Lance up the top path, but still a little bit of a poking for both of the teams as well. So I don't think they're going to be committing just yet, not until the first set of major objectives comes up. That is the Reggie Lecky and the Reggie Bottom. They're still just gonna be poking each other out, because whoever committed first, right, I think is going to be on a very huge disadvantage, especially in this kind of crucial moment.
Yeah, absolutely here. Both teams just ramping up for this 7-minute engagement here. And a little bit scary because right now Dreamt sitting at a level advantage to that Chandelier, or rather Lampent Thorfinn, not at that crucial third evolution at the moment, right? And that's going to play a big part, especially for this engagement. We've seen how much damage Chandelier can do, and they're definitely going to need it on the side of old guys to really put up a fight.
Moment of silence for everyone right now, as we're going to be getting to see whoever is going to commit. And look at that, very beautiful Wood Hammer coming in from RPX. See, still nobody is still committing here.
Yeah, they need to watch out for the fire spin. That's what did the opponents in just now. With the Wood Hammer, with the punches, is it enough? That's gonna be the Machamp chop down though. They didn't have enough damage to finish the job. They finished up the Reggie route, that's for sure. RBX, another Wood Hammer. Triple crushes them all. The Wood Hammer just like nails. And each one of the
team wipe
just hammers them down. You need a Woodpecker. You got a hammer right here. I mean, Sync, what a beautiful... Old guys, we talk about how well they play with this Dojo combination, and what a way to do it there.
Man, again, all they need to do is meet those 3 criterias, and they did right from the get-go, getting into the trio, deleting from play, sorry, well, not delete, but banning from play Kai's Hoopa, and those are the only things that they need to do. And look at that right now. Sync1 at the very right moment, the very right timing, very, very crucial timing as well. Triple trample, knocks them up, along with the wood hammer, just pushing out so much damage, wiping Talon from the face of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, there stood no chance there. We almost saw it happen in slow motion.
Assistance!
Wow. Just in time to keep Sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP, and now poor KYY gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble, gonna go down to the Lapras, but Ralphie needs to fall, and Dreamt holding his ground on that Delphox means that the rest of the old guys have to retreat, but already a 100-point lead. And as well, take a look at the EXP difference. Sync is 3 whole levels up on his counterparts.
And does have the blue and violet and orange buffs as well, so definitely going to dish out so much damage, more damage than it usually would, plus a little bit of a lesser cooldown in terms of its movements, allowing it to dish out more damage than it should have. But look at that right now, they're gonna be able to pick off Sync1 for themselves, for Talon here, which is actually a very good thing here, because they really needed to mark down Sync1, because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them over again and again is going to be the play of the game here for old guys.
Yeah, I mean, it really does take a nice pair of dancing shoes on Sync1 to keep juking them and jiving them, but they finally managed to get their hands on him with a nice rotation, like you said, and that's how they need to keep going. They need to single out this dojo. They can't let him keep getting away with all his shenanigans. He's done it for way too long, and they should know the pattern by now. They need to kind of keep a keen eye and make sure they stamp out that bird before he can just completely ruin their days. Now, Regieleki doesn't manage to break into the goal zone. Nice defense there from the Talon for the old guys members, and now they're going to be contesting for the basement Reggie.
Now here you go though. They are still outnumbered by Talon, so I'm not sure if they are going to be, committing just yet. Not quite yet. I think they're going to be waiting for everyone to come in, get into Registeel. Sync1 trying to score in some points again. Just go back now into the Registeel. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play. But Talon, Braun here going to be able to take down the Registeel for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to survive this attack coming in from all guys? Yes, they will. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. Nobody's still winning here, but look at that. The Trevenant's going to be taken out as well, and that of the Machamp. But in exchange is Braun with the Zero work.
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, they managed to take down the Delphox, so 2-for-1 trade as the dust settles, and they don't actually lose out a lot in terms of their tier 1 goal zone, right? They're still able to kind of hang on to that. Talon, much needed win, helps them get some nice EXP back their way, but as you can see, they're struggling. They're not really doing too hot in terms of the point difference, and you know, it's not insurmountable just yet. The Rayquaza can definitely change that, but now you know, you've used some Unite moves, you don't really have any at your disposal. Blitz assistance is available for Mayhem right now if they want to use it for this Regieleki, but it should very easily go into the hands of old guys here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, considering as well that they do have the position advantage, right, than that of Talon, this is just going to give them so much of a lead here, so much of a breathing room as well, if they do then decide to take away this Regieleki for themselves, which I think they should. By the way.
I think they're a bit concerned because they don't see anyone on the side of Talon, so they're actually gonna... They're not gonna bother with it. Maybe it's because they think, okay, right now there's the tier 1 goal zone open, leaving that up and running is actually useful for us in this final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, instead of getting into Regieleki, they're just going to go in for the positioning into that Rayquaza, because I think this is going to be far more important, which I do have to agree, it's going to be far more important than that of Regieleki.
Oh, Sing dancing around the back line. Huge Phantom Forest plants the seeds. Is this the potential for Talon's defeat? Talon jumping in, but there is the Hydro Typhoon knocking all of them out. Bliss Resistance is there. No members on old guys going down just yet. The punches are through and 2 down already for Talon. They're trying to answer back. They can't get anyone for now. But the Nightfall Gaze wipes out 2, wipes out 3. The last remaining 2 members each on each team. They're trying to do the work, the dash through. Both the guys, but straight out. And just like that,
Sync1 still alive though.
Versus Ralphie here. The respawns, they're coming in. The Pokemon, they're coming back into the fray. Ralphie desperately trying to make it work on this Rayquaza. They need to make it happen here. How is this gonna end, JJ?
Oh my goodness. guys, do not peel your eyes away from this, because we will find out who's going to be going in and get in on the finals. But look at that, Sequo's going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And look at that, Ralph is going to be taken out as well. There's going to be 3 down into the Talon. Old guys does have the position
my
advantage.
God.
Sequo takes the Rayquaza away from Talon, and now all they need to do is to Malone into the score goals right now, jumping into the score goals. Ladies and gentlemen, all change alike.
Wow.
My goodness, all guys still in the game. Sure,
I mean,
Talon might have been back to their old composition with their old roster, but we are the old guys, and we are the new faces here, and we are the ones proceeding to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, old guys, you know, like what I said, you give Sing the dojo, he's gonna find an angle, crucially survives that final battle, comes back and makes the difference. What a way to do it. Old guys, they're gonna defeat Talon in the upper bracket semifinals here. Wow.
Woo. That is okay.
Okay, dude. How do we keep
Pokémon
getting?
Unite.
How do we keep getting games like this? For real, like be for real.
I
With
don't,
you,
I
how
don't
does
know,
this
like,
keep happening? It's actually this is ridiculous.
We were talking about this, right?
Oh
We
my
were talking about
gosh.
like, hey, the good matchups are on, like there's like really good matchups on West, but the games though, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, this is
I'm not
spicy.
sure about that, 'cause, like,
This is spicy stuff. I mean, every single
yeah, it is, right?
every single team is packing the heat. I mean, whether it's through their picks, whether it's through their gameplay, whether it's through the team fights, old guys, if there's one thing they brought to the table, it's fighting around Sync and his dojo. They're so good at being patient, waiting for Sync to find an opening, and whoever the shot caller is, they're doing a perfect job because they just completely dismantle their opponents again and again in these team fights. It's such a beauty to watch, JJ.
Though, imagine if this were the best of 1. It would have been different.
Yeah.
It would have been
It would have been done.
different, dude.
Okay, but to be fair, old guys would have won.
I'm not sure about that.
Smile. Okay, yeah, well, okay.
I'm not sure about that.
With that being
if it were
said-
best of 1,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Fair. We'll have to see. But whatever the case is, whatever ifs, buts, there's no doubt about it. Old guys, they are going to the winners finals here, I think. Yeah, this should be the upper bracket
That's true.
finals.
Which means
Yeah.
if they are in the upper bracket finals, they are now secured of the 3rd place spot.
Yes.
Which that means
If you
That
see a senior citizen in Yokohama, don't you dare disrespect them, because they might just be one of the players here on Old Guys. You better watch yourself when you're challenging random seniors to Pokemon Unite here. These guys are gonna flatline you, and not in the good way, okay? They're gonna take care of
I
business.
mean, look at them. And that's what you're just saying, right? I know
Yeah.
you're joking, but look at the flat line here.
Yeah, like what are you gonna do? And
From
not
Talon.
a single score. Like what you? I mean, we don't care that you have a sponsor. We'll crush you. I mean, that was
Oh,
sick.
man.
That was sick. That was insane.
The flat line of talent here, though.
Yeah, the flatline of talent.
It's just
stuff.
menacing. Old guys, man, again. It's just like what they said, right? Like, how many times do we have to teach you this, old man? No!
No, the old man's got
No.
a trick or two that you need to learn, homie. I mean, you can bring back the boys all you want. You can grab Ralphie back from, you know, whatever team he was on back then. Bring the boys back together. Have the squad back in place. But really, it's just...
Yeah, remember as well that Olems was playing under a different team.
Yeah, and they managed to pull him back in, and it's a bunch of nostalgia. Sure, you know, you get some vibes and stuff, but it's not enough. Things start to fall apart here for Talon, and I mean, I don't want to curse it here, but it just kind of feels like this team, they always are just slightly off the mark. It would be a shame not to see them at Worlds, because without a doubt, that's their goal, but they just completely get bested by old guys here.
Right, but at the same time, man, I can't wait to see them. You know, at the same, you know, it's Talon. You know, Talon. It's still at the end of the road for them here. They still can get back up into the grand finals. Maybe even just getting in on the losers finals, because the moment they get in on the losers finals, you can still secure the spot. But I think they still need to fight for their honor. They need to get back against old guys here.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I mean, you gotta give credit where credit is due, right? I think Brone really played out of his mind on this Zoroark. He did the best that he could. He consistently ran away with these early games, consistently sort of made a huge impact. But take a look at this team fight. RBX with the beautiful setup, 4-man Phantom Frost and triple trample through all of them. It still wasn't enough because of that beautiful Hydro Typhoon, but take a look at how this fight pans out. Everything is crucial here. They're just dancing around, just trying to find their openings. And in this moment, it looks like Brone. It looks like he's just done it for the squad here. But crucially, they don't manage to get the touch on Sync. Take a look at that. The agility dash away, and they trade out. And look at that. Sync.
If the Chandler wasn't able to do the trade against Ron,
I don't know.
Think all guys would have been able to take that Rayquaza.
Yeah, I don't think so at all.
That was huge.
Yeah, and I mean this wraparound coming in from old guys, just really capitalizing off Ralphie, maybe tunnel visioning a bit, trying to do damage to this Rayquaza, sorry, but you know, your allies are just falling beside you. You need to kind of protect them as a defender. So yeah, I mean, really excellent stuff coming out from Sync. He's really playing on a razor's edge this entire game and series. And I mean, no question about it. He's without a doubt our MVP for this match and the entire series. The legs, you know, he's a skinny queen. He just dances back and forth. You can't touch him.
Ooh, man. It's Dodrio, you cannot give Dodrio here into Sync 1.
I think that's just a done argument, right? Like Sync 1, Dodrio, if you want to win, don't let it happen. You gotta either snatch it yourself or you gotta ban it out. I don't think it's realistic for anyone to go up against old guys and try and face this off. He's just way too good.
The question is though, what would old guys do if Dodrio gets banned, if not taken away from them?
We'll have to see.
That is the big question.
Maybe the Absol comes out.
Maybe the Absol comes up. The Absol, we could say Absol Machamp, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
With that being
about
said, though, you know, we'll find out once we find out. But for now, what we're gonna be finding out would be the standing of the tournament as of right now. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, as you have seen, old guys won 2-1 against Talon, bringing down Talon to the lower bracket. We have Orangutan still not done, you know, against Abyssinian, Almo Abyssinian here, having one win against Abyssinian actually, so still not done here. So old guys is still gonna be waiting whoever wins their match on the lower side of the upper bracket semifinals. But on the lower bracket, you know, we have who here who wins against Rated PG 2-0, Almo Dragon Lee here winning 2-0 against AE, God of Warriors winning 2-0 against Wu 2, and Isen winning 2-0 against V Family, which then going into the lower third, it is going to be Who versus Almo Dragon Lee and God of Warriors versus Isen.
Yeah, and I do gotta say, this is chalking up to be something really exciting as we move closer and closer to our finish here. But before we move on, before we even go for a break, whatever, run you through anything, gotta give a big congratulations to old guys, because with this, they've basically secured their ticket to Yokohama. Now, job's not done, right? Job's not done. Everyone's looking to be the first seed. But with that being said, I mean, you gotta give a pat on the back where it's due. It was a long, grueling journey to get here. We were wondering as soon as the first match started, we're like, okay, you know, old guys, do they still have what it takes? You know, jokes on the name aside, they have been sitting out for April. They haven't really been at the forefront for a while. Do they still got it? And the answer is they most definitely do. Yeah.
And we got our answer as well. You know, it doesn't matter for them if they're taking a break, they're still practicing in the background. But with that being said, they're going to be waiting for their next opponents for this tournament as we head in on the break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike. We'll be right back after this short break for more Pokemon Unite action. with RBX as well. That is something that we have to,
Yeah, they need to watch out for the fire spin. That's what did the opponents
RBX
in
coming
just
from the
now.
back.
With the wood hammer, with the punches, is it enough? That's gonna be the Machamp chop down though. They didn't have enough damage to finish the job. They finished off the Reggie route, that's for sure. RBX, another wood hammer, triple crushes them all. The wood hammer just like nails, and each
my
one
God,
of
it's
the
a two.
bugs.
just pushing out so much damage, wiping Talon from the face of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they stood no chance there. We almost saw it happen in
Blitz
slow motion.
assistance!
Wow. Just in time. Keep sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP. And now poor KYY gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble. Gonna go down to the Lapras. The Ralphie needs to fall. And
They really needed to mark down Sank1 because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them and just go back now into the Registeel. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play.
Wow.
But Talon Braun here gonna be able to take down the Registeel for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to survive this attack? Reggie, Eleki.
oh, Sing dancing around the back line. Huge Phantom Forest plants the seeds. With this
Triple,
potential for
triple.
Talon defeat. Talon jumping in, but there is the Hydro Typhoon knocking all of them out. Bliss Resistance is there. No members on all guys going down just yet.
Wow.
The punches are through and 2 down already for Talon. They're trying to answer back. They can't get anyone for now. But the Nightfall Gaze wipes out 2, wipes out 3. The last remaining 2 members each on each team. They're trying to do the work, the dash through. Both the guys.
Oh,
but
wow, the
straight. How is this gonna end, JJ?
Oh my goodness. Guys, do not peel your eyes away from this because we will find out who's going to be going in and get in on the finals. But look at that. Sank1's going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And look at that. Ralph is going to be taken out as well. There's going to be 3 down into the Talon. All guys does have the
Oh my god, an angle crucially survives that final battle, comes back and makes the difference. What a way to do.
With RBX as well, that is something that we have to,
Yeah, they need to watch out for the fire spin. That's what did the opponents
RBX
in
coming
just
from the
now.
back.
With the wood hammer, with the punches, is it enough? That's gonna be the Machamp chop down though. They didn't have enough damage to finish the job. They finished off the Reggie route, that's for sure. RBX, another wood hammer, triple crushes them all. The wood hammer just like nails, and each
my
one
God,
of
it's
the
a two.
bugs.
just pushing out so much damage, wiping Talon from the face of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they stood no chance there. We almost saw it happen in
Blitz
slow motion.
assistance!
Wow. Just in time. Keep sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP. And now poor KYY gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble. Gonna go down to the Lapras. The Ralphie needs to fall. And
They really needed to mark down Sank1 because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them and just go back now into the Registeel. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play.
Wow.
But Talon Braun here gonna be able to take down the Registeel for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to survive this attack? Reggie, Eleki.
oh, Sing dancing around the back line. Huge Phantom Forest plants the seeds. With this potential for Talon defeat. Talon jumping in, but there is the Hydro Typhoon knocking all of them out. Bliss Resistance is there. No members on all guys going down just yet. The punches are through and 2 down already for Talon. They're trying to answer back. They can't get anyone for now. But the Nightfall Gaze wipes out 2, wipes out 3. The last remaining 2 members each on each team. They're trying to do the work, the dash through. Both the guys, but straight. How is this gonna end, JJ?
Oh my goodness. Guys, do not peel your eyes away from this because we will find out who's going to be going in and get in on the finals. But look at that. Sank1's going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And look at that. Ralph is going to be taken out as well. There's going to be 3 down into the Talon. All guys does have the
Oh my god, an angle crucially survives that final battle, comes back and makes the difference. What a way to do.
With RBX as well, that is something that we have to,
Yeah, they need to watch out for the fire spin. That's what did the opponents
RBX
in
coming
just
from the
now.
back.
With the wood hammer, with the punches, is it enough? That's gonna be the Machamp chop down though. They didn't have enough damage to finish the job. They finished off the Reggie route, that's for sure. RBX, another wood hammer, triple crushes them all. The wood hammer just like nails, and each
my
one
God,
of
it's
the
a two.
bugs.
just pushing out so much damage, wiping Talon from the face of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they stood no chance there. We almost saw it happen in
Blitz
slow motion.
assistance!
Wow. Just in time. Keep sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP. And now poor KYY gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble, gonna go down to the Lapras, but Ralphie needs to fall and
They really needed to mark down Sanquan, because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them and just go back now into the Registeel. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play.
Wow.
But Talon Braun here gonna be able to take down the Registeel for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to survive this attack? That is Reggie Eleki.
oh, Sing dancing around the back line. Huge Phantom Forest plants the seeds. With this
Triple
potential for
triple.
Talon defeat. Talon jumping in, but there is the Hydro Typhoon knocking all of them out. Bliss Resistance is there. No members on all guys going down just yet.
Wow.
The punches are through and 2 down already for Talon. They're trying to answer back. They can't get anyone for now. But the Nightfall Gaze wipes out 2, wipes out 3. The last remaining 2 members each on each team. They're trying to do the work, the dash through. Both the guys,
Oh,
but
wow, the
straight.
drift.
How is this gonna end, JJ?
Oh my goodness. Guys, do not peel your eyes away from this, because we will find out who's going to be going in and get in on the finals. But look at that. Sanquan's going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And look at that. Ralph is going to be taken out as well. There's going to be 3 down into the Talon. All guys does have the position.
Oh my god, an angle crucially survives that final battle, comes back and makes the difference. What a way to do.
With RBX as well, you know, that is something that we have to, you know,
Yeah, they need to watch out for the fire spin. That's what did the opponents
RBX
in
coming
just
from the
now.
back.
With the wood hammer, with the punches, is it enough? That's gonna be the Machamp chop down though. They didn't have enough damage to finish the job. They finished up the Reggie route, that's for sure. RBX, another wood hammer, triple crushes them all. The wood hammer just like nails, and
oh
each
my
one
god,
of the
the two
birds.
just pushing out so much damage, wiping Talon from the face of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they stood no chance there. We almost saw it happen in
Bliss
slow motion.
assistance!
Wow. Just in time. Keep sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP. And now poor KYY
Wow.
gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble. Gonna go down to the Lapras. But Ralphie needs to fall. And
They really needed to mark down Sanquan, because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them and just go back now into the Registeel. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play.
Wow.
But Talon Braun here gonna be able to take down the Registeel for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to survive this attack? That is Reggie Eleki.
oh, Sing dancing around the back line. Huge Phantom Forest plants the seeds. With this
Triple
potential for
triple.
Talon defeat. Talon jumping in, but there is the Hydro Typhoon knocking all of them out. Bliss Resistance is there. No members on all guys going down just yet.
Wow.
The punches are through and 2 down already for Talon. They're trying to answer back. They can't get anyone for now. But the Nightfall Gaze wipes out 2, wipes out 3. The last remaining 2 members each on each team. They're trying to do the work, the dash through. Both the guys,
Oh,
but
wow, the
straight.
drift.
How is this gonna end, JJ?
Oh my goodness. Guys, do not peel your eyes away from this, because we will find out who's going to be going in and get in on the finals. Welcome back, guys, for more Pokemon Unite action, only here in the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series APAC East Regional Finals. My name is JJ, and with me this time around, it's not going to be Permasneeze, but it's going to be Moonboy. Moonboy, you've been watching. How are you?
Yo, that was a really close opener for this stream, right? Like, you know, we're down to the regional finals. These are the best of APAC East right here. And I'm not surprised that games are this close, but, you know, it's just wonderful and magical to watch games like this, especially at the start of the tournament.
No, yeah, I mean, having these kinds of games, right? Having these kinds of games as the opener, right, of the broadcast is something that really sets the tone, really sets the pace here for the succeeding matches that we're going to be watching throughout the broadcast. And again, we're not going to be here just for, you know, the first sets of the round robin, or sorry, not the round robin, but like first sets of the double eliminations, but we're going to be watching games from the start of the double eliminations up until the grand finals. So definitely we're gonna be in here for a ride.
Yeah, we got a whole day of Pokemon Unite lined up for you guys. You know, there's still lots of matches to be seen. Yes, one team have already made it to Yokohama, but there's two tickets left. So, you know,
That's true.
Yeah, there's you know, lots of like big question marks right here. Who is gonna head to Japan for both?
Yeah, so let's find out, two of the teams that we're going to be watching this time around, because we're going to be deviating away ourselves from that of the upper bracket for this time around. So this time we're going to be watching God of Warriors, which is the first placers of the May tournament finals. The May tournament qualifiers rather, going against Isen, which we just seen as on our match number 1 for today's broadcast.
Yeah, God of Warriors in May tournament, they literally they played all the way to the grand finals reset, and finally came out victorious as our first seed right here. But Isen though coming through the last chance qualifier and really did impress us in that very first game of the stream. So let's just take a look at God of Warriors right here. 64% on the Dodrio and 64 on the Elder Gods as well. And I believe it should be Mai Tang Lao and Elder Gods that actually make magic with this Pokemon.
No, yeah, but we have to take note of as well that there's still the 55% into that of the Sylveon, 45 on the Blastoise, 36 on the Mew, and 32 on the Alolantis, which we have been seeing for quite a while as well, quite recently. But Mew, though it is something of a Pokemon that really is, still does so much of a damage, we don't really get to see a lot of Mews, even in the May qualifiers, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, Mew, is so flexible, but at the same time, it's really squishy. But, it might be replaced with things like Chandelier or even Alolan Ninetales in this matchup as well. So, there's lots of there's 2 more Pokemon in the mix for May or up to now. So, in the form of Chandelier and Lapras. So, Mew might not be the best Pokemon, especially in the meta like that right now.
No, yeah, for sure. Especially that we do have a lot of bulky Pokemon in the current meta. We do have a lot of crowd controls, which, yeah, sure, Mew does have a lot of damage, but you won't be able to dish out so much damage if there's no crowd control with the current meta that we have right now.
Yeah, and not forgetting heavy hitters like Dodrio, and there are things like Galfox in the mix right here as well. So those guys in one that catches the Mew, it might be just GG for the Mew at that moment. So I don't think Mew will be highly sought after or even as premium this time around. But we want to talk a little bit more about premium picks, which is like things like Glaceon, right? But
that's
have not really seen Glaceon performing really well since May.
Right, we do have the Lapras as well, which have been picked out all throughout. If it's not banned, it's picked. If it's not picked, it's banned.
Yeah.
Well, it's only the other way around,
Yeah, you're absolutely right? Like, here is the opponent for God of War is Esten right here, 83% on that Blastoise and 67 on the Chandelier. 83% is a really high pick rate on this Blastoise himself. As I believe if it's not picked, it's banned. If it's not picked by opponent, it's definitely gonna be on this side of the field.
No, yeah, and at the same time, these are like the Pokemon, right? Especially with the Urshifu as well, where it's more or less like the Pokemon that is targeted ban here towards a player, just like what we saw earlier with St. Juan's Dodrio and Kai's Hoopa, right? Where they really need to take it out, not because they want to take it out from the team, but rather because they want to take it out from the hands of specific players. Whereas, going into the side of Isen right now, there's not like a lot that we got to see Isen just yet, but Gapsus Urshifu was just menacing earlier.
Yeah, like I was watching on the side, going in with, I believe it was the Rapid Strike, that, he was just dashing around, just causing so much chaos for his opponent. Yes, Isen did lost that round, but, that performance on the Urshifu was really good and probably, what made the whole composition for Isen actually work out.
And there's also Toneri's Blastoise, and at the same time, Toneri's Single Strike Urshifu as well, doing the work.
Yeah, I mean, Urshifu with the Single Strike, that's where he actually did steal a few good objective of their opponent in the very first round as well. So yes, everyone knows what they're doing, especially in their composition, but 50% pick on that Hoopa as well. That means they are in a strategy, or they are capable in the strategy of their Hoopa rotation shenanigans, and that might be a little bit of a trouble in this matchup.
No, yeah, for sure. And as we saw earlier, if there's the Hoopa, then definitely there's going to be a more difficult time for any Dodrio users to roam around the map, because essentially whoever gets the Hoopa can just roam around free and just check it out, right? Just check it out. Check out the lanes, rather, the paths, just to stop the Dodrio from scoring in. But the question is, would they be able to get it away from God of Warriors? And that is the big question.
Yeah. So, it all boils down to the draft right here. Who is going to be banning what? Who is going to be picking? Or are they going to be counter banning or counter picking their opponent? So it's all down to this. God of Warrior, a really strong contender for a ticket to Yokohama today as well. So, Isen is not exactly in a very good spot today, constantly facing first seeds one after another. But, that's how tournament is.
Right. I mean, especially if you have been performing well, then that's what you're going to be getting, because the teams that we have in this tournament right now are the top teams. You know what I'm saying? So now here we have it. God of Warriors banning in the Hoopa, but likewise banning in the Dodrio away from God of Warriors.
Yep, so no Dodrio, no Hoopa, so there's not a lot of, fast mobility coming in from both two teams, as, God of Warriors is going to be picking their first pick right here. I don't think it's going to be this Asian, and it's definitely going to be this Lapras, which is a very premium defender, especially in this current meta.
Right, but here you go. Lapras, this is one of the Pokemon that we have been talking about earlier as well. One of the Pokemon that has been used quite a lot. And going back into Isen, just getting into the Urshifu could be for Tonari. If it's for Tonari, then it's going to be single strike Urshifu. But if it's for Gapsu, then we're going to be seeing this rapid strike Urshifu.
Yep, for sure. And with the Slowbro and, however, on the God of Warriors, the Imai Tang Lao got his hand on the Elder Gods that he desires. And, this guy on the Elder Gods is a beast. And not forgetting Kaido with the Blastoise as well. So we're seeing a double defender side of God of Warrior. We're Isen, the only way to actually break through this composition. They need damage. They need burst damage to actually take out these double defenders.
Ooh, wow. This is still quite a huge here into the side of God of War. It's just because of the fact that Isen here, sure, might have a little bit of damage here. Tonari starting off with the Urshifu, but still, God of War is now doubling down in terms of the damage. Slick Spoon again into the side of the Chandelier, going to be able to dish out a lot of damage, and likewise a lot of sustain and a lot of defenders here, a lot of bulkiness into the side of God of War. You can definitely last down into any attacks that Isen might be able to bring them. But I think this is the very good pick here from Gapsu. A very, very good pick from Isen here. This is what they have been missing out on. The backlane damage, my friend, is what they're missing. And with this Decidueye, this just completes their roster.
Yep, and you're looking at a kind of death ball kind of composition coming in from God of Warrior, right? You have two defenders in front, and the rest is basically on the back line, or maybe the Glaceon on the midfield to actually just deal those icicle damage. But Gapsu really have to start landing those snipes onto the Glaceon, onto the Chandelier, or even onto the onto Mai Tang Lao as well, or the Elder Gods. So this way, they could really spoil God of Warriors' strategy, because just the Blastoise and the Lapras itself, they can't exactly do too much.
No, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about alone, right? But at the same time, we have the damage as well coming in from that of the Blastoise. So if we're taking a look at it, then sure, Lapras, if it is alone, even with the Bubble Beam, if it cannot be followed through with some damages here, then God of Warriors would definitely have the losing end. But again, I think and I feel for both of the teams, they have more of a balanced composition for both of the teams here, though I have to give it to Isen in terms of having a better composition towards God of Warriors.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, off we go. It's God of Warriors versus Isen right here, and this is going to be the first round of this best of 3, where the loser will be going home after the set. So, their competition life is on the line right here. I don't think both teams will be going down that easily.
And here you go. Tonnery is going to be the one handling the Cub Fu here, which we can essentially more or less already say that it is going to be the single strike or Shifu. Whereas, we still have the Decidueye into the side of Gapsu, which, the moment that it does get its power spike is going to be dishing out so much damage, so much free damage into the side of Isen.
Yep, and something interesting just happened is that the Lapras actually invaded the central area of Isen and took away the blue buff away from the Decidueye as well. So that actually would set the Rowlet really far back behind, and he wouldn't be coming out of the central area as a Dark Trick anytime soon. So, they have to be a little bit, it really set Isen's game plan back by a little bit in the early game.
Right, this is actually pretty good here for the side of God of Wars, because sure, Isen might be able to seal away the central area of Pokemon here in the side of God of War, but they are overstanding a little bit.
Yeah, for sure, right? And with that, Blissey managed to just steal the buff away, but however, unable to go down. God of War immediately getting another KO off that Kapu as well. And it seems like God of War is in a very good position in control of what, in just controlling the game for Isen and not allowing the core Pokemon to actually reach those core levels that they need.
No, yeah, and at the same time, God of War here, God of Warriors, however, is just getting in those minuscule kind of like game style that they really need it. Just make sure that the very small detail that they need is what they're getting and not any more than that. And immediately after getting those little bit of a detail here, instead of God of War, is just go back up and just not risk at all.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at the level department right now, Isen is just really far behind Kapu, only at level 4. And once if they really really need the Urshifu to go live, just for this 47-minute objective. So if they're not gonna do that, it's not looking great for them.
Yeah, but while that is happening as well, we get to see Glaceon getting in 30 down bottom and 22 with Kai here up top. But Tonnery, actually not going in for a single strike Urshifu, but instead goes in for the water strike. Rapid strike Urshifu into the top hat for Tonnery. Really, really interesting, because of it's quite the opposite of what we've seen from earlier on, from the early game that they were on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having that rapid strike would be allow him to actually go into the back line and come out of it ASAP. Compared to a single strike, yes, it might not be able to just punch through those two defenders that God of War is already have. But Reggie Bottom is already live right here as both teams scrambles Glacial stage coming in from God of War.
Right, and look at this right now. Here comes the arrow coming in from Gabsu, but not going to be able to hit anyone at all. But here comes the Slowbro, going to be pop up as well. But Bubble Beam's not going to have any follow-up at all into the side of God of Wars. But they're still not going to be able to take away that Reggie bottom for themselves. But it doesn't matter, as God of Wars is going to be able to answer back against East. Is going to be able to take down 3. They'll make a 4 in the process as well. 103-0 is the score right now.
Wow, God of War is just looking strong, right? They managed to snipe off the Regirock, but it's the Glaceon. The Glaceon is just doing so much damage. Yes, they got the buff from the Regirock, but immediately being shredded away by those Icicle coming down from the Glaceon as well. So, they have to start dealing with the Glaceon early. If not, it's not looking good for them. However, on the bottom side, 2v1, the Blastoise is just standing strong.
Didn't even matter, as the Blastoise is just shredding out the damage and going to be able to take down that Alolanantis as well. In the process, LD is going to be able to take down Tonnery as well. And just like that, they now have the positional advantage into that of Regieleki. But the question is, would the Isen be able to seal this away with the Decidueye? No, they are not going to be able to, and secure some Regieleki for themselves as well, giving them so much breathing room right now.
Wow, it's not looking good for Isen right here, and that Glaceon is just just running havoc right now. Right, they're unable to stop that. Glaceon is just going on. Those numbers really doesn't add up for a Pokemon like that. And God of War is just running strong and just tearing through Isen, and down goes the bottom Gozo.
Right, but look at that. Gets the move lock as well. That is going to be the Chandler with that of the Imprison. Midnight Ignite is going to be popped up as well, but to no favor as well. But it doesn't matter, because they are still going to be able to put in some spores here. And even if they are getting a little bit overextended here, it doesn't matter for them, because they've already done their job.
Yep, I believe Isen actually expanded a snow globe right there in the bottom fight, and that's not. I don't think that snow globe actually made a lot of impact. Yes, they managed to take down Maitang now, but the support is always there to allow the rest of teams to actually get out of action. But Lapras though immediately going straight right down in a 3v1, but Regirock uncontested going straight right to God of Warriors.
Right, but look at this right now. Isen rotating up top, trying to secure this top tier score goal here. But are they going to be able to? That is the big question. Getting a little bit of a score here. 25 points, and not a lot of an overcap for the side of Isen. But at the very least, they were able to catch up in terms of points. 269 to 122.
Yeah, but it's fine, right? It's fine for God of Warriors to actually lose the top goal zone. Yes, they are winning in points. Yes, that actually unlocked the side wild Pokemon for God of Warriors to actually get their EXP as well. So this way, it still evens out the battlefield, and God of Warriors is still pretty happy with this. Wouldn't be too sad with the loss of top goal zone.
But at the same time, Isen still having a difficult time here into actually penetrating through the defenses of God of Warriors, because God of Warriors is just doing their best right now to stop Isen, and whatever Isen is putting up against them gets stopped.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's nothing much that Isen could do at this point in time, right? Like, they can't contest, they can't exactly pick a fight against God of Warrior. There's too much, health, there's too much HP, there's too much healing coming in from God of Warrior as well. And not forgetting the Lapras, right? It's just moving around, causing so much disruption for Isen as well.
But look at this right now. The moment that God of Warriors was able to take in the Reggie Lecky, immediately goes down bottom to secure this. Oh wow, Dan was actually just waiting for them to towards that. But with that being said, they're just going to get powered through here by God of Warriors. But the Varus, they do know when to get away, and look at that. Lapras is going to be taken out with only one casualties into the side of God of Warriors, and just like that, they just need to retreat right now, get a little bit of regroup here, so that Isen won't be able to catch up against God of Warriors before the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, it takes 4 men to actually take down one Lapras, and that sacrificial Lapras allowed the rest of God of Warriors to actually retreat away from that fight. Getting KO this early for your carry Pokemon, that's not gonna be helping you out as well. 25 more seconds on the clock. This Reggie still uncontested by Isen as okay,
wow.
But no X. It's not gonna be contested. And God of Warrior looking really strong and really really formidable into this final stretch.
And at the same time, we have to remember that he was able to get in that Registeel, which then would buff their special attack and attack.
Yeah, so with that Glaceon, is going to be doing so much for God of Warrior. There's so much damage, there's so much healing as well. There's level advantage coming in for God of Warriors, as Isen only have to rely on the Decidueye and the Urshifu. I don't think it's gonna be looking as well.
The slow
for
beam for the initiation, and look at that. Gamsu is gonna be able to take that away as well, but it's not gonna be enough though. No follow-up into the side of the Blastoise, but it doesn't matter as Gamsu is gonna be taken out as well in the process. But look at that, coming up top, Glace is gonna be able to take down Tonnery as well in the process. Both of them are low, all of them are low right now. 3 into the Pokemon inside of Isen. Are they gonna be able to seal away this Rayquaza fire against God of Warriors? I don't think so, not quite yet, as God of Warriors is now gonna be able to secure this Rayquaza for themselves without any problem against Isen. And just like that, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, God of Warriors is going to be able to secure the Rayquaza for themselves.
Yeah, Isen, right? They can't do anything. They can't exactly initiate. Yes, they got a really good slow beam onto Maitang Lao, but there's no follow-up. There's no KO right there. He managed to get out there. The rest of God of Warrior was there to save Maitang Lao, take the rest of Isen out, and then have their Rayquaza. They don't even need to score at this point in time. They just have to stall and just take advantage of the shield that they actually are holding at this point in time.
Right, and I think that is what God of Warriors is doing right now. They're just really not risking it, because I think they do acknowledge as well that Isen, they've already stopped what Isen is doing and what Isen can do and what might do. And God of Warriors is just like playing around right now against Isen, right? Just ensuring that they're not going to be able to score and just prolong this right now and just wait for the time to run down.
Yeah, there's nothing much that Isen could do right here. 10 more seconds and counting down. 5-5-3, 1-5-0. A Hydro Typhoon just for good measure as well. But ladies and gentlemen, there we have God of Warrior taking home game number 1 against Isen. I mean, Isen has close to no chance in this whole round.
And look at that, God of Warriors going against Isen, game number 1. That is a pretty, how do I say this? That was a pretty convincing round here for God of Warriors. It seems as if like Isen wasn't able to do much against the God of Warriors, especially the moment that they were able to get into power spikes. But even then, but Butter. How do you say it? Butter? Yeah, the moment that Butter was able to get in the glacial, what do you call this, the icicle spear, Isen was just taken out immediately. And from there now, God of Warriors was able to just maintain that lead that he had against Isen throughout the game.
Yeah, but I think the key Pokemon right here is definitely gonna be that Glaceon, right? It's doing so much damage for the team. It's just obliterating whatever fight that Isen actually tried to initiate. But I think, 77 Chin on that Lapras literally was moving around the map. If you guys didn't realize, he was moving around the map and just causing so much chaos, right? Just going into the central area, disrupting their wild Pokemon there as well, taking out their buff and just moving around, creating so much vision for God of Warriors. And that, I think, overall as a team, God of Warriors just ran this composition really well.
No, yeah. So here's the question now, Moonboy. What do you think could Isen do to go against God of Warriors? Considering this composition that you have right now.
Yeah, I think the Decidueye might not be the best pick, right? Like it's not exactly doing too much. Yes, it is able to snipe off some objective, but their front line is not as powerful compared to what God of Warrior has. So probably, looking at this composition that God of Warrior has, they probably need more burst damage, right? They need things, I don't know, things like Espeon, or even maybe the Mirror with the Solar Beam might be able to make a little bit of difference for Isen to actually deal with God of Warriors.
Right. But even then, if we're going to be putting down Espeon in this kind of position, that's just going to be putting them down on the lower end, I guess, so more of a disadvantageous side, just because of the fact that, yes, I do agree as well, right? Like, even with the Mew, right? It's just going to be a burst of a damage here, but that is in exchange of the defenses, the HPs, and the sustainability of these composition that Isen already is lacking of.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit weird, right? Like, or maybe just take out a Delphox. A Delphox might be good, right? Just just having those fire spins and just putting in those CC as well. So those might be good changes. That isn't, could potentially change to actually deal with Mai Tang Lao on the Elder Gods, because that man on the Elder Gods is really mean.
No, yeah, that is true, man. That is, as we have mentioned, still running in that muscle band composition in on the Eldegoss. So as you have mentioned, it is a really mean Eldegoss here for God of Warriors. And but at the same time, like, even if you do take out, it's not the key Pokemon to take out instead of God of Warriors. Do you feel?
Well, I mean, just take out their healing, and then from there, just focus on their backline, because, like, the Blastoise and the Lapras might not be able to do as much. But, overall, God of War just as a team just move so well together. Take a look at this, like, big Hydro Typhoon coming in, as there's so much well-timed follow-up by the rest of the team as well. So, it's not just about the composition to win God of Warriors, but you have to win together as a team to break what God of Warriors that is actually planning to do, and just make them as awkward as possible so that they can't actually make their play against you.
Well, I do agree to some points of a degree here, but at the same time, we have to consider as well that, man, this Blastoise is doing so much, even so much that it is actually doing 2-1. 2v1ing Pokemon, and it's actually winning. And at the same time, we just saw on the replay as well, using its Unite move, Hydro Typhoon, repositioning itself, getting in 4 knockups as well, and then immediately going in for the Rapid Spin and the Water Spout as well, just dishing out so much damage for God of Warriors, allowing the other teams to just the other members to just, well, finish the job.
Yeah, for sure, right? And take a look at this, right? This is the MVP of the match, is Kai from God of Warriors. Yes, he is a Dodrio main. Dodrio has been banned, but immediately shifted over to the Blastoise for this game, and just took over the game completely as well. So, as a defender coming up victorious as an MVP, it's not an easy task. Let's just put it as that.
No, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it's as a defender, you don't really get to see them shine a lot. Well, I mean, you do get to see them shine a lot, but, like, given the highlights, given the spotlight, you don't see that a lot. And Kai here, with that of the Blastoise, is just, well, showed us what defenders can do, what a Blastoise can do on the right hands.
Yeah, and why this actually shows us, why Blastoise is actually a premium Pokemon pick itself, right? There's so much damage, there's so much CC, and there's so much you can do with just this one turtle, and it's just a power pack punch out of the cannons of his shells.
No, yeah, for sure. But now, with that being said, we got to see a bit of a bans here for both of the teams. That is the Hoopa and the Dodrio. But I wonder what's going to be the next ban here. Do you have any guesses which Pokemon is going to be? And what I'm pretty sure though is it's going to be a targeted ban. But the question is, which Pokemon is going to get banned? Do you have any guesses?
I don't know. Maybe the Lapras, right? Lapras might be a good bet as well, but actually that allow you to open up for the Hoopa or the Dodrio, which Kai is really mean on the Dodrio as well. So it's a lot of what should I do at this point in time? But I believe Lapras might be the best ban moving forward for Isen.
Right. So with that being said, I think we're just gonna be heading straight off in on our game. But while we are waiting for that, the Lapras definitely is one of the Pokemon which we have mentioned earlier that is either banned or get pegged. Either of the two. It's like it's like if you open up the Zacian, then you're always going to have a team
It's like that.
that gets Zacian. But Zacian is banned this time around, so good grief. You know what I'm saying? It's a menace. It's a menace. We don't need to see no Zacian in this match.
No, please, no Zacian. Yeah. But Lapras, is really strong, right? Lapras, there's mobility with the Lapras Express. There's damage coming in. There's lots of healing if you put Shower on him as well. There's crowd control with the bubble beam, and there's nothing that you could do about it once you're caught. So it's just so well shaped together as a Pokemon, or even there's nothing much that you could do about it. And it's so bulky and it's so tanky. It's not easy to actually burst him down as well. So it's either the Lapras or the Slowbro, right? So you have to fight for this two premium defender, especially in this meta.
But speaking of this meta as well, I think let's talk a bit more about what's getting pegged in this kind of in the current meta as well. Along with the Lapras, we do get to see a lot of Chandler, which I think has a very, very good kit as well. We do have the Impression, and we do have the Poltergeist, and either moves are really great. I guess it all just depends on what your opponents are going to be running. I guess in terms of their composition, right? In terms of the roster of Pokemon that they do have. So that is when you're going to be depending whether you want to disable in the sun or the crowd control slow. What do you think about that?
That's the beauty of Chandelier, right? You got Pokemons that they are built specifically for this line of skills, right? There's a specific line of ability that you're going to use. But the thing about Chandelier is that you could switch him on the fly, because those two is just equally as good. So it's just up to what your opponent is actually picking, and you just have to switch it up accordingly to counterplay your opponent. And that's the beauty of Chandelier. You don't really have to reconfigure his whole health item once again, but it's just that flexible of a Pokemon. Let's just put it as that.
Right. But here you go, going into game number 2, potentially get a ferocious game here if they do get to win once again. But Isen here might still be able to bring us into game number 3, just like what they did, on the earlier game in the broadcast.
Yep. So Glaceon immediately being banned by Isen as well. They were just terrified of the numbers that Glaceon could do. First pick is gonna be that Lapras, and Kai is definitely gonna be on the Blastoise this time. So Dodrio is still open for these two players, and for these two teams. So would God of Warriors pick up that Dodrio, or even stick to the same composition that actually work and just replace this Glaceon in round number 2?
What? Wait, it's wow. Obviously we're not gonna be seeing the Umbreon as much as I'd love to. But it is going to be the Alolan Ninetales, which I think is a pretty good Pokemon as well, especially with the crowd control and with the help of... Wow, this is... Okay, yeah, running into Slick Spoon and the Wise Glasses along with it as well, which just amplifies the damage of the Avalanche and the Avalanche and the Blizzard. There you go.
Yeah, but and Mr. Mime coming in from 77 Chin as well. So I'm excited, right? I'm excited. When I see this mine, I'm like, he's definitely going in for a confusion barrier build and just doing so much damage with a double special attack health item. And Snake going with the Venusaur. So these are just, Pokemon that we have not seen for a very long time. Wheezy on the Comfey as well. So, there's it's just gonna be interesting, right? This 10 Pokemon being picked right here. I'm excited. I don't know. What about you?
Man, this is we haven't seen quite a lot of the Venusaur really in terms of our tournament, even in April, even on the May qualifiers, right? So definitely going to be able to get to see the Venusaur once again is quite a treat in my eyes, especially we usually see it, right? We usually see it paired up with the Blissey, but if it's gonna be paired up with, and only if I do think about this, right? If it's gonna be picked up along with the Mr. Mime with the Power Swap, perhaps, then I think it's gonna be a good kind of composition as well. Gonna be able to, going to be able to amplify it even more. But it seems that we have to take note as well that it is running Sleek Spoon, Shell Bell, and the Energy Yam.
Yep. So those barrier into a solar beam is gonna be devastating, right? There's no way you can run and just eat the beam by yourself. So we just have to see what kind of composition, what kind of build is this Bulbasaur is actually going to go with. But something interesting about Isen is that the Comfey, right? Usually you pick Comfey when you have a protect Mr. President kind of style. And there's not exactly a hyper carry coming in from Isen as well. So maybe it's that Urshifu, and they really have to start pumping those EXP onto Urshifu so that he could be Mr. President that the Comfey could protect for the rest of the game.
No, yeah, but here you go. Isen and God of War is just exchanging points up top as well. My goodness, just rocking in their points here. They do have, at least for Tonnery here, just racking in that special attack specs here, which is actually quite interesting as well because we don't get to see a lot of attacking Lapras, sort of say, or at least this is the first time we get to see a stacking Lapras in the tournament.
Yep, I mean, those stack items literally could make those waterfalls really, really painful as well. And immediately Urshifu just jumping straight right in, taking one out. Could he take a second? I don't think it's gonna be an easy task with that speed reflux zone. And immediately I think this is gonna be an out for them because God of War is being pressured on the top side so heavily just because of the Comfey.
Right, but look at that right now. 22-12 is going to be the score here. And God of War is ensuring that Isen is not going to overextend because if they do, they're just going to get eaten up. But they are low in terms of health right now. But My Den Lao is going to be taken up here by Gamsu. But with that being said, look at the confusion coming in from 77 Chin. Going to get in double KO.
Mr. Mime, man, those confusion barrier strike is just so painful.
Dude, I
coming
miss that.
Yeah, I miss that, man. I'm in love with Mr. Mime, and there's nothing that can deny this. 77 Chin is just adding all those passion back from Mr. Mime once again. But they take a look, so much damage going straight right to that Lapras, and this might be that burst attack or even burst attack that they need.
Right. I mean, earlier on, I was thinking that this might be the power swap here. No longer the card swap. We already changed it into power swap, into the Mr. Mime, but it's not. It's going to be an attacking Mr. Mime, which again, for those who are forgetting, Mr. Mime here has 2 roles. It's not even a support. It's an attacker.
I mean, it's everything, everywhere, all at once, right? But I think the Comfey is definitely gonna be the key piece for Isen, right? The Comfey really have to start jumping into the correct target to actually protect them for this massive attacks coming in from God of Warrior. And if the Comfey could do it well, Isen might have a fighting chance to actually go against God of Warrior for this round.
No, yeah, I mean, especially that it's already at level 9 here, Gabsu, with that of the Rapid Strike or Shifu as well. Before the major objective is going to be a very huge advantage against that of God of Wars. And look at that, they now have the position advantage over that of the Reggie bottom as well, as Kai tries to score in 20, getting into as much XP as they can to help down on the team fights for the later times. But look at this right now, Isen right now with that of a bit of the pressure right now, but man, Flowing Fist is going to be the play of the game here. Guess the Solar Beam not going to be able to hit Gabsu, unfortunately, with the healing from the Comfy as well. Quite beautifully placed, beautifully timed into the side of the Comfy, allowing Gabsu to just sustain itself even after overextending.
Wow, if everyone, the camera is actually focusing on Gapsu getting out of that fight, but the Lapras was trapped by a barrier into his solar beam, and the rest of the team just clamped him down. And you know, that's what that barrier is all about. And you know, going forward, yes, they didn't manage to win that Reggie right there, but you know, that Blastoise is not even live. But with the Blastoise and Venusaur live right here, this is where God of Warriors could turn this around.
And now I'm seeing the idea now into the Venusaur, you know, like the reason why it is not running, you know, the usual items that it does, because it's going to be running the Solar Beam, which is now then going to be a lot of like backlane damage as well for itself. Gets that slow beam just to get Kai here. Again, it supersedes every hindrances, every status in the game. So that's why, you know, slow beam's like one of the strongest moves in the game.
Yeah, but you know, 2 Unite moves being traded down at the bottom side as well, while Gapsu all alone on the top side with the Reggie. Lecky Mime though just looking around in the bushes, and he is immediately being caught out by Gapsu as well.
Right, but the Solar Beam, look at the damage. It's not even a lot here, especially with the healing coming in from coming in from that of the Comfy. But look at that, even after a Unite, even after the Brilliant Anchor, Gapsu almost did not get any damage at all. Almost.
Wow, I mean, like, you know, it's just packed together, right? God of War just bashing straight right up there in the top side as well. So much hits coming in, merely taking out that Mr. Mime, and Gapsu have to start, you know, carrying this game, because all eyes is gonna be on this Water Bear right here, and it's gonna be, you know, the main damage dealer that is in need against God of Wars.
Yeah, and here you go. 137 to 97. You know, Isen does have the advantage of the points right now, but it's not going to be enough though. Still not quite enough, as we are now still at the 4-minute mark. Guess the Hydro Typhoon getting into, yes, for the advantage. Sorry, not for the advantage, but rather for that of the follow-up damage. But Gapsu currently on a roll right now. Want to be able to take down 3 in the process along with the Comfy. But the Alolan Ninetales, are they going to be able to catch it up? Yes, they will get the eject. Okay, never mind. Gets pushed through. Nope, you're not going to be able to take down the Alolan Ninetales this time around. No, never mind. They did as well.
Yep, so you know, these are the key KOs that Isen actually needs, right? They're actually picking up, you know, they're getting those levels up as well. And right now, for, you know, God of War is actually on the back foot. How are they gonna come around? They lost to Reggie bottom already, and they can't lose any more objective to Isen at this point in time. And Isen pressuring up top as well, scoring 40 by the Comfy. Oh,
yeah, the Comfy here still has this Unite move, you know. Flowery Fields forever. It's still a mouthful to say, but you know, here comes the Hydro Typhoon coming up right now. Guess for an angle to be able to take down that Slowbro. But we have to remember as well, it's still only 1 minute left for the Rayquaza.
Yep, 1 more minute down to that final stretch. God of War already got a really good position for that Reggie Lecky, and this might be crucial as it's gonna be marching straight right to that tier 2 that, you know, isn't have to try to protect, and they might be late for the Rayquaza later on.
Yeah, level 13 Venusaur right now, however, is just, you know, dishing out some damage from the back lane, that's allowing it to be on the front line. We have the Blastoise already for that. We do have the mid-range, that is, of course, the Mr. Mime and the Alolan Ninetales as well. Man, this is looking pretty good for God of War right now in terms of team fight, right? In terms of the mechanical plays here, God of War definitely has the advantage, but Isen needs to get in on God of War if they want to win.
Yep, and yes, the Venusaur is actually at level 13, but you have to be really careful of the Urshifu because the Urshifu is definitely going to be diving straight right to that Venusaur. We've seen it time after time again in this particular round, and Gapsu is already at level 14, and he's one bear that you don't really want to pick a fight with. And God of Warrior have to try to get their levels up, but I believe this is going to be too late as we're moving straight right to the final stretch.
Right, here you go. God of Warriors currently has a positional advantage against that of Isen on the Rayquaza, but Isen currently spread it out on the map. What is going to be the play here? Let's find out together.
Yep, Lapras just looking on the top side, just, not allowing any sneaky downs. So is the Mr. Mime, but the rest of the team, this is a stare down right here. Isn't half the point lead, and I believe both teams are aware of that. And, God of War really have to start winning this fight. If not, it's going to be too late. It's just who is going to be initiating it, and God of War is going for it.
Oh, wow. Gets the confusion as well, gets the stun in on the wall. There's a little bit of a bait here for one of the teams, but actually Tonnery from the back lane gets the flank on the Lapras Express, but it's not going to be enough though. But look at that, 3 down into the side of Isen right now for the price of 1. But that is going to be another, that's going to be 4 down, and only Dan is left into the side of Isen. Is not going to be able to seal a win to Rayquaza after 4v1ing, but the Mr. Mime is just making sure it does nothing.
No!
But Dan gets the Rayquaza, but it doesn't matter because everyone else from Isen is currently on the Pokemon Center, and now God of Warriors is going to be able to catch up in terms of points.
Big steal coming in from Isen, but no, 30 more seconds. God of War is leading by only a mere 10 points. There's still a way for Isen to turn around, but there's no more notification to tell you who is leading at this point in time. Isen marching down to the top side as well. 2 versus 2. Who's gonna take this?
Man, they just need 10 points. They can score it in. Are they going to be able to score it in? Gap's only at 13, though. Oh my goodness. This is going to be the final stretch here, ladies and gentlemen, and all traders alike. My goodness. They weren't able to score in. Unfortunately for Isen, that was very close. God of Warriors winning their second game on a very clutch moment. Only 10 points. Wow. I have no word for that, dude.
Yeah, that was just really close, right? God of War almost lost that round. And I believe, Isen had a really good fight where Tonnery went with the Lapras Express flanking them and just crashing them from behind, and but however Isen unable to just follow up as well. Great Hydro Typhoon coming in from Kai as a reply, and God of War managed to get a win, but just a little bit of a misstep, just not allowing Dan to not getting that KO on Dan, and allowing Dan to steal their Rayquaza, and they might have just lost it right there if they can't score up down in the bottom side.
You know what I liked about the decision, that the micro decision that my Dan Lao did at the very last moment, because the initiation came from Tonnery, right? The initiation of the team fight came from Tonnery's Lapras Express, actually gets in the flank, but immediately after crashing down their Lapras Express, my Dan Lao went in for the Unite move to sustain and remove the knock-up coming in from the crash of the Lapras Express, and gets a sustain for the teammates as well, within that AoE. And from there on out, it was able to sustain them and get the damage done against Isen.
Yeah, and this is what, this is what Pokemon Unite is all about. It's not just mashing button and mashing skills and just, trying to win the game like that, but it's all those well-timed micro-second, difference when it comes to pressing your Unite move, and this could actually make a big difference. And, Mai Tang Lao actually did make use of that and allow the team to survive, and, the rest is history for Isen from then on.
Man, and just like that, unfortunately for Isen, they would have to say goodbye to the tournament as they just lost on the lower bracket against God of Warriors. And God of Warriors, they are going to be proceeding towards the next stage of the tournament.
Yep, and they will be facing Orangutan later on in the second, the loser bracket quarterfinals. So, it's gonna be tougher from here on, right? And Eastern round one they got snowballed by God of War, but they did allow, they did play a really good fight in round number 2. It's just really unfortunate that God of War was the better team right here and just winning by 10 points. So, congratulations to God of War, and they will be facing Orangutan later on.
Yeah, man. Wait, Orangutan?
Yeah.
Wait, Orangutan lost against Abyssinian?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. We need to get a little bit of a, we need to get, well, of course, first we're going to be, going back first into the replay of what happened in game number 2.
Okay. Let's focus on this first, okay?
And then we get to see the updated brackets.
Yep.
All right. Oh, wow, that is huge.
Yeah,
that is actually.
Let's look at the replay. Let's just look at the replay, okay? So yes, Eastern actually have a really good, really strong early game with Ursh, right? They got the level lead, and it's just destroying everyone with this one water bear on the side of Eastern. And but however, God of War, managed to just catch up a little bit more. But the whole game, God of War was so far behind in terms of level against Ursh.
Right. No, at the same time, especially in the early game, I think what God of War is just doing is just ensuring that Tencent is going to be playing into the palm of their hands, where they're just allowing them to overextend a little bit, and from there on out, just punish them for it. And that's what happened in the early game. That's why they were able to get in their XPs, taking down Gabsu, taking out the Lapras, as well as it goes in on the what call it, the speed reflux zone, right?
Yep. Yeah, but look at this, right? God of War just always targeting 5 men onto one Pokemon, just dishing all the damage onto one as well, and not forgetting those really well-timed barrier coming in from the Mr. Mime, which allow everything to happen. Take a look at this, right? This is a big crash coming in from the Lapras as well, but God of War has managed to just win the fight over and just unable to take Rayquaza, but just immediately went for Rayquaza. But then, though, on that Scobo, managed to get the Rayquaza, and it actually allows God of War to actually panic a little bit here at the last minute.
Right, and man, that is quite a beautiful place here. I mean, if I'll be asked here who's gonna be like the MVP of that match, I am actually kind of like conflicted between the two. So either Snake, which is our MVP of the match right now, either Snake or actually the Mr. Mime.
I'll give that Mr. Mime, no question asked, just because it's Mr. Mime.
No, just because of the fact, right? Just because of the fact that Mr. Mime actually did so much for their team. Especially rightfully, critically placing those light screens.
Yeah, like those barriers, like screens, literally block off a lot of good escape coming in from Eastern, and which allows Snake to actually follow up with a very good solar beam, and this two players or these two Pokemon actually work really well hand in hand, just to take down singular target one by one, and you're just trapping one Pokemon away, just zoning them out, while the rest of their team isn't escape right there, and just taking out the Lapras again and again. And it's just well targeted against the Lapras. That's it.
Right, no, for sure. I have to agree with you. But here you go. This is the moment that I'm waiting for. Man, that is quite a controversial statement you just did. If that actually happened. I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know, however, while we're waiting for the brackets, is I like your pin, dude. Like it's a Tapu Lele.
Yeah,
it's,
bro.
The pin game right now. It's the best starter right here. You know what I'm saying? It's the best starter.
I don't know. I can't agree to that. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, as much as my Tapu Lele is nice, it's not the best starter. I'm sorry. I got the best Tapu. Let's just put it as that.
Wait till we get this Quackers in Pokemon Unite. Then say your opinion again, sir.
We'll see. I'm more excited for Inteleon. Okay, Inteleon's coming in first. water starter.
Okay, but now on the brackets. The upper bracket we have old guys winning 2-1. We saw that. Orangutan wasn't able to hasn't finished their games earlier when we checked a while back, but it is actually Almo Abyssinian who won 2-1. How did you? Are you the new prophet?
I mean, Abyssinian, they were good. They were good in the May finals as well. But winning Orangutan 2-1 is not an easy task, though. So maybe the level up within the May break that they had, right? That's a possibility.
Yeah. But with that being said, that is actually quite huge. Orangutan now on the lower bracket, and it's actually going to be the next game that we're going to be seeing as well. Orangutan and God of Warriors, both from Hong Kong, Taiwan region.
Yeah. So we've seen Orangutan, previously known as High Five, right? They are the ACL winner. So they went into the April finals looking so strong, but unable to take the championship. And right here in the regional finals, they're so close from getting into punching in their ticket to Yokohama. And next up, they have to face God of Warrior, another really strong team coming in from the main side as well. So it's down to two really strong teams who's going to come up on top, because we have 3 strong teams, or even 4 really strong teams fighting for one more slot to Yokohama.
Wait. 2 teams from the Philippines now secured to Yokohama? Is it time to get my flag pin right here? Know what I'm saying? Not yet.
Yeah, not
yet. But I mean, that's one of my predictions now over. As Neez has mentioned, as Neez has asked me earlier, right? Like, what are my predictions? Who's gonna be getting the top 3 spots? In no particular order, I said it was Old Guys, Orangutan, and God of Warriors. But now Orangutan and God of Warriors is gonna be fighting off for their spot.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, but not just that, right? The winner is gonna be facing Talon or Who as well. So it's tight. We're down to that final 4, final 6 team in this whole tournament, and this is the 4 like really strong team down in the lower bracket as well. So we don't want to see any of them go at this stage, but this is how this whole tournament is going to work, right? Out of this 4, only 1 team will be punching the ticket into Yokohama, so we'll be going to Japan. So I don't know, man. I support all of them, man. I'm just lost.
Yeah, same. You're like, that's the thing, right? Like, it's kind of hard to see these teams go away, and it's I don't know, man. It's just really go. Teams go and say goodbye to our children, especially that they're good men. They're good men. That's all I can say, dude. And whoever loses here, we have to say goodbye.
Yeah. So there we have this are the 10 players that will be coming in. We have seen God of War previously as well. I believe this is the first time Orangutan will be playing on stream, and for today, and Shingi, Ice, ZZ Ray, BKZ, and Ikura, this 5 men are just really at its team. We've seen them in ACL, we've seen it in April as well. So this is gonna be a head-to-head right here with the April 2nd seed going up against the May champion.
Man, April versus May comes June. It is now. I don't think we have to introduce because I don't think we have to introduce God of Warriors anymore, because we've already seen what they can do. We've seen them for like 2 games already, 2 matches rather, and now this time around it's gonna be Orangutan, which this, again, as you have mentioned, it'll be the first time we're gonna be seeing for this broadcast. And it's actually the favorite to win as well. That's why I was really quite surprised to see that they're on the lower bracket now.
Wow, but this is Pokemon Unite. Take a look at this. The stats of Orangutan, 75% on the Elder Gods. And we know that God of Warrior also have an Elder Gods main on their side as well. Would this Pokemon be, the one that they are fighting over for these two side, for these two side? And 50% on that Absol, 50 on that Aspeon and Machamp as well. Trevenant also, and 25% of AG Slash. The other 5 Pokemon on the right side, we have not really seen it throughout this whole tournament as well. So would we see Absol this time from Orangutan?
Man, that is going to be a huge ask here, especially that Orangutan here is one of the teams that well, they have their favorites, I'd have to say, but they can definitely play almost every Pokemon in the roster. But seeing this Absol and the Machamp, which we did get to see as well on the ACL, right? It's quite a manageable combination, especially if you do then allow it to just go online after submission. Immediately is gonna be followed up with the Absol because Night Slash is just huge of a damage, and you don't want it to happen to yourself. But God of Warrior is going to be able to get a win here, and it's basically being like, say, the newer team here than that of Orangutan, right? Only means that they have more notes to take note of than, well, Orangutan has against them.
Yeah, there's more information that you could get off Orangutan as well. And yeah, but I don't know. I think right here, Dojrio is just looking at a very good.
I think they can go toe to toe against that of Orangutan. So I am with you, dude. Like it's a 50-50 match here for both team, and it doesn't matter who goes forward. It doesn't matter who goes down. It's going to hurt. It's gonna hurt.
It's definitely gonna hurt, man. Like you played so hard. You go through 2 months, 3 months of players, and then down. You're down in the loser bracket finals, and you met if you're 50 matchup. It's just painful to actually go through all this experience. So, but however, both teams just did really good, climbing all their way up here as well. So I believe it's going to be a three round game, and it's going to be really tight coming in from both of these teams.
I wanted these two teams in Yokohama, and one of them is going to go home. It's hard. It's so painful. It is definitely good, but we have to go through here. That's why I have you with me right now, so that I don't have to go through this alone. But Orangutan, make sure you guys have your buddies as well. Make sure you be with someone, But Orangutan and God of Warriors, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a painful game to watch as we get to see I'd say one of the strongest teams in the current region right now, especially after the division of the East and the West. God of Warriors and Orangutan both came from the same region, and we'll only get to see who is the better team in the region.
Yep. So ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are, you guys have time, go to the toilet now. Go and get your popcorn now. Get your snacks now, true. Right? Like this is the only opening for you to do it. If not, I guess not. Producer says it's too late, guys.
You're too late.
So yeah, you're too late. So we're off to the draft, ladies and gentlemen. And this is probably the match to watch out for. It's God of Warriors going up to 10 as we head into the draft phase.
I don't want to look.
So I don't know. Coming in, let's just say Elder Gods is banned. Shall we say that?
Elder Gods is
Slowbro and Hoopa. Okay.
Ooh.
77 Chin. First off to pick as well. I believe it's likely gonna be the Lapras, right? Lapras is the premium pick right here. It's either Lapras or Glaceon, and immediately it's gonna be the Glaceon. And I think the Lapras is definitely going straight right to Orangutan.
Right. It's they are. Lapras is gonna be open here. Shangdi still with that of with that of their Shifu, dude. It's that is something that we have to take a look out as well. Could be for Shingdi or could be for BKZ, really. And if you do give the Urshifu to either of those two, man, you're gonna be in for a world of hurt.
Yep, and Mai Tang Lao got his hand first on the Elder Gods this time around as well. Snake is hovering on that Zoroark, so that might be a really good pick against ZZ Ray's Mew. But Ikura on that Wiggles though, is definitely going to be going in for the starter recycle with that Hydro Typhoon coming in from Kai as well. So this draft is just, you have to really calculate it down to the wire and see who is going to have the better draft compared to your opponent.
Right. And I mean, BKZ, okay, never mind. I think Shingdi is going to be sticking here with this Urshifu. And BKZ, this is something that we've seen before. It's either like Shingdi, with that of the Absol, which you have mentioned earlier as well, or BKZ with that of the Machamp. But I'm not sure about like this like combination. Maybe perhaps what they're just gonna be doing here is going to be like the same kind of composition here, but except for the Absol, it's going to be the single strike Urshifu. Could be.
Yeah, could be, right? You need something to actually punch down the Glaceon fast. You need something to deal with the Blastoise and Mr. Mime. These two are really tanky Pokemon to deal with as well. So I believe right here BKZ and Shingdi have a big role to play, right? And in this particular matchup, both all-rounder have to get down into the fight and just throw those punches and just try to take advantage, take Butter out ASAP, take the Glaceon out, take the Chandelier out, and there's nothing much that God of Warriors could do.
Yeah, I mean, with this kind of position, like God of Warriors would have to really be wary of BKZ's Machamp, because the moment they can they get taken out here by BKZ, Shingdi is just gonna be there to just follow up on damage. If not Z-Ray, even Z-Ray, right? Even Z-Ray, especially with the Mew, man, doesn't even need to get in.
Yeah, so Mew just have to stand on the back line, just throw those solar beams or electro ball. Those could be possible plays that the Mew could do, or even we could see really good Mews with Surf, just creating so much space for the rest of the team as well. So Orangutan, both teams, the lineup look really solid right here as well. But BKZ might be a little bit of trouble right there, though, going a little bit too deep, but he might be able to get out this life.
No, look at that. BKZ is just forcing their way through. Going to be able to get both of the Buttle Bees as well.
Wow, getting to Buttle Bee, getting those dunks, and this KO is totally okay for him. The damage has been done, just denying so much EXP from the top side of God of Warriors.
Man, that is BKZ's Machamp. Machop. It's so really hard to distinguish the the pronunciation of Machamp, Machop, Machoke. Yeah. Anyway, there. Look at that. Orangutan right now, kind of like choking into that of the top path.
Well,
Speaking
I think it is a pretty even trade right there on the top and bottom side as well. Orangutan have 15-point lead against God of Warrior right now, and at this point in time in the early game, or even in the early game, you really need that Wigglytuff up to 4, right? Get the Sing online, and so that you could do a little bit of disruption moving forward into their first objective. But the Jigglypuff is only at level 3, so just
here you go.
Yep.
Oh wow, I thought we were gonna be seeing the RKO out of nowhere, but it seems as if the Machoke chokes once again.
Yeah, and God of War, just looking really strong in the early game as well. And with the help of the Glaceon and Chandelier, they're just ready ready to fight right here in the central area.
Man, Orangutan is getting dismantled right now. Look at that, 2 KO coming in from Snake.
Yeah,
and another one as well is gonna be 3 down.
It's not a lot of things that Orangutan could do. Like their Pokemon is not exactly fully skilled right there. Yes, they got the Lapras, they got the Wigglytuff right here, and could they pick the fight at the 7-minute mark? They got 30 more seconds to actually scale their Pokemon a little bit more, and could they make this magic happen?
Yeah, but look at that RKO out of nowhere submission once again coming in for the Machoke, but only as a level 6 Machoke. It's still not gonna be able to do things by itself, but at the very least, Shengdi is now coming up level 8 right now. But oh my goodness, going to be able to secure that watch yourself for themselves, getting a little bit of levels here, and Shengdi going to be able to get in that level 9 before the major objectives. But still, the question is that going to be enough? I think what they're going to be doing here is just sacrifice a Reggie bottom here in favor of the Reggie Lecky, and they will.
It's cool, right? Like, you don't really want to pick a fight at this point in time, as well as your team is actually still skilling. Yeah, you can't exactly win. You got really strong Glaceon down the bottom side also. So, it's okay. Just let the bottom side go this time around. But you got the Reggie Lecky, and you will be pushing top side. They're putting it, pretty even right here between the both two teams. So, it's still neck and neck at this point in time.
Which is gonna be interesting here because only BKZ here has the stacking items. Shengdi doesn't have any stacking items, but instead it does have its muscle band and the weakness policy, and of course the Razor Claw as well, just to slow down opponents as it hits Pokemon, especially with the Rapid Strike or Shifu. It does so much hit and so much low as well for any Pokemon that it will be hitting. But look at that right now. Mew's gonna be able to take down 1, no make that 3, no make that 4, and only the Mr. Mime is left here. I think they're gonna be gunning in for the first Uno card here. Here comes the Wipeout, not quite yet. Only 4 is gonna be coming up, coming down into the side of God of Warriors. But at least it's already enough, more than enough that they need, to go against God of Warriors. More than enough of an XP, of a mechanical skill here that they need to go against that of God of Warriors to catch up, basically.
Yeah, and if we I believe we missed a little bit of the fight in the previous round as well. But that Starlight Recital literally allowed Orangutan to actually come up around for that fight as well. So it's just really well timed coming in from Ikura on that weekly tough with the Starlight Recital.
Right, but at the same time, just 20 more seconds, and we're gonna be seeing the set of objectives come up once again. If they can shred this, quite quickly, then we're going to be seeing one more of the major objectives before the Rayquaza, at least a minute before that happens.
Wait, is that Parrish Song? It is Parrish Song on the Lapras this time. So this is probably the first time we are seeing a Parrish Song on the Lapras.
Right, but at the same time, it actually okay. Here we go.
Lapras Express.
Going down bottom. Here comes the Reggie Rock. Are they gonna be able to crash out? And here we go. There is the LD Gauze going down, coming in for the crash here from Ikura. But look at that though, Orangutan. 1 point ahead of God of Warriors. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that last team fight is all they needed to catch up against God of Warriors, and right now they have the XP lead.
Yeah, they got the level lead.
Oh, they're not even caring about the Blastoise. They don't care about the Blastoise. Yeah, sure, just do your thing, just dance around. We're just gonna score in our points here. And I do like how they can just they were able to really calculate the speed of the Blastoise for them to score in.
Yeah, and this is what top level of Pokemon Unite is all about, right? You're actually going so micro details, of how fast your Pokemon could move, and take advantage of that. And this is what the Orangutan is all about. All their Pokemon is online right now. They got the level advantage, and they are ready for the final stretch. They have the point advantage as well. Orangutan looking really strong to hold the lead to close off this round.
They're like, okay, the Blastoise is using its rapid spin. It's not gonna be able to catch up on us. Just score in, and man, it actually paid up so well for them.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Let's just breaking the top side as well, and then back to focusing their attention onto that Blastoise. And that's just all really well timed. Mr. Mime blocking Shingdi by immediately dashing out of that barrier as well. And there's nothing much that God of Warrior could do to stop Shingdi at this point in time. He's already at level 12, and he's just dashing straight right in.
Oh, look at that. Parry Song once again, but unfortunately Chen wasn't able to be put on the HP threshold to get the KO. But still, Parry Song actually does a lot here, especially with how much of a DPS Shangdi can do, and especially with Z-Ray here with the Solar Beam as well, can easily put them on the threshold to get the very, very quick KO secure.
Yep, and you know the beauty about Parrish Song is that you don't have to finish him off, right? You just have to shred them to the appropriate mark,
To the threshold.
and they're just to the threshold, and they're just immediately KO'd. And that's what But at the same time, not a lot of players or teams are actually playing around with Parrish Song right here. So would God of War be a little bit big question mark right here? How do we play around this Parrish Song at this point in time?
No, yeah, I mean, it's what do you call this? Using Water Pulse definitely is, I'd say, more, I'd say like a better damaging attack. But if you can, if you have like Parrish Song, you don't even need to shred them completely, which then allows you to just refocus your targets immediately as long as you reach the threshold.
Yeah, that's just the beauty of the Parrish Song itself. But there you have, ladies and gentlemen, Orangutan already got a really good position onto the Rayquaza right here as well, and just dishing so much damage with that Solar Beam. God of War really have to try to make an entrance, if not, it's too late.
Right, but here you go. Orangutan still has the lead here, does have the position advantage into the Rayquaza as well. So let's find out how they're going to be able to penetrate through Orangutan, as Ikura is going to be able to score in 37. No, 74.
Yeah, and taking advantage that
quick
God of
maps.
War would not dare to initiate right there. But there you have a big scruffle right here.
God of War is currently low right now, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that. It is going to be Kai going to be able to take down take down one into the side of Orangutan.
BKZ.
But Shindy as well. BKZ going to be able to take down 3 into the side of God of Warriors. It's going to be 3v2 right now in favor of Orangutan. And that's the thing though. They don't even need to get the Rayquaza. All they need to do is buy some time. And look at the Ikura right down bottom.
Ice!
Sorry, not Ikura, but Ice scoring in. Honda.
Ice with another 100 down in the bottom side as well. But on the top side, Ikura just stopping Mai Tang Lao from doing any of his shenanigans. There's nothing much the God of War will do with only 10 seconds left.
Oh, Mai Tang Lao. Not gonna be able to, as I mentioned, it's not gonna be able to do a lot here, especially after the score there from Ice. That final hundo seals the deal for Orangutan, taking in the first game against God of Warriors. And man, Orangutan is a what do you call
It's
this?
a monkey. It's a monkey.
Okay, it is a monkey. What I was gonna say is that they played a bit risky, like not a bit, but super risky compared to the previous games. Compared to the previous games or the previous qualifiers,
Yeah, for sure. You're down to the wire against a really good team, right? You have to pull out every weird trick out of your book as well, including this Parrish Song Lapras. And, this is not a usual composition that we see in a tournament like this, right? And you look at this Xingdi with 65k of damage, yes, but, with the help of the Lapras, Xingdi don't really have to deal all the damage onto one Pokemon itself as well, right? Xingdi just do a little bit more and then go to the next Pokemon. And even, Z-Ray with those blasts, with those solar beams, it could just put them in the range, in the threshold, and Ikura could just close it off with the Lapras itself. And not forgetting Ice on this Wigglytuff as well, right? So many well-timed Starlight Recital to actually keep the whole team alive, for them to push on a little bit more in this matchup.
They don't even need, right? They don't even need any sort of mobility with the, that comes with the Hoopa. As long as I do have the Lapras Express, we get to see BKZ just riding onto the surf of Ikura, and just going in to any pass that they want to be on, really. And just like that, just going to be able to help down their team as well. BKZ having 44k sort of the damage dealt and damage taken at 46k as well. It's just amazing to see how much All-Rounders is doing, being very having a lot of tenacity, really, in terms of team fights. And it doesn't matter if they don't have the Absol, they can still push out damage, as we can see from the first game against God of Warriors.
Yeah, but God of Warriors, though, they had a really good first 5 minutes, right? They were so strong.
Right.
And Orangutan, there's not much way for them to actually fight against God of Warriors in the first 5 minutes. But once that Machamp goes online, and the script just changes from then on. Like, take a look at this, right? Orangutan, BKZ with the Machamp being so aggressive, just running
Right.
straight down the speed flux zone and just scoring and just putting those stacks item onto him as well, and they actually paid dividends in the late game.
Can I just like give props to my Dan Lao? Because man, my Dan Lao has like 43k damage, 60k damage taken, and 51k recovery. I don't think that's I don't think that's a Pokemon for I don't think that's a support Pokemon.
JJ, this is what we call upsize.
Okay.
Yeah, get it?
Okay.
Yeah. You go to my Tang Lao
Yeah.
and you upsize. It is what it is.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I wasn't expecting that.
Or should we say supersize in the NA, right? Like, this is what my Tang Lao is all about.
God. Upsizing. Man, I think Permasneeze is listening right now.
It's getting better, man. It's gonna get better from here on.
Okay.
Yeah, but
that was a
okay,
good
coming
one.
back, okay, coming back.
Right. Just going back into the game. Oh wow. Wow. All right. Just
Okay.
we need to take a little bit of
Xingdi,
breather here.
okay, yes.
Xingdi. Yeah,
Let's go,
Xingdi
JJ,
definitely
Xingdi.
is definitely one of the I'd say one of the it's actually actually not one of the better, but like actually like one of the best players in the field in game number one here. Getting in that or Shifu as well, 65k damage dealt, 46k damage taken as well. But we have to give props as well, I guess, to BKZ, because if it wasn't for BKZ, right, Xingdi's not gonna be able to like get in its power spike as early. And at the same time, without the assistance of BKZ's champ here, Xingdi wouldn't be able to freely hit as much as they did from the early game.
Yep, those submission and just stunning them, and then Xingdi just goes in for the swoop, right? We have seen this combo in the previous round and worked really well. So, but I'm excited to see what Xingdi could do in round number 2, right? 40% pick rate on that Absol. This is a rare Pokemon that we have not seen for a very long time. And, moving into a next, game point for Orangutan, would Xingdi goes with the barrel of bad news and, deliver it to God of Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, the last time we got to see the BKZ Machamp, Xingdi, Absol, if I remember correctly, was on the Asia Champions League, which was way back February for the finals, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're saying sorry.
Yeah, and because of the meta shift and everything, Absol became lesser, and lesser. And with Dodrio being the premium speedster in Tier Sky Ruin right now, if Xingdi could make Absol work, it would be really fascinating to actually see a low pick rate Pokemon could actually win you games in regionals finals.
I think they can. I don't think they have to bring it out on the grand finals. I don't think not the grand finals. Maybe at the stage. Especially that we have to consider that Orangutan already has the lead, right? They already have the lead here. What do we call this, against God of Warriors game 1. So if they have time if they want to be a little bit nostalgic or at least have a little bit of experimentation, I think this is the time. But not any other time, because again, any other time would be crucial. And at the same time, if they do lose this time around, then at the very least they still have one more match to catch up against God of Warriors, because again, whoever loses this match would have to say goodbye to the tournament.
Yeah, but I don't think Orangutan would allow to themselves to do anything funky at this point in time. But we shall see right here in the draft. But we're saying that Orangutan won't do anything funky, but they brought out a Wiggles, a Parry song, previously as well.
Right.
Maybe funky might be the way to win this whole tournament for them.
Or maybe perhaps the what do you call this, the Parrish song was a misclick. I think it's more likely that it's a misclick.
No, we
because-
believe it's intentional, man.
Okay. Never mind then.
Yeah. So we shall see if it's intentional, right? And in game number 2 right here, Butter immediately picking up the Glaceon as well. But BKZ on the Lapras this time and Xingdi back on the Urshifu. Maybe we would see the same composition from Orangutan.
It might potentially be, but at the same time, I think the Slowbro here is more of like a general ban. The Hoopa as well is more of, we don't get to see Orangutan use Hoopa a lot, right? We didn't get to see them do that. But I think, with that being said, with this kind of like composition, this kind of picks that they have right now, I think we're just going to be seeing the same composition as earlier, except for this one. Well, Z-Ray instead of the Mew now goes in for the Mew.
Instead of the Mew, went with the Chandelier, you mean? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the Chandelier, it's not gonna be as painful or even pack as much damage compared to the Mew this time around. But with the Poltergeist, you could stop things like the Dodrio, which Kai actually went with this time around, and Ikura this time, going in with that Clefable, and this time with healing capabilities stacked together on Orangutan side of the field. So removing the Machamp for this Clefable for the Moonlight, it might allow them, Orangutan might be going in for a little bit more sustainability kind of composition. What do you think?
Right, and at the same time, we have. I think this is more of like, Ikura is being more of like a counter against Kai's Dodrio here, because I think this is the plan here. God of Warriors banning in the Hoopa so that they can play in the Dodrio safely. But at the same time, we have to remember as well that Z-Ray does have, number one, has access to either Poltergeist or even more so the more damaging actually no, it's the Poltergeist, yeah. The Poltergeist, the more damaging Poltergeist, or the Imprison, which can then stun and disable a Pokemon. And at the same time, we have what do you call this? Excuse me. We do have Gravity as well from Ikura, right? I'm covering Ikura right now. So we have Gravity for Ikura, and at the same time for Lapras, I cannot reach Lapras. Can you point out Lapras for me, please? There you go.
For Lapras.
There you go. Lapras, we have Bubble Beam, so definitely has a lot of options to stop down this Dodrio, though it is running in its full heal.
Yeah, so there's lots of ways, but Orangutan seems like really strong. Like they look really in to counter a Dodrio composition right here against God of War. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. And would Orangutan take this victory and send God of Warriors home, or will God of War force this into round number 3?
Right, so here we go. Let's find out if we're going to be able to see Orangutan proceeding to the next stage of the tournament. If not, God of Warriors taking this again for 3.
Yep, and right here, immediately, we see Kai just being really aggressive on the dunk situation right there. And however, down in the central area, and God of Warrior might be a little bit sneaky with this blast, with this Squirtle right here with 77 Chin, with Ice slapping him out of the way, but just Chin managed to just get it out alive.
Yeah, gets a spit as well to be able to get away alive, and actually with just a sliver of health here was able to survive from the harassment of the Wigglytuff. With that being said though, Shengdi now pressuring up God of Warriors with that level 5 evolution as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Shengdi right now onto that Water Bear.
Yep, Urshifu is online, Dodrio is online as well. So it's gonna be the fight of these two Pokemon, right? These two Pokemon is definitely gonna be the main Pokemon to contest, or even deal most damage to their opponent as well. But we can't forget the Snake is actually on that Venusaur right now, and it's likely gonna be going with the Solar Beam build this time around, looking at the health item.
Right, and here you go, Shengdi trying to get in Kai, and I like what they're doing here right now, right? Like they're not allowing, right? They're not allowing the Dodrio to go anywhere, and just like pushing in as much as they can, and just like that, they're gonna be able to take away the Dodrio and take the Eldegoss as well against God of Warriors, ensuring that they can get in the I would call this the lead from the early game and maintain it up until the late game.
And it's just whoever is going to be sustaining longer is going to be winning the fight, right? It's just basically the main of the game. But I believe Ice on that Wigglytuff with those Sing is actually creating a lot more space and forcing, God of War to actually either retreat or stay on or even get caught by the Sing and just take out by Xingdi on the Urshifu as well.
Right. But here is the difference here by, against all of the Dodrio that we've seen thus far. As Kai here's Dodrio is running in that drill peck, but look at that very timely gravity stops Kai. But unfortunately, not going to be enough to actually, get the KO. But at the very least, Orangutan's going to be able to take down that Ivysaur as well for themselves as they now try to rotate down bottom for the Regibottom.
Yeah, the thing about Pokemon Unite is whoever sets the tempo is definitely gonna have the advantage in this game. And Orangutan is setting the tempo right here, and God of War have no choice but to dance along to Orangutan's tempo. And could they get out of this and make the tempo of their own?
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. Poltergeist, not only does it slow down enemy and in an AoE, but also damages them with the flying furnitures. And just like that right now, Xingdi trying to get in right. They're going to be able to take down LDO 16 hits right now. No, never mind. The Warrior Cell is going to be taken out as well, but Regirock is going to get a little bit of a refresh here as it went on a little bit too far from its position.
Wow, I mean, just a big, just fight left right there, and Regirock is still untouchable. And Orangutan is just putting in so much pressure, and those healing coming in from Ikura, from those Moonlight, they're just doing so much for the team to allow them to stay a little bit more into this fight and just push God of War away from this.
Wow, Starlight Recital is going to be popped off coming in from Ice there just to be able to sustain itself. And now Orangutan is leading the pack right now as it is now going to be able to destroy the first tier score goal down bottom. And with that being said, Orangutan currently has the lead right now. And Kai going to be taken down once again by BKZ.
Wow, I mean, it's not looking good for God of Warrior right here, with Dodrio, with Kai being KO'd so many times in this matchup as well. And, Orangutan just looking really strong, and God of Warriors could not initiate a fight moving forward against them. And the Glaceon, the amount of damage coming in from Glaceon and Venusaur is not exactly doing too much with those Moonlight heals coming in from the Clefable.
Oh, man, for sure. But here you go. Orangutan still has the lead, not only in terms of points, but also in terms of the XP. And look at this right now. God of Warriors, they are struggling to get into Orangutan right now.
Burdened Anger coming in from God of War as well. Starlight Reciter to get Orangutan out of that fight, but Reggie Lackey going straight right to the side of God of Warrior. Yeah,
that is true. And look at that right now. They're going to be able to secure this Regieleki for themselves, but it doesn't matter as Orangutan still wants to put in the pressure. Poltergeist is going to be popped up as well, but Shane is going to be going down. There's going to be one down into the side Orangutan. Triple trample. No, never mind. Not triple trample, but the drill peck as well, just to get in some damage. But Kai is going to be taken out by the overheat from that of the Chandelier.
Wow, I mean, that's a really good push coming in from Orangutan. God of War had a really good chance to come back off that one to get some return EXP, but to no avail. Regieleki unable to reach that goal zone. In fact, Orangutan is still looking really strong, standing firm right on top.
Which is actually a very good decision coming in from Orangutan, because number one, there's still a lot of time here for them, and number two, there's only like 31 more points for, well, God of Warriors before they can destroy the first score goal. So like allowing that Regieleki is just going to be allowing God of Warriors to overcap it if they can,
I mean, that is possible as well, right? But there was a panic Hydro Typhoon coming out from God of Warriors as well. So we're 3 minutes into this game as well. So, and it's all down to that Blastoise. Could he get the Hydro Typhoon back up in time for that final stretch? He got 1.5 more minutes to go.
Wow. And that's what I'm talking about earlier as well. Like, yes, they might not have a Hoopa, but they do have not only Ice with the Sing, they do have Bubble Beam with the Lapras, and they do have, Poltergeist as well, just to stop down, Kai, and it's working out pretty well for them. They don't really need the mobility.
Yeah, for sure, right? It's packed with a ton of CC, right? Gravity into sync that could get you caught off guard as well, and then just throw
Right.
the Polar guys. You're basically stuck in that zone for a very long time. Let's just say it that way.
It is true. Just putting Kai in a singular place can't be, can't be running through places. You have to be a very behaved kid at Mai Dan Lao. Reggie like is gonna be going into the side of Orangutan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this Reggie
It's-
actually have 35 seconds to actually march down to tier 2, and everyone in God of War is on the top side just dealing with it right now, and Orangutan have a really good time to actually position themselves for this fight, but they're not allowing them to rest. It's just putting so much pressure on the God of War. We're down to the final stretch really soon. Could Orangutan come out of this and just knock out God of Warriors in this round?
That is the big question here for God of Warriors, because Orangutan right now is currently positioned in on the Rayquaza. Everyone has their Unite moves as well. BKZ currently can get a flank here with the Lapras Express as well. Now let's find out if they're going to be able to do it. But look at that Ikura. Huge damage from Snake with the Solar Beam though.
Yeah,
They
those
need
solar
to bait
beams.
this out.
The solar beam is just really painful right there, and God of War initiating onto the Rayquaza as well, and they have no choice but to back off. They don't want to fight Orangutan. Seems like that.
No, yeah, I mean, they want to pick them off one by one. They cannot fight up Orangutan because they're going to be losing here really badly, especially that they haven't seen everyone from the side of Orangutan just yet. They're still looking for the last two Pokemon here. That's why God of War is still not committing.
Wow, God of Warriors really have to start off this one, and it's 1 more minute to go. If they're not doing anything, they will be going home immediately. So they have to do something about this.
Guys. Oh my goodness, the Poltergeist is going to be used as the initiation.
Nice.
Gets the Starlight inside him, but nobody is going to be helped upon. But further than Anger going to be able to take down one. No, make that two, then make that three into the center of Orangutan as well. Only Ikura and Shiggy is left here. But look at that, sorry, not Ikura, but BKZ. BKZ is the only one left here. Gets pushed away with the Drill Pack, allowing God of War to secure this Rayquaza for themselves. And it seems as if we're going to be looking over game number 3. God of War still don't want to go home just yet.
Wow, I mean, that was a really good fight. It's just a mess going on right there. But I believe Ice might have popped the Starlight Recital a little bit too early. And everyone else on the side of Orangutan actually got caught in a Hydro Typhoon. And that actually caused them to lose that fight. And, God of War got the Rayquaza and just march in and just score those goals. Orangutan had a really good game so far. But down to that final minute, they just can't close this out.
No, for sure. I mean, it's that Starlight Recital did not hit any ally at all. It was it was at the borderline. It was at the very edge, right? At the very edge of the radius of the Starlight Recital, which unfortunately for them wasn't able to sustain the others into the side of Orangutan, which I think is one of the biggest factor here. That's why they got shredded here by God of Warriors. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, the Starlight Recital did not hit anyone. Ikura could not do anything. Everyone is just all over the place. The Moonlight could not reach everyone to survive that at that point in time as well. And, and a really huge Hydro Typhoon just thrown right down, and with those solar beam just flying left and right. And it's just a mess at that point in time. And Orangutan could not recover off that, that failed Starlight Recital from Ice, and God of War capitalized on that and actually took that victory. And yeah, it's just looking, it looked good for Orangutan for the whole of the first 9 minutes, but down to the final minute, if you can't finish it off, you just loses the game just like that.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, like Orangutan, they had complete control of the game, from the early game going to the mid game, and even leading towards that Rayquaza. But and even during the Rayquaza, honestly, like they had the positional advantage against God of Warriors, but unfortunately for them, they kind of like they scrambled against God of Warriors. They already had the very good positioning, but seeing the damage of the seeing the damage of the solar beam against Shengdi and what was that one?
Ikura.
Ikura, yeah,
Yeah.
right. was just too made Orangutan a little bit too scared to get committed on by God of War, and at the same time, right, like Ikura, no, sorry, not Ikura, Ice, there you go. And the mere fact that Ikura got noticed by God of Warriors at the bottom bush, right, at the bottom part of the bush here of the central area, they just, I feel like they just panicked, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, at that point in time, they got caught off guard. You know, they have no choice. They just panic and just mash on the button, and hopefully everything plays out right. Orangutan was looking really strong in terms of level, in terms of points as well, but they literally gave it away. I'm not sure what exactly was happening in you know, the point of view of Ice, but you know, that Starlight Recital was a little bit mistimed. Let's just put it as that.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of this time here, but at the same time, you know, like there's a huge wall in between Eyes here, and you know, along with the rest of the team, that even that's the thing, really, even if they do go nearer beside each other, I think that would have posed a lot of a problem, just because of the fact that, you know, it's what do you call this? They're already getting shredded by God of Wars, and if they do buy a bit more time, then they're just gonna be prolonging the inevitable, I feel.
Yeah, so I don't know, like, you know, it's just a mess at the very last point in time. But there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our upsize king is gonna be MVP right here, Mai Dang Lao, with the Elder Gods. Really crucial heals right there from this man, and this man has been making plays over and over again. And what do you think, JJ? Is he supersized or upsized?
We're not in America.
Yeah.
We're not in America. We're in Asia, dude. So,
Okay,
like,
okay.
It's upsize. It's but it actually goes to show, because, like, again, game number 1, 43k damage dealt, damage taken at 60, recovery at 51. I kind of missed the stats this time around, but I wouldn't be surprised, right, if it's somewhere along those lines as well, because, like, Might and Loud, again, this is the Mafia boss we're talking right here.
Wow, I mean, this guy is just on fire, right? Like, you know, it's a grass type Pokemon, it should not be on fire, but yeah, this guy is on fire. Like, yeah, but it's not just a healer, right? Like, as you said, the numbers don't really tally when this guy is playing Elder Gods, because he's dealing damage, he's dealing so much damage, and at the same time recovering so much more for the rest of the team as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and man, Mai Dan Lao just doing so much for the team right now, especially with this Eldegoss. And I don't think this is the thing, really. Like, even if Mai Dan Lao does a lot for the team, damage wise, recovery wise, it's very much less likely that we're gonna be seeing this Pokemon get banned.
Is there a need to actually ban an Eldegoss though? Like, you know, if you ban the Eldegoss,
right?
you open up the Hoopa and the Slowbro.
No, yeah, that's the thing, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, there's no, like, immediate need for anyone to ban Eldegoss or even Orangutan. But that's the thing as well. Like, it does so much for God of Warriors, right? Like, you're now placed into this dilemma that, hey, this Pokemon is being a little bit of a problem here that is actually doing a lot against us. If we do ban this, right, then we are opening up a lot more, right? But at the same time, there's another option for you to deal with Eldegoss. You can just use it yourself.
Well,
which they have been hovering on that as well.
Yeah, that's true, right? But the thing is that if you're gonna be first picking Eldegoss, you will be losing out premium Pokemon like your Lapras and Glaceon. So there's a lot of things to debate right here for this particular draft. But I think, you know, what went wrong for Orangutan is Water Pulse. Parrish Song was the answer, man.
Dude, every time you say this stuff, I get caught off guard. That I don't know what to say anymore. But it might be just a thing. surprisingly enough,
Yeah,
it might be just
right?
the thing.
Right? There could be so many fights that the Perish song would make a difference for Orangutan.
That is true because, like, again, like going back to the composition of Orangutan here, they're not even what do you call this? They're not even priority, or at least they couldn't really like shred to the bone the side of God of Warriors that Perish song actually does a lot for them. That gives them a huge favor.
Yeah.
Why am I agreeing with this?
Yeah, so it's true, right? Okay, so off to the picks right there. And, you know, we see 77 Chin on the Lapras. And for the first time in this game, Lapras is on the side of God of Warrior with Xingdi on their Glaceon this time around as well. So it seems like Orangutan is going for a little bit more damage focus with this Glaceon. But Mai Tang Lao, though, this guy is still sticking on to his regular meal, right? Regular value meal with the Elder God.
Happy meal.
Yeah, happy meal.
I mean, who wouldn't be happy with the Eldegoss, with the XP share? We have.
You got a sharing box right there with the EXP share, right? So
that is true.
Yeah.
And, we have the muscle band as well, and at the same time, we do have the X attack, dude. Increase special, increase what we call this? Increase attack and increase special. Attack speed. There you go.
Yep. Yep. So you know this
specs.
is just interesting, right? Coming in from Mai Dong Lao, like, you know, you got the X attack, and this guy is just going for the offense with this Elder Gods, and, you know, stacked together with Snake and Bee Butters, and I believe it might maybe a double beam coming in from God of Warrior. That could be a possible play as well, but no Blastoise this time around. Could, you know, this Wigglytuff be a little bit useless, you know, without this Blastoise Hydro type, without, you know, a Blastoise to be countering against.
I'd have to say though, like, with the current composition, face value, right? Like, as I would have to, excuse me, I would have to give it to God of Warriors here, especially with Kai. I mean, sure, Orangutan, I'm pretty sure they have an answer against the Drio, but with the current composition here, I think they're more of like a bruiser kind of like composition into the side of Orangutan, which if Kai here would be able to play better than they did on game number 2, it's going to be it's going to be too slick for Orangutan to actually catch this trio of a bird.
I mean, there's still ways, right? There's Sleep, there is Gravity, there is Avalanche, there is Glaceon with the new Holoware, you know. Yeah, so there's so many things that Orangutan could actually deal with this tree-headed bird, and I don't think, you know, Orangutan would be allowing Kai to run free with that Dodrio.
No, yeah, I mean, that's gonna be the play of the game here, and they cannot let Kai roam around freely, because if they do, then they're gonna be in a world of hurt, not because of the damage that this can deal, but more so the points that they're going to be up against with God of Warriors.
Yep, that's all possible, you know, possibly true as well. BKZ a little bit of trouble, but managed to dunk the 6 and get out immediately. And, you know, compared to game number 2, where Kai have a little bit of free reign here, I believe he's getting his free reign back immediately, you know, taking BKZ out of commission right there.
Right, but with this though, Kai slowly but surely going to be able to push in some points here as well. My fair late. Man, level 3 right now, still not a Dodrio, but the moment it gets to level 5, that is where it's going to be running through. And this time around, I'm quite interested. Quite interesting to ask. Do you think we're going to be seeing the Tri-Attack this time around, or do you think we're going to be seeing the Drill Peck once again?
I think Drill Peck might be the way, right? Like, you know, you're just doing a little bit of CC, just pushing key Pokemon out of position so that your rest of team could actually go for the Solar Beam to beam him down.
Right.
That could be a possible play coming in from Kai. So we just have to wait and see as he levels up into the Dodrio right here. And, you know, everyone is more or less, you know, level up on the side of Orangutan as well. So they're ready to fight.
Yeah. It is going to be the Drill Peck going to be coming up as well, and not with the agility even, but going in for what we call this, the jump attack instead. You know, yeah, the jump attack instead for Kai here once again, still sticking to their guns here for Kai. But now let's take a look about, what's happening with that at the bottom path. It's still gonna be the lap press here, currently at level 5. If we do get to see the Parrish song again,
No, it's
I'm
water
gonna
pulse.
praise you, dude.
he went with water pulse. I mean, this time it's in the hands of God of Warriors, right? So maybe they don't have the whole Parrish song strat
Oh yeah,
going.
that's true. Right.
So
It's not an orangutan.
it might be a possible difference coming in, but it's still pretty even at this point in time. It's down to the first objective down, and possibly it's gonna be a fight down in the Reggie bottom.
Right, and here you go. 20 seconds before 7-minute mark is going to be the second set of Bs here into that of the paths. But at the same time, it's going to be 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams. Though Drea is going to be able to take down 1, but that's going to be 2. Another one here in on the side of God of Warriors. Orangutan, they want to catch up, they want to catch up against God of Warriors.
Yeah, but I mean, Orangutan is just looking really strong down on the bottom side as well. Xingdi already at level 9. They got the Registeel as well. And, there's nothing much that the bottom side could actually do with Orangutan, right? With those Icicle shots going straight right into the Venusaur, which if he's going for the Solar Beam build, is going to be really weak in terms of defense stats as well. And they are going to be capitalizing that with the Glaceon and just taking it out immediately.
And look at this as well, Ice is just tanking in as much as they can to allow Zero to score in 40, and they did successfully doing so as well. 31 points, I believe, is the overcap for that one down bottom.
Yep, Glaceon and Ninetales both at level 10 as well. They're going to the top side to fight, but immediately could favor going straight right down. Could Orangutan, push God of Warriors away from this?
Wow, triple trample into the Verdant Anger combination, and Kai's going to be able to take down 2 in the process while having very low health, but going to be able to get in those citrus berries as well in the process. Going to be able to survive just yet, and going to be pushing in more damage into the side of Orangutan. They're going to be taking down 2 as well. But the question is, would they be able to seal away this Regieleki from Orangutan? That is the big question here.
Yep, and a failed snow globe coming in for Orangutan previously as well. It's still pretty even at this point in time, but God of War have to be really careful with the Glaceon, especially with those Icicle flying straight right to you. It's not looking good.
Wow, I thought it's going to be getting in, going to be taken out here, but the Solar Beam coming in from that of Snake. But unfortunately enough, it is going to be the Synchro Striker Shifu into the side of Orangutan, right, from BKZ to take away this Regieleki, especially after it just uses Evo and Fist as well to secure, the Regieleki. But coming down into that of the top path, they are still leading in terms of the points here, at least 50 points here, but it's not going to be enough though. Let's find out together. Going to have the Regieleki come up here, get 6 points here. Quick Maths, 35 points. No, never mind. 37 points. Never mind. 39 points as an overcap. Quick maths, dude. Quick maths. This is why they're in on the top 4.
Yeah, and everything is just well calculated down to the final goal right here. And immediately rotating straight right down to the bottom side. God of Warrior have a really good start onto the Registeel. And Orangutan trying to find an opening. Could they push their way in?
Yeah, that is the big question here. Triple Trample is going to be popped up as well, but Verdant Anger is going to be, sorry, not Verdant Anger, but Red and Solar Beam is going to be able to secure that Registeel for themselves, and that's going to be 1 down into 7 Orangutan to make the 2 for 2 trade, 2 for 3, 2 for 4, and only cheating is left of that. Never mind. That is going to be a team wipe here for God of Warriors. Finally, this is the breathing room that they have been looking for against Orangutan. For this game, for them to be able to catch up against Orangutan.
Yeah, this is what they need, right? Dodrio right here is really at level 12. They really catch up in terms of the level department as well. But I think that fight goes straight right to Snake, right? Snake with those big solar beams, just dishing out so much damage and just landing it at crucial timing. And, just taking out Orangutan, shredding them apart from then and then on. Orangutan really have to try to find a way to deal with this Venusaur. If not, it's gonna be dealing tons of damage to them and they don't want to deal with it.
Now, that's the thing, right? Like, Orangutan, sorry, not Orangutan, but rather God of Warriors, I think, with that wipeout, that is everything they need. And for those who doesn't know as well, and for those who are new, that is watching Pokemon Unite right now, or who are new into playing Pokemon Unite, we do have a bit of like a rubber banding system here, where if you are a little bit low in terms of the XP, if you actually manage to KO a Pokemon that is very high on XP, very high on level, you can immediately catch up to it the moment you get a KO.
Yep, and this revenge KO is just gonna be, you know, bearing so much reward for the losing team, which is God of Warriors at this point in time. And you know, and it seems like right here, Orangutan is the one behind in terms of levels.
Right, and again, only one team fight is all they need to catch up against God of Warriors. BKZ, however, you know, level 11, 11, 12, 12, 12, you know, 13 for Chengdi here into the side of Orangutan. But God of Warriors, though, they have 2 Pokemon into the side of level 13, 2 of the level 12, and only the Eldegoss is currently at level 11. Definitely has the higher lead here in terms of the XP against Orangutan. But look at that, Chengdi was able to shred away this Registeel for themselves just in time before the Rayquaza comes up.
Yeah, we're down to the final stretch right here. Xingdi has to make magic for Orangutan, just dealing those damage. If not, you know, God of War will be able to just beam their way through with this beam landing onto Xingdi, forcing Ikura to go for the Moonlight.
That is true. Now, this is going to be the final team fight here for both of the teams, because whoever loses this one will have to say goodbye to the tournament. So let's find out who's going to be proceeding to the next stage of the tournament here, as we get to see Glacial Sea is going to be popped up as well. Look
Venusaur
at that.
down.
BKZ going to be able to take down 1.
Hi.
Even Fizz as well. That's going to be 2. Kai's going to be taken out as well. But Z-Chin, or 77 Chin here, they're not going to be able to get away. Are they going to be able to get away? Not quite yet. But there's going to be only 1 left here for God of Warriors, for Orangutan to secure the Rayquaza for themselves. And look at that. They were
Venusaur is
able
back.
to do a wipeout here for God of Warriors. Orangutan going to be able to secure the Rayquaza for themselves, uncontested, without anyone for the God of Warriors. And now they are in it, running towards the score goals to secure the slot for the next stage of the tournament. Orangutan wants to go in and live for the next stage of the tournament.
What a goal, what a goal, what a goal. This is just what is happening right there. Orangutan has been scoring hundreds over hundreds over hundreds, and that was a really good fight that they picked their fight against God of Warriors, right? Just going in and those damage coming in from the Glaceon, numbers really doesn't add up. And that is just a really well played game right here by Orangutan, and just taking home the win 7-7-8 and counting against God of Warriors right here. It's, you know, this is the end. 10 more seconds on the clock. I don't think God of War could find 4 more hundred of points right here to close off this game against Orangutan.
Yeah, that has been very close. Could have been anyone's game, really. But it is going to be Orangutan proceeding to the next stage of the tournament as they fight off against, well, whoever wins Talon versus who. Still don't have the results yet. But we're going to be finding out in just a bit, I believe.
Yeah, so I believe the match is still ongoing right here, but this is the match to watch. And Orangutan literally came up on top of God of Warriors right here. It was a neck-to-neck down to the round number 3, and it's down to that final stretch, which Orangutan came up on top. And I believe this game, yes, the MVP is BKZ, but Ikura and Ice literally held the whole team together and allowed Xingdi to dish out so much damage against their opponent, and, you know, just winning them the game from there on.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's been very close, but Orangutan being the one on top right now, man, it's just this is an intense game. Honestly, it's I have no words for it.
Intense is the understatement, JJ. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. Yeah.
It actually is. Okay.
Yeah, and, you know, Snake and Butter actually was dealing so much damage with those solar beams. I believe we will go into the you know, damage stats later on as well. But these 2 Pokemon, just all I see just beams, and you know, next thing you know, Ikura is just healing them up with those Moonlight, and that's what good support is all about. You know, just being there for your friends and just healing them back up.
Yeah, you know, it's That is something that we have been noticing since game number 1, really. Like, that is what they're using as a way to poke down Orangutan, right? Like, that is one of the reasons why Orangutan wasn't able to really, like, get in on God of Warriors as early as they want to be, because the moment that the beams hit them, it just hits them at the right place, that it shreds almost half their HP to anyone into the side of Orangutan. I mean, yeah, sure, you might have the damage here, but again, in exchange of what? In exchange of your HP being kind of low against that of God of Warriors.
Yep, and because of that, they didn't have the Venusaur didn't have a really good early game, right? Going down to the bottom side against Xingdi, once the Glaceon is at level 5, those icicles just gonna land so painfully onto Snake as well. So, yeah, I believe that is probably where it fell off. And once it reaches Venusaur stage, it might be a little bit too late for God of Warriors to actually come back off that one.
No, yeah, and I do like the decision here for BKZ as well. At the very last moment, instead of like going in for the instead of going in for the rapid strike Urshifu, instead went in for the single strike Urshifu, which I think did them so much, especially when confirming and securing securing objectives for Team Orangutan.
Yeah, for sure. Like this, it did so much for the rest of the team as well. And but however, but we can't give discount to God of Warriors as well. They played really well through May, through this June qualifier, this regional qualifiers itself. But it's just really unfortunate to see them go. But they really did really well, and I believe I got my respect for God of Warriors got my respect for this game as well. And not getting Mai Tang Lao on the Elder Gods is just upsized. That's it. Just really good.
It actually is, like, again, as I mentioned earlier, before the start of the series here, right? Like, it doesn't matter who wins, doesn't matter who loses. Whatever the result may be, it's going to hurt a lot. And I mean, God of Warriors, it's our first time seeing them on the April and the May qualifiers, but they've already shown us, right? They've really shown us so much that I can't wait to see them again in the next season of the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series.
Yep, and there we have it. That just not dismiss them yet, right? Like, this is just a very good replay coming in from this team. God of Warriors, literally, those beams. Take a look at this. Just really good fight coming in from them as well. But they even get a team wipe on Orangutan down at the Reggie bottom also, but it's all boils down to this final moment where BKZ just dashes straight right in, takes out Kai, and the Glaceon just dishing so much damage to everyone else, and just chasing Shin down to the very last second and getting the Rayquaza and just winning from then on.
Right, I mean, getting into the 4KO and 7-7 Shin here, being the only one left here means that they can't really like push out the damage here, which allowed Orangutan to just like shred down this Rayquaza, secure the win for themselves, and just run towards the next stage of the tournament and say goodbye to God of Warriors. So it's a really, really amazing play here from Orangutan. But what I do not kind of like here for Orangutan is, as I mentioned earlier, they play kind of risky compared to their previous games, right? It is a very double-edged sword here for the side of Orangutan, but still, still have to give props to them. They won the game, and they're gonna be the one proceeding to the next stage of the tournament.
Yep, speaking of sword, there's a sword on the screen right now with BKZ, having 38% on the Machamp and 25% on the Aegislash right here. But, we saw him doing really well on the Urshifu this time around. So, maybe sooner or later, the Urshifu will be up on this info card right here as well in the future. But, BKZ on the Urshifu really did, a lot of job for the rest of the team. So, just allowing them to just take out crucial pickups and just dashing straight right into the back line, and it's all BKZ.
Wow. So we now have the opponents here of Orangutan actually ready. That we have just gotten the updated results as well, which I think we are just trying to update our graphics here as well, and immediately after we're gonna be showing you guys the brackets. And man, that has been quite an amazing game here. It is Orangutan versus God of Warriors. It's gonna be two 4-1 in favor of Orangutan, and it's I don't know, man. I have no words for that game. It was just an intense, amazing.
It's a very good game, right? It's a very good game.
Game.
We got 10 good players there down,
Right.
showing what they got, and unfortunate for God of Warriors that Orangutan actually came up on top of that one, and I see why. And Orangutan was indeed the better team for this round.
Right. And it's again for both of the teams, right? For both of the teams here that will be fighting off the next game, which we'll be showing you guys right now. Here you go. So it's gonna be Talon versus Orangutan. Whoever. Now here's the most crucial part of the tournament, because
The final
as we
ticket.
all know, right? As we all know, like Old Guys and Omo Abyssinian already guarantees Yokohama, right?
Yep.
Already guarantees Yokohama. But the most crucial match here would have to be the lower semi-final, which is Talon versus Orangutan, because these two teams are the only sponsored teams left. Okay, the only sponsored teams left in the APAC East, and whoever loses here would not have any chance to go to Yokohama.
Yeah, and it's the only two sponsored teams left, and we're only gonna be left with one after lower semi-finals. But later on after this, we will be going for a short break after this. So later on, we will see Old Guys and Omo Abyssinian squared off to see who earns a spot in the grand finals, and then we'll be moving straight right to lower semi-finals later on for Talon and Orangutan to see who will be going to Yokohama, representing APAC East. Is it gonna be a triple Filipino team, or is Orangutan gonna make things a little bit different in the representation of APAC East?
That is true. And man, Orangutan does have a lot at stake here if they want to go back, and if they want to represent the region for the World Championship Series. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break for more Pokemon Unite action. Don't go anywhere.
Almost saw it happen in
Bliss
slow motion.
assistance!
Wow. Just in time. Keep sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP. And now poor KYY gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble. Gonna go down to the Lapras. But Ralphie needs to fall. And
They really needed to mark down Sank1 because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them and just go back now into the Registeel. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play.
Wow.
But Talon Braun here gonna be able to take down the Registeel for themselves. But the question is, would they be able to survive this attack? That is Reggie, Eleki.
oh, Sing dancing around the back line. Huge Phantom Forest plants the seeds. With this
Triple
potential for
triple.
Talon defeat. Talon jumping in, but there is the Hydro Typhoon knocking all of them out. Bliss Resistance is there. No members, but all guys going down just yet.
Wow.
The punches are through and 2 down already for Talon. They're trying to answer back. They can't get anyone for now. But the Nightfall Days wipes out 2, wipes out 3. The last remaining 2 members each on each team. They're trying to do the work, the dash through. Both the guys,
Oh,
but
wow,
straight.
the
How is this gonna end, JJ?
Oh my goodness. Guys, do not peel your eyes away from this because we will find out who's going to be going in and get in on the finals. But look at that. Sank1's going to be able to take down 2 in the process. And look at that. Ralph is going to be taken out as well. There's going to be 3 down into the talent. All guys does have the position.
Oh my god, an angle crucially survives that final battle, comes back and makes the difference. What a way to 2 minutes left. And there's the
Triple
Soul Beam
trample.
straight onto this Zoroark. Where's the follow-up? He's gonna go down. 32 seconds without Braun, and then Rayquaza.
We more or less already say that it is going to be the single shot Urshifu, whereas, you know, we still have
For sure, right? And you know, with that, Blissey managed to just steal the buff away, but however, unable to go down. God of War immediately getting another KO off that Kapu as well. And it seems like God of War is in a very good position, in control of what, you know, both team scrambles Glacial stage coming in from God of War.
Right, and look at this right now. Here comes the arrow coming in from Gamsu, but not going to be able to hit anyone at all. But here comes the Slowbro, going to be pop up as well. But Bubble Beam's not going to have any follow-up at all inside of God of Wars. But they're still not going to be able to take away that Reggie bottom for themselves. But it doesn't matter as God of Wars is going to be able to answer back against East. Is going to be able to
Side 2v1, the Blastoise is just standing strong.
didn't even matter as the Blastoise is just shredding out the damage and going to be able to take down that little Nantis.
And you know, God of Warrior is just running strong and just tearing through Isen, and down goes the bottom Gozo.
Right, but look at that getting through here by God of War. But the variants, they do know when to get away and
Looking as
the
well
slow
for
beam
that.
for the initiation. And look at
Hydro
that,
Typhoon.
Gatsu is going to be able to take that away as well. But it's not going to be enough though. No follow-up into the side of the Blastoise. But it doesn't matter as Gatsu is going to be taken out as well in the process. But look at that coming up top. Glacier is going to be able to take down Tonnery as well in the process. Is that right? They're just ensuring that they're not going to be able to score and just prolong this right now and just wait for the time to run down.
Yeah, there's nothing much that Isen could do right here. 10 more seconds and counting down. 5-5-3, 1-5-0. Hydro Typhoon just for good measure as well. But ladies and gentlemen, there we have God of Warrior.
They managed to hold on. They managed to push back. And Talon, they stand no chance.
EXP under Urshifu so that, you know, he could be Mr. President that the Comfrey could protect for the rest of the
Look at that right now. 22-12 is going to be the score here. And God of War is ensuring that Isen is not going to overextend, because if they do, they're just going to get eaten up. But they are low in terms of health right now. But My Den Lao is going to be taken up here by Gamsu. But no longer the card swap. You know, we already changed it into power swap into the Mr. Man, but usual items that it does, because it's going to be running the Solar Beam, which is now then going to be a lot of like backlane damage as well for itself. Gets that slow beam just to get Kai here. Again, it supersedes every
Wow, I mean, like, you know, it's just packed together, right? God of War just bashing straight right up there in the top side as well. So much hits coming in, Melee taking out that
you know, Isen does have the advantage search for points right now, but it's not going to be enough though. Still not quite enough, as we are now still at the 4-minute mark. Guess the Hydro Typhoon getting into, yes, for the advantage. Sorry, not for the advantage, but rather for that of the follow-up damage. But Gamsu on the Lapras Express, but it's not gonna be enough though. But look at that, 3 down into the side of Isen right now for the price of 1. But that is going to be another dust. But the Mr. Mime is just making sure it does nothing. No! But that gets the Rayquaza. But and they just need 10 points. They can score it in Are they going to be able to score in? Gap's only at 13 though. Oh my goodness, this is going to be the final stretch here, ladies and gentlemen.
Meals with Surf, just creating so much space for the rest of the team as well. So, Orangutan
Way through, going to be able to get both of the Buttlebees as well.
wow, getting to Buttlebee, getting those dunks, and this KO is totally okay for him.
Really, really hard to distinguish the pronunciation, Machamp, Machop, Machoke. Yeah. Anyway,
Yup.
oh wow, I thought we were gonna be seeing the RKO out of nowhere, but it's now coming up. Level 8 right now. But oh my goodness, gonna be able to secure that rapid strike or Shapu. It does so much hit and so much slow as well for any Pokemon that it will be hitting. But look at that right now. Meow's gonna be able to take down 1. No make that 3. No make that 4. Press. Going down bottom. Here comes the Regirock. Are they gonna be able to crash out? Boom! And here we go. There is the LD Gauze going down, coming in from the crash here from Ikura. But look at that though, Orangutan. 1 Blastoise. They don't care about the Blastoise. They don't like, I mean, yeah, sure, just do your thing, just dance around. We're just gonna score in our points here. And I do like how they can just like. The order is currently low right now, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that. It is going to be Kai going to be able to take down 2. Take down 1 into the side of Orangutan.
BKZ.
But Shangdi as well. BKZ can... Oh my Dan Lao. Not going to be able... Yeah, as I mentioned, it's not going to be able to do a lot here. Especially after the score there.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the regional playoff for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We're at APAC East right here. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Permasneeze. How are you doing, my friend?
Ooh, heavy sweat in there in that previous game. I thought my boys Orangutan. Dude, me and JJ started the show. We were like, yo, you know what? We feel like Orangutan talent. All them gonna do it. Fumbling the bag a little bit, but I'm relieved to see them at least make it through to the next stage. But we've trounced around the lower bracket for a bit too long. Now we want to set our sights back on the upper bracket. We have 2 very exciting teams, both of which have already qualified for Worlds actually. So big congratulations to them. But this is the battle for an all-expense paid trip, like you said, boy.
Yep, so it's down to the April top seed. Oh, guys, going up against the 3rd seed of the April tournament, Omo Abyssinian. So it's gonna be, a little bit of an old rivalry from the April series right here. So, but we'll see who actually could come out on top of this one. And what do you think of this matchup from these two teams?
I mean, number one thing about old guys, we talked about it as soon as they came out on stream. I think these are players who their names have been around for ages. And same thing can be said for Omo Abyssinian, right? We talked a bit about the Rambulan just now when me and JJ were casting. This is another one just like that. Some of these names should be very familiar for old school AFR fans. JR Absent, Niva, Schwa, at their prime time during the winter tournament. Who could forget that wonderful performance they put on? And now back with some new members, Tempest as well as Luis here, and they're looking to kind of give old guys a run for their money this time, right? They finished 3rd place up against 1st place, so definitely probably a bit of something to prove here for Omo Abyssinian.
Yep, Omo though, they had a not a really easy run up here to the winners bracket finals, I would say, right? They defeated Who in a 2-1 as well. They defeated V Family, and they defeated Orangutan to land themselves in this position. So they actually beat Orangutan, so they are one of the top contender, right? They actually beat one of the top teams right here, and they are not here to play around during the May break. They might, have a little bit of breakthrough between themselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it really they've already broken past their previous barrier, right? Because if you just take a look at the April standings altogether, it was old guys, Orangutan and Omo Abyssinian. The fact that Omo Abyssinian are now on top and they're the ones facing old guys, maybe they have a little bit of a something over Orangutan this time. Of course, as we know, Orangutan are going to have to face off against Talon. That's going to be our next match that we cast. But for now, this is the upper bracket. So both of these teams, it's still relatively safe. Of course, you wouldn't want to lose your second life here this early, but at the same time, I think you're at this stage of the tournament where you haven't really faced off against each other yet, so you want to feel each other out a bit. I predict that this series is going to go a bit slow at the start, and then once both teams get their bearings, that's when they'll start firing on all cylinders. But old guys, no surprises here. We've already seen them most of this most of this broadcast actually, whether fortunately or not, and Dojo played by Sinquan, just absolutely terrifying.
Oh. Yeah, I mean that man on the Dojiro is just really mean, just running around, just dealing so much to the rest of to their opponents so far. And that's probably one of the Pokemon or one of the players to actually look out for. But 63% on that Clefable though, so it seems like they are sticking together more together as a team. And if this, if Clefable would be the supporter of choice in this matchup, and we might be seeing a little bit of death ball kind of situation, or even death ball kind of composition from old guys.
Yeah, I think the first two highest pick rates definitely tell a story of the team. But later on, Trevenant and Machamp, these are sort of, they're safe old reliables, right? We saw Lance pull it out on the Machamp when their backs were against the wall in that previous series. So definitely, it's always the Dojo that we need to look out for. And I think it even got so bad to a point when me and JJ were literally saying like, okay, if you want to win against old guys, you gotta snatch the Dojo or you gotta ban it. Because this guy, he's way too good. He gets you left, right, center, runs up and down. The only team that were able to beat it were they used the Hoopa, right, to really counteract the amount of mobility that you got. But old guys, I don't foresee them letting Hoopa through, I'll be real with you.
Yep, let's just take a look at the info card for Omo Abyssinian. And this team, we have not really seen them on stream today so far. 67% pick rate on the Snorlax, 58 on the Clefable, 58 on the Drio, 50 on Mew, 33 on Glaceon, and 33 on Lucario. So we have not really seen Lucario being picked much in today's meta so far. And with a 33% pick rate on the Lucario, that says something about this guys.
That's an old school specialty of AFRs, huh? Don't you remember the good old if I'm not wrong, it's Miva and it's Lucario. I mean, some people tell you this Pokemon is not as good as it was before, and definitely nowhere near the heydays of that little Bone Rush boy just bamboozling you. But still can whip out a big power punch if you give him the chance. And the most interesting thing of all for me is this Snorlax being so highly prioritized. I wonder what exactly Abyssinian have cooking. But interesting to note, immediately after that is the Clefable and Dojo. So both these teams already prioritizing the same few Pokemon. This is gonna make for a pretty interesting start of the draft.
Yeah, both teams is going to be snatching these key Pokemon, especially Clefable and Dodrio, right? Like, there's stats being brought out here, and there's similar Pokemon in both teams' lineup. So it's all down to whoever is going to be either banning or picking each other's Pokemon first. And, it's all down to the draft order as well. Whoever is going to be having the first pick would get their hands, or even the second pick likely will have their hands on the Dodrio, because the first pick is either Glaceon or Lapras, especially in today's type of meta game.
Yeah, so the interesting thing for today's entire tournament has been, number one, the fact that it's a story being told on our screen as well, right? Mew, it's really a very team-specific Pokemon. It's not one that every single team likes to whip out. Some of these special bot path attackers like it more than others. And the other interesting thing I want to point out is Glaceon, right? Glaceon, we were talking about it back in May. We're like, this is the most disgusting Pokemon. You need to ban it. But now it's kind of seemingly not as invincible as it was before. Sure, it can still deal a load of damage, but it's not this, okay, we really need to ban it or else we're toast, right?
Yeah, but the thing about Glaceon is that, its defense is just really low, right? Just have to just stop it with a CC, and it's as good as, KO at that point in time.
Absolutely.
So players actually know how to work around that Glaceon, and they're definitely okay to allow the Glaceon to be in their Sky Ruin. But however, if a Glaceon is really good and know how to dodge all the CC, it could be a really devastating Pokemon to deal with, because those numbers really don't add up.
Hoopa banned out as we expected here from old guys, and Lapras is a selection from Omo Abyssinian. Opens up the Clefairy, opens up the Dodrio, but OG, they only have one pick to start things off. We'll see which one they prioritize. Could be none of the above, actually. They're looking to mouse over the Delphox for now, and it's going to be the Slowbro for RBX. So getting that stable defender, this opens up the opportunity for Abyssinian to snatch up those premier Pokemon that we all are looking at.
Yeah, we are probably, Lapras is out of the picture as well. So we're probably looking at maybe Glaceon might be a good pick as well, or even Blastoise, but Miva onto the Dodrio and the Chandelier from Luis. So it's likely we might see a Glaceon or even if both teams don't even want to, bother about Glaceon, that might be even possible.
Yeah, Mayhem gonna snag that Clefairy, no doubt about it. And there still is the Blastoise available, which we saw old guys use here and there. Thorfinn, that Chandelier being snatched away, means that there might be a Delphox coming right up. We still are missing Sync's Pokemon right now. We're not seeing this threat from the central area, which we're so used to. With the dojo out of the picture, we saw his other most picked Pokemon was that Absol. I wonder whether we're gonna see it today.
Yep, and immediately, Tempest onto the, is maybe thinking between the Trevenant or the Snorlax. Both Pokemon have been doing really well from Tempest so far, and immediately going with the Blastoise and the Elder God. So, there's lots of healing coming in from the Elder Gods itself, but Thorfinn, maybe the Venusaur might work.
Oh, a bit,
Zard.
okay, a bit of flashback to, this is the Gen 1 comp, by the way. This is the Gen... No way. Sync?
No, without the Clefable.
Wow. Okay, they got something cooking here. They got something specially prepared for this tournament. And that's really cool because Tempest, he has really impressed on this Snorlax. I think I remember seeing him in April and it was just such a pleasure to watch. But, I mean, Abyssinian, they have their hands on pretty meta picks. I would say you have that Eldegoss, which has been such a threat in the hands of the right players. And now you're up against something a bit unorthodox. You get all 3 starters in Gen 1. But I mean, there might be a reason why we haven't been seeing so much Charizard, haven't been seeing so much Venusaur. It's just not the same bullet train type of Pokemon that we used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, Venusaur with a double glasses and a spoon, we're likely to be seeing a solar beam coming in from Thorfinn.
Interesting.
And, with all guys having 3 stage 2 Pokemons, that's not where you want to be, right? It's really weak in the early game and it's gonna be really reliant, and there's no early game Pokemon for them to rely on to actually have a strong early game. So all guys really have to start taking those EXP early and at least be on par to Omo Abyssinian to actually put the play towards them.
Yeah, Omo, they're gonna really have to try and capitalize on this dojo. As we know, dojo, once you get an early lead, you can just absolutely run away with the game, right? I mean, we've seen multiple dojos do this already, and it's particularly gonna come into effect this game. You really only have maybe the Ivysaur or the Bulbasaur tag team out with the slow roll if they hit the level 4 early, because that Charizard and Machamp, they're gonna need a whole lot of additional resources before they come online. A little bit of a scary situation for old guys, but this is gonna be our upper final. It's not the end of the road for either one of these teams, as both of them will be meeting again in Yokohama. That's confirmed, but for now, it's just about that huge chunk of prize money. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, the difference between first and second place is a complete double up, from 7,500 USD to 15K USD. As we see a bit of just some early disturbance from Tempest here.
Yeah, there was a really good early invade, right? Just, causing a little bit of disturbance from old guys. And, the old guys with the Gen 1 Pokemons, and the Charizard really needs to start having those early EXP. If it couldn't get it, it will really bring their game far behind for really long. So, old guys have to be really careful, especially when Tempest is a Snorlax, where, it's really strong in the early game as well.
Yeah, this is the classic Tempest move here. Move into the central area, take away the blue buff, and what can you do? Body slam for you. Straight down he goes, and that's gonna be a lot of pressure coming out from Omo Abyssinian. In this top up, it's just Lance alone. You have Sync with that Charmeleon now, but there's only so much this Pokemon can do in the early stages. Straight onto the set of Altaria and Swablu as well. You gotta clean this up easy.
Yeah, Abyssinian looking it really strong as well, but it takes 4 men up in the top side for them to do a little bit of pressure. Machop going straight right down, and down goes the Charmeleon, and 4 men is just going on the push to get a 3 KO up on top, and just putting so many points right there. But however, on the bottom side, the Litwick is actually holding really well.
Yeah, I mean, the Litwick, you talk about 3-stage Pokemon, Chandelier, definitely one of them, but not really in the same vein as some of these others that we're seeing. Actually can pack a big punch in the early stages as a Litwick, as a Lampent. Those once you get the overheat level, man, the amount of damage you do is significant enough to just secure these from range. And I mean, like you said, Luis, he's just all fine down here. He's cooking by himself.
Yeah, but it's even facing against an Venusaur, right? But there's not much defense stacked onto it as well. So I don't think the Ivysaur really want to get too close to him. But immediately 3-man rotating straight right down as well. Just trying to take out the Slowbro out of commission, and down he goes.
Yeah, pretty good rotation. They might catch off it as well with the nice swing around and the peck down coming out from Schwa. I mean, this Dojo has just absolutely performed for his team when he needed it the most. We talk about the early game, we talk about the emphasis they need to have on really putting a dent into old guys and their progression, and there it is.
Yeah, but Omo is just looking really strong right now, right? We know that they're going to have a really strong early game into the mid game, and if they could continue and just bully old guys out and not allow that to scale, they could actually come up on top of this one.
Oh no, wow, Tempest, huge rotation, big fat belly drop right on top of you. Ding, 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 you're out, and that Machop doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, so you notice how Omo actually rotates around the map really quickly, and they're just up and down. There's always at least three men on you at the whole time. And old guys is just pressured right now. Could they keep this up?
Oh, it's not, oh no, not like this. The Macho just gets singled out behind the goal zones. The Dojo just finds an opening. And again, Schwa proving why this Pokemon has been so hotly contested. Now, they're contesting the Registeel right now, and they're gonna force the Unite move from Dolphin to secure it. So a nice little boost of much needed EXP. Old guys, all you need to do is crawl past that level 9 mark, and then you can start putting on a fight. But until then, it's not looking good.
Yep, Charizard, the Charmeleon is already at 8, right? Venusaur is at 9, Machoke is only at 7. So the Machoke really have to start playing those catch-up game. If not, it's gonna be too late. Omo Abyssinian is just putting so much points pressure against old guys right here. 9-257, and old guys is still yet to crawl out of that pit to actually bring the fight to Omo Abyssinian.
Yeah, nice try from Luis there with the potential steal on the orange buff. Unfortunately, I believe the Charizard manages to get the last touch on that, and finally at that level 9. So perhaps this is where we might see the first semblance of a good fight here. We're still waiting on though, because both teams, they want to bide their time at the moment. Some tussling happening in the bot path as both defenders just back off. Abyssinian, they're up by 250 whole points right now. They're straight chilling.
Yeah, they're just chilling right now, but they have to be really careful of the Zud though, because the Zud always plays around that Seismic Slam, and if the Seismic Slam actually land on a really crucial target like an Elder Gods, it might be game over for that fight for Omo Abyssinian.
Yeah, they're gonna really have to watch where they step. They could find a giant lizard swooping out and just taking them apart bit by bit. And I mean, the chase down from Sync, you know, he knows a thing or two about Dodrio. I mean, I must imagine that that's going to be the target he tries to burn down and serve up some nice roast bird for dessert.
Yeah, Machamp is ready at level 9 as well. All guys all online. Spotted Schwa right on the top side, breaking the tier 2. And, you know, this actually put old guys in a very bad position, because the subsequent Reggie-Elecki might be a mini Zapdos for old guys to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about subsequent Reggie-Elecki. The subsequent is right now. They're already starting it. And there isn't anyone in position from old guys. They just give this up, which is even worse, right? Because that means now the Marchamp's gonna be stuck here. You take a look at this textbook play. They can just either overpower this Marchamp alone here in this top half, or they can just full rotate down to the bot path and take this basement Reggie. Just keep racking up this EXP, Moonboy.
Yeah, this move actually forces the Charizard to actually move right up to the top, to the central area to actually deal with the Reggie-Elecki. But old guys really need this Reggie for themselves, though. They really need this EXP.
Yeah, Reggie Rock falling low. Oh, nice try with the Verdant Anger. Doesn't manage to get it though. And now they want to hang on to this goal zone. But there's the Hydro Typhoon whipping up 3. Is it time to eat? There's the Slowbro holding down the Chandelier. They actually lose the 2 supporters, but on the back line, they end up losing the Venusaur as well. The defenders, some old guys, trying their best to hold back the onslaught. But Omo Abyssinian, they're going to give us Tempest as a sacrifice here, but a very, very worthwhile one at that. He's going to be happy to give himself up there for that goal zone being cracked open, as well as the Regirock.
Yep, it's totally okay for the Snorlax to go down. It's not exactly at a very high level as well, so there's not much of the return EXP that old guy could have. 330 is to 317. Old guy's only 10% of what Omo Abyssinian is currently has already scored, and old guys really have to start finding ways to get those level up, get those EXP, and just start scoring goals against Omo Abyssinian. If not, it's gonna be too late, as we're moving straight right to the final stretch really soon.
The old guys might not have woken up just yet. Maybe they took a bit of a nap between their last series and now, and they're just still feeling a little bit groggy, need a bit of their morning supplements or something. It definitely feels like old guys, they haven't been able to... We were commending this team for being able to find opportunities in the sharpest moments, but it's just felt so blunt the entire time. Old guys, it feels like they've really dampened out. They haven't really been able to find an instance where they can come in with the Charizard, where they can come in with Lance. It's just felt very lackluster thus far. Pushback. Speaking of Lance, he might be in some trouble. He's just gonna get melted down again. Omo and Abyssinian are just all over old guys right now, Moonboy.
Omo is just controlling the tempo of the game, but Blastoise being caught right there as well. Two-man base really low.
Not too
With
bad.
Old guys getting 1 KO.
Yeah, not too bad. Both defenders stepping a bit out of line and getting punished by the nicely placed Solar Beam from Thorfinn. But what else can they find here? Both Unite moves for these players, Sync and Thorfinn, are available, but they definitely don't want to use it now, especially when the final stretch is so near.
Yeah, we're saying that old guys was behind EXP the whole time, but take a look at the level of department. There's 2 level 13 on old guys, while Omo Abyssinian just reached that second or even third level 13 coming in. So old guys still has a fight right there. Old man is not gonna fall out anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the Machamp, right? He needs to try and find an angle, come in with the barrage blow, really put the pressure onto either Luis or JR Abson, but the jump in, Tempest, a bit of a misstep, forcing the eject button out. That could have been a disaster. How many times have we seen these defenders just overstep and cost their team the game?
Yep, still no Unite move being blasted out from both sides as well. Both teams just staring down at each other as their Machamp is already at level 13. Might be, on the top side just stopping a sneaky Dodrio, but, it's not exactly doing what they expected.
Yep. You can see the Slowbro and the Blastoise just playing with each other here. One trying to fish each other with that surf for the telekinesis. Now Miva definitely has to be careful. Has to back out JR Abson with the Cotton Cloud Crash if necessary. But Rayquaza needs to be started up by old guys. They need to close that point disadvantage. They have 2 tier 1 Go Zones to work with, but not really an angle to approach from. They want to take this team fight, but take a look at Miva. He's coming around for the wraparound. Force back. They're going in though. They have the Slow Beam out, and there's the Cotton Cloud Crash. Here comes the Charizard. Seismic Slam down. They take it out the Slowbro though, but burning down on this Eldegoss manages to escape with the berry. The speed and the Charizard just completely nullified. The fight just being scattered apart, and old guys, they can't find anyone. The Hydro Typhoon keeping them there, and the damage, it's enough. The Blastoise blasts down on all of them, and poor Clefairy needs to run. The streams of water are too strong, and as the time ticks down, all you have left is Lance running away with his 4 arms. Can't carry this, son. What else do you have to offer? Omo have just completely shut out the old guys.
Wow, I mean, that Blastoise was forced out from flanking right there, but not popping off as Hydro Typhoon is really paid, have returns for him, which allow him to have a late Hydro Typhoon for the rest of Abyssinian to actually take over the fight and actually allow them to win and push old guys back. And this is a huge landslide victory right here for Omo Abyssinian. Could they bring this forward to game number 2?
I swear that final fight was the first time I saw the Seismic Slam. Prior to that, didn't even see that move used. Then it just really was very heads-up play from Omo Abyssinian. They never gave old guys a single opportunity. Take a look at just the amount of KOs and assists. OG got absolutely nothing that game.
Yeah, there's nothing much that they could do. They're always bullying Lance on that Machamp as well, not allowing him to do too much. There's no impact coming in from this Machamp itself as well. Yeah. And I believe he didn't score a single point, and the stack item could not even come into fruition. Sync 1 on the Charizard, not much Seismic Slam going around. And overall, this team composition by old guys was not exactly really impactful to deal with Abyssinian.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward because we've seen Lance do very well on Pokemon such as Lapras, but once it's banned out, you go back for the old reliable in terms of the Machamp. I get it, it's your comfortable Pokemon, you feel best on it, but then when you double down with the Venusaur as well as the Charizard, I mean, Moonboy had us scratching our heads. We were like, you're hoping that they don't do anything until the 3-minute mark? Like, what's it? They're gonna put on the pressure. You gave them a Dodrio to start. Like, it's not gonna pan out the way you think it is.
Yeah, the composition, there's no rotation tool, there is hard hitting tools, but there's no defensive tool.
Yeah, what's your catch?
There's nothing to work with around this composition. But yes, it's a really cool composition, but I don't think it did really work out against Abyssinian.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of like, this is the composition where you're like, you hope they stand there. You just hope they stand there, and you hope they line up in one single file, orderly, polite line for your Solar Beam, while your Charizard's just not being attacked at all, and he's just vibing the entire time. Like, that's the team comp right now. Like, I don't think I don't really know what the thought process was. But it's very clear that, especially when you're up against a team like Omo Abyssinian, who cherish the Snorlax so much, the early game is already going to be very much in their favor. You double that up with the Dodrio, and things just fall apart way too quick for the side of Old Guys.
Yeah, we've seen Old Guy perform really well, in the first few rounds as well. And, this is just not like them. And this composition is not exactly like them as well. Is it because, the Lapras is banned? Is it because, the Dodrio is taken by Omo as well? So I'm not really sure what happened to Old Guys.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, really, it's just a whole situation where everywhere you look in the early stages, within the first 5 minutes, it's just Schwa. It's just Tempest. They're just all over the place, just causing so much havoc. And Luis in this bot side, they just weren't able to punish him. This Chandelier just got off to a rolling start, just managing to get basically all the EXP he needed, and then managing to put out so much damage. Take a look at the setup here. The team fight execution just absolutely flawless. Just the throws and the knockups, one after the other. And even though the slow bro survives and slow beams Luis, like, who's even there anymore? By the time Singh comes in, he's just in a little bit of trouble, and there's not really much you can do. They take such a big advantage since the start.
Yeah, like everything is so well covered, right, by Omo Abyssinian.
Yeah.
And they got everything that they need. They got the damage, they got the CC, they got the movement coming in from the Dodrio as well. And they're constantly picking on that Machamp. Like, that actually paid off for Omo Abyssinian.
Yeah, and then take it from Moonboy, man. This guy knows a thing or two about coverage. It's like, it's just absolutely ridiculous how much Omo Abyssinian have done to really round out their draft. I think it's what got us kind of scratching our heads, right? Because at the end of that, we were just thinking, okay, like, what now? Like, I'm looking at the side of Omo Abyssinian. I'm like, I see a very structured draft. I see a very comprehensive draft. I see a very good front to back. And I look at Old Guys, and I'm like, you guys might be living up to your name a little bit too much. We're talking, it's cool that you have the Gen 1 theme going on, but like this, we're in Unite, baby. This is a little bit different. Featured player for us is gonna be Niva. We didn't get to see that beautiful Lucario, but I mean, I think his performance this game spoke for itself.
Yeah, for real, right? Like he was there for most of the fight as well. I believe. Wait, what was Niva playing?
He was playing Blastoise.
Yeah, the Blastoise, right? Those Hydro Typhoon, and I believe was this final Hydro Typhoon that actually allowed the team to pick that big win in the team fight, as well as Old Guys Unite move has been all expanded as well, and Miva kept that Hydro Typhoon and allowed the rest of the team to actually win it from then on.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I think Niva did a very good sort of, when you go to the swimming pool and it's cold, and then you just kind of dip your toe in, you dip your toe out, and then you're like, you're not gonna get me. That's literally what Miva did on the Blastoise. That entire extended engagement and the Rayquaza pit, that man was just dancing in front of them. He's like, I know you want some turtle. I know you want some Blastoise, baby. You can come and catch me and complete your Gen 1 starter collection. And all of them are like, oh my god. And they just forget that, rapid spin hindrance resistance, this dude's surfing into a literal turtle that can swim. Like, I don't know how to tell you this. Like, it's not working out.
Yeah, like, I mean, overall, that was a really good game coming in, but we're moving straight right to game number 2. Could Old Guys come back off this one? And that was a not exactly the Old Guys that we know. This might be the only chance for them to redeem themselves. If not, Omo Abyssinian will be waiting for them in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think that Old Guys, it will be a shame for them to drop out here. Of course, this is the upper bracket. Let me remind you guys, this is the upper bracket finals, which means that both these teams, yes, they're going to be against in Yokohama, but at this point, you just want to... There's no point in like saving strats, right? There's no point in hiding anything, because Yokohama is going to be in August. The game's going to change. There's going to be more Pokemon. Things are going to be different. But you want to sort of really stamp down and get as much going, right? It really adds to the... Basically, what I'm saying is people might think that, okay, you're already qualified to Yokohama, you can chill. No, don't chill. No. Take it all the way. You gotta beat everybody. And this is more of a thing of redemption, right? It would be kind of embarrassing if you finish April 1st place and these guys manage to eat you up, and basically reverse that. Now that June comes, it'll feel a little bit upsetting for sure. But you know what's not upsetting? Sync on his Dodrio, he's at it again.
Yep, and Sync on that Dodrio, we didn't really see him on the Dodrio previously, so this might be the turning point. The Old Guys is back to their old composition. They have first pick, and likely they might, and even got a slow roll for themselves as well. So they are looking so much better compared to their Charizard in the previous round. So hopefully something different might come up.
Yeah, I mean already some of the repeat picks, you know, where we already understand these to be what the premier is. But okay, Shua not on the dojo anymore. Gonna switch back to Zoroark. We've seen some of this come out from talents, Brone, to mix success here and there. But they do have a lot of lockdown and CC. Lance, okay, going for that Wiggly. So we already saw Lance go for a little bit of a unorthodox slow bro in the top half as a core Pokemon, and backed up by the Delphox again. So we've seen this composition. They've run it already. I think the only difference was that they had Blissey instead of the Wiggly.
Yep.
And yeah, last pick doesn't seem like they want the Snorlax. They want the Trevenant instead. So just a bit of disruption. Maybe the Phantom Forest for the damage and for to back Luis up. Any draft you like more at the moment, Moonboy?
Well, I like the Wigglytuff and the
yes, of course,
and the Delphox, right? Like this two Pokemon is there just because Shua picked the Zoroark. That's it.
Okay.
Right? Like they're just there to deal with the Zoroark, because the Zoroark can be really punishing later on into the game, where it's constantly taking KOs after KOs. And you know, with the Sing, with the Fire Spin, you keep the Zoroark in check. You don't encourage him to dive in as and when that he like. And that is a very good counter pick. But you know, two Pokemon just for one. But however, you know, the Zoroark is the main carry of this composition that Omo Abyssinian is actually carrying. So taking the Zoroark might be the answer. And if this works out, these two picks is the premium for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole thing with Zoroark and the Urshifu, I always liken these two Pokemon. Very similar to the Absol of old as well. Always coming through with ridiculous amounts of burst damage, especially early on. But if you can stand your ground, hold them in place, and you know, if you're jumping into a Wiggly, you're either gonna get slapped or you're gonna get sung to sleep if she survives. So this is very, very important. If they manage to stand their ground, hold the fort, and you know, it's gonna be easy as well with Lance. We saw him go for the Scout Bro already, reducing the attack, as JJ very smartly mentioned there. I mean, the old guys, they have a recipe for success against stuff like this, and they're gonna pull it out again.
Yep, and you know, is Omo Abyssinian going to be moving straight right to the grand finals, or is old guys going to forcing this to round number 3? So it all falls down to this particular round right here, and this could be anybody's game, because right here, old guys look so much better than the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, old guys definitely had a bit of a head scratcher in terms of the draft. I won't lie, but this is a tried and true, right? We've seen this work already. Now I'm a bit concerned because, I mean, it's not like Omo Abyssinian were playing bad. They popped off on Niva. Now they have the Clefairy, which is something that JR Abson is very comfortable on. And Tempest, you know, it might not be the Snorlax, but this is his second favorite, right? This is Trevenant, which can cause so much disruption. And the damage end from Phantom Forest is just disgusting.
Yep, everyone is just comfortable with what they're playing as well. So it just looks good for both teams, right? It could be anybody's game at this point in time. So, and old guys don't want to fall back so easily. And Wigglytuff is already online as well, as the Fennekin has been evolved right here also. So it's looking good, but I don't think the Zoroark... Oh, the Zoroark coming in on the bottom side.
Okay, might be put to sleep here. Manages to dash away. Luckily, Shua almost said goodnight there to his hopes at just running off to another rolling start. But securing most of those set of Altaria as well as Swablu, not the worst right now. And just making sure that EXP is up, right?
Yep, and as I was about to say previously, right, like the Zoroark don't really want to go down to the bottom side because the CC machines are down at the bottom side as well. So, but you know, instead he went for the gank down at the bottom side. But it didn't really achieve much for the team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I'm a Zoroark and I'm looking at either one of these lanes, I don't feel too good about them. I don't feel too good about ganking them. Unless the Delphox is like, or rather the Brickset is ridiculously out of position. Even then, the amount of damage that came back the other way we saw, it was enough to really threaten him. Now Sing is the one under some threat, and oh, Shua starting to clean up. The slashes are there. And Luis pumping in the damage as well, forcing them away from the central Altaria and getting a nice boost up. So like we said, Zoroark, Dodrio, you know, you don't want to trade out. You don't want one to lose out over the other, and this is not looking too hot. Lance in some trouble here, besieged by 3, and here comes, okay, Sink, trying to do damage to that agility, try attack as well, peppering onto Shua, but doesn't have enough in the tank to finish that one off.
Yep, I mean, that's a very good heal coming in from the Clefable as well, just to keep Shua alive right there. But immediately dashing straight right in. It's a 3v3 right there on the top side. Shua might be a little bit of danger.
Oh, the illusion, but can't dodge out. Lance with the eject button and the skull burns him up. and keeps him running. Mayhem gonna go down to Miva. Nice little rapid spin water spout there to do the damage. It's a KO streak of 2, and it looks like that Sync Dojo can't clean up, but it looks like Luis narrowly misses out on that KO, dodging into the tree line, rather the tall grass, and I mean that was a little bit unfortunate. I think that should have been a KO.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally at 1 right there, but managed to just get out there alive and down to the bottom side.
Registeel.
Omo Bisnian got the Registeel.
Yeah, Nightfall Day is a bit too much damage. I mean, the amount of burst that comes out from that Unite move is actually ridiculous. It pops off so fast too, so you don't even know what happened, then you just get blown out of the water.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But if Visnion having the additional buff, additional EXP though, they are just looking really strong right there. But there we have Sync 1 just dunking in with the Dodrio, really sneaky. But however, Visnion is just focusing down on the bottom side, just putting more pressure towards all guys.
Yeah, they're just starting to clean up on these supports who aren't really the strongest without any sort of backup. Now Thorfinn can put in the damage, but the Woodhammer keeping him in place. Sync is here to party though, and they need to be careful. He's dodging in with the triple trample, knocking 2 up, getting the second. The Woodhammer gonna be a swing and a miss, but Zoro now on this Dojo has to run away. The agility managed to dash away, but no, straight into the hands of Miba, who was waiting right there for him. Slashes down that bird, and just like that, Omo Abyssinian, they're making a really good push here in this bot path.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Omo right here. Just taking out the Dodrio time after time again. And there's no much main attacker right there left for all guys to deal with. But immediately, the Delphox taking out the Trevenant right there. And I believe all guys will be pushing down the bottom side with 5 men.
Yeah, trying to push it back the other way. Fanciful Fireworks to blanket that entire goal zone. What can you do? The Clefairy trying to go in for some action, but take a look at that. Omo Abyssinian, they press the evacuation button. All 3 members just running and making a beeline straight for the top goal zone. They're going to crack this open with the overdunk and start on the Reggie Lecky.
Yeah, it's totally fine, right? It's totally fine for Omo to actually lose the fight down in the bottom as well, because they got the opening onto the Reggie Ilaki, and it's gonna be marching straight right to the tier 2. It forced all guys to actually retreat right now and actually deal with the Reggie Ilaki. If not, there's a chance that Omo might break the tier 2 goal zone.
Oh, this is looking tight. I mean, still 2 members here pressuring up against their opponents, up against their counterparts, and here comes the cavalry. Here comes the rest of the squad. Here comes Omo Abyssinian. They want to make it happen. Here, and Viva Hydro Typhoon straight onto the back line, popping that Dojo again. Sync, this is the first game where we're really seeing this Dojo not find any sort of opening. Omo Abyssinian, they've been so good at shutting him down.
Yep, Singh has been controlled by Shua the whole game, and Shua constantly finds that 3-headed bird and just take them out of commission immediately there and then. Shua already at level 12 right now, and can anything stop this Zoroark from going ham?
Yeah, I mean the feint attack just a bit too strong and very hard to be account for, right? With how much he's moving, it's very hard to kind of aim the scalps, aim the whatever sort of CC you have. You really only have the Wiggly to rely on, and it's sort of fallen off a little bit, not doing too well in terms of the levels department. Mayhem as well as RBX have definitely fallen behind, and you take a look at the side of Omo Abyssinian, all of them are sitting absolutely pretty. This is going to be a huge dunk coming in from Shua to deposit yet another 49 as they get a KO on the top side though, and the push, it's on from old guys.
Yep, and there we have a slow beam onto the chandelier as well. There, old guys just pushing on the top side. Omo Abyssinian, can they fight out this one?
They break open the tier 1 goal zone, a nice slow beam used to crack open that chandelier, but that's about all they'll get. It's just a tier 1 goal zone, and the whole time this Zoro manages to just slip right out, so they don't manage to get anything. He's cleared up some of the EXP on the map as well, and I can't help but feel like old guys, they're definitely on the back foot here.
Yep, Shua literally read all guys like a book, right? And they're just, playing them and controlling them the whole game. Abyssinian is just setting the tempo right here, and all guys is just playing into it. There's nothing that they could do, and there's no way they could actually deal with Shua. Shua right here, level 13. He might be 14 moving into the final stretch.
Yeah, Shua is playing the highest speed vacuum cleaner I've seen in my life. Like, this guy's going all around the map, vacuuming up any form of EXP. If you show your face out through the tall grass, he'll eat you up too. This man doesn't care. He's a hunter on a mission, and right now his prey are just a bunch of old men. He's trying to really just hunt them down and reduce the aging population issue, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And all guys really have to rely on Sync 1 in that final fight. And I don't think Omo Abyssinian is going to allow that Dodrio to do too much against them because, you know, that Dodrio is going to be the key target that you know, all guys is going to be using.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so refreshing to see from Omo Abyssinian because every single team that's fallen to old guys thus far, they allow Sync 1 to do his little dance, right? He just pops in, pops out, pokes away. But take a look at the focus from Omo Abyssinian. They are not taking the bait. They're not waiting around. They wait till they see that dojo, they all turn around and just collapse. They leave no chance for Lance here, and that's gonna be a slow bro out for 20 seconds. How can you even hope to take this fight? The slams come through, RBX, eject button force, and the fire spin. Gonna keep them at bay, but take a look at the bot side. Schwa looking for an angle to come slashing through, to put an end to it all, to crush old guys' dreams, and even Sync. He's not gonna feel confident about the dunk, forcing out the Starlight Recital, not where he won, and that's gonna be the wiggly down. Disaster for the side of old guys here as Rayquaza starting to be taken up by the side of Abyssinian.
Omo Abyssinian don't even need this Rayquaza right here as the rest of the team. All guys, 5 men are still back onto the field right now. Could Omo Abyssinian hold them off? All guys need this Rayquaza. If not, it's gonna be too late. They have to do something. If not, it's over, guys.
For what it's worth, if the dojo can find an angle to get the double dunks in, it might just be enough to edge them out. They are less than 100 points away, so a full 50 might just do it. But here comes the Hydro Typhoon, jumping on the floor, and the Phantom Punch as well. But Triple Trample back the other way. They're managing to hold their ground for now as Schwa cleans up the back line. No more Dolphin, and there's the Nightfall days. Good night, old guys. Back to the retirement home, cleaning up shop here. The fastest vacuum cleaner you've seen in your damn life. Gonna send old guys back to the drawing board. Lance still trying to hold back the double dunks, not allowing them to go into the night so easily. But there's not much more your slow bro can provide as 350s just reign in supreme. What a beautiful performance from Abyssinian here as they just completely wall out the old guys yet again.
Wow, they made all guys look so bad this whole series, right? Not allowing them to do too much, just controlling Sync 1, where we've seen Sync 1 on this Dodrio wrecking havoc the whole day, but immediately controlled in the palms of Omo Abyssinian in the hands of Schwa, and not allowing it to do too much in this matchup. There we have, ladies and gentlemen, our first team going into the grand finals. Omo Abyssinian taking 2-0 against all guys.
Yeah, old guys being made to look a little senile by some of the stars of the past. Omo Abyssinian, it's been a while since they've reached such high heights of glory. Third place in April, coming into the regional finals. They definitely had something to prove. Some of these old names from AFR, a lot on the plate for them in terms of expectations. You know, everyone's just waiting. You know, old AFR, maybe they're washed. You know, maybe they ain't as good as they used to be before. Abyssinian proving all the haters, all the doubters wrong and moving straight into our regional grand finals. Now, old guys, they have another thing coming because they need to now face up against the challenger of Talon or Orangutan who will emerge from the lower bracket. But Omo Abyssinian will cement their place as your first grand finalist for the APAC East regional playoffs.
Yep, Omo Abyssinian already secured 7.5k in their pocket, and they will be playing for that double down for the 15k later on in the grand finals. But all guys, though, this is not the old guys we have seen the whole day. Abyssinian literally controlled them in their palms, and there's nothing that old guys could do. Yes, they had a great pickup against Schwa, but they didn't come into fruition, right? Those fire spins, those sleep did not land on Schwa at all in this whole matchup, and Schwa capitalized on that and just wrecked them.
It just felt so. It felt so cruel in a way. Omo Abyssinian almost felt like they were toying. You know, when someone's too old to just kind of have their senses about them, it definitely felt this way. You know, you kind of booby trap old guys. You're like, oh, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna pick the Zoro, and they're like, oh yeah, we've already run this before. Let's do it. Let's run it back. Let's do this crazy special attack lineup. You know, they're gonna run into our fire spins. Yeah, no, like that just never happened. Like in their previous game, they had like 3 to 4 people fire spins. I think at its height, it caught like 3 people. Absolutely insane. But Thorfinn just instantly singled out. I mean, the Zoroark just waited for his time and just cut through the entire old guys lineup like it was butter.
Yeah, there's 2 key targets that Straw was actually going for, right? He went for the Dodrio, he went for the Delphox as well. Yeah. So this way he could run wild and just, you know, in the wild just doing his thing, and and nothing could stop him at that point in time.
Yeah, I think more so than any sort of impressive Schwa plays, right? I think more so than that, I think big props to the rest of the Omo Abyssinian team, because a lot of the times when we see these Zoroarks dash in, they don't have a lot of follow-up. Right, they're all in by themselves. But whether it's understanding where the rest of his team is, you can see as well. Even in that engagement, you see some other Zoroarks just continue to chase on. But he understands he's only strong when he sticks to his team, because his team is the one who can alleviate whatever pressure he's facing. So he does end up losing this fight. But you'll notice it from this Zoroark that he's always just kind of making sure he's within an arm's reach of his team, so that the rest of his team, Miva, can just continue to apply pressure on the rest of the supporters. So it's not so easy for him to just go down.
Yep, he's always staying and looking out for where the Clefable is, right? Where's the Clefable? And the Clefable is always following the next target of where the Zoroark is going to be jumping into. And that's what teamwork is all about, right?
Absolutely.
Like as you said, Zoroark is there to take those KO, deal those damage, but the Clefable is always there to allow the Zoroark to stay longer in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about Zoroark always being this Pokemon that dashes in and cleans up shop by himself, but I mean, more than anything, they documented, I mean, this team play is just superb, right? Take a look at them. They're always staying in the ball, making full use of JR Absent, and the amount of healing he can provide with the Moonlight meant that Omo Abyssinian, they never really were under any threat at all.
Guys, Moonlight is broken, right? Check this out. Big Hydro Typhoon into
the Phantom Forest.
The Phantom Forest, and everything is just the end when Schwa just comes in and clean house from then on.
Yeah, I really like Schwa's target prioritization, because a lot of the times when you see everyone get knocked out like that, and then the Phantom Forest catches onto all, you're tempted to clean up the people right in front of you, right? Why chase even further? But I like the precision coming out from this Zoroark. He understands who his target is and who can really mess him up if left unchecked, and he just jumps straight for that Delphox, not allowing her a chance.
Yeah, like that's what I said, right? The key targets is Dodrio, Delphox, and then the Elder God Snakes. And that is what exactly he went for, and just clean house from there. Schwa with 3 question mark? No, I think this guy needs a name change with Schwa with 3 exclamation mark.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's got us. This guy's the only time we question mark is not because we're questioning his play. We're like, oh my god, he really just did that. Like, this guy's actually insane. I think definitely putting on a performance in terms of Zoroark, and I think we've been painted a bit of a false picture of Zoroark in a way, right? Because we saw Talon play it. Now, they didn't necessarily play it very badly, but it's like what I said. It's just about, Zoroark always feels like this Pokemon that dives into the backline alone and tries to single people out. And sure, there is a bit of that, but now we see the true power of Zoroark. When you actually play with your team, leverage off their strengths to make sure your assaults are even more impactful, right? And Schwa just did that to absolute perfection. Average damage dealt 71k. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, so I mean, this is what Pokemon Unite is all about, right? This is a team game. You don't play yourself. There's no single carry Pokemon. There's always someone or some other teammates always there to support you, to actually elevate you to your game plan. And this, Omo Abyssinian, yes, they did not win any month in April as well, right? But here they really showed us how Pokemon Unite is played within a team.
Absolutely here. And we're going to take a quick look back at the brackets here. And okay, no, not just yet. Let's take a look at Schwa again, because that man's just absolutely insane. But yeah, I think we'll have the brackets ready for you in a bit. But essentially, what this means is that right now, Omo Abyssinian are your first grand finalists. We already highlighted this just now, but like we said, that doesn't mean old guys are out, right? Both teams already on the way to Yokohama. It's just that we haven't decided who will be the third team just yet. We're gonna get to that very, very shortly. That's gonna be an exciting one to watch. Now, Omo Abyssinian, they get to kick up their legs a little bit. Now, they had a bit of a tough, I would say a tough run here. They've had 2-1s against Who, 2-1s against Orangutan, but that old guys match, that was convincing. So that's definitely something scary. And yeah, I mean, now Omo, I believe old guys are going down to the lower bracket finals. There's a bit of a mistake there. It should say old guys instead. But they will face against the winners of Talon and Orangutan, our 2 sponsored teams.
That's one matchup that we want to watch.
I want to watch.
Talon,
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, Talon fell short to Orangutan in April. They had to try again in May, and they made the qualification through a second seed. And there we have, they're down to hear this rematch right there, and it is, both teams fighting for their life in this tournament and fighting for the final ticket to Yokohama.
Yeah, and it's definitely got a sting, right? Because you think about like these two teams that come in with sponsors, very very high hopes, and it's not no slant against Omo Abyssinian or old guys, of course, but yeah, you definitely would have high expectations for these guys, especially considering their profile. Right now, we see Orangutan ever since the first April qualifiers, we already felt like, okay, you know what, they sort of fell short a bit of the expectations here, and they've been quietly biding their time until now. And even now, it's just kind of a story of like, ooh, they're on the verge of getting knocked out here. Definitely felt a little bit tense against God of Warriors. They managed to barely clinch it through. And I mean, Talon are a tough opponent. These guys are no snuffs, but I mean, same thing for Talon. I was telling this story when I was casting them as well. It's really just a whole series of not really hitting the stride that you would have wanted to, not really soaring at just as high of an altitude as you would hope. So this is going to be a huge match coming up.
Yeah, would Talon get another upset? Both teams are just one step closer to Yokohama.
Just one last series for Yokohama.
Win. But here's the thing: is two teams that everyone in the region love, and it's sad to see one go once again.
Yeah.
But we got to give credit to Orangutan as well, right? They are the ACL champions. They are the May second seed, but making down to the lower brackets is not exactly where they want to be. But losing to Omo Abyssinian after seeing how Omo Abyssinian worked just now, I don't know, man. Everyone just level up within the month.
I mean, it's just absolutely crazy, right? Because you don't want to say this out loud, Moonboy, and so I'll say it for you. Okay?
Okay.
You want to say like, oh, it's a surprise that Orangutan lost. But if Orangutan lost 2-1 to this version of Omo Abyssinian, we got a show on our hands. We got an absolute show on our hands. Like Orangutan, definitely with the addition of Ice from old NL, man, that guy's old. We would know, man, Singaporean pride, right? But now with Orangutan representing against Talon, and I mean, you bring in the big guns on both sides, because Orangutan, you got now you got Ice. Yeah, you just got this import from NL, and then on the Talon side, now you bring back old school older names.
Yeah, Ralphie.
Yeah, Ralphie. And I mean, Ralphie has already put on a bit of a show now. Not necessarily the show that we were hoping for, as there were some good moments, not so good moments. But yeah, I mean, Talon versus Orangutan, this is... I mean, I know we have a finals, and I know that the top... two of the top three are already decided, but I would argue to say that this is the highlight match of the day.
It is basically a win and in at this point in time, right? Like both teams have to put in their 110 or no 200% in this particular matchup. It could be a 2-0, it could be a 2-1, but all 10 of them have to play at their 200% because you're just so close to Yokohama, and you got roster changes compared to April and May as well. So this is a totally different two teams moving forward, and we've seen Orangutan in the previous round with really unorthodox strategy. We've seen Brone on that Zoroark just doing really well as well. So it's down to this, right? It's yet another 50-50 matchup for this round.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the old guys matchup here, I mean, I don't think that was the one that we were looking. That was from the previous game. But old guys, they're the ones who are team that haven't been afraid to defy barriers. Even when they first sort of rose and gained prominence, they were the ones just non-stop running Cramorant out of nowhere on Z-Ray. That dive as well as Air Cutter build was the thing of. That's what made me a fan of them actually, because I love Cramorant. So I was just like, oh wow, these guys are going absolutely crazy. The Gatling Gout missile, the way they use it as well to just isolate an entire zone or isolate one target, it's very impressive to see. Now, we're going to take a look at the info cards of the teams that we are watching now, Talon, and you can already see that high selection priority when it comes to Blastoise, Clefable. And Moonboy, I dare say it seems like Clefable might actually be the sleeper, premier Pokemon this tournament. Would you say so?
Yeah, for sure. Like we've seen, especially in a team death ball kind of composition, right? Where they want to stick together as a team and move together as 5 men. That's where Clefable shines. right? And Clefable just pops the Moonlight and just allow everyone to just heal up as fast as possible. And the cooldown on Moonlight is just insanely fast. I've been advocating saying that, you know, Clefable is the best healer in the game so far since like what, ACL.
You've been preaching it. You've been preaching it, all right.
and Clefable is not the sleeper target. It is the premium healer for this matchup.
Absolutely. Some of these numbers that the Clefable puts up, like, I mean, a large part of the average recovery probably comes from this Pokemon. The fact that it's like 90k average recovery, it's just absolutely disgusting. Now, Talon is one of the teams that still has very high priority on that Urshifu. It's not really something that we've seen quite as much. Orangutan, though, they immediately proved me wrong. High priority on Urshifu as well. But actually, very interesting stuff. They really like their Wigglytuff.
Yep, Wiggles, you know, with the Sing, with the Starlight Reciter.
Not so hard. Making a Wiggly work is like one of the most complex, like, competitive things ever.
Yes.
Like, it's literally split-second decision making as to, because once your stick is down, that's it. You're nothing but a like giant pink marshmallow, and they're just gonna abuse you and they just mush you up. You need to be so careful with how you position, and the Sing is the only thing keeping. If you land the Sing, bada bing, bada boom, baby, you're going to Hollywood. If you miss the Sing, if you miss the Starlight Reciter, that's your entire Pokemon is completely useless.
Yeah, we've seen a few missed Starlight Reciter throughout the day as well. So, you know, those Starlight Reciter have to land for it to be like, you know, whoa. If not, it's gonna be like, boo.
Yeah, that's definitely what people say to a singing show. You don't want tomatoes thrown at your face, Ice, but if anyone can do it, it's gonna be this man, one of the greats of our region, I would dare say. And yeah, very excited to see how he performs in this new team. Now, does sort of take them.
Ooh.
Okay. Zoroark band. They don't want to give Talon. They don't want to give Brone in particular that specialty of his. And that's going to be out of the equation. Now, Urshifu, Slowbro, Dodrio, Wigglytuff, all still. These guys have the cream of the crop. They can grab absolutely everything they want here, Talon. And it's going to be the Lapras. So Ralphie back on that high priority pick.
Yep, and I believe Hoopa is available as well. So, you know, Hoopa might be a pick that, okay.
Ikura, let's go. Let's go.
I'm a prophet.
Yeah. Who's JJ-kun? Effective HP, what I mean is, and what I mean by that is because he gets a bit of HP regen, like a bit of gray HP that he can regen himself. And then on top of that, if you give him the reset, he can just do so much work. But Z-Ray going to pick up that Mew. That's something that Z-Ray in particular really highly prioritizes. And BKZ on that Blastoise, meanwhile, flip side, some familiar faces.
Yep, KY, Kai on the Trevenant, and MXI on the Elder Gods this time around. So no Dodrio we are seeing from both sides currently with Xingdi. Yep, Xingdi will be picking up the Dodrio likely. So yeah, I mean, looking at the composition, it looks fairly equal right now, but you know, we would say Talon might have a little bit more firepower compared to what Orangutan is pushing in. But Xingdi instead of Dodrio, are we seeing an Absol?
No way. Oh, let's go!
Oh!
This is the APAC special, ladies and gentlemen. Potion Absol. You see it in your pubs, you hate it. But not when it's played by Orangutan. All guns blazing. They want to chop down Dreamt. They want to chop down the tree. They want to cut down that Eldegoss, and they don't want any bears in this forest. Xingdi, it's business time.
Wow, I mean, Orangutan with Xingdi on the Absol. We're looking for a fast in, fast out option right there from Xingdi, right?
Yeah.
We're probably looking at what? Hyperspace Portal, go in pursuit, and then disappear with the portal and then come back stronger again. Like this is a possible play that Orangutan is looking for, and with ZZ Ray from the back, you know, with the solar beam, and that's probably like their game plan.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, this definitely heightens the stakes, I'd say, because Absol is a Pokemon with a very large margin for error. I mean, it's become especially apparent maybe 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago, you could get away with just running rampant, but now people are so good at punishing overextensions. We've just reached a point in the game where you can't just go buck wild anymore. You got to be really careful. We saw it with Zoroarks, and Zoroarks have so much mobility and trickery with the illusion as well, and now you have Absol. I mean, you have Sucker Punch. We'll have to see what build he goes for here. Talon, and Orangutan. Battle of the jungle, battle of who makes it out, makes it back to civilization, to worlds in Yokohama. This best of 3 is the one to watch for today.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe not just this best of 3, but this Absol, Shindy on the Absol is probably the one to watch as well.
Yeah, boy.
One of the, probably the first Absol, especially when you got Lapras, you got a Chandelier, or even you have a Trevenant on the talent side as well, because these are all CC machines that is going to be hunting for the Barrel of Bad News.
Yeah, and they're not even the easiest to take down. These are very tanky Pokemon. Backed up by MXI with the sustain from the Eldegoss is definitely something you need to keep a keen eye out for. Now Z-Ray, under a bit of threat. Nice little jack button to pressure out that Mew, forcing Ice into a bit of a recovery position, but the slashes are there. Shindy finds his mark. KYY gonna be the first one being taken down. Nicely done from the Absol to start things off.
Tang, and if they could continue to have this momentum rolling, it will be looking great for Orangutan.
Absolutely here, and that's one of the things about Absol. His early clear times are just ridiculous compared to any other Central Power Pokemon. Now trying to return the pressure onto Braun, and damn the slash forward, Night Slash. Good night, baby. Another one, make it a double. Can he make it a triple? Just straight up to MXI. No, the Citrus Berry right in time, but he'll get a dunk for his troubles. Trapped up here as well, but have you gone to the wrong neighborhood? The reset available. And bada bing, bada boom, they're out of there.
Wow, I mean, this is a masterclass when it comes to Absol, right? This guy just dashing straight right in, taking 2 out, going straight right down as well. And it's just really good rotation coming in from the Absol, but this Hoopa is not that lucky compared to him.
Yeah, Ikura probably wasn't expecting 3 members of Talon to be there to contest. And just like that, Talon, they answer right back with a few other KOs, outnumbering the Mew in the central area and forcing that KO. So Z-Ray definitely put a bit further behind than you would want to. Sucker Punch out of the KYY though. One way to counteract a Hoopa's effectiveness is to close out their side of the map. Taking down these early tier 1 goal zones might kind of hamper your opportunities at double dunks later on, but it reduces the amount of impact the hyperspace whole highway can provide for the side of Orangutan.
Yeah, and it also limits their quick rotation up to the top side for the Reggie-Lecky if they chooses to rotate straight right up immediately after winning the bottom Reggie.
Yeah, both teams neck and neck right now. Like we said, Battle of the Jungle is just teeth, fangs everywhere, just bearing everything. 2 animals against the wall. Both of them want to make it to Yokohama. Everything on the line here. Gearing up for this Reggie steal. They want to find an opening. Shindy, all eyes on this Absol right now.
Yeah, 5v4 right here as the Blastoise get 11-9 on the top side. Talon already got a good positioning onto the Registeel. Could Orangutan win this over?
Yeah, half HP already on that Slowbro. Dashing in with that Blastoise, but he's falling low! Where did he go? Big mistake there from BKZ, but he manages to clean it up. Midnight Slash takes down the Registeel, and he wants to find some more. Ralphie gonna get cut down by the Absol. Big hero Shindy once again finds another, cuts down the bear, and this Bear of Bad News might just send Talon packing, might just be the detriment to this organization. He's not done just yet. Make it a triple, make it a quadruple. This man is popping off. KO streak of thought. Shindy. Flashbacks, chills to the times when he was playing Greninja back on the original team, back when he was just surfing and turfing. No difference here. He's on the beach and he's ready to party. Shindy gonna find yet another. This man is going absolutely crazy.
I'm having goosebumps watching this man off the Absol. He's level 11 and he's slashing down Pokemon with three quarters of health left. This is not an easy task, and this man is just putting this Absol on a show right now, just showing us how good an Absol could be in today's meta if it's piloted well.
Okay, needs to be careful. Sucker Punch dash away, nicely done. But there is the Unite move coming out from the Urshifu, getting that KO, a much needed one. And just like that, the pressure might be over. Orangutan managing to fish BKZ out of that fishy situation. And nicely done from Ikura, backing up his call there. But now Talon, they have a moment to strike while the Absol is down. They could get this Reggie-Lecky.
Yeah, that revenge KO is what Bro needed to bring him back to 11 this time, to even the playing field. And Orangutan could still contest this Reggie-Lecky if they chooses to, but unable to do so.
I mean, that should be a pretty easy pick-off. Now, the problem is, like we said, that tier 1 goal zone taken well and early. That just means that Reggie-Lecky has to be addressed in this top path, opening up the map for Talon to just make a quick rotation and set up at bot.
Yep, everyone is on the top side as the Hoopa and the Slowbro is down at the bottom side to actually hold it off. But we can't forget that there is The rings unbound available for the Hoopa to bring the whole team or the whole squad down to the bomb site as the Reggie go live.
Yeah, but the Absol nowhere to be found. He's a bit late to the party, and by the time he showed up, the party poppers burst out in his face. 3 members down from Orangutan, overstepping and not respecting the amount of damage Talon could throw out. They pop that rings unbound, but the only thing unbound is this Reggie rock from their grasp. This Unite move is going to be completely wasted from the Hoopa here. And take a look at this, Orangutan so desperate to come in. Hydro Typhoon popping up 4, not even able to make it in
Midnight
time.
Slash.
And disaster strikes Xingli. Midnight Slash through, but no follow-up. It's just one slow bro, but they're doing such a good job at repelling the aggression from Orangutan. And this entire fight has just been a disaster for them.
This is not just a disaster for Orangutan, but this is the turning point that Talon needs right here. Those KOs, those Reggies is literally put them back up or springboard them back up on par in the level department as well. Orangutan walking one by one in like a sushi train. Is that the right move to do, Orangutan?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta wonder. I mean, Ape Strong, the timing, everything was just one note off. You saw BKZ a bit too late on the Hydro Typhoon, tried to be a bit too cute with it, waited a bit too long, Hydro Typhoon didn't pop out. Midnight Slash was expecting all those opponents to be thrown up in the air, but it just didn't happen. Ikura as well, just a bit of desperation. And Orangutan, you guys have been in this situation before. You need to hold your horses, calm it down, and play composed. This is Yokohama on the line.
Yeah, right now both teams eyeing onto the Reggie. Lackey, Orangutan already got a good position on it as well, but Talon chasing them away.
Yeah, Orangutan, they need to try and poke and pepper Z-Ray here, but KYY playing bodyguard right now, dashing away, and that's going to be an easy Reggie. They couldn't even find an opening in. That's going to be the one that they have to address. Thankfully, it is taken pretty early on compared to the final stretch, so they will have ample time to deal with this and get ready for that last fight at the Rayquaza pit.
Yep, the Hoopa immediately rotating straight right down as well to get himself a little bit more level to try to get himself up to level 12 for that final stretch. But right here, Talon is just waiting here in the brush near the central area.
Oh my god, Moonboy, this could be a disaster.
Ambush.
They have no idea what's happening. Talon waiting in the wings.
Surprise!
They'll find ice, and he just melts. Opening up the final stretch, 10 seconds. The cooldown, or rather the respawn timer, not too bad, but they want to rush down this Ray. They need to make it here, and they need to make it here now. Opening the portal, and here comes the backup. Here comes the Blastoise. He needs to find a Hydro Typhoon. Hopping it on the 2. The Kindred's resistance is enough, and they're still trying to hold down Broad on the back line, on that Urshifu. But they take down BKZ to start. ZZ Ray still raining in the damage, and they managed to take down the Urshifu. So it's a 1-for-1 for now, but Slowbro gonna go down as well. 4 members still strong from Talon, as they want to continue the fight. They want to take down this Rayquaza. They still have Drem doing so much damage on this Chandelier. They need to find an angle to open up this game, open up this Ray. But all Unite moves popped out. They still have the Mystical Mirage from the Mew. But take a look at that. Orangutan, they're scrambling. They're 2 points behind, and in 15 seconds, they'll know it.
Wow, I mean, that was just a clean. That was clean.
It's not over just yet, Moonboy. It might have to be more than clean for Orangutan. They need to find an entry. Looks like Mystical Mirage gonna go through. Not even needed. The dunk, 41 from Z-Ray. This could be the decider. And manages to get it in. Advantage Orangutan. But now Drem in some trouble on his last legs on the Chandelier. Managing to get out. Ice, the snipe, not in time. Z-Ray trying to chase down. Rayquaza in some trouble. They managed to get the Chandelier. But the Mystical Mirage only gonna keep the Mew up. They've got a kill streak on 2 though. 3 members left on the side of Orangutan. And Xingli doing his work. Dashing away, gets another, and this Absol has just done the absolute most. But 50 going to the top side, KYY, they don't have anyone defending, but the Mew, I believe, manages to get another 76. Z-Ray, the hero of OG, makes it happen, and with 21 seconds left, all Orangutan needs to do is defend, but no, Talon, they've gotten the lead again. Ralphie managing to get the dunks in, and BKZ can't hold him off. 10 seconds left, the Mew tries his best, but I don't think it's enough. Orangutan, they get this one stolen from right under their noses. Talon with the claws. What a game, my lord, Moonboy.
What was that, Permasneeze? Like, it's just a mess right there. But ladies and gentlemen, there we have Talon winning this 386 to 372. Orangutan have a really strong game all the way
my God.
until the final stretch where they literally lost control with Ice going straight right down with a really good ambush by Talon. Yes, ZZ Ray managed to score a little bit more at the very last moment, but Talon though managed to counter score and just bring it back up to such a close range right here. This is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen, and this is one of the match to watch. Talon versus Orangutan with Talon 1-0.
You do have to wonder how different things would be if Xingdi went for that dojo instead, but I mean, this Absol put in so much work in the early game. It just felt like it didn't really come together. I feel like in that bot fight with the Reggie was where it all started falling apart for the side of Orangutan. That's where they started losing control and started letting the game slip out of their grasp. They need to pull it together. I know Ikura and Ice, they might be shot calling right now for the team, and they need to grab everyone and get everyone on the same page. You can't be scattering like this. You can't be missynchronizing your Unite moves. You're at the highest level. You're trying to play against the rest of the world. You're trying to represent APAC East. You gotta step up and do better. And Talon, I mean, real props to Dram, because that man was just standing his ground and doing so much damage, forcing so much from Orangutan.
Task to actually pull yourself through all this difficult times compared to that Orangutan is actually putting so much pressure against you. And I believe it was the turning point was where the Ikura actually have a really bad rings unbound where everyone just walking straight right into Reggie as well. So and everything just went downhill for Orangutan from then on. And with Ice being caught out in an ambush at that final stretch, and that's basically the end for Orangutan there and then.
It just really put them in such a disadvantageous position, and you got to give props where props is due. I think Z-Ray, he had his moments where he was trying to find sneaky downs, but I'm gonna be honest, prior to that moment, it didn't really feel like, I feel like I didn't even see Z-Ray in the game. Right? Yes, the Absol was popping off, going crazy. Yes, Orangutan were in the lead, but it felt like Z-Ray, there was a lot more that was on his plate that he could potentially dish out. I would like to see a bit more from this Mew, but definitely disappointing here. But props to Talon because they were so rambunctious, right? They just weren't able to be held down. They were constantly looking for angles. You have Trevenant scoring at the top side, you have Lapra scoring on the bot side, and there's only so much that the defenders can do.
Yep, and as you were saying that, Z-Ray on the Mew not doing exactly too good. But, I feel that is kind of like a Mew problem, right? There's always all the time where the Mew didn't exactly pop off. His build is not exactly prominent in any kind of matchup. So, maybe that's why players or teams actually stray away from the Mew. But Orangutan, Z-Ray stuck onto the Mew till today. So, I mean, I'm not sure why, but, he's probably more of comfort compared to, maybe he might not be as good as someone. I'm not very sure.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is just that I don't think Z-Ray's Mew is necessarily bad. It's just that when you're pairing it up with an Absol, you just have two very, very strong damaging but glass cannons, right? And because of that, you don't really have any other, CC coming out. You pick a Alolan Ninetales, you pick even something like a Cramorant where you pop up and you slow them with your dive, surf, stuff like that. Even that can provide a bit more to the fight. Maybe hold these attackers in place, maybe hold these Talon members just together, and that might end up actually serving you better than just some more damage from the long range. Like, I mean, Z-Ray, yes, he pumps it out and he has a lot of nice solar beams through the light screen, but it just doesn't feel like enough against the sustain of the Eldegoss.
Yeah, for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, let me take attention to the screen right here. I believe this is where Orangutan actually goes down. Like, they're just throwing Unites like no one's business right there. And Ice being caught out at just before the final stretch and unable to participate in the final stretch, which actually caused Orangutan to lose right there.
Yeah, I feel bad for Ice because there's honestly no way that he could have played around that, right? Like,
it's not his fault.
He was just the unlucky person to get caught. And either way, I think, like, regardless of who got caught there, it would be the same result, right? The fact that you already singled someone out so early puts the pressure cooker onto Orangutan. I think they did well in terms of clawing the game back, but then you can already see, they see Z-Ray dunking, and you see the central mass of Talon start to just kind of peter away. They understand the Rayquaza, it's very high HP, it might not be very feasible for them to continue going, and you see the Trevenant already making his way to 50. He understands that they're in a good position, and he just makes full use of that. So, I mean, it honestly looked like Orangutan almost had that, but the key decision making coming out from KYY as well as Ralphie to hit those two opposing goal zones meant that, okay, you can only defend one. BKZ, where are you going to go?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is just really good strategy coming in from Talon as well. So, props to Talon. That was a very good game. Both teams just brought a really good game forward to us as well. And that means Talon is 1 win away from Japan. And, they just have to perform a very good round 2 to take out Orangutan. And that's it for Orangutan's run.
Yeah, I mean, Orangutan, definitely some fan favorites here, but if they weren't able to make... I mean, one of these teams has to go out. With that being said, I don't think this is biased if I ask for Game 3. Right? Like, I think that game was absolutely insane. This is the feature match. This is the types. Now, we're looking at KYY. I mean, this man put on a clinic on that Trevenant. Had me a bit worried there because I was wondering whether he'll be able to find the angles for his wood hammers, but he did an exceptional job. Didn't really stand up too well against the Absol early on, but later on in the game when he got a bit more robust, that's where he started to really put in the work. Now, usually on this Clefable, but on the Trevenant, really showed up as well.
Yeah, I mean, those Phantom Forests at the last moment actually did make a little bit of impact for Talon as well. And yeah, but Kai on
KYY, same.
Yeah, Kai on the Trevenant is I would love to see him on the Clefable in round 2. Let's just put it that.
Yeah. Let's you know what? If we see him on the Clefable in round 2, we might not see a round 3. That's all I'm saying. I mean, like, the Clefable is such a strong Pokemon, like you've been preaching, Moonboy. You were right. I mean, everyone...
It's correct.
Yeah. And I do have to wonder, I think the story of this game really harkens back to that Absol pick. Yes, it did do a lot of work for them, but this is always the age-old story of picks like the Absol. You get the early game advantage, and then later on, you just can't close it out. You just don't have enough gas in the tank. You're easily picked off. You're just basically a glass cannon, and you don't have enough attention-seeking tools on your team. What I mean by that is, your Mew never wants to be in the line of fire. Your Mew can't really lock anyone up.
Yep.
So basically, it's you and the Mew, and all you have is like your supports, right? Your supports who if they just get run at, they're gonna go down. We saw so many times Ikura trying to throw his body into the fray to just distract them, but it doesn't even matter because once they take him out, that's the reset. That's the only sustain that you have on your entire team.
Well, I think I gotta disagree with you on the Absol pick. Like, I feel the Absol did really well the whole game.
That's fair,
right? But it was just the team itself, right? Orangutan basically broke when they just start mashing Unite move like free, and especially when Ice get caught out just before the final stretch, that really set the whole team back by a lot, right? Even if you got the best carry right there, there's nothing much that you could make a difference because it's 4v5 at the very final moment. So Absol, I feel that it was a very good pick all the way down to that sushi train kind of like scenario where that's
all just
that's
lining
not where
up, right?
That's not where Orangutan should do, and I don't think they should be repeating it in the second round.
Yeah, maybe they got a little bit too excited for Japan and started assuming the part, but not there just yet. Okay, not there just yet. Talon, they might be there in just 1 win. This is game number 2 of our lower bracket decider of who is gonna go back to the grand finals to face off. This is gonna be our lower bracket semis to decide who will face against old guys, to decide who will go into the grand final. This is the Yokohama one, right? This is the win and in.
Yeah, this is the win and in for both teams right there, and Talon have to win this final round to actually win it in, right? This round to actually for them to go to the loser bracket finals. But immediately Xing Di with that Glaceon, we saw him doing really well on the Glaceon previously as well. Could Talon actually counter this pick?
Yeah, but I just want to say that Talon have already defeated one team where their team name was OG and their central area player picked Glaceon. This was old guys. This happened just now. They show no regards for the fact that this Pokemon is potentially broken. They're like, yeah, you can pick a Glaceon and we'll destroy it. KYY, the whole day has been kept off this Hoopa. Okay? This man... Yes, the Clefairy is picked more often, but like JJ will attest, this is his signature. And you got Ralphie on his Blastoise again, MXI on a disruptive, supporter, tank, pseudo mix. This is not looking too hard.
Yeah, and we got Ray back on the Mew this time around as well. Ikura on the Clefable, and Ice hovering between the Blissey or the Trevenant. I believe the Trevenant might have a better coverage right here as well. But MXI though on that Clefable, on their weekly, I believe this might be one that they are trying to remove away from Orangutan Pigpool.
Okay, I mean, this is the Zoroark that ate a ban in the first game. So showing his face here, and might just be the end of Orangutan. We'll have to see. They have two very squishy players. Once again, I mean, this was the problem in the first game, right? Xingdi on the Absol and Zirei on the Mew. They just didn't really have a solid front line. Now they have the Clefairy as well as Ice on that Trevenant. We have to see whether these two components alone can do enough to peel the aggressors from Talon off their precious special attacker Pokemon. So we'll have to see how things go. Any draft that you're favoring at the moment here, Moonboy?
In my opinion, I like Talon's draft, right?
Yeah.
There's CC coverages, there's damage, there is mobility with Fupa as well, and there's weekly tough. What's there to not love about this Pokemon? Yeah, so yeah, but overall Talon team looks really solid, but compared to Orangutan, there's not a lot of CC going on, but there's a lot of hard-hitting Pokemon from Orangutan.
Yeah, I think the main thing, you actually didn't even mention the Pokemon that I was personally looking at, because I'm looking at the Chandelier, okay? I'll be honest with you, I started playing Chandelier around a week ago. The amount of damage this Pokemon does is absolutely insane. What business does this guy have just tossing out Fireball after Fireball? There's no cooldown on those things. You just go the emblems where you reduce your cooldown and special attack up, and you just absolutely dismantle. I mean, Dreamt has put on such a clinic. I think in the earlier matches, he averaged like 100 plus 120 damage, and it's gonna be a tall order to face off against him. But Orangutan, the battle of the jungle continues in what will be their final decider. This could be the one that takes them out. This could be the one that sends them packing. All the hopes and dreams of this beautiful team can come crashing down in an instant. Talon with the birds of prey to finish them off. We'll have to see whether that comes to fruition or whether Orangutan can hang on, whether the apes are stronger together. We'll have to wait and see. How many references can Permasneeze put in this matchup?
Yeah, we shall see.
We shall see. Let's find out together.
Well, Emily on the top side, Bron though, smashing straight right down. Ikura might be a little bit of a trouble as well. Emily taking two berries off them. Wow. Bron just taking him out.
It's not about getting KO'd. It's about sending a message. No more sustain for you. You want to KO me? I mean, this might be a bad look here. BKZ still at the Kafu. The slashes coming through. Bron, a lot of damage. And the Glaceon early on, not the strongest contender. Now, Ikura back in the fray, already level 4. So this is going to be an easy sweep up of most of the Swablu and Altaria. And a lot of EXP just shipped out the way of Orangutan. No shot for them there.
Yep, it's looking great for Talon right now with the water already at level 5, but Bron taking a full solar beam down, and he might be being chased down right here.
Oh no, the auto-targeting from those Icicle Spears didn't actually catch on the Bron, and really nicely played from KYY, bodying that long-range boosted auto attack from the Mew to keep Bron up and running. That was crucial.
Yeah, that was very crucial to not allow Bron to go down at this point in time, right? He's still really strong. You don't want those EXP going over to Orangutan.
Absolutely. Ice putting the hammers up on the Dreamt here, but immediate response of 4 members. Ooh. They don't want to let this Trevenant survive. Wow. I mean, talk about how do you kill an orangutan? Deforestation.
Well, that is true, right? So save the forest, guys. So yeah, so immediately PKZ trying to do a little bit of dunking right there, but Rafty already at level 6 on the water. That is really close to what he's actually trying to achieve with level 9 on the Blastoise.
Yeah, he's 2/3 there if we're looking at it on a mathematical standpoint. Okay, jokes aside though, I think right now Orangutan, they got a lot of work to do, especially on this Urshifu, right? He's not had the best start. Wicked Blow now, punching Ralph. Not that Blastoise just yet, the butt is a little slimmer, can fit through the hole. And now Bron, okay, in a bit of trouble, tried to contest for that set of Altaria. And against Xingdi, the dashes through, but oh no, the spears, okay. Need to be careful how you approach here, and another reset available. Yeah, I mean, Orangutan Talon, they're just dancing back and forth right now. They need to be careful to not give up any KOs.
Yeah, they have to be really careful of the Glaceon right now. Glaceon is level 8. Glacial stage is online as well. But Talon is just giving up the bottom Reggie bottom, but they're just fighting for their Reggie Electio up on top as well with that Clefable.
No!
For Talon.
Ice
But Big
with
Steel
the
coming in.
steal. Ice just whips that out of their pockets. He's gonna go down for it, but the boost gonna be awarded to the rest of his team and the nice EXP as well. The Forest fights back in this particular case. Reggie Lecky coming through as well as OG size up this top path. The Clefable just trying to do his work here, punching through, Wicked Blow, doing so much damage, knocking down that War Turtle, and the only thing you can do is watch Brone on this back line though, managing to finish off that Clefairy, but Urshifu not done just yet, cleans up another, the Lampent takes a tumble, and while all this is happening, eat that Zoroark straight into a powerful Solar Beam. And I mean, Orangutan, they're not ready to go down without a fight.
You're saying Z-Ray is not shown throughout the matchup? Dude, that beam put Z-Ray on the map right there.
Yeah,
Guys.
I mean, I'm happy to see it. I want a game 3, so all that and more, please, Z-Ray. Whatever you're cooking, I like a taste of that. Now, I really like what Orangutan have chosen to do this match. They've just put Ice on his little island in the bot path, and they've just relied on him to be able to just contest. He's still at that level 9, and that's a very respectable amount of EXP, and he's just been able to stand his own, and Orangutan have just overpowered them on the top path.
Yeah, it's not just overpowering them on the top path, but just all over the map as well, right? Level 10, close to level 10 average across the board on Orangutan's side. And Talon is just a little bit far behind in the level side as well. But, you know, both teams won, or even Orangutan won that Reggie bottom coming up really soon as well. But, you know, Talon is not going to give up the Reggie without a fight.
Yeah, both teams sizing each other up. I mean, Talon have proven to be so good with the positioning, catching Ice out. And that's definitely something that will sit in on the back of Orangutan's minds right now. But they're actually the ones with the 30-point, or rather 40-point lead as we move into this second set of Reggies here. They have the Eleki, they have the basement Reggie. And it's gonna be a Reggie steal, but this Reggie Eleki gonna go very easily to them, it seems. But they're outnumbered in the bot path, so I don't know if they want to take this fight still.
Yep, so, you know, but I think, you know, right here, Talon needs that Reggie steal for himself, gets the EXP that they need, and just rush down the bottom lane.
Wow,
right?
Phantom Forest negated by the Starlight Recycle instantaneously. The Hydro Typhoon as well, knocking them out, but Clefairy still up and running, they're still okay. The Waggle Wish with the block, gonna be able to hold them at bay, and there's a very, very lucky sort of selection there. The Wood Hammer gonna knock them straight back into that portal, and all things considered, the fact that Orangutan didn't actually lose any members is a huge win.
Yep, and Talon looks like, you know, really strong down at the bottom side as well. But take a look at the top side. There's no more goal zone available for Talon.
Oh, they're onto Brone. He manages to snipe down that Clefairy. But now onto MXI as well. They're not done. Dreamt. Next one, the chopping block. Just gonna get cut down to its size. And yes, KYY gonna get a dunk in. But now it's Orangutan's turn to break open this bot tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, once again, it's not looking good for Talon right here. 289 to 173. Yes, Orangutan is leading in points right here. But, you know, Orangutan is also leading in terms of level and damage. So Talon have to be really careful moving straight right as we are moving really close to the final stretch.
For what it's worth, they are only around 100 points behind. So, you know, if Talon can find an opening, they don't have as much crazy mobility. But, I mean, they haven't found an issue with that thus far. We've even seen the defenders find these sneaky dunks in. And, I mean, Orangutan, they've picked up this Glacian for themselves. This is the prize Pokemon of the patch, at least. And even with that new graceful style Hollowware, I mean, OG, they definitely came to put on a show, but whether it'll be a curtain call or whether it'll be an entry to the rest of their chances here, I have to wait and see. Both teams, they're just biding their time. There aren't as many EXP points on the map anymore, mostly cleared up. The punch through onto Rafley, the throat chop back out. BKZ wants no part of that business. And oh no, the Phantom rush forward, might have been straight into a Wood Hammer, but now they're trying to melt down this Reggie Lecky. The Mew doing so much damage, a nice reset, but they've left their Wiggly alone. They've left their poor MXI all on this lonesome, and this is going to be KYY more than likely going down. Tries to dodge away back into the hole. Nicely done from that Poopa. Slithers away out of trouble, but they've already gotten the Reggie Lecky. It's going to be swiftly dealt with by Orangutan though, as they head on for this final stretch.
Great steal coming in from Talon, but a lot of casualty coming in from their side of the field as well. Level 13 on the Urshifu, 13 on the Mew, and Glaceon themselves as well. Well, there's no 13 on Talon's side of the field. Moving straight right to the final stretch, Orangutan looking really strong to take this fight.
This might be a bit of a problem here because, crucially, that Trevenant does not have his Phantom Forest. Ice has been such a big player for this team thus far in these team fights, but he's not going to have that tool. Now, we can't see exactly how much more percent it is before he gets that crucial team fight ultimate, but he doesn't have it at the moment. They're already starting out this Rayquaza, and they need to be careful about the dash in already. Moonlight keeping them up and running. Ice holding his ground. Another reset. Ralphie, he can just keep plugging and playing, rinse and repeat. This is no real worry for him. But take a look at the top side. Zoroark sizing up his opponents, looking for an opening. Another reset again and again. Talon can just keep doing this.
This rinse and repeat on Ralphie. He's just waiting for a great Hydro Typhoon, and there we are!
Knocking them out, and that's gonna be Ice out of the picture. Rings unbound, and here comes Zoroark. Straight to the back line, and Urshifu goes down. Orangutan, you need more help with the portal. Getting them out now. Z-Ray in some trouble. Where's the Mystical Mirage? It's not available. He's gonna go down. No more HP to work with, still dodging away. But no, Shindy starting to clean up on this Glaceon, the hero of this match. OG, they hold on. And MXI, the only member remaining. They surely have to sniff him out. There's no way MXI does this for the squad, but he's just quietly waiting in the wings. Finally shows his face. Needs to come in. Has to sting. The hammer. It's not enough. Ice holds him in place, and OG, hold on. 30 seconds and the surrender comes through. Moonboy, we're going to a game number 3 for Yokohama.
Wow, I mean, Talon was doing really well with the rinse and repeat, and Talon looking really strong to close off this round. But Glaceon with those icicles, man, the MXI tried to go for the steal, but to no avail. Orangutan even this out, 1-1, game number 3. This is gonna be a win and in for both teams right here, and it's gonna be down to the wire.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm just literally waiting for the replay because I want to see just exactly how crazy Shindy went. I think the camera sort of panned away. I was worried about I'm like, oh no, Talon, they're losing members. Ice just got picked up. Oh no, Ikura's there, just gone as well. And then I thought Z-Ray was gonna go down. I was so focused on that. I didn't see the icicles just going in and in. In the draft, we said, okay, these two special attacker Pokemon, very frail, very susceptible to Brone just jumping them, very susceptible to just being burst down. But both players, they managed to just kind of create that distance, buy themselves a lot of time, and help each other just have space to dish out the damage. And Orangutan, they hold on.
Wow, I mean, Brone had a really good dash towards Z-Ray and Xingdi, right? It's just the icicles just landed on him, and that's just the end from then on. But I like what KYY and Ralphie was doing, right? With the hyperspace bottle back, and then come back, rapid spin, and then wait for the moment for the big Hydro Typhoon, which Talon actually did pull off. But it's just unfortunate that they can't get through the amount of damage coming in from Glaceon.
Yeah, and I just want to give props as well because, you're hyping up this KYY Hooper, right? And he's absolutely insane on it. We saw some crazy resets, but it just wasn't enough. And I think Orangutan, they played the bait and switch pretty well. We were talking about how Ice, he didn't have the Phantom Forest for that final fight, but he might have just been purposely overplaying his hand as well, just to kind of bait Talon in. And Talon are like, oh yeah, we've eliminated him, but in reality, he just never had that from the get-go. So it was just like a little dangle the tree in front of them, and the forest fights back. Orangutan, they hang on. Now, I will say though that Talon, they definitely, that game is not like they played bad, right? It's just in the final fight where it kind of felt like they got bamboozled a little bit. The Zoroark was waiting for his opening, but they just couldn't close out the deal on Xingdi as well as Mew. They needed those players down.
Yeah, it's Xingdi. I think it all boils down to Xingdi, right? At the very last moment. He's just such a really good player. We saw him on the Absol previously, and here on the Glaceon. Yes, Glaceon's number don't add up, but those good positioning, right? Not allowing him to go down early to the Zoroark actually allowed Xingdi to have those plays that he could do.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this game, I think at the start, I was pointing out Dreamt on this. He was a very pivotal player for this Talon lineup. And if you notice, especially in the early game this time round, he spent a lot of time just rotating and trying to match the craziness that was going on. And you take a look at right now, he's not even at his Chandelier form right now. And it's almost like 6 minutes, right? For a special attacker Pokemon who is supposed to be your main damage dealer, sure. But you know, you could have gotten out to a much better rolling start. And at this point, it's like, there's only so much you can do. They just jump in, BKZ with a nice sort of just dive in and not allowing that Chandelier to really play the game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like what you said, the Chandelier was being controlled the whole time as well. But, you know, Brone though, like, you know, Orangutan did a really good job keeping track of Brone, right? They're just taking the Zoroark out ASAP as well. So just taking him out of fight before he could do anything really funky to the rest of the team.
Yeah,
Big Hydro Typhoon, right?
this Hydro Typhoon, but they just couldn't touch Xingdi. Take a look at that. Mystical Mirage right through means that they don't manage to get anyone. They try and find Xingdi on this backside now, but he immediately ports through, and somehow this Mew survives. Take a look at this. The surf through onto 4, keeping them all at bay, and he still manages to get out of there, and I believe he resets again. So Xingdi, backed up by Ikura, this tag team duo, these two brothers who have been together since, you know, the very first iterations of this team, just hold on, hold tight, hold hands, and through the power of friendship, they managed to make it happen. Xingdi, the Glaceon, not sure what his other Pokemon picks are, but I mean, these definitely are the premier for him.
Yeah, I believe it's gonna be Dodrio on Xingdi's hand.
It has to
right?
be Dodrio,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, should be Dodrio. Like, you know, this guy is just really good as a player himself. We saw him, you know, on Absol, on Glaceon. Like, this guy is just moving really well, just coordinating together with the team. And just, you know, showing us why is he the MVP for Orangutan, because he is the main damage dealer, and he's just, you know, probably the shot caller for the team as well to, like, you know, take down crucial target as soon as possible.
Absolutely here. And Xingdi, I mean, you kind of gotta wonder, in a world where maybe the Glaceon is banned, does he double back for the Absol? Because it definitely feels like, you know, that Absol pick that came out in game number 1, yes, it did very, very well. I do have to agree with you, Moonboy, but at the end it fell flat there, and it kind of feels like Talon, you know, they probably know how to work around it a little bit, or at least try and get Orangutan to a bit of a desperate state. I wonder if we're going to see that, but now Talon, they ban out the Glaceon for themselves, and the Lapras is going to be the selection from Orangutan, so they don't want Talon to have that Lapras Express on their side. So once again, bunch of premiers on the table. BKZ could still opt for the Urshifu. There's stuff like Slowbro, Clefable,
Hoopa.
Clefairy, yeah, Hoopa as well. But okay, looks like Slowbro is up for selection here.
Yep, they don't want the Slowbro to go in the hands of Orangutan, because we saw eyes on that Slowbro can be pretty punishing as well.
Pretty obnoxious.
But that also could, that also means that, you know, the Hoopa is open, which, you know, Orangutan have to snug it out of the way before Talon could do any shenanigans from it.
Yeah, I like this. I like this from Z-Ray snatching up the Chandelier, because the thing is, you know that Dreamt, you know, he's performed so well on this Chandelier. It's a Pokemon that he's comfortable on. Force him, even if he takes your Mew, sure. I mean, you know you're the better Mew than him, right? It's kind of that situation. Right now, you know, okay, Dreamt is really comfortable on this Chandelier. He's really good at it. I want to snatch it away from him because I'm confident I can play it myself. I like that coming out from the side of Orangutan. Now, Talon, they snatch right back. So they grab that Urshifu. They don't want it in the hands of BKZ, and Ralphie back on his comfort, back on the Blastoise.
Yep, eyes back on the Wiggles as well. And, you know, seeing a Blastoise on Talon's side of the field, that Wiggly is definitely going to be an OG pick right there for Ice. And BKZ on that Machamp, we saw, you know, he's really strong, you know, once he gets into level 9. BKZ is a really good pilot of that Machamp as well. But Dreamt, though, hovering over that Sylveon, that could be something really interesting that we have not seen throughout the day, Sylveon.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Sylveon, I think I saw one, if I'm not wrong. But apart from that, nothing else too crazy. Sylveon, Blastoise, I believe it must have been Talon who ran this as well. So we're not sure whether we're going to see the old school Hyper Voice, you know, Rapid Spin, Water Spout situation here. But definitely a lot of secure potential coming out from this team, backed up by the Blissey as well. And Xingdi going to be piloting that Zoroark. So this team, definitely a lot more hit and miss, right? BKZ and Xingdi, they're going to need to strike with precision here, because they don't necessarily have the best follow-up other than Z-Ray. Ice has a lot of work on his plate. It's just Talon, they look very solid. And Orangutan, I won't say they look flimsy, but it definitely is a higher level of execution that's required from their lineup, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. Like, there's no front line, right? There's no defender. There's no one in front soaking all the damage. And that leaves that job to this Machamp right over here. And Machamp, you know, looking at his health item, is not there to be really defensive. Instead, it's a very offensive kind of like setup that BKC is actually holding.
He's got weakness policy though.
Yeah, but it's there to like translate it to damage.
True.
So that's what exactly he's doing. So really tough have to be the one in front tanking all this damage, or
Yeah.
even Hoopa have to have those really fast resets. If not, they might not be able to deal with Blastoise or even Slowbro in a longer fight.
Yeah, I don't think this kind of looks like a situation where I don't know if Orangutan can actually afford to take a head-on team fight with Talon, right? They just don't really have the same amount of tools. But Moonboy, we're here. It's been a bit of a day of Pokemon Unite so far, but we haven't even started yet. This is what we came to see. This is what we came to see. Talon versus Orangutan. These two teams, the only two sponsored ones, they managed to get themselves an org. They managed to get that support. And they could be the ones paving the way for what the future of Pokemon Unite esports looks like. Now that's all dependent on how they perform here. They could rise to represent APAC East and bring us to new heights at Worlds in Yokohama in August. But all that can just fade away. All the hard work in an instant. In the next 9 minutes and 18 seconds, it'll all be decided here, Moonboy.
Yeah, who is going to Japan? Who will be facing old guys later on in the loser bracket finals? It's down to this final 9 minutes right here. It's still pretty back and forth, but right there in the bottom side as well. Sylveon got the first KO on that League Week as well. But Xingdi, though, is not allowing KYY to rest as he's pushing so much pressure down in the bottom side.
Oh, slight misdirection on that dash, and Xingdi might pay the price for it. He's gonna go down. Huge pivotal mistake there. He could have easily finished off KYY, but misplaced the controller. Misplaced his controls on that. Didn't manage to get the successful dash through. And momentum is something that's so important for Zoroark and Urshifu especially.
Wow, your central area Pokemon, going down so early into the game, that's not where you want to be as well. BKC with the submission on their Machop this time around. So, they're moving a lot of mobility removal, but immediately removed by Talon as well. Talon looking really strong in the early game.
Yeah, Ice needs to turn tail and run, singing them to sleep right now. Ooh, the last little bit of auto attacks blocked out by Ikura. The slaps through. Ice needs to watch himself. Can't just afford to run up like that. But Xingdi can. The slashes through. It's gonna not be enough to finish off the Blissey. And Z-Ray's here as well. We've seen this sort of happen, but back the other way, they managed to get Blissey. So that's at least one KO, finishing off the Sylveon as well. Managing to find themselves a little bit of traction here in this top half.
Well, this is a lot of action just before the first objective, right? And there's lots of back and forth. This shows how hungry these two teams are to actually earn their spot in Japan. Down in the bottom side as well, lots of Pokemon scrambling around. I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm sure, Talon is just pushing Orangutan back.
Yeah, they have a lot more potential to just kind of pop the can open and just go full force, right? The Urshifu as well as the Sylveon can just full commit with ease. And it's like we said, this Wiggly isn't easy to play by any stretch of the imagination. You need to be pin perfect with your decision on your moves. The submission through, they want to put a dent into Ralphie's progression here, level 5 only on that wall turtle, but he's just going to get chased down by that Hoopa. Meanwhile, the double 30 dunks coming through, but they're relenting quite a lot of pressure. Talon, 4 members up here, slapped around by Ice, and Z-Ray trying to do as much damage as he can from the wings, and it's actually going to peel them back. So 4 members against 2. Orangutan managed to hold them off here.
Yeah, it's a really good back and forth coming in from both teams as well. Ralphie invading the central area of Orangutan, trying to find himself their Blastoise stage as the Registeel goes live.
Registeel looking to be claimed up. Not if Dremt can say something about it, but he's not going to be able to finish it off. That's going to be Ice claiming that for the team. So Ralphie, he's still busy trying to ramp up his EXP. Meanwhile, the Machamp the Machoke rather, electing to stay with his team and help them apply pressure. Now they do have the Koopa Highway being able to bring them to the top side to contest, and they managed to take him down. So nice pick off. Orangutan, they're playing the map really well.
Yeah, Machamp is already online as well. Submission just dashing straight right in. No one is up the top side to contest, and they got the Regieleki for themselves. Talon seems like not interested to go for the contest this time around, and he will be marching straight right to the tier 2.
Talon, It really feels like they're getting outmaneuvered thanks to this Hoopa pick from Ikura, the hyperspace holds. This is what we feared from this Pokemon, and one of the reasons why it's always banned. The sheer amount of map play it allows for you is just too formidable. BKZ, the punches through. Barrage blow going in, takes out the Sylveon for now, but the surging strikes gonna be able to turn the heat around onto Orangutan. They need to be careful on the approach here as the Rings Unbound popped out, and the reset is through. There's the Nightfall days, but it's not enough to finish them off. Urshifu goes down though, and Carnage in the top side as Talon. They need to retreat. They need to back off. They have that 6-member, the Regieleki, and they aren't going to push the issue anymore. Orangutan, I mean, they take a nice win in terms of the engagement, but they don't manage to get any points in. They're still a bit behind.
But it's cool, right? It's okay. Like, you know, the pressure has been made. They got the level that they need, and they're just putting so much pressure on Talon. Yes, they are behind, or even they caught up in terms of level as well. But, you know, it's totally okay, right? Orangutan is still comfortable right here. They got the level even out as well. So at this point in time, they just have to continue doing what they're doing because Machamp is online, and they could rely on this 4-arm champion.
Absolutely. I mean, BKZ putting in the work, lifting the heavy weights, going for the dunk here, and no one's here to stop him. I mean, they're just gearing up for the basement Reggie here, but I mean, they're gonna give up that positional advantage, and I think Reggie are gonna go easily to the way of Talon. No real contest. It's just trading out the points for that additional bump of EXP as well as that objective.
Yeah, because you know that Orangutan, their team composition is not meant for fights, right? They're always there for it seems like a quick, fast in, fast out kind of situation. So
Absolutely.
they want this Regieleki, they want to score these goals, and they want to win this by points and not via fights.
Eject button forced out from the Chandelier, had to back up there. Ice still playing around in the bot path with the dash through. Take a look at that Urshifu with the Unite move, but getting submitted on the back line. Rings Unbound, like you said, and the Barrage blow on the 4, the Hydro Typhoon, not gonna catch onto anyone, and he managed to take down 3 in one fell swoop. Talon, they're falling. The Nightfall Gaze cuts them out the sides, and Orangutan, what was that? You said, Moonboy, about not taking a fight. They wiped the floor with Talon in this top path.
Yeah, they just want to clean it up as fast as possible, spamming like what, 3 Unites out there? And you know, is that really worth it as we're moving straight right to their final stretch? And I believe right here, Orangutan is just hunting for wild Pokemon right now to refuel their Unite move because they really need it for their final stretch. But Orangutan looking really strong moving forward.
Yeah, they're still playing the map very well. Classic textbook play, you understand. You need to respond to that Regieleki, and the slashes come through. 8-bomb playing distraction though, allowing Z-Ray to get that huge 50 over dunk in, catapulting the point lead to over 100 right now. And I don't think it's necessarily that bad because you take a look at Orangutan, they have ample time to get these Unite moves back up. Around the 3-minute 30 mark, 4-minute mark is when you want to use it the last time, so that you have it for the final stretch. And I think Orangutan, they have a good sort of track ahead of them. Talon, they need to play catch up.
Yep, Talon a little bit below on the level, but I believe it's still a head-to-head battle right here, right? It could still be anybody's game at this point in time. As long as the clock is not 0, the game is not over. So, you know, we've got 2 minutes, 30 more seconds on the clock. Yes, Orangutan is in the lead, but Talon don't want to give up yet.
Oh, we've seen Talon do this before. Talon, the birds of prey, perching in the grass here. You know the Registeel is going down, but they're biding their time. Talon, Orangutan, they might just be falling into a trap. Z-Ray spots it out, climbs them all. So much damage coming through, and oh no, it's Orangutan who got them. The kings of the jungle slash them down. Slow beam, no hope, and just like that, 3 members down, make it 4. One last little bear left on his lonesome, might finish off Shinji for the Nightfall Days, and just like that, Orangutan, they wipe the floor. Is it over? The Sylveon trying to come in, but it's too late. Talon, they try and catch them again with the same old trick. Fool me once, shame on me, but not again, Orangutan. They're gonna slam this one home.
Wow, I mean, that was a great skill. Just throwing one skill into the tall grass, right? Just checking anyone is there.
Wow.
Immediately, 5 men of Talon is there as well. Orangutan just zone right in and take them out just before the final stretch. If you want to bring the fight to me, I'm gonna take the fight to you, taking you out swiftly and there just so quickly. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Taking the orangutan, taking the Rayquaza, and the orangutan is going to be taking this whole win and moving straight right to the loser bracket finals against All Guys.
Dude, Z-Ray hurt me when I was talking some smack about him. I'm like, this Mew, not very impressive. You know, it's not looking too hot. He's like, yeah, you don't like my Mew? Let me show you the best chandelier you've seen in your life. What a heads-up play from this guy to just toss that overheat, getting all of them to half HP by himself. Absolutely insane stuff here coming out from this guy. And he's gonna go down, but he's just buying so much time for the team. I mean, I dare say 500 points down. I don't think they can come back from this, Moonboy.
It's not going to be an easy task. Every single Pokemon have to score 100 points at this point in time. None of them, I mean, most of them are not even holding 50 points in their pocket as well. They have no choice. I believe this is going to be game over right there as well. But immediately catching KYY into a Hydro Typhoon, this actually shows that it might be over.
Ikura feeling himself, pulls the portal in. The rest of the squad coming in to celebrate in the battle of the jungle. The orangutans reign supreme. Hear them roar here as they're gonna go forward. OG against OG in the loser bracket finals. But more importantly, Orangutan will see you in Yokohama.
Wow, I mean, this is just a really good game right here. Both teams neck and neck until that very last, ambush fail. Let's just put it as that. And Orangutan checked their brushes or even tall grass this time around and just spotted Talon out, knowing that they are there, and just take the fight to them and just, why wait for the 2-minute mark? Let's just take you out there and then. And we got the Rayquaza ASAP. And that is what Orangutan is all about. And this is what they do. They are moving straight right to the loser bracket finals against All Guys for that April tournament rematch the Orangutan yearn for.
I didn't even get the chance to say this, but I gotta be honest, don't you think it's so fitting? Because can you imagine the heartbreak from Orangutan if you fell for the same trick twice? And Talon, all credit to them, they were so sneaky with their position. No one could have known, but just the instinct, the gut feeling from Z-Ray to sniff them out. I mean, we're all congratulating Orangutan here, but honestly, Moonboy, you gotta really feel for Talon, and I feel really bad for them. It feels like a story of just narrowly missing the mark over and over. They've made it so far. They got themselves signed, back, reach Pokemon. They got the full roster back. They went through all the hurdles. They had different players up until this point. April, they didn't make it through. May, they narrowly fell short of the first place. Sure, they qualified to the regional playoffs, but then now, where it matters the most, they fall short. And you just gotta imagine these guys, they've gotta be kicking themselves in those last few moments. Just maybe one better Hydro Typhoon, maybe just one pick that could have been better. Maybe Brone, not going in on a certain engagement, stuff like that. It all comes back to haunt you, and unfortunately, they're gonna be having to watch Worlds from the sidelines here.
That's just, I feel what Talon is experiencing right here. Like, it's not an easy task to climb all the way back here and just to fall short once again. But it's just unfortunate, right? The final play didn't exactly go well, and Orangutan saw it coming, and yeah, so the better team have to win right here. So I'm sorry for Talon, but congratulations to Orangutan once again.
Absolutely. I think we can, that's kind of the spirit of competition, right? You can rejoice. You can imagine the Orangutan camp. They must be so excited and thrilled. This is what they've been waiting for an entire year. And on the flip side, Reach Pokemon, it's got to be heartbreak all around. Just, feeling all the emotions that come into just investing yourself so much, even bringing back your old ally and brother in Olenams or Ralphie now, and it's just not enough. That's gotta sting. As we take a look at the replay here, Orangutan and Talon, I wish we had a way to watch through this entire series again. Moonboy, this was the title card match that we were expecting, and there was no better way it could have ended. I think it's just such a nail biter from start to finish. Both teams played their hearts out. And Orangutan, see you guys in Yokohama, right?
Yeah, like as you said, this is what tournament is all about. There's always a winner and there's always a loser, and there's only 3 spots available for APAC East. So Yeah, so it is what it is. But, Orangutan did come into this round number 3 with a very difficult kind of composition, and they managed to piloted it so well that, they can always stay on top in this whole round number 3.
Absolutely, yeah. We were talking about it in the draft. This is a tricky one to make work, but Z-Ray put the damn squad on his back, went absolutely brazy on the chandelier. The amount of damage he was doing to these talent players was just unprecedented. And man, what a game from him here. They just make it easy, right? Like, even in this last moment, even when this Urshifu tries his best to find something, they just shut it down instantaneously. And OG, man, what a deserved win here. But I gotta keep saying this because I genuinely, I'm not trying to ruin the vibe. I mean, they are through the Yokohama and OG, their battle is not done just yet. But this is the end of the road for talent. There were so many expectations. I just remember how hyped myself, you, JJ, were when we found out they got signed, and we're just like, oh, this is a big callback to one of the great teams that we've sort of fallen by the wayside. And once again, they are falling by the wayside.
But we'll see. I mean, there's still always next year for talent to actually try again.
True.
So
Copium.
yeah. So we hope that they will be back stronger than ever, and hopefully we will be seeing them in Worlds 2024 next year as well. But there we have Ikura from Orangutan, and I believe he was the guy here facilitating all the play for the team, and finally. A support player is being mentioned right here.
Absolutely. This guy, the captain, my Cantonese brother right here, couldn't be more proud. Ikura, piloting the team, and with this new iteration of Ice as well, there is something to be said about trying to integrate a new member into your team and still making the same gel work. And I mean, he's done just well, right? I think the Hoopa in the last match, with all the shot calling and the rotations and the movement, that all has to be orchestrated by one maestro. And this is one of the rare times where you look at the stats, it doesn't really tell the story. You had to be there. You had to watch the game.
Yep, and the champions from ACL is back, ladies and gentlemen, and they are moving straight right to that loser bracket final. So let's just take a look at the bracket once again to see, the top 3 teams remaining in this tournament so far: Omo, Abyssinian, All Guys, and Orangutan.
I just want to say that if you take a look at Orangutan's journey, after they defeated Omo Dragon Lee, they've had nothing but 2-1s. These guys have played absolute barn burners of series up against God of Warriors, now up against Talon, and I don't think Old Guys are gonna go down 2-0. I'll be completely honest with you. I think whoever ends up winning, it's gonna be through gritted teeth, blood, sweat, and it's not gonna be easy fight. These two teams, you've seen the OG versus OG matchup before. It's not pretty. Things get messy.
Yeah, it's gonna be really messy, and you realize something. I just realized something from Permasneeze. The last 3 teams are all from the April qualifiers.
Yeah. April on top, baby. You thought we were out? Get out of here. April, best month. But yeah, I mean, it's quite funny that they took a little bit of break, came back, refreshed, just stomped on everyone anyway. And I mean, I guess to a certain extent, it's not super surprising, because if you take a look at the way this entire sort of competitive circuit was laid out, essentially, you have the full range of all the teams right in April, and the 3 that made themselves emerge on top from that naturally will be better compared to the remaining ones. It's just a matter of in May you have enough time to kind of catch up, and do you have enough time to reach the pinnacle that we're at? And the answer right now is unfortunately not. But big congrats, we have our 3 teams that are going to Yokohama, and it's been such a great show so far. Moonboy, do you have anything else to add?
Well, I enjoyed the last three months, the journey of the last 3 months as well. So I had my fair share of fun and my fair share of jokes right here as well. So I believe I'm gonna step down and allow JJ to come back up for the both finals as well. Just join together with Permasneeze. So I'll see you guys really soon. Mike, close off the show.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, always pleasure casting with you. We go back all the way to all the Singapore regionals, all our little community events, and it's nice to be able to see what the best of APAC East has to offer with you. But of course, it's gonna be me and JJ for the grand finals. Thank you for your service, Moonboy. We'll see you in a short bit, but I'm sure you'll be anxiously watching from the sidelines. For now, we're gonna go to a short break. We'll go for your lower bracket finals and your grand finals right after this Don't go anywhere for more APAC East Pokemon Unite.
Looks so much better than the previous round.
Yeah, and the amount of damage that came back the other way, we saw it was enough to really threaten him. Now Sing is the one under some threat, and oh, Shua starting to clean up. The slashes are there. And Luis.
Top 3 right there on the top side. Shua might be a little bit of danger.
Oh, the illusion, but can't dodge out. Lands with the eject button and the skull. Burns him up and keeps him running. Mayhem gonna go.
Just get out there alive and down to the bottom side. Oma Bisnian putting more pressure towards old guys.
Yeah, they're just starting to clean up on these supports who aren't really the strongest without any sort of backup. Now Thorfinn can put in the damage, but the Woodhammer keeping him in place. Sync is here to party though, and they need to be careful. He's dodging in with the triple trample, knocking 2 up, getting the second. The Woodhammer gonna be a swing and a miss, but oh, Zoroark now on this dojo has to run away. The agility managed to dash away, but no, straight into the hands of Miba, who was waiting. Here comes the rest of the squad. Here comes Omo Abyssinian. They want to make it happen here, and Miba Hydro Typhoon straight onto the back line, popping that dojo again. Sync, this is the full on the top side though, and the push, it's on from old guys.
Yeah, and there we have the slow beam onto the chandelier as well. There, old guys just pushing on the top side. Oma Bisnian.
The bait, they're not waiting around. They wait till they see that dojo. Whoa. They all turn around and just collapse. They leave no chance for Lance here, and that's gonna be a slow bro out for 20 seconds. How can you even hope to take an end to it all? To crush old guys' dreams. And even Sync, he's not gonna feel confident about the dunk, forcing out the Starlight Recital. No way, he won! And that's gonna be the Wiggly down. Enough to edge them out. They're less than 100 points away, so a full 50 might just do it. But here comes the Hydro Typhoon, jumping on the 4, and the Phantom Punch as well. But triple trample back the other way. They're managing to hold their ground for now as Shua cleans up the back line. No more Thorfinn, and there's the Nightfall days. Good night, old guys. Back to the retirement home. Clean into the night so easily, but there's not much more your slow bro can provide. As
this whole series, right? Not allowing them to do too much, just controlling Sync in this matchup it takes lots of guts, right? Especially when you got Lapras, you got
Our Pokemon now trying to return the pressure onto Bro. And damn, the slash forward, Night Slash. Good night, baby. Another one. Make it a double. Can he make it a triple? Yes, straight up to MXI. No, the Citrus Berry right in time. KO. So Z-Ray definitely put a bit further behind than you would want to. Sucker punch out of the KYY though, and the finish is there. Wood Hammer's not even allowed. Do you see that? He could have been raising past his armpit. He already on that slow bro, dashing in with that Blastoise, but he's falling low. Where he go? Big mistake there from BKZ, but he manages to clean it up. Midnight Slash takes down the Registeel, and he wants to find some more. Ralphie gonna get cut down by the Absol. Big hero Shingdi once again finds another, cuts down the bear, and this bearer of bad news might just send Talon packing, might just be the detriment to this organization. He's not done just yet. Make it a triple, make it a quadruple. This man is popping off. KO streak.
showing us how good an Absol could be in today's meta if it's piloted well.
Okay, needs to be careful. Sucker punch dash away. Nicely done. But there is the Unite move coming out from the
Side as the Reggie go live.
Yeah, but the Absol nowhere to be found. He's a bit late to the party, and by the time he showed up, the party poppers burst out in his face. 3 members down from Orangutan. Opening unbound is this Reggie rock from their grasp. This Unite move is gonna be Orangutan so desperate to come in. Hydro Typhoon popping up 4, not even able to make. Here, what's happening? Talon waiting in the wings.
Surprise.
They'll find ice, and he just melts. Oh, want to rush down this Ray. They need to make it here, and they need to make it here now. Opening the portal, and here comes the backup. Here comes the Blastoise. He needs to find a Hydro Typhoon. Popping it on the 2. The Kindred resistance is enough, and they're still trying to hold down Brown on the back line, on that Urshifu. But they take down BKZ to start. ZZ Ray still raining in the damage, and they managed to take down the Urshifu. But needed the dunk. 41 from Z-Ray. This could be the decider, and manages to chase down. Rayquaza is in trouble. They managed to get the Chandelier, but the Mystical Mirage only going to keep the Mew up. They've got a kill streak on 2 though. 3 members left on the side of Orangutan. And
Shingdi
doing his well. Then another 76. Z-Ray, the hero of OG. I don't know whether Orangutan can hang on, whether the apes are stronger together. He's putting the hammers up of the Dreamt here, but immediate response of 4 members. They don't want to let this travel.
Reggie Electio up on top as well with that Clefable.
No!
For talent.
Ice
Big
with
steal
the
coming in.
steal. Ice just whips that out of their pockets. He's gonna go punching through Wicked Blow, doing so much damage, knocking down that War Turtle, and the only thing you can do is watch Brown on this back line though, managing to finish up the...
So, but take a look at the top side. There's no more gold zone available for Talon.
Oh, they're onto Brown. He manages to snipe down that Clefairy, but now onto MXI as well. They're not done. Dreamt, next one, the chopping block, just gonna get cut down to its size, and yes, into a Wood Hammer, but now they're trying to melt down this Reggie Lecky. The Mew doing so much damage, a nice reset, but they've left their Wiggly alone. They've left their poor MXI all on this lonesome, and this is gonna be KYY more than likely going down doing this.
This rinse and repeat on Ralphie. He's just waiting for a great Hydro Typhoon, and there we are!
Knocking them out, and that's gonna be Ice out of the picture. Rings unbound, and here comes Zora. Straight to the back line, and Urshifu goes down. Orangutan, you need more help with the portal. Getting them out now. Z-Ray in some trouble. Where's the Mystical Mirage? Is not available. He's gonna go down. No more HP to work with, still dodging away. But no, Shingdi starting to clean up on this Glaceon, the hero of this match, OG.
The loser bracket finals is down to this final 9 minutes right here. It's still pretty back and forth, but right there in the bottom side as well. Sylveon got the first KO on that Link Week as well.
This direction on that dash, and Shingdi might pay the price for it. He's gonna get chased down by that Hoopa. Meanwhile, the double 30 dunks coming through, but that relentless
Central area of Orangutan trying to find himself that Blastoise stage as the Registeel goes live.
Registeel looking to be claimed up. Not if Dreamt can say something about it, but he's not gonna. That's why it's always banned. The sheer amount of map play it allows for you, it's just too formidable. BKZ, the puncher through. Barrage blow going in. Takes down the Sylveon for now, but the surging strikes gonna be able to turn the heat around onto Orangutan. They need to be careful how they approach here as the rings unbound popped out, and the reset is through. There's the Nightfall days, but it's not enough to finish them off. Urshifu goes down though, and Carnage in the path with the dash through. Take a look at that Urshifu with the Unite move. We're getting submitted on the back line. Rings unbound like you said, and the Barrage blow onto 4. The Hydro Typhoon not gonna catch onto anyone, and he managed to take down 3 in one fell swoop. Talon, they're falling. The Nightfall days cuts them on the side. size. Z-Ray
No.
spots it out, climbs them all. So much damage coming through. And oh no, it's Orangutan who got them. The kings of the jungle slash them down. Slow beam, no hope. And just like that, 3 members down, make it 4. One last little bear left on his lonesome, might finish off Shinji with a nightfall days. And just like that, Orangutan.
It's only 5 men of talent is there as well. Orangutan just zone right in and take them out just before the final stretch.
3 months of Pokemon Unite action comes down to this. We've had a pretty thrilling day so far, and I'm Permasneeze, joined by JJ. Excited to welcome you back to the show, my friend. And what a way to reach the lower bracket finals, am I right?
Man, it was so intense when I was watching for the back ends. And man, Talon, Orangutan, 2-1 of a series, I think. I'm not entirely sure how we can like top that match, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? We kind of had crazy matches back to back, but I feel like every single match that came up, I asked myself that question, and it was the same thing. We just got better and better, and this is what APAC East is all about.
And man, this time around though, like, it's all guys versus Orangutan. This is going to be, well, at the very least, right? At the very least, like, both of these teams, it doesn't matter if they lose now because they're now, you know, secure of their spot for Yokohama. But they still need to fight for that prize pool. They still need to fight for that honor, that pride. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely.
third place is still third place.
Yeah.
They still need to get back up to the grand finals where Almo Abyssinian is waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just a matter of whether Orangutan can actually rise back to the occasion and take down some of, you know, it's whole different generations, right? Because if you talk about old guys, these, like Thorfinn in particular, I think Thorfinn specifically is one name I remember from way back when we even did, I think, JJ, that was when we first started working together. That was the regional invitationals, right? This guy was so prominent, and that's one generation. Then we saw the second generation of players where reached Pokemon, you know, they thundered through the stages and just really shocked everyone. And then now we have this third generation where most recently UCS, you know, this team just came out of nowhere and just absolutely demolished everyone. Nobody even knew anything about Taiwanese Hong Kong teams. And we have 3 generations of Unite Championship series, you know, glory here with us in the grand final. So really, more than anything, it's a testament. It's just seeing which generation still has what it takes over the others. I think this is going to be a thrilling grand finals.
I mean, it's only a matter of, are the old guys winning or...
Okay.
I'm not gonna continue.
No, yeah, you got, okay, you know what? You know what? Here's your chance now, JJ. If you want to make your joke about no matter my prediction is OG wins, you can do it now. This is your window. If not, keep your peace.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's old guys versus Orangutan, and I think, you know, just predicting on this, and you know, you guys called me the prophet. I think whoever's gonna be like, doesn't matter what happens now, but I think OG wins this one.
Okay, all right. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can talk about the info cards. Of course, we already know what this is all about. We've seen old guys throughout the entirety of today, and these frequently used Pokemon shouldn't be a mystery or something surprising to everybody who's watching so far. Dodrio, played by Sync, has really been the trump card, right? It's really come in clutch for them when it hasn't. And the only time it was really beat out was by Almo Abyssinian just now. Right, so I mean, it still very much is their bread and butter, and I would be very surprised to see them stray away from it.
It was actually kind of like nostalgic to see old guys play the Charizard earlier, especially for Singwell, because if you actually remember from last year, I actually do not know if you remember, but there's a team that is named Fly High Charizard.
Oh my god! Wait, no, that's him.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh my god!
It's
wait, Fly High! You just gave me a nostalgia shock, dude. What in the? That's like.
Did I mention that before?
Dude, those like, yeah, I know, but like, I guess it just slipped my mind. I'm so acclimated to this dude playing the dojo now that like it's impossible for me to think about anything other than
the Charizard.
Dude,
right?
What the heck? Wait, this is the Fly High Charizard. What in the heck? This is like
I tried to sync one,
dude. That's so cool. That's so. I mean, this is really going to show all this history that we have. I mean, Pokemon Unite has only been released for what, 2.5 years now. I don't think it's at the 3-year mark, but I mean, competitive side of things, these are names and these are teams that have just disappeared to history, and it's so cool to see some players back. And with that being said, the Orangutan, they don't want to go out like a light in the wind, right? They want to really mark their dominance. They are the ACL champions after all, and to see APAC
Right.
East now, it's split up. It's not even combined one, so they want a shot back at their former glory.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, just being the winners of the entirety of APAC. Well, not even. Well, actually, yeah, the entirety of no, not just APAC. The entirety of Asia.
Yeah.
India included.
Yeah.
They are the winners from the ACL,
Yeah.
and now this is their time to actually get back up once again. And if they do get to win against OG,
Okay.
sorry, if they do get to win against old guys, there you go.
Okay.
They do get to win against old guys. All they need to do is just win against Abyssinian, and they can still reclaim their crown as being one of the best in APAC.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah. You just said like
It's easier said than
just
done,
like,
but
all they need to do is win against two absolutely terrifying lineups.
I know. I'm sorry.
For what it's worth,
It's easier said than done.
For what it's worth, I think all of these teams have a little bit of a flavor of their own, right? Old guys, they
That's
definitely
true.
have something cooking. Whether it's burnt is another question. I mean, we saw some Venusaur, Charizard, old school strats come out. I
Mhm.
don't think that's really the prime sort of selection they should be bringing out. On the flip side, like I said, Orangutan have always had their own flavors, always had their own unique spin on the game, and of course,
Mhm.
count out Omo Abyssinian, they have such titular players like Tempest, Honest, Snorlax. It's their highest picked Pokemon. These three teams are
Mhm.
definitely gonna bring us a very, very interesting finish to today's festivities of the regional qualifiers. And we've seen so many teams just pass by the wayside. It's
Oh
good.
yeah.
I'm very excited for these games coming up because this is the peak of what APAC East has to offer.
Oh yeah, I mean, just going back throughout the names of the teams that we actually get to see earlier, right? We have East Sand, we have Rated PG, we got Talon, which just got eliminated, AE, Who to Omo Dragon Lee, Who, V Family as well,
Yeah.
and God of Warriors, God of Warriors as well.
Yeah.
A very, very prominent team. Quite unfortunately, actually got dropped earlier today on the lower quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
Orangutan just dropping these names, right? So Orangutan take down God of Warriors. Now they take down Talon, and now they're looking to take down old guys as well. And starting off the draft already, we have Zoroark banned, so they don't want Xingdi on that. I mean, he performed perfectly in the previous game, but he's gonna grab the
Right.
Glaceon.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like
Lapras open though.
that's the thing with Xingdi. As much as we want to see Xingdi play the Greninja once again,
It's not-
just
it's
to
not
go
happening.
back to the nostalgia.
I've put
It's
that
not
in the
happening.
past.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right? Like the thing is with Xingdi is that they play most, if not all, of the carry sort of like Pokemon in the game. So that's why if you delete, even if you ban out, not delete, even if you ban out the Zoroark, it still has something up their sleeves. And this time around, it is going to be the Glaceon, which has been proving quite well for Xingdi since earlier.
Yeah, RBX gonna pick up that Snorlax. Had some pretty brilliant moments of it when he did give it a whirl. And Z-Ray back on that Chandelier. So now feeling the strength of that Pokemon Ice on the Wiggly. So they very clearly have what their favorites are for this tournament. Old guys and Orangutan, they're just immediately doubling back to what they feel the most comfortable on. Now Lance, the most prominent that we've seen from him is when he was on that Lapras. Just old guys, I don't know if you remember at this point, but JJ, the first bout that we were casting, old guys were just lining up things with the triple trample perfectly. So this is definitely very terrifying, and Z-Ray needs
As well that we have to take note of, right? Like, old guys essentially took away with them the Pokemon that is the sort of like counter against that of Dodrio, right? We have the Lapras, we have the Hoopa, the biggest countermeasure against the Dodrio, and of course we do have as well the Snorlax. I guess the only thing that Orangutan has here against St. Juan's Dodrio would have to be Ikura. Well, actually, it would have to be Ikura. Unless otherwise, of course, BKC would be able to like really stop down, Dodrio, Sync wants Dodrio here.
Yeah, I mean, BKZ did play that Wicked Blow Urshifu, and oh man, if that Dodrio peeks out the wrong side and gets just a uppercut right to the dome, it doesn't matter how many hits you have, you're gonna get a concussion, my friend. Like, you aren't getting out of that one. We've seen how much damage that move can do. It's ridiculous. Dodrio not the tankiest. So, yeah, that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. And Hoopa doesn't give you sustain in the traditional way also. It's not like you get shields, it's not like you get heals. It's just you need to wait for that hyperspace hold to pot you out of there. Not really something the Dojo might have the luxury of.
Right, so this is something I have to take note of as well. I forgot to mention that at the very least, like, you know, like Orangutan does have Chandelier, which could still be, you know, a bit of like a counter against that of the Dodrio. But the question here is, would all guys be able to make use of their, you know, composition, would be able to make use of their strategy since earlier against Orangutan, or would Orangutan be able to stop them from doing so? Let's have a champion time.
He said the line. JJ said the line. This is how you know you're in Asia Pacific and you're watching a Pokemon Unite Grand Final. So when JJ says the line, you know it's action time.
It's not grand finals yet, but like, you know, it's
almost
OG.
there. I mean, but we're also having
OG,
a champion time right now. I don't know about you. My time is pretty up there on the leaderboard, I must say. Lands a lot of pressure coming out of the water. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, but okay. So Lapras, definitely one of the highly priced Pokemon just because of the early threat that it can, you know, put out. Ice, try attack, the jump through. They want to get that Chansey, and they managed to do so. Nice little acrobatics there from Sing to eject button over the little pillar there and get that KO. So, I mean, you can already see old guys, they have a bit of an emphasis on the early stage of the game, right? They have the Lapras, they have the Snorlax, they want to run away with it with the Dojo as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that is something that they really, really need to do so as well. Going against Orangutan, especially that Orangutan is one of the teams that we do know for a fact that once they get going, they get going.
Absolutely.
And you don't want that. And once they start up the machine, the motor running, man, there's nothing stopping that. That's why all guys, as much as they can, they need to be able to get in that early lead and maintain that up until the late game. But even if Orangutan would be able to catch up against them at the very least, right, they would have the firepower to answer back against Orangutan.
Okay, so interesting stuff here. Orangutan, we've seen Ice be the one to pilot this Wiggly the entire time. Like I said earlier, JJ, not sure if you caught this one, as we have some action here. Xingdi starting to clean up, wants to finish off that Dojo, and the Icicle Spear is more than likely gonna finish off that bird, manages to do so. But yeah, my point is that Ikura is the one piloting the Wiggly right now. Not a very easy Pokemon to make work. And Ice, back on his OG Blissey. This was what this player rose to prominence on. Just very, very solid on that support.
That is true, and getting to see double the support here. Well, I mean, Wigglytuff, not really a support here, but more so a defender, I'd say, being being a fellow Wigglytuff. Like, so, like, if you're not playing Wigglytuff, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, real talk though. The fact that none of them have the guts to pick rollout is what really grinds my gears. Like, and are you really playing Wigglytuff until you get rollout?
Okay, that's just a little controversial. I'm saying.
I mean, okay, rollout goes so hard. I'm like, you're thinking about stopping. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
But it's very situational. That's the thing about rollouts, though. Instead of like going with Sing, where you can just go in and tank into damage and essentially just put Pokemon to sleep and you know just let the others just follow through. But speaking of following through, it seems as if Orangutan is going to be able to seal away the Reggie Ice against all guys. But unfortunately enough for them, they are going to be the ones going to get pressured down from the old guys into that of the lower bottom path score goal.
I mean, this isn't too bad, right? Because the more outer tier 1 goal zones you have, the easier it is for Sing to find these openings. Now, it's not too nice feeling to kind of give him these dunks for free, but he's gonna find them anyway. So not too bad. You trade out for that Regieleki and you crack open the tier 1. Xingdi is just on an absolute rampage. Like what we said, you know, putting the graceful style Hollow Air to good use. He's really flexing on him with this one.
Maya would have been able to survive them if that score goal didn't get destroyed at the right timing, because that Citrus Berry was still alive.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to commend BKZ again because stealing that Reggie just makes it so awkward for old guys now. They're not necessarily looking the hottest in terms of the levels. And oh, look at that. Oh, if he winded up the wicked blow right in time, the amount of damage coming from him and Z-Ray would have clocked that poor guy out. And it's enough to finish off the Snorlax. This is a very formidable lineup from Orangutan and Xingdi holding his own up against this duo. Now here comes the Lapras Express. Want to bring them to the bot side, but is it going to be enough? The Phantom falls straight through. But okay, here comes the crash. And here comes the drive through, but there's the Starlight Recital holding them in place. The song is being sang and everyone's falling asleep right now. The old guys, they just can't respond. They're being put to sleep by this wonderful lullaby, and the downs, they're still coming in. No KOs on the horizon just yet. Orangutan, they're able to back off. Triple Trample forced out, and they finally get that Urshifu. BKZ is the one to take the tumble, but Xingdi, Glacial Stage submitted now, and on to Sync. He needs to finish this dojo off. The last eject button gets out of there, but the Hyper Voice, nicely done from Thorfinn to chase down his counterpart there as the fight rages on.
Man, I'd have to say again, once again, I'm feeling nostalgic. It's been a while since we've last seen Hyper Voice Sylveon. We've always been seeing, you know, Mystical Fire, Mystical Fire, Mystical Fire. And it's a good reason as well. But Fairy Voice is going to be popped up as well, just to be able to try to get away, get Z-Ray in the process. And yes, they will do so as well. Paradox going to be popped up as well. But unfortunately enough, no follow-up damage. But Ice though, Ice gets jumped in by RPX with Thorfinn at the back to secure the KO.
And once again, we're seeing the prime weakness of Orangutan rear its ugly head time and time again when we see this team falter. It's during those split-second decision-making moments where they get a little too desperate. They try and make something out of nothing. You saw that situation. That chandelier was gone. Thorfinn already chased him down, but you see Ice trying to commit in, trying to save the buddy. And right now, speaking of save your buddy, Mayhem trying to find people to help him out. They have Thorfinn on the sidelines, screaming away with their Hyper Voice, but Reggie Lecky already secured. And now the Lapras Express in, but Starlight Recital as well, holding them back and stopping the hindrances from coming through. Thorfinn needs to back off the Icicles. They're just raining in, and Xingdi starting to do so much damage. The burn is there, and this Hopa needs to reset straight to the portal, but straight into an egg bomb. Ice knocks him out for the count, and the Icicles, they keep going, they keep rolling, they keep winding up and shooting them down. And Xingdi, he's just an absolute firing range here. Now Dojo Sync trying to do something about this, but Thorfinn slowed down and taken out.
No,
not much
down.
he can do. And right now, all guys, they're the ones suffering from this Savior Buddy Syndrome, streaming in one by one. This is not where you want to be. Now Sync on the back line, trying to get the dunks through as Xingdi manages to make an escape here, but still, huge turnaround fight for Orangutan.
Do you know that if an ice is too cold, you get burned?
True.
That is what Xingdi is doing against all guys right now, just shredding them through with the Ice Scale Spears. A little bit too cold for anyone's taste here, burning them down as well in the process. Well, right now, all guys still has a lot here to catch up against Orangutan, especially that Xingdi is already at level 14.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too...
You don't want that.
It's not too bad, because if you look at Thorfinn and Sync, it's not like they're doing bad, right? They're both level 13.
That's
but
true.
It's just a matter of right now, Lance hasn't really been able to hit the stride that he's used to. I think Ice has done a really good job in terms of, as always, classic Ice, 8-bomb disruption. That's what we know this player for. Now, Ready Steel with the knockup, BKZ needs to be careful. The heal is there, and Phantom Force coming in, trying to play interference. Not good enough just yet, though, and they secure that Reggie Steel for themselves. Final stretch time.
That is the Wigglytuff that we're talking about. Not a lot of people, not a lot of teams, not a lot of regions have been playing Wigglytuff quite recently. But Ikura just maneuvering this beautiful blob of a pink Pokemon is just fascinating to watch right now. But look at that, 1v1 right now up top, while the others left down into that other Rayquaza.
They know where Lance is. BKZ jump straight onto him. They know where this Lapras is, but where's the follow-up? Just manages to chase him out, and there's the reset. Oh, that could have been a disaster if the rest of Orangutan actually wrapped around.
That is true, but the question is though, who's going to take the initiative into the scene fight? Just a little bit of a poking into that Rayquaza, nothing much though. Nothing's going to be committed just yet, but Xingdi right now actually gets in. Sync one.
What? Jingli just melts him like you said. The ice just way too hot. And just like that, Lapras Express committed. All guys, they're getting desperate to jump in. The power nap, but good night back to base. Not where you want to be when your team's falling all around you. Already finishing off the Lapras. Life is out. And this poor RBX Snorlax needs to run. You have to ring some bound. You can bring your allies back in. But the Icicle Spears, they're raining in. Can they get the steal? Absolutely not. As the Orangutan, they pound their chests and they're going for the dunks.
Man, RBX jumped in a little bit too early for them rather, to steal away the Rayquaza, and unfortunately that already costed them the game, as Orangutan is able to take in that Rayquaza, put in some scores here, 653 to 143. I love you too, but unfortunately enough though, as they would have the higher points right now against you guys. All guys right now doesn't have enough of the time here to catch up, nor the points against Orangutan.
Yeah, Orangutan, what a way to do it here in this final fight. And really, it's just on the back of this Wigglytuff. Just not a Pokemon that we're seeing many teams pick. And it's just such high execution required. Ikura manages to do it. I mean, both him and Ice have performed really well in this Pokemon. And this lineup from Orangutan, it's doing work here. Nets them their first win in the lower bracket finals, sorry.
See, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I was saying that, hey, or all guys already was able to get in the Pokemon that is going to be like a huge counter of a Pokemon against that of Dodrio, right? Yes, they did. But unfortunately enough for them as well, that Orangutan was able to utilize the Pokemon, or at least like the cards that they dealt with that of the Chandler, BKZ, obviously very beautiful stuff as well, and Ikura. You cannot dismiss Ikura.
No.
Huge help as well, especially with the very rightly timed Sing, but at the same time, Ice. I'd say I'd have to give it to Ice for this round. I think if it wasn't for Ice, especially without the egg whites, dude, they would have been able to do a lot.
All we need to do is look at the replay later, and you just see the amount of times that Ice's egg bombs have set up. Like, it's such an unassuming a move, but with the amount that it's just kind of play interference with anything old guys is trying to do. Dolphin trying to find an angle with the Hyper Voice, disrupted. Sing trying to jump in, disrupted. Everyone trying to escape, pulled back by a silly little egg. A silly little egg that's a breakfast meal, not meant to be your demise. Orangutan, Ice, just putting on a show.
Not the dinner that we are expecting.
Absolutely not.
Egg. Summer, a sunny side up is going to be.
He's getting a bit too deep into it. We gotta fish him out of there. Helmet Jazz saving Private JJ.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. We get it. It's an egg joke. Okay. We'll move on. Orangutan versus old guys now. JJ, I will say that your prediction is somewhat coming true. OG are looking like they might
winning,
win.
right?
We don't know. We don't know for sure. Of course, we have game number 2. And once again, both of these teams, just to remind you, everybody watching, that both of these teams have already qualified for Yokohama. So they'll see each other there again. Unlikely to be seeded against each other, but if they make it to the later stages, that's where they'll, rise up to the top. But, both already to Yokohama, it's all about the cash money right now.
That is true. The cash money,
the
pride, the placement, man, and another thing that we have to take note of as well is that only the first placer out of the 3 gets a travel accommodations.
Oh.
If you forgot about that.
I forgot about that. Remind me, JJ, what exactly do you mean by that? So are you saying that the champion gets full expense paid accommodation?
Flight, dude.
Oh my god. I mean, Japan, last time I checked, Japan flights aren't that healthy for it's not that healthy for the wallet, but I mean, that's neat. I mean, that definitely adds a lot of higher stakes than I thought, at least. But yeah, I mean, wow. But all of these teams, understandably so, why they play their hearts out for this. It's a lot of money to save up on top of the cash prize, right? You can go absolutely crazy at the Pokemon Center in Yokohama.
This is what we're talking about, right? Like sure, once you get into first place, right, you don't have to think about spending for the travel tickets. You know, going to Yokohama, because all you need to think about is, as you have mentioned, just go to the Pokemon Center, maybe in Yokohama, maybe in the Narita Airport or whatever, you know, maybe in Osaka as well. But you know, just
Before
buy everything.
Before we talk more about all our wildest hopes and dreams, JJ, I do want to bring your attention back to this replay, because I think this is something we didn't get the time to call out in the game, but I think it's really impressive from Orangutan. I think one thing that has always struck me about this team is how well they figure out new ideas about how to play the game. And I think one thing that we sort of didn't notice is they actually decided to put BKZ into the bot path early on, right? The whole thing with Urshifu is that he has a very sort of strong power spike at the levels like 6 to 8, right? So you bring him down here, he has the Wicked Blow, he can secure objectives, secure neutral Pokemon, put up a good fight against whoever old guys brings down here, and you just have one support backing up Xingdi in the top side, and he just goes absolutely crazy. That's how, you know, Xingdi ended up with level 14 at the end of the game before the final stretch even hit. I mean, this guy was just funneled resources, and it's so interesting to see Orangutan and how they min-max these resources on the map.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess like Xingdi just being a funnel through and through is essentially like the key to victory here for Orangutan, and they were able to like not utilize, but rather acknowledge the fact that, hey, this is working out against all guys, let's double down into it. And that's what it did, you know, going into the rest of the game here. As you have mentioned, as we can see here as well, they were able to immediately destroy the second tier score, go into that of the top path, into that of the old guys.
The dojo getting KO'd there was like just such a silly thing. Like, it's just Glaceon stuff, right?
It was, dude. Which to my surprise as well, like, yeah, I was expecting it to get hit and get damaged a lot, but I wasn't really expecting it to actually KO. Exactly. I wasn't expecting it to get KO'd, and at the same time, here's the thing, right? Like, if you're playing the Glacier, right, you only get like 8 stacks, right, from the Icicle Spear. But if you do make use of what do you call this move again? The second move, right?
iShot?
If you make use of if you make
Are you
use
talking
of
about iShot or
while,
Icy Wind?
No, iShard. So if you use iShard while you are under the animation of Icicle Spear, you get additional 2 stacks.
Yep.
So that is a total of 10 stacks.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Just the amount of
It is.
It is the amount of spears that can come out, but that's not the ice we're talking about. We're talking about this ice, OG ice. Wigglytuff, 50% pick rate, and he's the one who's been piloting it so far. And in moments where Ikura picks it up instead, he's gone on the Blissey, and just really excellent, solid, stable support player through and through. Pride, it's a bit of Singaporean pride here, I wouldn't lie.
I mean, you know, like 60k damage taken and 74k recovery. Man, who would? You're not going wrong with this. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely not. But now Orangutan, they're one game away from going back to the grand finals and giving Omo Abyssinian a bit of a taste of their own medicine, right? Omo Abyssinian were the ones who knocked them down to the lower bracket, so they definitely are going to be fiending for revenge. But right now, they got a different kind of, the whole path is just vengeance for them. Right now, they want to get revenge for April, and then they're going to get revenge for just now in the regional qualifiers.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Koopa Band and Xingdi gonna be able to grab that Glaceon again. So similar situation here now. It's gonna be Thorfinn picking up that Chandelier. So Z-Ray might have to go back to that Mew, which I think has been a subject of a lot of criticism from me specifically. I don't think it's nearly as strong as the Chandelier, but maybe he can prove me. I would love to be proved wrong.
I mean, Z-Ray here has been known to be to use Mew. It's one of their main Pokemon as well. So definitely is going to be on the right hands. But I have to agree with you as well that if we're talking about like utility in terms of a team composition, I'd have to say that definitely like Chandelier is a much better pick here than that of Mew. However, they cannot really like go in for this Chandelier just because of the fact that, again, as you can see here, old guys already got Chandelier for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes sense, right? Old guys, they snatch it for themselves. Thorfinn, very strong on that Pokemon as well. And BKZ going back for that Machop. So it's something that Lance likes a lot as well. But given that the Lapras already snagged by him, they're not too worried about it. And it's a Pokemon that can, Lance has a lot of damage in the early stage to be able to just kind of secure or at least pressure people back. But BKZ, we even saw Lance do as well. Just use the Karate Chop, use the burst damage from Macham's moves early on to secure these last hits on the wild Pokemon, and you're good to go in the EXP department.
This is actually going to be interesting, though. Like,
no
just going
dojo
into this. Yeah, that's number one. That's number one that I wanted to point out. But number two, this is something that's really interesting. Orangutan doesn't have any AOE. They don't have any AOE.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that they have as an AOE would have to be, well, gravity. That's slowing down Pokemon.
Okay.
Number one, we have
wait.
more on the crowd control, but at the same time,
does it matter?
We have to consider that Xingdi. It kind of does, especially that we're looking over at Chandeliers here, right? With that of the Poltergeist, which can then disrupt them quite a lot. And at the same time, they do have a lot of like crowd control as well in the form of Lapras for Lance, which does have access to not only Water Pulse but also Bubble Beam.
True. Okay, I kind of see where you're going with this. With that being said, I think that old guys, I almost said OG. Old guys, they have sort of rounded out their draft really well with this Urshifu pick, right? They picked it over the Dojo, but what it allows is an endless amount of chase, right? I think Sync 1, he's done really well to kind of play this Dojo in the poke and prod style with the try attack, and right now he might go for the full commit instead with this Urshifu, whether it's Wicked Blow, not Wicked Blow, whether it's single strike and being able to put on a similar performance to what Orangutan BKZ did, or whether it's surging where he can, or rapid strike where he can chase down this Mew, chase down this Glaceon. It can be a lot of trouble for them.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying as well, right? I totally support what you're saying, but at the same time, like, Old guys here does have the capabilities to just wait in for that right timing to allow Sync 1 to fully commit to the damage that it can deal up against Orangutan. However, for Orangutan here, they are kind of squishy here, and they can only target with singular Pokemon or individual Pokemon here with the likes of this with the likes of the Glaceon and that of the Mew. Though of course I have to agree as well that at the very least, right, like Mew does have Solar Beam, does have Electro Ball and Surf, but at the same time, Xingdi here with Icicle Spear can, well, essentially pierce through opponents.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is that I completely agree with your point, and I definitely know what you mean. Like, the concern is that right now it's all single target focused, and you're up against a team with a Blissey, right? Blissey is the de facto single target. You need to stay alive on one Pokemon, you need to prevent being KO'd on one Pokemon. I got you. Bliss Assistance, Helping Hand, Soft Boil, anything you need, I got you, right? And now that is in the hands of old guys.
And then there's Mayhem as well.
Yeah, there's Mayhem on
with
the
Eldegoss,
backing them up. And that's not to mention the rest of the team, right? Like, you have the burn coming out and just the overwhelming amount of damage coming out from the Chandelier as we get back into the game here. But I mean, we'll have to see how this plays out. I think Orangutan, they've surprised us with how they execute their drafts time and time again. And I mean, they're gonna have to pull something out of the hat if they want to make this work. Now, Glaceon is very, very ridiculously strong, as we've seen. But old guys, a lot more tools in their belt now to actually deal with it.
Let's find out though, as we are now heading into game number 2 of Orangutan and Old Guys. I'm not gonna say the line just yet.
Okay, well,
I blurted it out. I wasn't supposed to.
Okay, I mean, for what it's worth right now, both top half Pokemon just trading the stacks, right? We saw Lance, and this is quite common for Lapras, picking up the special attack spec, so wants to get some early stacks on that. Rolling forward, defense curl, trying to apply a bit of pressure, especially the rotation from Xingdi. Rare.
Oh no.
Wow. A bit of a rare misstep there from Ice. Not really something we're used to seeing from this player. Usually very consistent and stable, ending up giving away that early KO. So not really what you want to see, but not the end of the world here. But still, not ideal.
It is still just the early game here, so they can still bounce back here in contrast, however, to if that actually happened during the mid game, where it's going to be quite detrimental into the side of Orangutan. But as it is, as we're speaking right now, as you can see there, does have access now to Sing, which can definitely help out into a lot, on the team fights, especially if they want to get in the early lead here against Old Guys.
They're trying to go on the lands here, but turning around now, BKZ forced to eject button and the water pulse. It's enough damage, and this is definitely a bit curious because I saw a bit of a legion from Orangutan approaching the top side, but looks like they went to commit and mess with the Urshifu instead. But mission unsuccessful. Right now, here comes the Sing. Is it enough? Put them to sleep right now. Xingdi doing the damage to the Icicle Spear. Does he have another round? Sending it forward. Lands taking a lot of damage. Here comes the Urshifu.
Wow.
Sing-Quan trying to turn it around, but he might just have found himself inside a song that he didn't want to hear. But Xingdi, you can't just square up against this guy anymore. You need to be careful. The jumps through. It is the surging strikes. Running forward. The Icicles again. Here he goes. And it's just wind up one after the other. Like Moonboy was saying, this is a sushi conveyor belt, and the submission serves them up to eat. And it's not done just yet. I mean, this is just the Xingdi highlight reel at this point. This guy's getting the ice crystals, laying them out. Even Thorfield has rotated up here. But Xingdi, he's looking unstoppable.
Wow.
The glacial stage, he's just pumping it through so much damage.
Wow.
And just another after another. You can't keep doing this. You can't let Xingdi get away with this. But he's just racking up spear after spear after spear. Old Guys, get out of there.
Man, Shangdi, you cannot let Shangdi put out free damage again and again and again and again, and that's what's gonna happen if you do so. But at the same time, we can't blame Old Guys as well, because it's really kind of hard to get in on Shangdi right now, especially at level 9. He does have access to both of the buffs as well, Violet and the orange one, and that's why Orangutan is just ensuring that they are saving up, save the precedent kind of gameplay here right now, strategy,
wow,
so that to allow Shangdi to just freely dish out damage against that of Old Guys.
That was close. I'm not sure if you caught that, but a nice wrap around from Lance, and the bubble beam almost caught Ice out by surprise. Mystical Mirage forced out by the Mew here. A little bit of an awkward situation, and here comes the Urshifu straight out to Xingdi. They need to peel, and they managed to do so. Ice creates the distance, but the Unite move! The surging strikes! Managing to finish him off, the flowing, it just finishes him off. KO streak of 3, and just like that, Sync 1 answers right back. This is why the Urshifu was picked.
It is definitely why the Urshifu is picked, especially how much it can actually get in on team fights and on the enemy team, as we just saw Sync-One use Flowing Fist into the Searching Strike as well, just to get in and definitely remove Xingdi in the process. But look at that right now. That's going to be one down into the side of Old Guys, but are they going to be able to seal away Ready Seal into the hands of Orangutan? Yes, they will not. Yes, they will not. No. Orangutan's going to be able to take away the Red Seal for themselves and destroy, finally, the first tier score goal.
What a sick initiation from BKZ there. Catching them off guard, and you had every reason to think he was in trouble there, the way he was approaching, but he had the Unite move primed, Barrage Blow pushing them all back, and gives enough time for Xingdi to come down, set the glacial stage, which means the ice crystals are at max throughout the entire duration, and spear after spear, yet another teamfight win for Orangutan. Old Guys, they do have a point advantage slightly here, but that genuinely feels like they're definitely behind.
They definitely feel like they are behind, just because of the fact that mechanically speaking here, Orangutan, I think it has the lead here in contrast to that of Old Guys. But look at that. Here comes the flank here. That is a crash going to hit the Mew, and they're going to be able to follow it through as well, as they were able to take away the treasure elect. They're going to be able to destroy this first score goal as well. Bliss us into that of Sync 1, but it's not going to be enough though, as Orangutan decided to disengage to a very beautifully reason. So it's actually, if they did not disengage from there, Old Guys would have been able to eat them alive.
Yeah, but I mean, for what it's worth, Old Guys, they actually committed quite a few Unite moves into that engagement. But Orangutan, even though they lost that Tier 1 goal zone as well as a couple of members on their team, they didn't actually need to use anything here. And now running forward, they want to single out Lance. There's the Blissey, but it's not nearly enough. Safeguard can't do nearly enough against this Glaceon. Starting to rain in the damage again. They want to pressure onto this goal zone, and they managed to get a few dunks in for now. Here comes the Bear though, trying to lay in the damage to the face, but oh no, being pushed back right? The Mystical Mirage is just not something they can deal with at the moment. And the Glaceon, the Spears keep coming through. Now Dolphin in some trouble,
There's
forced to
a
eject
crash.
Button away. The crash, it's there though, lifting them out with the Bubble Beam, and the chase is on. The poor Glaceon gets swiped down. Sync finds it, and just like that, Orangutan, they've stayed a bit too long. They can't finish Sync off, and they need to back away here. Z-Ray pushing them back to the light screen, but already Lance standing supreme in this defense.
Ooh, wow, that was a... Oh, that was very close for Sync 1, I'd have to say, because Sync 1
I thought he was done.
staying afloat.
I thought he was
Yeah,
done.
he was staying afloat with just a magic pixel.
Yeah. Where did he even find that HP? I didn't even see it. He found it from like under his chair or something. And now they're setting up a Reggie Ice here. That's not if OG has something to say about it, but which OG will have the last laugh?
Wow.
They're just getting cleaved up. Xingdi stands no chance against the fist. They're surging forward, and Sync finds them again. Beautiful stuff from this Urshifu, making full use of this pick here, and they're gonna finish off this Mew as well. The surf, the dash away. Is it enough to keep him up and running? He's scrambling for dear life, but the last Bubble Beam, no. Can't find it, Lance. Let him walk away of this one, but Orangutan, this is the second or third time the Glaceon has just gone out without much contest.
This is the biggest difference between Orangutan and Old Guys competition right now. Old Guys does have the prowess, has advantage in on the melee side of things, the front line of things. But Orangutan, they have more of the advantage from the back end, from the back lane damage. So Old Guys here would have to actually push through themselves against Orangutan if they want to take them out all one by one. But here is the biggest problem here. The Rayquaza. How is Orangutan going to be able to position themselves if they want to win against Old Guys? Because the moment that Old Guys, especially with Sync 1, the moment that it pushes through with his searching strikes, they're all a goner.
Absolutely, the Flowing Fist has done so much work for him so far. And Old Guys, they can just afford to crash into you wherever you show up. Orangutan, they need to take a lot more of a disconnected fight. And this Rayquaza, this Legendary Pit doesn't really allow for the easiest positioning. Bubble Beam catching Ikura. This is the poke and prod. As you can see, that bear heading down to the bot side. He's looking for a flank. As Machamp still playing bodyguard here, they're looking for an angle. Right now,
Yeah,
Orangutan
Mew
10
coming
points
from top.
behind.
Coming from top though, Mew trying to look for an angle. As you have mentioned, Sync 1 just trying to stay here.
Ice.
Going to get... Oh! Gets hit by the ability here. Huge charm just to stop Sync 1.
Blitz assistance
Look at
in though.
Blitz assistance,
Glacial
the
stage,
Glacial
but there's the
side, Machine
barrage
Gun
blow going in on the Machamp. He's trying to do his work, but he's falling very low. He needs help, but he doesn't have it. He's just gonna go down. And where's the Mew in all of this? Nowhere to be found. Now they're funneling in a choke point. Xingdi still standing strong, and Lance more than likely gonna go down. The last crystal can't find him, but oh no,
Not
the
quite
amount of
yet.
chandelier damage coming through. Sync finds another. The Wiggly goes down. Last few members remaining
Sync
are gonna
goes
be
down.
Ikura, and that is gonna be Sync going down. It's just Xingdi against the
Oh,
wall right
no.
now. Mew is there as
Missed
well.
targets.
Yeah, Z-Ray is starting to work. They managed to kite it out, and Lance goes down as well. They couldn't find Xingdi.
Man, Shady mistargeted that into the Rayquaza, unfortunately. So they would have been able to get more from that if they did, if Shady did not target this Rayquaza. But they have to make
They need to finish it off.
make full use of what they have right now. Rayquaza
They
is
get
going to the
it.
side of Orangutan.
Orangutan, they snatch it. Z-Ray as well as Xingdi. They assume opposite positions at the Legendary Pit, and they manage to cleave it out. Is this the end of Old Guys here? It certainly looks like it as 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is going to be Curtain's good night. Third place is yours. We finally clinch it back. Revenge in April complete. Now it's time for revenge in the regional playoffs.
Congratulations to Orangutan. I mean, this is still not the end of the road for them. They have been playing so much from today. You know, starting from like what, 12 p.m. today. It's been almost 8 hours that they have been playing, and they're still not going to stop. They're still not going to stop. They have been able to go against a lot of the teams here. Namely, we have first Omo Dragon Lee, and then Abyssinian, which dropped them down to lower bracket, and won against Talon, and now won against Old Guys. But again, it's still not the end of the road. They still have one more team to go through in order to win the APAC East qualifiers.
They've taken out 2 out of 3 of the prominent Filipino teams already. There's just one more left, and their name is Omo Abyssinian. A blast from the past, paying respect. I mean, like we said, 3 different generations, they've already taken down another. Now, Orangutan, they're the new kids on the block. Most recently won ACL. You know that they bring the heat, but recently it's been a bit under question. In April, didn't really finish how they wanted it to. There's these other teams that are rising to the occasion, besting them at their own game. Orangutan, they move on to the grand finals here, like you said, more than anything for double the chance at double the prize money and all accommodation paid in Yokohama. But of course, well played the old guys. They tap out at this juncture. That doesn't mean it's over for them because they still will be at Yokohama representing our region of APAC
Right.
East. With that being said, though, definitely not the performance that we were expecting from them.
That is definitely not it is. But, you know, we have to give props still to all guys. They're still going to be in Yokohama still. It's quite a lot, dude. Quite a lot to take in right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't imagine what it sounds like in the old guys camp right now. I mean, they've really surpassed so many hurdles to bring it back. I mean, all these OG players, quite literally, you know, making it all the way back to the pinnacle of competition. And
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what comes with competition. I think this is the same sort of conversation that myself and Moonboy we were having in that talent match, right? It's like, it's unavoidable. There's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser, and not everyone can win, right? It's just a reality. And old guys, unfortunately, I don't think they'll be too upset about this because they are at Yokohama. But with that being said, you know, definitely not where they want to end up. But I do feel like if you're confident enough to give OG Orangutan the Glaceon twice, you've got to be prepared to eat those ice crystals. And I don't think old guys, they really fully understood the gravity of how strong Xingdi would be on that Pokemon.
No, yeah, and I have to agree to that as well because, man, Xingdi is just dominating all throughout on that game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, there were some moments in the mid game, especially where it felt like old guys, they finally managed to get his number, right? Especially here, they would just dive forward relentlessly, not allow Xingdi any breathing room at all. You see this as well, Flowing Fist used to perfection by Sync, and I mean, a very lethal player just finding his mark and making it happen. They were very confident in that last pick, Urshifu, but it didn't end up working out for them, especially in this last moment. And it really just comes back, once again, OG. This is something they're going to be remembering for the rest of their competitive career here. After losing that one match against Talon, you are not going to catch them by surprise in the brush anymore. You saw Ice, how this Rayquaza fight started is that Ice went to face check that brush. Despite, you know, there seeming not being anyone there, they are not going to get fooled by that again.
No, yeah, for sure. Definitely, I have to agree with you 100%. But with that being said, once again, congratulations to Orangutan into getting in on our grand finals. But it's still going to be a tall order here. As I mentioned earlier, it's easier said than done, but all they need to do is just win against Omo Abyssinian. But they still have to go through the reset if they do get to win 2-0 or maybe even 2-1 against that of Omo Abyssinian. But our player of the game, however, would have to be Xingdi. And do we really have to explain this? You already saw Xingdi's
y'all know what this man does. Come on. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want a little bit of a highlight reel, you should go back to the Talon game 1. Because I think even though they lost that one, that was lit. Like, this man was straight up like, it's just business, nothing personal, kid. Like, he was styling on these fools. I mean, unfortunately, Talon did shut that down very well, I must say. So props to them. But I mean, his Absol cannot be understated. Very old school, like just absolutely terrifying player to go up against. You see this man in the opposing central area, your legs start to quiver while you're farming these wild Pokemon.
Which is another thing that I actually just remembered as well. It's either the Machamp that goes along with the Absol, or the Buzzwole, which is equally, dude, like equally scary.
For sure. We haven't really seen a lot of Buzzwole. I think I only saw it once this entire day. like the entirety of today. But maybe Orangutan, they're leaving some grand final strats cooking. But we'll have to see, because we have decided our finalists. Like I said, let's take a look at the brackets to just have a little bit of a reminder about just how we got here. So let's take a look at our grand finalists, right? So Omo Abyssinian, they started out in the winners bracket already. They defeated Who 2-1, they defeated Orangutan 2-1, and they defeated Old Guys 2-0. Now, they are up against Orangutan again, the team that they knocked down to the lower bracket. Unfortunately, we didn't get to watch that game. We were watching Old Guys versus Talon, so now we get a little bit of taste of that. But Orangutan, on the flip side of the coin, they also started on the upper bracket. They defeated Omo Dragon Lee, but yeah, they ran into their opponents very early on already. But for the side of Orangutan, they had a bit of a clawback, right? So the 2-1 nail biter against God of Warriors, the 2-1 nail biter against Talon, and now really coming into their form here, just smashing Old Guys 2-0 to come back into the grand finals.
Which is, again, going to be quite a tall order here. Yes, they have been winning quite a lot. They do have the morale boost here from winning against that of Talon, winning against that of All Guys. But Abyssinian here has been resting, has been watching them play for the last 2 sets.
Yeah. I think this was already something that we were loosely discussing, right? Because as soon as Omo Abyssinian defeated Old Guys, like me and Moonboy said, you know, they just kick their legs up, they're just chilling. You know, they have no pressure at all in terms of like needing to stress out. They can just chill back, watch the broadcast, assess their opponents, analyze everything. But
take notes.
Yeah. So with that being said, just to wrap up our tournament bracket, we can't understate that Old Guys, they had a big climb up to be here. Like you said, these are names that were faded sort of into the past. You know, if you didn't remind me of Fly Charizard, I wouldn't even remember. I won't lie. But Thorfinn, Mayhem, Sync1, Lance, these guys, you know, it takes a lot for you to come back to a game that maybe you don't feel like you're at the pinnacle of anymore, and really grind your way back up. So the fact that they're gonna be able to represent their region, represent the Philippines, and represent the old guard of Pokemon Unite in the Philippines in Yokohama this coming August is a really, really big deal. And I hope that, you know, they're not too disappointed in themselves, because they really put on a good show.
No, yeah, definitely they did so as well. And at the same time, you get to go to Yokohama. We don't. We don't take it away. But, like, you know, Old Guys still, sure, might have been just a third here, but just getting into Yokohama, just getting into the World Championships,
not just
already
it's not like just a third thing, right? Like, you are going to go, you are going to go, fly to Japan, play against the best Pokemon Unite teams in the world, period. Across all the regions, you're gonna get a taste of that, and you get to indulge in the Yokohama Worlds. Like, even if it's not just Unite, there's a lot of other Pokemon festivities going on, a lot of other titles, and a lot of other treats Pokemon related to enjoy, right? So big congrats again to Old Guys, and yeah, I mean, they definitely deserve to make it to Worlds here.
Right. Man, it's just an amazing match to see. But again, this is still not the end of the road here, as we still have one more match to go through. It is going to be the grand final here, which is actually quite interesting as well, because, like, the top 3 that we do have for the regional finals are literally the same set of people. Right, the same set of people who got 1st to 3rd place in the April tournament.
Yeah, we basically we basically did a little flip, right? Like last in April, Old Guys won, and now they're 3rd. So given the trend, Omo Abyssinian on paper, if we go for the numbers,
okay, maybe not yet.
If we go for the
Maybe
numbers,
not yet.
Omo Abyssinian by right would be the winners here, but we don't know, and that's the beauty of it. Of course, Omo Abyssinian, let's introduce them again.
We don't know.
JR absent, Tempest, Louise, Miba, and Shua. Miba, Shua, and JR absent, of course, from the harken back to the good old roster of AFR back in the glory days. And of course, Orangutan, old high five, winners of ACL. And yeah, I mean, just swell bunch of guys all around. They have brought in Ice as a new sort of player in, and I mean, they've done very well so far. They've already, I would dare say, superseded I won't say superseded expectations, but when you take a look at all the other teams in the running, it's a really impressive task to have made it thus far.
Right, and I mean, again, this is going to be the grandest of the grandest of finals here. And if Orangutan wants to get that sweet 15 grand and the travel accommodations, man, they would have to go through Abyssinian not once, not twice,
4.
not thrice,
Minimum
but
4.
quadruple times.
Minimum 4, right? Minimum 4.
Not minimum, not minimum, dude. Like that, they need 4 wins.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
really
But
need
like,
4
but like,
wins.
what if they lose one? Then they need to go through a few more times. You know what I mean?
Okay, 6 times then.
Oh,
4
okay,
to 6
4 to
times.
6. 4 to 6. It's anywhere
There
in
you
the
go.
range. We're taking a look at Omo Abyssinian and the stats right now. No surprises there. Tempest, an absolutely insane and cracked Snorlax player. We've seen the work that he can do. He loves to go in for those early invades and more than often than not makes it out with a buff and a KO while he's at it, right? So really, really strong player. And Omo Abyssinian, apart from that, I think they've largely been very flexible. It's really just Tempest who's always on these Snorlax, always on these supporting tanks, whether it's a Slowbro, whether it is a Trevenant, as we've seen already, and they just pick whatever is left that's in the meta. And I think it's this flexibility that allows them to be so strong.
I have to agree with you. But, you know, at the same time, we have to take note of Orangutan as well, which, you know, this is the team where they have been, I guess they are more akin to that of the Western region players, where while I wouldn't say they don't have like a lot of flexibility, but more so they have mastered their own art. They've mastered their own strategies that they just push through everyone with the Pokemon, with the strategy that they want to work, and they just make it work. And that is what Orangutan is currently in APAC.
Absolutely, and this is gonna be a clash of titans here. Once again, OG versus Omo Abyssinian. I think, you know, we were, you know, it could have been an all Filipino derby in the grand finals, but to a certain extent, I'm quite grateful that Orangutan have still made it to the top. They are the strongest front runners in the Taiwan/Macau /Hong Kong region.
Hong Kong,
right? So I think very cool to see players from this region achieve success as well. And I think average damage dealt, this stat doesn't necessarily tell a story. I want to sort of bring your attention back to Urshifu, Wiggly, these two Pokemon being picked, because the Wiggly has really, as we've seen from the matches, become a very bread and butter for them. Even if it's not Ice playing it, Ikura has shown that he can pilot it very well. And it's just not a Pokemon that other teams are picking right now.
No, yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Ikura, right? Like, Ikura has been one of the prominent defenders in Asia, where we've seen them play the Slowbro, we've seen them play, well, this is Wigglytuff, but at the same time, they can go flex their role, either the defender or if not, the support, and they can play it, you know, depending on what the team needs, depending on who they're playing up against. And it's not going to be, you know, it's not less likely we're going to be seeing, right, Ikura go back into the Slowbro once it is open.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ikura historically has always been known for a Slowbro, but I think it's really the mark of a very strong and accomplished player, especially in the captain position when, you know, you're making some changes in your team, you're bringing on Ice, who's this very strong talent, and he definitely has the Pokemon that he's very good at, right? Like the Blissey. But, you know, you kind of have a situation now. Ikura and you guys are kind of overlapping a bit. So Ikura is the one who sort of bends the knee and thinks like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna shift over. I'm gonna play these sort of more traditional supports. I'm gonna play, you know, the Clefairy. I'm a play
whatever the team needs.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever the team needs, and being able to step up to the plate and still swing the bat at that caliber, really, really impressive stuff. So I think both of these teams definitely have gone through a lot of evolution, and Omo Abyssinian, especially for them to make it so far, usurp their previous you know, overseers, the people who beat them in April and come to this point. Now, Orangutan, they do have a monumentous task ahead of them. Like you said, 4 to 6 matches ahead. And Omo Abyssinian, we didn't really see them on stream until the recent match, but they look terrifying.
They definitely do look terrifying. I mean, if you're a team that has been able to take down a lot of prominent teams, you know, we have number one, obviously, old guys. Orangutan dropped down into the lower bracket. We have Who as well has been quite.
Yeah, we've seen who.
Such
They're
a beast.
Yeah, they do have their moments. Now, would I say that I predict for Who to win the regional qualifiers? No. But would I say that Who could probably take a game or even two off literally any other team? Yeah, any day. Who are like the most like, they just come out of nowhere and they just shock you with some strat and you're like, what?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like I would have to say that those are like the teams that we have to take note of as well, because this might just be their first year, and who knows what comes next with Who going into game number 2. That's essentially what happened with Orangutan as well. You know, starting off as RJ Gaming, then becomes High Five, then now acquired by Orangutan, which has been evolving throughout the years that they have been playing Pokemon Unite.
Okay, I'm gonna put you to the test here, JJ. You know what it is.
Please.
You got a title for a reason. You gotta use it, man. You can't keep flexing. You can't just keep going, calling, say, you know, they call me the prophet, but I don't make no predictions. Let's hear it. Okay? What will the final score be? First and foremost, my first question to you, great JJ. Will there be a grand finals reset? Yes. You say yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what will the final score be, my lord?
2-1.
2-1 to who? JJ-kun.
2-1 Orangutan.
Damn. Okay, that is a bold prediction. I'm gonna submit my own too. I think there might. I don't know if there's gonna be a bracket reset. You know I love my boys Orangutan, but I feel like Abyssinian, they're gonna take it in a 2-1. We'll have to see.
Well, we'll find out together, you know?
Yeah.
We'll find out together. It's if Abyssinian does win here against Orangutan, then, right? Then they're the grand champions. You know?
Absolutely.
There's nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. But right now...
That's it, right?
Yeah, but right now, Glaceon banned out. So no more shenanigans coming out from Orangutan and Xingdi in particular. It's going to be Ikura snatching up their Koopa as soon as possible. Lapras still available in the pool and immediately snapped up. So we're already seeing what the high priority picks are as if we didn't know the whole way. Lapras, Chandelier, still Dodrio, still Urshifu available, Clefairy as well. Slowbro is banned out. So, I mean, Blastoise, definitely something that I don't know whether Abyssinian play alongside the Lapras. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about earlier as well, right? Like, they Obsidian here has been taking out notes here just to what do you call this while they're waiting for the matches, right? They're just taking notes here, just doing their homework, and immediately, since they've seen and we've seen as well Shingdi doing some good work with the Glaceon, immediately banning it out.
I mean, also Glaceon is literally just a sane ban, right? Like it's just like you haven't lost your mind.
Yeah.
Like we're trying to win here for real. With that being said, one thing I actually
God! Bidoof! My lord Bidoof! Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Oh my gosh, dude, this is like a callback to the good old days. This is like, dude, they're blowing us a flying kiss right now. This is El Clasico stuff from Xingdi and Schwa as well. This is Schwa's OG Pokemon. This guy absolutely tore up the map back in remote stadium with this Venusaur. Now, we've already seen one Venusaur, didn't necessarily work out. Hopefully it's another story. I can't decide who I'm rooting for more. Greninja again. Let's go, JJ.
Shingdesu!
Are you okay?
You're back!
Shingdesu. Yeah, this is back when we called him Shingdesu, dude. This is back when we were like Shingdesu. Now, the thing is, this is still very high stakes, right? You can argue to say, okay, both these teams already at Yokohama, it doesn't matter. But I don't care. He is a Greninja. He has the cool holowear, man. And like Shaw as well, running it back. If I'm not wrong, that's the old school like holiday one. And like the summer vacation.
It's the sunshine
is it Celestial? I don't remember the name, but I have that. That one slaps. So these guys, they bring all the guns out. They bring out all the treats. I mean, we're about to have a great time, JJ.
Man, I said earlier, going to see. We're less likely not going to see the Greninja, but
Man, he's the prophet. He's the prophet for real. He is the prophet for real.
let's have a champion time.
Let's go! This is the grand finals between Orangutan and Omo Abyssinian. The best of what Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau have to offer up against the Filipino powerhouse, long forgotten AFR, back on top and hoping to make their mark at Worlds. But first, they want an all-expense paid trip to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, Lapras ain't gonna cut it. Lapras Express ain't gonna cut it.
We'll
I'm
see.
sorry, dude.
We'll have to see. I mean, hopefully they're looking to hitch a ride and make it quick while they're at it, Miva. It's a lot of pressure that this Pokemon can put out, especially against BKZ on that Kupfu. Needs to get to that level 5 before he starts laying in the damage. Now, I'm curious whether they're going to go for a similar orientation, because when Xingdi was on the Glaceon, we saw BKZ, as soon as he got that level 5, level 6, rotated down, helped alleviate some pressure, and allowed Xingdi to soak up all the EXP on the top half. But still relatively quiet stuff. No KOs either way. As both central area Pokemon.
This kind of composition for both of the teams is very nostalgic, just because of the fact that this was also the time. This was also the same set of like composition that they've had, obviously, except for the newer Pokemon. You know, when they last fought against each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally yeah, I mean, nostalgia. I'm getting literal chills right now. BKZ trying his best to hold them back, but doesn't have the firepower to do so at the moment. Winds up the punch, but they move a bit too quick for that, as Miva, as well as JR Absent, able to skedaddle their way out of that one. And both teams just really biding their time. I mean, nobody's going any crazy moves. No one's even doing any crazy invading. Everyone's just slowly getting that EXP up.
Ooh, wow. It's just, these are the games that you just want to like watch and be mesmerized on.
I'm like, I can't tell, JJ. You're like getting just floated away by the game a little bit. And Ice, he gets a little too handsy with it, goes a bit too deep and gets punished. But I mean, they managed to get.
Shingdesu!
Okay, all right, we got a fanboy over here. I can't blame you. I honestly can't blame you. But at the same time, JJ, let's try and focus. Let's try and focus here. Let's try and focus here.
Oh gosh. Okay. Anyway, going back to the game, in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing, you know, the second set of birds, not the beast. Why am I saying the beast? It's been the last season.
Yeah, bring it back, JJ.
Yeah, here comes the birds, but here comes the Shingdi as well. Sorry, Shingdesu once again going to be able to take down the Ivysaur, going to try to put in some scores up top as well, as they do have the position advantage into that of the Regieleki, but I don't think they're going to be taking that just yet as they go down the elevator for that Regi bottom.
I mean, they saw Miva there. They understood that the Lapras was probably looking for a dunk, but they prioritized his Regice instead. And I don't know, I can't blame them. The Hoopa going for a nice reset. The Hammer not in time. And that BKZ Bear gonna be able to secure that, nicely done. And Shingdesu and squad, they're just playing this just like old school, rotating up, down, back when Hoopa was in its heyday. I mean, they're starting to dance.
Remote stadium or what?
Yeah, is this remote stadium or Thea Sky Ruins? I mean, am I looking at a Rotom? Might be some trouble. Chandelier couldn't get the last touch, and now the Citrus Berries getting the healing up. Shingdesu gets out of there right now, but okay, Regieleki secured by Omo Abyssinian right now, and that's gonna be some pressure coming out. They need to save that Hoopa, and they don't manage to do so. The reset just in time to fish BKZ out, and looks like Shingdesu still going a little buck wild on the back line, throwing the shurikens out, wants to finish off Miba, but now up against overwhelming numbers. I don't know whether he can get out of here, dodging away, has the berry, has the speed, and gets out of there, so manages to drag Abyssinian's attention away and buy them a lot of time on Orangutan.
No, yeah, that is for sure, especially into that of the top path as they are trying to push away this Regieleki. But look at that, BKZ ignores the Regieleki in favor of doing in some damage. Shingdesu takes out Miva.
Yeah, I mean, huge stuff there coming out from the Mew to set that up. But the Regieleki has been ushered towards the base. I mean, with that being said, they don't actually have a lot of other points to offer up here, so they get mopped up. Abyssinian get taken out from the top half.
I don't know why Orangutan is doing this to me. It's
the inner the inner fanboy in JJ is just going absolutely wild right now. I won't lie, internally I sound the same like you. but I gotta keep it cool. You know, you gotta give the players
Okay,
and the
I'm
audience.
sorry.
You gotta.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know, like this
I'm
is the
sorry.
match everyone came to watch, and just like that, Schwa gonna get taken down by BKZ. I mean, we talked about outdated ideas. We talked about different generations. We'll see which one prevails here. Lapras Express jumps through and gets the damage, finishes off Ice here. But here comes the Mew, ready to try and turn things around. Electro Ball, the full slew of abilities, but it's not enough. Has to dash away. Coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. Can't stand tall against Shingdesu though. Unfortunate.
Man, Shingdesu is getting funneled through and through, but unfortunately though, Shua is going to be able to take down Shingdesu once again. But look at that, there goes the Midnight Ignite just to take away this Reggie Rock. Do you think that's quite a very good play there for Lewis?
I mean, I can't comment on that because Temper has just landed a huge Phantom Forest. They're trying to follow up on it, forcing the Mystical Mirage from the Mew right now. But both sides, they're just gonna back off, and I don't think it's too bad because essentially you're trading the Ignite Midnight for that Hoopa Ring Sundown, which is a huge team fight Unite move that essentially goes to absolutely nothing here. So even though Orangutan, they are on top in terms of the points right now and keeping decently along with the levels, it's not out of the woods for them just yet. Omo Abyssinian are right on their heels.
Right, but going down into that at the bottom path though, Abyssinian is going to be able to destroy this first tier score goal down bottom, and now Orangutan is now down of the first tier score goals for both of the paths here, as they have at least, you know, just 1 point of a disadvantage against Abyssinian. But still, you know, in terms of the XPs though, Orangutan still does have the lead.
The scary thing about Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no! The Wicked Blow whiff! It's not gonna matter! They snipe down Schwa regardless! Could have been disastrous for BKZ if he didn't land that one. Gonna get Wood hammered down
the throat chop though.
Yeah, the throat chop. Getting him out of there, which means that Reggie Alecki more than likely gonna fall the way of Orangutan. But yeah, like I said, the Greninja, it's so hard to play because with that Surf, you need to pick the opportune time to go in. You don't really have any mechanics to get out. And that's exactly why they pick the Venusaur, right? Because if you don't choose the right time and you don't finish him off in one fell swoop, he's just gonna heal all the way back out and deal more damage to you back where you came from.
No, yeah, that is true. But in just 30 more seconds, we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza. But before that even happens, we are going to be getting that Reggie bottom. Let's find out together if they're going to be bursting it out, or would they be able to just, you know, commit towards that bottom fight before the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, singing the song of just holding them in place right now. Ice, they want to finish off this Regice, and they manage to grab it. There's the secure. And just like that, the side of Omo Abyssinian, they need to run. The Sing's coming through, wants to lock them all in place. But Schwa, standing like the bodyguard that he is with the pedal dance. Nice Phantom Forest. But there's the Kindred's resistance onto Ice. They don't manage to get anyone at the moment, but they're still standing strong. Here comes Shingdesu, but no way of dealing any damage. Forcing out their Ignite Midnight, and they manage to take down Ice to start things off. Ikura needs to hold back the opposition. Shingdi trying to get away, now dashing back, dashing forth. Vision Obscure, they need to back up. Omo Abyssinian, they're facing off against BKZ, and the punch, the even fist finishes off the Venusaur. They're ground to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Shingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian with the 2 supports along with the Mew, making it happen now for the side of Orangutan. They're cleaning up shop. JR absent, picking up all the Eos energy in the world. The dunk comes through.
Tempest,
and
Tempest.
oh no, not in time.
Beautiful.
Huge over dunk in this final stretch, and 100 points up. JR Epson, he needs to find an angle, but he's gonna return back to his team. The Rayquaza is still up for the taking, JJ.
That was actually very beautiful coming in from Ice to stop Tempest from catching up for that 100 points down bottom. But here comes the thing though. 99 points is not a lot. Not quite yet. They still have the time. They still have the chance to get back up if Omo Abyssinian would be able to take down this Rayquaza. But Shingdesu though.
Oh no.
Shingdesu with 50 up top. What's gonna happen here? Here comes the option select. No, not quite yet.
Yeah, he's trying to, he's just playing, biding his time a little bit. He doesn't want to let his team lose it all, but Miva, this is not the dunk that you want.
That's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough.
I don't know if it is.
It's not gonna be enough.
They're getting KOs in the central. Like you said, it's not enough, but he has points right there. He has points right there.
God.
And he's gonna get the dunk in. He manages to get it, and JJ-kun on top as well. In the last moment, Orangutan, their focus, it slipped, and just like that, Omo Abyssinian clawed from the jaws of defeat. Shindy on his Greninja can't make it happen. Omo Abyssinian take game number 1.
That is
Okay, honestly, what is even going? I feel like this entire... I hate to kind of break the energy here, but what is even going on in these games? What is even going on? How have we gotten banger after banger? Like every single one ends in a nail biter. None of these teams give up until the very last moment. And Orangutan, if you gotta be kicking yourself. You won that final stretch fight so convincingly, only to let them outmaneuver you. Shindy had the opportunity to score the fat 50 in the top. And they just got, you know, a bit of cold feet.
It's I actually kind of like understand that as well, because like at the very least you have to understand that BKZ alone, well, I mean, along with Z-Ray, they won't be able to dish out as much damage as they can against that of Abyssinian, given how given how much bulky Lapras is, and likewise there's also a Tempest, right? So just removing one of the damage dealers in their team at the final team fight, man, it's just going to be it's not going to be beautiful, to say the least, to that of Orangutan against Abyssinian.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think Orangutan, they played really, really well this game number 1. They just weren't able to really hold it down, right? Z-Ray, I don't even say this very often, but Z-Ray really popped off at his Mew. There were so many moments where I felt like he had so much damage just pumping out, dashing around. The surf setups, they were insane, but it just wasn't enough. And I don't necessarily think it's a Greninja problem. I just think it's a bit of a decision-making problem, right? The thing with Greninja is that you can't really play him in the way that you used to. Take a look at the team on Omo Abyssinian. You have Schwa, you have Miva, you have Luis. So much AoE damage. You can't just go surfing and turfing like it's the beach, you know.
I mean, that is like the composition problem that we got to see earlier as well, when Orangutan was going on against all guys, and I guess this is the same problem that I pointed out earlier as well, right? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, Surf can, well, essentially be an AoE to some extent, but you know, through and through, it's still a singular target. I guess a skill shot here, for you know, for the Greninja. So more so, the biggest problem here for Orangutan is that they are morely focused towards dealing individual targets here than compared to like Omo Abyssinian's AoE targets, which can dish out so much damage against Orangutan, especially that they don't really need to take focus on that as much, just because of the fact that everyone, if not all, right, interside of Orangutan's Pokemon are very squishy.
Yeah, I think like you'll see in this replay as well. I mean, Shindy, you know, he's really, really good on this Greninja, perhaps one of the best to ever do it. I mean, honestly, apart from him, the only player I can really think about who's that good is like OM Beagle. Who is like the...
Right, from OCE.
Yeah, from OCE.
So huge props to Beagle.
Yeah,
which unfortunately
I mean,
is not going to be playing competitively anymore, unfortunately.
Okay.
I love you, Beagle.
Yeah, shout out Beagle. But okay, with that being said, like these are like two of the best Greninja from my memory at that point in time, right? And I mean, no matter how good you are on this Pokemon, there are just the hard limitations. This is not a Pokemon that's very good at just going into an absolute cluster of moves, damage over time, damage in an area, which is exactly what Omo Abyssinian sort of rounded out nicely with their draft with the Venusaur pick. And I mean, just really good decision making when the dust settles here to get this final advantage their way.
And that's the thing as well, right? Like, what do you call this? Orangutan, right? Orangutan, they had the lead, especially with the macro play as well. You know, going against Abyssinian, they had the lead, even going towards the Rayquaza. But unfortunately enough, so as you have mentioned, that final split second decision is all Abyssinian needed to go up and win that game number 1.
Yeah, for what it's worth also, I think that Omo Abyssinian did a really good job throughout the mid to late game, just randomly picking off Shindy, right? I think there were a lot of moments where Shindy was trying to take a fight, but just because of the nature of Greninja, you're always trying to peek for an angle to come in and surf with. But like just because of that, it keeps you in range for the rest of your opponents to really just sling those moves at you. And I think he just kind of often found himself getting KO'd, like, and he probably didn't even expect it. He's like, oh, okay, the Lapras Unite came in. Guess I'm just, you know, KO'd from the residual damage. Like, kind of, I mean, that's kind of why Greninja hasn't really been seen so very much often anymore, despite how good some players are on it. And I don't know if we'll see it again, if I'm being honest.
No, yeah, I mean, I guess one of the reasons why they, because like I've been actually asking them, right? I've been asking Orangutan,
Getting some insider
hey,
info.
Are we gonna be getting that spicy Greninja? You know?
Oh, maybe okay.
Like,
maybe they just did it as a
always say
tribute.
no.
Maybe they just did it
Yeah,
as a tribute.
they always say no. They always say no because for obvious reasons as well. For obvious reasons. But at the same time, you know, I think it's more of them having just a little bit of a fun here, going towards this, well, qualifiers, just because of the fact that they've already qualified.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think there's two very different schools of thought, right? Because you can think about it like, oh, you know, there's gonna be a very all expense paid trip. Of course, we would try our hardest for this,
Right.
but at the same time, it's like, you know, you've gone through a pretty big slog in terms of the past 3 months. I think even though we can make jokes about it and say like, oh, you know, after they qualify in April, they didn't even have to do anything. They just twiddled their thumbs until regional. They were not twiddling their thumbs. They were practicing like absolute madmen.
Maybe they were, you know, with their practices. Just
Yeah.
trying to, you know,
There were
find a
thumbs
little
being
bit of, like,
twiddled, but
experimentation,
they were
you know.
twiddled in the nature of Pokemon Unite. They were twiddling to win.
That's true.
Okay, so that's a very different story. So I think maybe for them, I wonder whether there's already relief set in, and I think that's kind of where things can get a bit comfortable more than is healthy for, you know, trying to achieve a higher standing. But we have to see, right? At the end of the day, I keep harkening back to this, but I think with this team is one of they're one of the more sort of public-facing teams. We've seen a lot of media surrounding them, and we know for a fact that Ikura is the captain and shot caller there. So it'll be on him, right, the captain of the ship, to really pull it back, you know, set them on the right course if they want to stand a chance. Because right now, Omo Abyssinian, they're literally one win away from taking the championship.
Yeah, that's gonna be the tournament point here, going over the next match here. Tournament point for Omo Abyssinian, and essentially just taking away that travel accommodations along with the 15 grand USD, right, from, well, Orangutan.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, all these, it's kind of crazy because I think we're just saying these figures, right? And they're just numbers, right? But like when you think about it, it's like all expenses settled, Yokohama, and 15k. Like, you double up your prize money. So essentially,
That's true.
Everybody in the entire team gets like,
And you get to be the first place as well.
yeah, I mean,
the
that is, you
qualifiers,
get the
you know?
goal. Yeah, exactly. And the premier seeding, right, presumably as well. So I think, of course, a lot going in. But with that being said, I feel like Omo Abyssinian, they're still playing very airtight, despite the fact that Orangutan did have really good moments in the early stages of the game. It never really felt to me like, oh no, Omo Abyssinian are in trouble, or oh no, they're out of the game, and stuff like that, right? It always felt like they were still in it. They were still sort of trucking along and biding their time. And that's the scariest thing, because even when you have a team like Orangutan who are showing such flair and showing such dominance in early stages with the Greninja, the fact that you look at Omo Abyssinian and you're not so concerned, it's like, okay, you know, so how do we beat this team? How do we scare them? How do we get them uncomfortable and scrambling and, you know, out of sorts?
This is going to be like the answer. This is going to be the question that is going to be answered as we go through this tournament, because as far as I am concerned, Omo Abyssinian already won against Orangutan earlier today, right? And if they do win against Orangutan once again, they're just cementing themselves as the better caught up team in Asia, right? But with that being said, you know, Orangutan, they need to do it now. You know, if they want to answer back against Abyssinian, they have to do it now. But speaking of answering now, I guess we're going to be giving them a little bit of a time to think about what the answer is going to be, Abyssinian, as we're going to be heading over to a short break before we go back to the second game of the grand final. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The force to eject button and the water pulse, it's enough damage, and This is definitely a bit curious because I saw a bit of a legion from Orangutan approaching the top side, but looks like they went to commit and mess with the Urshifu instead. But mission unsuccessful. Right now, here comes the Sing. Is it enough? Put them to sleep right now. Xingdi doing the damage to the Icicle Spear. Does he have another round? Sending it forward. Lands taking a lot of damage. Here comes the Urshifu.
Wow.
Sing Quan trying to turn it around, but he might just have found himself inside a song that he didn't want to hear. But Xingdi, you can't just square up against this guy anymore. You need to be careful. The jumps through. It is the surging strikes. Running forward. The Icicles again. Here he goes. And he just wind up one after the other. Like Moonboy was saying, this is a sushi conveyor belt, and the submission serves them up to eat. And it's not done just yet. I mean, this is just the Xingdi highlight reel at this point. This guy's getting the ice crystals, laying them out. Even Thorfian has rotated up here. But Xingdi, he's looking unstoppable.
Wow.
The glacial stage, he's just pumping it through so much damage.
Wow.
And just another after another. You can't keep doing this. You can't let Xingdi get away with this. But he's just racking up spear after spear after spear. Oh, guys, get out of there.
Man, Shangdi, you cannot let Shangdi put out free damage again and again and again and again, and that's what's gonna happen if you do so. But at the same time, we can't blame all guys as well, because it's really kind of hard to get in on Shangdi right now, especially at level 9. He does have access to both of the buffs as well, Violet and the orange one, and that's why, you know, Orangutan is just ensuring that they are saving up, save the precedent kind of gameplay here right now, strategy,
wow.
so that to allow Shangdi to just freely dish out damage against that of all guys.
That was close. I'm not sure if you caught that, but a nice wrap around from Lance, and the bubble beam almost caught Ice out by surprise. Mystical Mirage falls out by the Mew here. A little bit of an awkward situation, and here comes the Urshifu. Straight out to Xingdi. They need to peel, and they manage to do so. Ice creates the distance, but the Unite move! The surging strikes! Managing to finish him off, the flowing, it just finishes him off. KO streak of 3, and just like that, Sync 1 answers right back. This is why the Urshifu was picked.
It is definitely why the Urshifu is picked, especially how much it can actually get in on team fights and in on the enemy team, as we just saw Sankwan use Flowing Fist into the Searching Strike as well, just to get in and definitely remove Xingdi in the process. But look at that right now. That's going to be one down into the side of all guys, but are they going to be able to seal away Ready Seal into the hands of Orangutan? Yes, they will not. Yes, they will not. No. Orangutan's going to be able to take away the Red Seal for themselves and destroy, finally, the first tier score goal.
What a sick initiation from BKZ there. Catching them off guard, and you know, you had every reason to think he was in trouble there, the way he was approaching, but he had the Unite move primed, Barrage Blow pushing them all back, and gives enough time for Xingdi to come down, set the glacial stage, which means the ice crystals are at max throughout the entire duration. And JJ-kun on top as well in the last moment. Orangutan, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true, but in just
even finishing off the Venusaur, they go on to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Xingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian, with a 2J-kun on top as well in the last moment. Orangutan, their focus, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true, but in just
even finishing off the Venusaur, they go on to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Xingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian, with a 2J-kun on top as well in the last moment. Orangutan, their focus, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true. But in just
Even finishes off the Venusaur, they go on to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Shingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian with a 2J Iron Sword on top as well. In the last moment, Orangutan, their focus, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true. But in just
even finishes off the Venusaur, they go on to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Shingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian with a 2J Iron Sword on top as well. In the last moment, Orangutan, their focus, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true. But in just
even finishes off the Venusaur, they go on to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Shingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian with a 2J Iron Sword on top as well. In the last moment, Orangutan, their focus, but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf, more tools in their belt now to actually deal with it.
Let's find out though, as we are now heading into game number 2 of Orangutan and
more tools in their belt now to actually deal with it. More tools in their belt now to actually deal with it.
Let's find out though. Lot in on the team fight, especially if they want to get in the early lead here against old guys.
They're trying to go into lands here, but turning around now. BKZ forced to eject button and the water pulse. It's enough damage. Unsuccessful. Right now, here comes the Sing. Is it enough? Put them to sleep right now. Xingdi doing the damage with the Icicle Spear. Does he have another round? Sending it forward. Lands taking a lot of damage here. You need to be careful. The jumps through. It is the surging strikes. Running forward. The Icicles again. Here he goes. And it just wind up one after the other. Like Moonboy was saying, this is the Sushi Xingdi highlight reel at this point. This guy's getting the ice crystals, laying them out. Even Thorfinn has rotated up here, but Xingdi, he's looking unstoppable.
Wow.
The glacial stage, he's just pumping it through. So here, a little bit of an awkward situation, and here comes the Urshifu, straight out to Xingdi. They need to peel, and they manage to do so. Ice creates the distance, but the Unite move, the surging strikes.
As well, just to get in and
Barrage
remove Xingdi in the process. But look at that right now. That's going to be one down into the side of all guys. But are they going to be able to seal over the flank here? That is a crash going to hit the Mew, and they're going to be able to follow it through as well, as they were able to take away the treasure elect.
And the Glacier on the spears keep coming through. Now Thorfinn in some trouble, forced to eject button away. The crash, it's there though, lifting them out with the bubble beam, and the chase is on. The poor Glacier gets swiped down. Sing. That's not if OG have something to say about it. But which OG will have the last laugh?
Wow.
They're just getting cleaved up. Xingdi stands no chance against the fist. They're surging forward, and Sink finds them, but can't find him. But oh no, the amount of chandelier damage coming through. Sink finds another. The Wiggly goes down. Last few members remaining are gonna be Ikura, and there is gonna be Sink going down. It's just Xingdi against the wall right now. Mew is there as well.
Target.
Yeah, Z-Ray is starting to work. They managed to kite it out, and Lance goes down as well. They couldn't find Xingdi.
Xingdi did not target this Rayquaza, but they have to make
finish it off.
Make full use of what they have right now. Rayquaza is going to the side of Orangutan.
Rang it out. Is this the end of old guys here? It certainly looks like it as far top and hoping to make their mark at Worlds, but first they want it. Like you're like getting just floated away by the game a little bit, and Ice, he gets a little too bring him back, JJ.
Yeah, here comes the Crazy ignores the Regieleki in favor of doing in some damage. Shingdesu takes out Miva.
Yeah, I mean, huge stuff there coming out from the Mew to set that up. But the Regieleki has been ushered towards the base. I mean, with that being said, they don't actually have a lot of other points to offer up here, so keep it cool. You know, you gotta give the players and the audience. You gotta.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know, like this is the match everyone came to watch, and but it's not enough. Has to dash away, coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the Surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true. But in just
Even finishes off the Venusaur, they're gone to more with the main damage dealer
That's
out of the
three.
question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Shingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian with a 2J Ironson on top as well. In the last moment, Orangutan, their focus, it's tools in their belt now to actually deal with it.
Let's find out though. Lot in on the team fight, especially if they want to get in the early lead here against old guys.
They're trying to go into lands here, but turning around now. BKZ forced to eject button and the water pulse. It's enough damage and unsuccessful. Right now, here comes the Sing. Is it enough? Put them to sleep right now. Xingdi doing the damage to the Icicle Spear. Does he have another round? Sending it forward. Lands taking a lot of damage here. You need to be careful. The jumps through. It is the surging strikes. Running forward. But the Icicles again. Here he goes. And it's just wind out one after the other. Like Moonboy was saying, this is the Sushi Xingdi highlight reel at this point. This guy's getting the ice crystals, laying them out. Even Thorfinn has rotated up here, but Xingdi, he's looking unstoppable. The glacial stage, he's just pumping it through. So here, a little bit of an awkward situation, and here comes the Urshifu, straight out to Xingdi. They need to peel, and they manage to do so. Ice creates the distance, but the Unite move, the surging strikes.
As well, just to get in and
Barrage blow.
remove Xingdi in the process. But look at that right now. That's going to be one down into the side of all guys. But are they going to be able to seal a flank here? That is a crash going to hit the Mew, and they're going to be able to follow it through as well, as they were able to take away the treasure elect.
And the glacier on the spears keep coming through. Now Thorfinn is in some trouble. Forced to eject button away. The crash, it's there though, lifting them out with the bubble beam, and the chase is on. The poor glacier gets swiped down. Sing. That's not if OG have something to say about it. But which OG will have the last laugh? They're just getting cleaved up. Xingdi stands no chance against the fist. They're surging forward, and Sink finds them, but can't find him. But oh no, the amount of chandelier damage coming through. Sink finds another. The Wiggly goes down. Last few members remaining are gonna be Ikura, and there is gonna be Sink going down. It's just Xingdi against the world right now. Mew is there as well.
Target.
Yeah, Zirei is starting to work. They managed to kite it out, and Lance goes down as well. They couldn't find Xingdi.
Xingdi did not target this Rayquaza, but they have to make
finish it off.
Make full use of what they have right now. Rayquaza is going to the side of Orangutan.
Wrap it out. Is this the end of old guys here? It certainly looks like it as far top and hoping to make their mark at Worlds. But first, they want it. Like you're like getting just floated away by the game a little bit. And Ice, he gets a little too. Bring him back, JJ.
Yeah, here comes the Crazy ignores the Regieleki in favor of doing in some damage. Desu takes out Miva.
Yeah, I mean, huge stuff there coming out from the Mew to set that up. But the Regieleki has been ushered towards the base. I mean, with that being said, they don't actually have a lot of other points to offer up here, so keep it cool. You know, you gotta give the players and the audience. You gotta.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like this is the match everyone came to watch, and but it's not enough. Has to dash away. Coaching.
1v3 though.
Yeah, I mean, Miva trying to make it happen. About Greninja that makes him so hard to play is the fact that when you're playing the surf build, you need to bide your time. Oh no, the Wicked Blow whiff, it's not gonna matter.
No, yeah, that is true, but in just
even finishes off the Venusaur, they're gone to more with the main damage dealer out of the question. They make 3, and can they find more? Chandelier, Lewis still trying to find an angle on the sideline, finishes off Shingdesu to make it happen for the side of Omo Abyssinian with a 2J Ironson on top as well. In the last moment, Orangutan, they're focused.
Zoomed out the panned out game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's,
I'm seeing it. Hungry Pokemon. So I'm wondering how old guys are going to try and split the Thea Sky Runes, all the wild Pokemon to be able to facilitate that. Mayhem might be in some trouble. The eject button forward and the last touch from Jab manages to grab that KO. Now the rest of old guys, they need to scatter and run, but Thorfinn can't create the distance. The slap through from Wizzy and the rapid strike is going crazy right now. RBX, last person standing on the scene. Oh, no, that's a Poltergeist.
It's Poltergeist.
Wow, it's not really something you see taken very often, but maybe to approaching from the side. They're just going to contest the Altaria for now, but in jumps Bear and in goes the damage. Just jumping out the assistance as well, but it's not enough. The triple travel through. Can they finish off Gyatso? He's just going absolutely crazy. But
very
pump up the
amazing isolation into the Urshifu, but unfortunately the Urshifu is using that against them. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process, and Gabsu is not going to go on Regirock. But the question is, would they be able to secure this away from East? Let's find out.
Nice here. This is the second KO in a row for this Urshifu. Not a good look. And here comes the dojo. Not done just yet. Triple travel through. Gonna get a double. Make it a triple one.
Some points here to score, but here comes some team fight as
Hydro
well. Here comes
Typhoon on the
Typhoon
ball.
taking in four for themselves. Some successes to take out.
Crashing in onto the front line, onto Gabsu, with the poltergeist holding him back. And here comes Sink, finish up our Polar Knight
wow.
again, and a slam dunk here.
Third
The
versus
tag team
uno.
duo. Oh guys, they just completely crushed our
That's
Polar.
out.
It is absolutely here. And best of threes all around. Love to see it. The end is openings, right? Which is definitely probably why the Koopa was picked in this game.
To 48 of Isen, but the moment that they were able to get in at level 6, was able to like rotate in here and there. You know, old guys with Sync 1 is able to just catch up to some points and look at that other series. Frost is going to be coming up as well, but are they going to be able to take down Sync 1? Yes, they will. But here comes the Wood Hammer as well. Is that going to be enough to survive? Though not quite yet, but here comes some rapid spin.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a question of whether they can keep this advantage, but with that being said, they do have a draft that's very, very strong, right? We didn't even mention this, but Sylveon, Blastoise, and Koopa just absolute full commit onto this. It's looking a little scary, and the Unite moves come out, but they take out Gapsu in an instant. No shot there, and the damage is too strong. The Hydro Typhoon is too little, too late. Gets 4, but where's the follow-up? All you have is one Koopa, and he's done, unbound from being back in the fray. He's gonna be sent back to the Pokemon Center from the Blastoise, and one last member, Dan, trying to close them off, has the power nap with the Cotton Clock Crash, keeping Lance up and running, and he's still gonna stand his ground. Woodhammer again.
Right now, right? Currently, right now, has a position advantage into the origin. Like in Sync 1 was marked down this Hoopa just because of the fact that if they cannot mark down this Hoopa, they cannot give that up. But look at this right now. Here comes Wizzy with that of the Unite move, rings and bound just to put down Gamsu into the central area. Immediately going to be able to take down this Slowbro. Taken out, not quite yet, unfortunately, for old guys. And look at that right now. Turner is going to...
Time is running out. The respawns are coming through very shortly. Slowbro is going to be back in the picture, and they haven't been able to take out any other member of old guys other than Elgos. Here comes Lance. Rayquaza, low and hasty, and they managed to get the Rayquaza.
Oh, the question is, would they be able to do it? Yes, they will.
Here comes formidable names on both sides, and a very interesting draft on the side of old guys. We'll see whether they can make this work.
Well, that is the big thing here. I mean, I guess that is why we have the Ice Age composition here.
Yeah. The Sylveon has a lot of damage, and of course, let's not even begin to talk about the Chandelier. Oh, imprisoning up that poor Lapras. Here comes the triple through onto 4. That's a lot of damage, but not enough going. Now Lapras might be in some trouble. The Icicle actually gonna do him in, and now Sync gonna go down as well. Nice little dash through from Toneri, finds the angle just like that, trying to answer back on that Pillow Swine, but the Surf back the other way, finds another. Take a look at the potential damage coming out from these Pokemon. Already the Lapras under some threat, forcing the Clefairy to come in and try and assist, jumping onto the back line, and they don't manage to get Regieleki. So Ison, they grab that one, but it's actually a lot of damage. Lance, he's starting to put in the work, and oh no, Ison, they're starting to get peeled apart here. Lance still standing strong. That's gonna be Sing going down. Their way down here as the fight gonna start off. The punch through. They're not able to finish off the Registeel for now. They're trying desperately, but I don't think they managed to grab it. All guys, they just sweep right through. The Mamoswine just in the midst of their entire team. The Slowbro coming out. I'm not actually sure if that hits. They finish off the Ninetales, and now the Slow Beam onto this Dojo, but it's not enough. There's no follow-up, and now Toneri in some trouble. The try attack, Toneri takes the top, and now Dan scrambling to get a dunk, but he knows that's not gonna go through. The last touch is there, and damage dealers Dan. Once again, the Slowbro looking for an angle, and only Toneri dodging through, but there's nothing else to give. Wizzy, he's just gonna get slammed around, played around with, just like kids, mashing a car. He's managed to kill OG off, but the Dojo is still doing so much work, and Gapsu stated that there's a high degree of pressure, right? I think after you sort of fall short of where you're aiming for, your goals for this year, you know what I mean? Like, it's...
When they were still not talent, you know?
Yeah, before they were talent, and I mean now that they are talent, oh, okay. Sniping down that Snorlax easily here. The Glaceon trying to create the distance, but Sync just gonna get slashed out again. Brone starting to run away with things with that Night Slash. He's not done just yet.
Earlier, sure, huge damage coming in from the Glaceon, but it's still not gonna be enough because it is very squishy. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, talent is not gonna be able to take that rock from the bottom the auto pad. It's still not going to be a lot though for Talon, because look at the pressure that they're putting up against Old Guys right now.
Wow.
And even if they are getting a little bit
Brings them down.
like overextended here, they are using it against Old Guys as well. And look at that, it's going to be 2-for-1 trade here in Cell than what we've seen from Talon.
Already still secured up by that Alola Ninetales.
Though.
Nice amount of damage, combining the moves perfectly here as, oh wow, the power nap manages to single out the chandelier, and really nicely done from RBX once again, putting in the work on his defenders. And he's gonna moves 2 teams and 1 Rayquaza in the center to face it off the submission, forcing the Hydro Typhoon out, managing to knock out 4, and Zoroark goes in, crushes then Brown. The night falls on Old Guys right now. Time to go to sleep. It's past your bedtime. Brown clocks them all out with a beautiful setup, and Olanams on his return game to the broadcast.
Old Guys was just not able to do anything, and look at this right now. This all of them just attacking in everyone. Doesn't even care at the moment, because again,
are putting out so much damage.
Overheat.
And the jump here, it's just coming through. Nightfall days out as well. Barrage blow trying to push him back, but lands. He can't stand his ground. The Hydro Typhoon wipes him out. Ralphie, Olanams, Blastoise, and they pull him through the hyperspace. Another dunk. Stated that there's a high degree of pressure, right? I think after you sort of fall short of where you're aiming for, your goals for this year, you know what I mean? Like, it's
when they were still not Talon, you know?
yeah, before they were Talon, and I mean now that they are Talon, oh, okay. Sniping down that Snorlax easily here. The Glaceon trying to create the distance, but Sync just gonna get slashed down again. Brown starting to run away with things with that Night Slash. He's not done just yet.
Earlier, sure, huge damage coming in from the Glaceon, but it's still not going to be enough because it is very squishy. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, Talon
guys
is not going to be able to take that rock from the bottom from the auto pad. It's still not going to be a lot though for Talon, because look at the pressure that they're putting up against Old Guys right now.
Wow.
And even if they are getting a little bit like overextended here, they are using it against Old Guys as well. And look at that, it's going to be 2-for-1 trade here in Cell than what we've seen from Talon.
Already still secured up by that Alola Ninetales. Nice amount of damage, combining the moves perfectly here as, oh wow, the power nap manages to single out the chandelier, and really nicely done from RBX once again, putting in the work on his defenders. And he's gonna moves 2 teams and 1 Rayquaza in the center to face it off the submission, forcing the Hydro Typhoon out, managing to knock out 4, and Zoroark goes in, crushes then Brown. The night falls on Old Guys right now. Time to go to sleep. It's past your bedtime. Brown clocks them all out with a beautiful setup, and Olanams on his return game to the broadcast.
Old Guys was just not able to do anything, and look at this right now. This all of them just attacking in everyone. Doesn't even care at the moment, because again,
are putting out so much damage.
Overheat.
And the jump here, it's just coming through. Nightfall days out as well. Barrage blow trying to push him back, but lands. He can't stand his ground. The Hydro Typhoon wipes him out. Ralphie, Olanams, Blastoise, and they pull him through the hyperspace. Another dunk in
386 to 235. I don't think it's not going to be enough though for Old Guys to actually.
What a successful this time, answered back by Sync. So Sync back on his comfortable Dodrio and trying to make it happen. MXI getting chased down. The slash is through, and they didn't respect the counter to control your opponents. What other CC do you have? These other Pokemon,
I think,
like, I don't know.
I think that is something to counter Braun here.
That's a lot of damage, and the triple triple. They're low. Talon, they're starting to get wiped right now. The jump in, Kai, Registeel. It's still under contention here. Who's gonna grab it? Let's go, bro. It's enough. And they managed to secure it. Old Guys now trampling forward on the back of this beautiful Dojo gameplay coming out from Sync. This is what we've come to expect. And also careful now if you're playing that Zoroark, because that fire spin, if you dash into it, it's gonna be curtains for you. He's gonna dash through again, trying to get the kids onto the back line, finishing off that Blissey for now. And disadvantage in the bot path. Let's see how Talon uses it here.
That's true.
Starting off the Regirock already.
Talonflame here. Talon does have the position advantage into themselves as well. And as we have mentioned, outnumbering this one down. But Sync one coming in at the very right timing. Midnight Ignite is going to be popped up, but still not going to be enough of damage here. Try attack away that Snorlax, and that's going to be another one into that on the side of Talon. To make that 3! Ladies and gentlemen, and all teams are like the Talon from Old Guys. Sync one coming in at the very clutch moment.
Disaster there as Brown jumps in straight into a slow beam from Lance. Nightfall days though, gonna this Brown Zoroark is on the chase. He's angry now. Slashes down that through. But oh no, the Hydro Typhoon lands on nobody. Completely missing its mark. And
with RBX as well, you know, that is something that we have to, you know,
yeah, they need to watch out for the fire spin. That's what did the opponents
RBX
in
coming
just
from the
now.
back.
With the wood hammer, with the punches, is it enough? That's gonna be the Machamp chop down though. They didn't have enough damage to finish the job. They finished off the Regirock, that's for sure. RBX, another wood hammer. Triple crushes them all. The wood hammer just like nails. And
oh
each
my
one
god,
of
the
the
two
birds.
just pushing out so much damage, wiping Talon from the face of Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they stood no chance there. We almost saw it happen in slow motion.
Assistance.
Wow. Just in time. Keep sync up and running. Didn't want to give any of that comeback EXP. And now poor KYY gonna go down as well. They're not done just yet. The Machamp in some trouble. Gonna go down to the Lapras. But Ralphie needs to fall. And
They really needed to mark down Sank1 because if they don't, then man, just sandwiching them and just go back now into the Regiseal. Yes, they will get some fireworks in play.
Wow.
But Talon Braun here. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. We are now back for game number 2 of Omo Abyssinian versus Orangutan. If Omo Abyssinian decides to get their win, their second win against Orangutan, then they're going to be crowned the winners. But there's still 2 more games for Orangutan to catch up for the reset. Welcome back, guys. My name is JJ, and with me is Permasneeze.
And we are just gonna jump right into it. I know it's a bit of an extended break. I know you guys, we left you on a bit of a cliffhanger there, but at the very least, we have the continuation. JJ, like you said, Omo Abyssinian, they're on tournament point right now. And Orangutan, they have everything on the line. They need to be able to claw things back. And that minimum 4-game mark to even consider themselves champions has now extended to 5. And I just need to remind all of you, Orangutan did come from the losers bracket, which means they'll have to bracket reset and then beat Omo Abyssinian again. And right now, I mean, with how Omo Abyssinian is playing, I don't know whether that's gonna happen, I'll be honest.
Slowbro is open. Slowbro for Ikura is open, and they just decide to go for that.
Okay.
And that is something, that's one of the Pokemon that you don't want to give Ikura.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Kura special. We talked about the Shingdi special with the Greninja. He had his time to shine, and right now we're going back to something a bit more comfortable. When Orangutan were winning in these prior series, it was Z-Ray on that Chandelier. They're gonna switch off that, or at least switch off that Mew and give him that Chandelier back in his hands. Now, BKZ, very, very strong Machamp player as well, has created numerous openings for the squad. And interestingly enough, prior to this series, or prior to this game in particular, they've really spent a lot of time pigeonholing into Wiggly, but it seems like they're not really thinking so much about it anymore.
No, yeah, I mean, just going over into this kind of composition into the set of Orangutan, we can only assume that the last Pokemon is going to be either the Machamp or the Buzzwole as well. But going into the side of the Abyssinian, though, they are getting just gonna be trying to go back, you know, just gonna be trying to go back to what they are comfortable with. But as I have mentioned, Orangutan is just gonna be buying this composition, this kind of combination with Shingdi along with BKZ, either the Machamp or the Buzzwole. And instead of gonna be going in for the Machamp again, just going back to the composition that made them win the Asia Champions League.
Yeah, this is it right here. Ice gonna be on that Blitzkrieg, so a lot of single target sustain. Perhaps they help Shingdi, perhaps they help BKZ, and maybe Z-Ray and Ikura. This is his specialty right here. The captain has decided it's my time to shine. He's gonna put the fancy pants on and he's gonna steer this ship. Now, Luis, we've seen him largely play Chandelier for a large part of this tournament thus far, but he is quite a monstrous Mew in his own right. Now, Mew definitely hasn't looked quite as strong as the Chandelier, just Pokemon to Pokemon, but we'll see what he can make work here. Now, Omo Abyssinian, 1 game away. Can they do it here?
That is the big question here, as Omo Abyssinian is currently on tournament point. Once again, for those who have just tuned in, Omo Abyssinian just needs to win one more time to win the entire thing against Orangutan.
Yep, orangutan, they climbed all the way up here to this canopy. Can they seal the deal? Can they look past the horizon and call themselves the champions, at least of APAC East? Yet again, we'll have to see. It's a long haul ahead, and they better get those arms working. They have a pretty intense draft, I'd say. Once again, I think, you know, JJ, you were on the sidelines when we were talking about this, but this Absol is a very make or break Pokemon. Can definitely fall by the wayside and get crushed because it's very much a glass cannon.
It's a glass cannon. It's a early lead. And they're going to have a hard time. But speaking of a hard time, this is it. Tournament point for Omo Abyssinian against Orangutan. Let's have a champion time.
Absolutely, here Miva already taking a bit of damage here, but that's the price you pay, right? It's a tax for getting a stack. Every time you take a stack, you get a slap on the back. That's how it works.
You know, scratch my back and I'll scratch yours is how it's gonna be played here. But the question is though, would Machamp be able to get that Machoke quickly to help out Shingdi? That is the big question here.
Absolutely. Shingdi, already taking a bit of a tumble here on Ikura, only at that slowpoke, and Shingdi not able to really capitalize on that rotation to the bot path. So not the best look, but not the end of the world. I mean, he still has, I would argue to say the Absol's window is the first 5 minutes of the game, right? If he's able to get catapult himself to a good start, then that's where things can really get messy for his opponent. Speaking of his opponents, they're standing their ground here, contesting for that set of birds, but they managed to get Miba while they're at it. So still slashing through, the dojo actually decided to evacuate out of there, and JR Epson takes a tumble because of it. Very interesting decision there from the side of Omo Abyssinian to essentially abandon their top half Pokemon.
That's what we're talking about here with the composition, sorry, not composition, but rather the combination of BKZ's Machoke this time around, and the Absol. The moment that they get in the RKO out of nowhere, you know, just submission, immediately is going to get followed up here by Shingdi. But look at this right now. Here comes the damage coming from Shingdi. Gets the focus band as well and the potion. But unfortunately enough, there goes the hyperspace hole to push and bits of damage against Shingdi.
Yeah, I mean, Shua is starting to run rampant here on this dojo. Didn't have the best time in the top side, leaving his allies alone, but he's starting to run rampant already at their level 6 and ramping up in a big way. Now, he's still a bit behind this Absol just because of how fast Absol can clear these wild Pokemon, but every single KO you get on Shingdi right now is going to go a long way, dashing him out and actually forces him out of the hyperspace hole, but JR Absol will be just fine with the X speed.
And Ice here. Ice and Ikura is still trying to get in a little bit of XPs for both of each other here. Both of these players as well running in that XP share just to help down on their teammates. But look at that right now. Shua gonna be able to take down BKZ and Shingdi in the process.
Yeah, I mean, Shua really just starting to run rampant. Like we said, this dojo has definitely found itself at the top of the pecking order here, pulling down Orangutan and stopping Shingdi in his tracks. Now, BKZ has done really well historically, but when you're up against 4 members, as this Machoke not even fully evolved, you don't even have Barrage Blow to rely on. Now, they do take down JR Epson in the bot path, so just trading the top path for the bot essentially here.
No, yeah, and this is actually a very good trade here for the side of Abyssinian, just because of the fact that, you know, Omo Abyssinian here does have the point lead and, of course, the XP lead as well. So that Reggie's steal sacrifice to that of Orangutan is not going to hurt them as much.
Yeah, we'll have to see just how impactful it actually is, right? Because it's gonna drag Shingdi up here, and anytime Shingdi's up here means that he's not clearing wild Pokemon, he's not moving for a gank or trying to find a sneaky maneuver, and actually needs to potion to deal up with Reggie's damage. So almost goes down there. The focus band popped as well, so not really the look that you would like from your Absol.
No, yeah, especially that it has a cooldown of 1.5 minutes. That is going to take quite a while for it to actually get its cooldown out. But here you go, though. Abyssinian still has the lead against that of Orangutan, and being the tournament point that it is right now, I'm pretty sure they are, you know, they have the morales up right now.
Absolutely. And Omo Abyssinian The window, like I said, for this Absol definitely closing here. And I don't know what else you can find on Xingdi. You're gonna have to put on some real fancy pants and get the hat moving to find some business here. I mean, the side of Omo Abyssinia, they gotta start getting too tanky for you to take down.
I have to agree with that as well. The more that Abyssinian here gets her XPs, the more that they will have a hard time. The Orangutan is going to have a hard time into taking down Abyssinian, especially with the Hoopa as well. Not only are they tanky with that of the Trevenant and of course the Blastoise, but you have to deal with the Hoopa as well, which can then refresh your HPs should you be able to shred it out.
Absolutely. Orangutan, they're gearing up for this basement Reggie spawn here. They do have a lot of control in this area, but they've done a pretty good job in terms of taking down the Hoopa time and time again. But the Ring Sunbound is available, and Tempest looking for an opening here.
Both of these teams just poking out this Reggie Rock. As you can see, Abyssinian as well does have the position advantage into that Reggie Lecky. Uncontested, gonna be able to take this one up again, the second one in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, just consistently ramping up this advantage. EXP wise, it's nothing too crazy because both teams, they're actually keeping very much EXP parity here. But Xingdi alone up against Tree. The Midnight Slash manages to get him out of there. He jumps towards the Altaria, the Sucker Punch as well, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon. They actually commit a Unite move for a Unite move, and the Reggie Lecky, it's in, which means that this dojo can just break that one wide open. Miva now in some trouble, but turns around, spins him down, and Machamp stands no chance against that big bad turtle. And once again, Orangutan, they find themselves in a bit of a pickle.
No, I have to agree with that as well. 210 to 67. That is more than just a pickle, my dude.
Yeah, true.
It's a little bit too much here. In Orangutan, they need to do it now.
Okay.
You know, they need to have an answer back against the Abyssinians now if they want to win against them. And they cannot just, prepare themselves for the Rayquaza because they still need to catch up to them before the Rayquaza.
Okay, good stepping stone, good starting point. The Reggie Rock gonna be secured by Orangutan near this final stretch. Now, there is still gonna be a Reggie Lecky, if I'm not completely mistaken, but we have to see whether that spawns in time. As now, like the graphic says, a huge lead the way of Abyssinian. And it just feels like Orangutan, they don't really have an opening to find engagements that will work out for them.
No, I think like Orangutan is really having a hard time right now. As you have mentioned, as Abyssinian definitely does have all the covers, right? Covers everything essentially is what I'm trying to say here. They do have the what do you call this, the top path, they have the bottom path as well, they have the Hoopa, and likewise they do have Shua as well, still with the Dodrio just roaming around the entire map.
Oh, they knew they were in there, falling low already, but they managed to melt down the dojo at the start. Huge barrage blow from BKZ with the Horn Leech back the other way. That's gonna be Trevenant pushing them aside. Hydro Typhoon onto 3, but immediately submission is the Blastoise against the wall right now, and he gets cross-chopped down. Nice initiation there from the side of Orangutan. They got caught with their pants down, but just like that, 2 members out of the picture, and the Hydro Typhoon used as well, but no barrage blow. They need to find an opening. Tempest trying to round out the rear. Hyperspace Hole used as well, and Phantom Forest charging through that Mew. That's a huge stop. Takes down the Chandelier, and the Machamp stands no chance as well. It's falling low, but Orangutan
Ikura got it! Ikura got it!
But can they get the dunks? They need to find an angle, and they need to preserve their shields. The Blissey gonna find one. That's 50 points. You just need one more. Absol makes it happen. Xingdi, just make your way to the goal zone, and you can deliver your team the victory. But there's the bodyguard, the Trevenant in the top half, and the defenders, they're already back. This is looking dicey. Orangutan, 1 minute left, and they need to make this work.
Oh, but there goes Ikura, still with the shield. My goodness, are we going to be getting into game number 3? There's still a minute left. Abyssinian only needs to catch up 57 points.
They just need one concerted push, and they still have the tier 1 go zone to use. This will not be a good look if Xingdi goes down here trying to dash away using that speed zone with the winds. Now that the legendary pit is up, Xingdi, he's just dancing around. He's looking for an opening here, but immediately that's the defender Luis jumping back the other way with that sucker punch, but it's gonna cause his demise. Wasting quite a bit of time though. Another Hydro Typhoon as JR Epson trying to go in for the dunks. Where are the defenders from the side of Orangutan? The BKZ still forced to stand his ground in case of any sneaky dunks. The Phantom ambush straight into the hyperspace hole as well, but the rest of the attackers from Omo Abyssinian, they're starting to siege this goal zone. Shua with the tri-attacks constantly peppering away at the defenders, but they just can't break this hole right now. The serves coming in from this slow bro, just keeping them at bay, and try as you might, the egg bombs. Now Luis as well with the Mystical Mirage, but is it enough? The side of OG, they're holding their ground, and here comes the submission. I don't know if they managed to get a dunk in. I couldn't really catch it. We'll have to wait and see, but the KOs, they wipe the floor, and we'll have to see just who won that. It was close.
Shua wasn't able to get in the final score, the final dunk, and I don't think they have the win. Not as much. I think it's gonna be very close. Yes, it is.
God.
Ooh. That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Okay.
If Shua was able to make that last score, I think it's still not gonna be enough, because 28 points times 2 is just 56, and they needed 57. That would have been just 1 point ahead here for Orangutan.
Yeah,
unfortunately enough.
I mean, just like that, Orangutan, they're clawing it back. Could this be the reverse sweep? I mean, I don't want to call it, but this is exactly what you said, JJ. And you're called the prophet for a reason. What are we thinking?
What am I thinking?
Yeah, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Come on.
It's dinner time. I'm hungry, and Orangutan is making me eat this match, dude. Like this is dinner time right here.
This is pretty good food, I'd say. I mean, I won't lie. This is
good food. Exactly.
This is high quality, nutritious, and it honestly was so scary because it honestly looked like Omo Abyssinian. They were just
had it in the bag.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it was honestly all props to Luis, because this guy had a beautiful Mystical Mirage. He surfed through all of them, caught them all off guard. You know, Orangutan was scrambling, but once again, Ikura, captain of the ship, finds it with the surf. What a perfect play. I didn't know how they were gonna do it, but they found a way, and I mean, they must be on the edge of their seats right now.
Oh man, it's I'd have to say though, like this composition right now into the setup of Orangutan, yeah, sure, they kind of won, but like they're kind of like falling behind that of Abyssinian as well throughout the entire match. As you have mentioned, they were able to see the ending. They were able to see that a bit of a light, you know, towards the very end. But that was still a huge risk that they had to gamble. And I think it would have been better if, you know, they're not going to be risking as much of a gamble going into game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, all respect to Xingdi. This guy's an absolute terror on the Absol. But this is kind of what can happen if you start to fall behind in the early stages, right? Like, it definitely felt like, okay, you know, he did have moments here and there, but throughout the entire team fights, it was very hard to contribute just from his position. And that's not even his fault. It's just a byproduct of the Pokemon, right? It's a lot easier to do stuff like this on that dojo. At the very end, though, I do have to give props to Orangutan, because wow, that team fight that they took at the end, I don't even think they won it per se. They just got real clutch with the moments.
They lost the battle, but they won the war.
True.
That's it, dude.
I mean,
that's it.
I think the part that really stood out to me, we're probably going to see it in this replay here, is when, you know, the 3 members, Orangutan, okay, this was pretty significant as well. It almost felt like Omo Abyssinian had their number here, but they still were able to just cleave through that dojo, a bit too squishy for his own good. The nice Horn Leech attempt there coming out from Omo Abyssinian's Tempest, but still, they catch out this poor Blastoise by himself, submission, and BKZ able to finish him off. So from there, there's just the upswing, and they start rip the Ray. It's just a mess. And this is the part that gets scary. Look at Luis here with a huge surf pushing 3 members back. So much damage coming through. The Bliss Assistance actually gets ice out of that pickle, but he actually Bliss Assistances to Ikura. So that might have been the deciding factor that allowed Ikura to steal it with his moves.
I'm still not entirely sure, like how is Ikura able to take away the Rayquaza, right?
No clue. I mean, that's just mega clutch, right? And they make it work for them. And this defense was insane. Take a look at Z-Ray's positioning, just constantly barraging from the backlines, staying out of the way of danger. And this is Z-Ray at its finest.
Man, with that being said though, Ice is going to be the MVP of that match, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, which to no surprise, Ice really still has been doing quite a lot since earlier.
Absolutely. And Ice, he's proven to be such a valuable addition to this team, right? I think he brings a air of solidity in terms of stable support plays. You can always count on this guy to be there, show up when it matters, press his buttons, press his moves when it needs to be, executed, and he's just all around very solid player, right? I think this has always been the standout part about him in any team he's in, even in NL, even in the old Singaporean teams. It's always, okay, Ice is in the team, okay, your supports, your tank position, it's more or less settled. Like you have a baseline standard of play there that's going to carry you through a certain level of competition, and that's always been premier for them. And it might actually fill out a gap that we didn't even know. I think this team had, right? Orangutan, they are very explosive, they are very dynamic, but they have their shaky moments where it feels like they're desperate, they're scrambling, and maybe just that rock, that anchor that they need, it comes in the form of Ice.
No, yeah, I mean, from the previous games, right, from the previous qualifiers as well, I have to agree with you that it's I don't think that Orangutan has been falling out ever since HCL. I don't think they're falling out. I think it's more on, yes, you have already shown us your stuff. Now it's time for the other teams to actually catch up, and they were able to catch up as well against Orangutan. And this, as you have mentioned, Ice is the icebreaker that Orangutan needed to shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, he's about to be an iceberg for Omo Abyssinian if they just run straight into him again and end up capsizing. This is their chance at an all-expense-paid trip to Yokohama. That's what I'm saying. But, this is the makings right now. We have a game number 3, and honestly, with the way all these teams have been playing, it's been spectacular. Now, this is something I pointed out earlier on. This Lapras is not something we've actually seen Orangutan really gravitate towards. So I'm interested to see exactly how they pilot it or who chooses to pilot it. That's going to open up the avenue for JR Absent to grab his famous Hooper, as well as Luis to get back on that comfortable champion.
Yeah, and now Shingdi gonna be going back into the trio. BKZ now trying to go in for the Lapras, which we've seen definitely do a lot as well. I mean, even into the side of Abyssinian, right? Like, it doesn't matter which team gets the Lapras. Whoever gets that is going to provide so much utility and so much crowd control as well, allowing the other teams to just freely attack. But here comes Shua with that of the Zoroark.
Yeah, I mean, Shua, he already has shown us how strong he can be, and Tempest going back for the Siggy, and oh boy.
Oh.
Okay. No way. No way!
Wait, what is happening with Orangutan right now?
And they're going monkey mode. They're going absolutely monkey mode here. Orangutan, Ice picking up that Greedent, and Ikura back on the Sableye. What am I watching, JJ?
Dude, I
This
don't know
is the most
explanation for this as well.
this is the most anti-central area strategy I've seen ever. You have Ikura, who's gonna be so pesky and annoying. But here's the crucial thing: you're not gonna have a lot of sustain for Z-Ray, for BKZ, and for Shingdi. Shingdi's gonna get his hands on the dojo again, but it comes at a cost. Take a look at Omo Abyssinian. Their team just looks, cookie cutter, perfect, no funny business. And on the flip side, Orangutan, you have nothing but monkey business.
It's well, I mean, they just live up to their names. It's a monkey strong together, you know what I'm saying?
True.
It's the Onga Bonga kind of strategy here that we're gonna be seeing here. A lot of their Pokemon here are very squishy, especially that goes to show with that of the trio. We have the Mew as well, and of course we have Ikura as well into that of the Sableye. But the bulkiness will have to come from Ice and that of the Greedent, and of course we have the Lapras as well. But the question is, would they be able to dish out enough damage against Abyssinian? But I mean, at the same time, we have, if I'm gonna be asking that question, Orangutan was already in this place where they had the disadvantages of like the power, the raw power. but they were still able to win. So let's just find out what this monkey business is from Orangutan to the business that of Omo Abyssinian in this game number 3. Perhaps we might be able to see a grand finals reset. Let's have a champion time.
We'll have to wait and see exactly. I'm most interested to see how this Sableye plays here. I historically have seen it, you know, just cause havoc in the central area, play a bit of interference, but already Ikura putting on a lot of pressure onto Miva and could actually get this KO if Miva's not careful. So just being such a nuisance in this top part.
It's actually quite interesting as well, where Ikura is really the one that's being the one that's just putting in the pressure, just being the one in front, where they're not really like they don't really have any stacking items as well. They're running in the Floatstone XP share and the focus band. But as I say that, it is going to be BKZ going to be taken out first in this game.
I don't know if you saw that. That was the most insane play I've seen ever. Right when the Miva's quarter was about to go down, JR Absent holds the Magician exactly for that moment, pops the Citrus Berry, walks out of the way, and lets Miva grab it, saving him in that situation. Now, beautiful rotation coming out. They're trying to finish off Tempest, but the body slam coming forward. The goal getter allowing that Greedent to score a little bit, but they're forced to retreat despite having the number advantage. And now, onto this Zoroark, but that's the wrong target. The resets are through, and they may manage to get out of there. Okay, Schwa, not a lot of HP to work with though. Needs to be bodied by Tempest. And now, Greedent trying to get the last touch, manages to grab him, but that's not without the sacrifice of his own KO. Now here comes Ikura, not done just yet. The slashes are through, and now Big Bad Dojo is here to play Shindy, makes it happen.
No, yeah, for sure. And look at that, Orangutan right now does have the XP lead and the point lead as well, though it is not quite a lot. Not just yet, as we are still in the early game. In just a minute though, we're going to be seeing the first set of major objectives come up. And whoever's going to be taking down the first one is going to have a huge advantage moving forward.
I mean, they're being so annoying, just chasing the side of Omo Abyssinian around their central area. Sure, you get ice, but this is the age-old Greedent agenda, right? He doesn't actually care. He's just gonna run around, cause chaos, force you to use resources on him, and he's gonna play just the most absolutely annoying Pokemon Unite that you'll ever see. I mean, they have such just mentally damaging components here, and I mean, Ikura, he's actually making this Sableye look really formidable with the way he's making these maneuvers.
I mean, it's not the same Sableye that we've seen before, especially after the nerf, where the range to which you are able to detect the Sableye was just wide enough for the team that doesn't have it. But still though, Nightfall Days gonna be able to make sure that they're gonna be able to take down 2, no, perhaps make them 3. BKZ though is gonna be taken out as well.
That was beautiful play from Shaw. I'm not sure if you caught that. He danced that to perfection on that Zoroark. Okay, biding his time, trying to get the damage. Okay, knockoff finishes off his opponent there, Ikura, making it happen. Confused Ray coming out, very interesting build. Chaos Glower as well, takes down that Wall Toto, and he's not done this yet. Ikura putting the team on his back right now, jumping forward. They actually surf back Tempest, and here's another heavy slam. Surely runs towards the berry. The Gluttony, almost Solar Beam, not enough. The ticks don't hit him in time for him to pick up that Citrus Berry, and he heals a lot from that.
If it were the Ice Skill Spear that actually came about as a follow-up damage, I think that would have been a huge KO here into the side of Omo Abyssinian. But look at that though, Berry Belly. Yeah, it was gonna be popped up as well just to be able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, Ikura playing in dangerous territory right now, looking for an angle. Tempest a little bit of trouble, forced to pop the block out, chased down by Ice. Belch available, and Electro Ball finishing them off. Okay, Blastoise needs to be careful, has the Water Spout. Ikura might be in a bit of trouble here, peeking out a bit too far forward and gonna lose that I guess pressure there. Now they have the Hoopa bringing people up to the top side as well. Hydro Typhoon manages to rip it into BKZ. I don't know whether that's the target you wanted though, as the rest of the defenders, Omo Abyssinian coming through. They take down the Greedent, and Schwa definitely is online. Level 11 on this Zoroark.
Level 11 on the Zoroark does have access to its Unite move once again, though. Definitely would be able to dish out so much damage, especially that it does have the Violet and the Orange buff in the game right now. And still going to be able to try to get in more XP, more levels, just to prepare themselves for the upcoming team fights.
Okay,
With that
Sableye
payoff.
once again, I mean, getting punished for overextending here. And I mean, this is bound to happen when you have a team full of multi-pronged sort of, assaults. But I mean, the Sableye, he had a really good swell time, right? He was really getting these pickoffs, forcing a lot of reactions. And right now, I mean, now that Omo Abyssinian are starting to rack up these objectives, it's getting harder and harder for them to take these team fights in a feasible way. The Mew Z-Ray just gonna serve through, but can't get out of the clutches of this big bad Zoroark. Still slashing through Confused Ray, but Triple Trample coming through, actually getting blocked by
Look
the
at
Starlight
that!
Shield. What did I just see? Xingdi, he's gonna be so upset about that situation. Oh no, the Lapras Unite move not in time. Has the Water Pulse damage though coming through. BKZ trying to do his work, but Power Nap right there. Tempest just taking a big slumber right in front of them, and the reset is perfect. Omo Abyssinian, they're playing flawless, but Orangutan, they're the ones with the point lead.
Man, Tempest was able to stop stop Xingdi as well and put them just stuck there at that place, at that moment, at that spot, allowing for their team to just do free damage against Xingdi.
Yeah, I mean, Xingdi, that was a bit of an awkward one. They don't actually finish him off. He manages to escape. Now, ooh, Ikura getting picked apart here. This Zoroark really just has his number. Wants nothing with that pesky ghost Pokemon. Gonna be able to score a couple of big overdunks here. 49, which means 39 additional.
38.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily closes the gap in a big way. Orangutan still definitely have the scoring lead. And it's just scary, right? Because once a legendary pick comes around, that's where these teams find their weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, this is still the mid game here. They're still trying to get in their XP, still trying to get in their points, but all what matters is how they're going to be preparing for that of the Rayquaza, because that is all it boils down to, the very last moment. Because yes, they might be able to win the team fights in the early game, in the mid game, but that final moment with Rayquaza is what matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, Ikura gonna get caught out by the Imprisoned Luis, nicely placing that little zone. And oh, BKZ going for a sneaky dunk here. I like that a lot. Not gonna be able to get it in time though. The defenders come through. Now BKZ might be in some trouble. Needs to get out of this situation, but the block is there. And that's gonna be a downed Lapras KO claimed by Miva on that Blastoise. 10 seconds left until the final stretch. They want to find an angle. Miva has that Unite move. He chooses to pop it off, but it's against a bunch of pesky customers. Can't actually catch up to them, as right now we're into the end game.
Yes, sirree. This could potentially be the final team fight in this match. JR Absent going in for the Unite move right now. Rings and bounds to have everyone into this team fight. They're going to be able to take down Ikura. Ikura is still not up there, but Abyssinia is going to be able to secure this Rayquaza for themselves. Now, all they need to do is just ignore everyone else and score.
I mean, they don't have the Chaos Glower on that Sableye, and they're just gonna pick him off, and just like that, Omo Abyssinian, I think they've just done it here. I think they've reversed it from 3rd place in April to conquering their 2 predecessors. I mean, conquering the 2 that were above them. I don't know what else you can do. Now, you still have 1 minute. It's a 200-point deficit, but the angles, they're closing in for Orangutan right now.
Right, there's still, it's still going to be a lot here, for them to catch up. But at the same time, you have to remember that there's still, at the very least, a minute left for them to catch up against Abyssinian here, though it is less likely to happen. Oh, here comes another 40, though. No, not quite enough. No. That already seals the deal, dude. That already seals the deal. That 80 points already seals the deal here for Abyssinian, and it seems to say we're going to be getting our champions right here, right now, for the APAC East Regional Playoffs. That is going to be Omo Abyssinian sealing the deal to fly down to Yokohama
And not just that, let me remind you, flying down to Yokohama on an all-expense paid trip, and look at that, Orangutan nowhere as well, just some final dances, but Luis not even gonna let him indulge in that. 15 seconds left on the clock, but I'm sure these players, they've already sort of taken their hands off the controller here. This one's done and dusted. Everyone give a big round of applause to your winners for the APAC East Regional Finals. None other than Omo Abyssinian, clawing their way back from April tournament 3rd place, defeating the 2nd place Orangutan, defeating the 1st place Old Guys, and what a triumphant return for some of the AFR members of old.
What a day.
Yeah.
What a day.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, okay, before we move on here, I do have to congratulate Orangutan as well, because they've made it to this finals, right? It was a huge undertaking ahead of them, and understandably, with the way that Omo Abyssinian have been playing, it's just clear that right now they are the better team. Now, Orangutan, they did try and go out with style here, which I can really respect. Ikura brought out that Sableye, not a Pokemon we see a lot anymore, and made it work here and there, right? Had some nice KOs, had some nice instances, but at the very end of the day, just got picked off one too many times by Schwa, and the Zora is just way too impressive.
Wow, I just had to drink some water off of that game, you know what I'm saying? Because like, that was intense. And once again, as you have mentioned, huge props here for Orangutan for getting in 2nd place, and of course to Omo Abyssinian for getting in 1st place as well. And with that being said, man, I don't think we have to take a look over at the stats anymore, because, man, what else is there for us to look at if we're already looking at the champions?
Absolutely here. And just to remind everyone, all these teams, including Old Guys who were knocked out at 3rd place, are going to Yokohama in August. So that's when the Worlds is happening. That's when, you know, the real challenge begins, when you're up against the rest of the most powerful teams in the world. What can you bring to the table? Everyone's going to be playing on LAN as well, so that's definitely going to be fun. But for now, that's gonna more than likely conclude our, I mean, it just concludes our games for the day, right? We've had a bit of a slobber knocker of a day. I think we've had a lot of games go the distance in that 2-1. You know, it's always been close. They've never really given us a moment to breathe here at the casting desk, and honestly, I'm not too mad about that.
Of course. I mean, who's gonna get mad about that? Right? Who's gonna get mad about these matches that we have been getting since earlier?
Yeah, that's true. I think we've gotten really lucky. APAC East, I think you were mentioning it earlier on. For me, I don't know if I felt that way, but I think I only knew during April that it'd be lit. But up until then, I think you were mentioning like, oh, you know, there's a lot of prominent teams that are in West instead, and it's like, yeah, understandable, because a lot of these teams that me and you are used to following at least are more so on the West region, right? And you know, coming into APAC East, definitely not really knowing what to expect, but we've had so many cool storylines. It's almost like someone's got to be writing this script, right? Because like there's no way it pans out like that. Can you believe in April the grand finals, 1, 2, and 3 end up being your 3 Yokohama candidates, and it's just in reverse order here. It's pretty insane.
It definitely is, and there's nothing much else for me to say. I mean, you already took the words out of my mouth as well. I mean, even before the split, right? Even before the split of APAC East and West here, we've definitely been seeing a lot of like the prominent teams in APAC being more so on the western side of things here. But this kind of like gameplay is something that we are not going to be seeing, right? If we are still, you know, joined together as East and West together as APAC, right? But this is only possible, as I mentioned, only possible because, right? Only possible because we are in APAC East.
Yeah, absolutely here, and there's a bit of a glimpse of a funny interaction here. I didn't know that's how that worked. The triple trample being blocked off by the Snorlax block, so really nicely done. And I mean, Omo Abyssinian, I think throughout all the shenanigans that have happened throughout today's games and today's stream, they stuck to their guns, right? They very much continue to pick the Pokemon that were the meta. So stuff like what we're seeing right here, very excellent front to back, especially some specialties in Tempest department with the Snorlax and the Trevenant. I think they really executed it to perfection here. So, I mean, all props to them. They all frankly, I feel like Orangutan robbed that second game from them with that beautiful slow-mo steal. But I don't know. I don't know how much of it was because Orangutan was the better team in that game in particular compared to Omo Abyssinian. And we're gonna see the finish here. At this point, you know, both teams just having fun. They've got to be celebrating. I'm sure they're very happy. And yeah, I mean, I think I believe we'll get to speak to them in a short bit, but just a recap about how today went. Of course, we started off the stream in the upper second round. So after the first round, for our champions here, Omo Abyssinian, they were seeded in the upper bracket where they faced off against Who, 2-1, up against Orangutan, 2-1 again, and now in the grand finals, Orangutan 2-1. Of course, they had to defeat Old Guys to get here, but that was more of a 0-2. So both of these, you know, teams not really having an issue dispatching Old Guys here comparatively to perhaps some of their other matches. On the flip side, Orangutan, they got knocked out by Omo Abyssinian, so they came into this grand finals looking for revenge. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts defeating God of Warriors, Talon, as well as Old Guys to claw it all the way back here, they weren't able to force a grand finals reset. And that is how our tournament played out for today. It's been, what, almost 10 hours, 11 hours of Pokemon Unite?
Yeah, I mean, 9 hours. Was it 9 hours? Yeah, nine and a half hours now.
Yeah.
9.5 hours now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Pokemon
I
Unite.
just feel bad that Moonboy isn't here to witness this because I'm sure he will be very, very pumped and energetic.
I think so as well, but man, Moonboy left us. So I'm saying like Moonboy's the real one.
I don't even know what you're on about, but okay, well, that is the tournament bracket. And a big congrats to Orangutan because they're going to bow out at second place. Still going to Yokohama though, don't forget it. Shingdi, Ice, Z-Ray, BKZ, and Ikura. Don't forget their names. They're going to be the ones to represent APAC East on the big stage alongside Old Guys as well. Unfortunately, they got to bow out at second place, which means they walk away with a prize pool of $7,500 US, which is nothing to sneeze at, okay? It's a pretty good amount, I'd say.
Nothing to Permasneeze at, right? Am I right?
All right, enough.
Sneeze, please.
You gotta give me something here. You're like giving me nothing to work. You just you know, at the end of you just laugh at it. Come on, okay. Give me.
I'm trying to.
Okay, JJ, get it together. Give me some words about Orangutan right now. Give me something.
Dude, it's there's nothing else here. You know, Orangutan, they were able to win and they were able. Well, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, I mean, even that's better. Give me your best orangutan impression.
Why did it have
No,
to
give
be
me your best
though?
orangutan impression. I mean, I'm trying to make this work. Come on, give us something.
It's too forced now. But
It's
I'm not gonna do it anymore. It's too forced now.
All right.
But once again, congratulations to Orangutan for getting in second place. You know, for our APAC East regional playoffs, regional finals, going into Yokohama as well as Sneeze has mentioned here. But
Okay.
likewise, we cannot forget our champions of today. Let's congratulate our champions, Omo Abyssinian. We have JR Absent, Tempest, Lewis, Miva, and Shua.
Let's go! AFR back on top. The A in Abyssinian stands for AFR, baby. Aeos Fortis Reach. Yeah, something like that. I don't even remember the exact, but I mean, it's really nice to see these players find success again. I'll say that much. I think definitely some of the new additions, Tempest and Louise, have really boosted some of these players as well. And old names coming back to achieve glory, what we love to see, right? So AFR on top, Omo Abyssinian are going to be our front runners and our first seed coming out from APAC East. So big props to them. I think every one of their players played phenomenally. There's nothing I can even point at and say like, oh, you know, any of them messed up. I feel like they just had an absolutely flawless run.
That is true. I mean, they never lost a single. They never lost a single set here.
Yeah.
Going towards the the regional, flawless victory here. Though, yeah, they might have like lost a bit of a map here, but still, what is that compared to winning the entire thing without any loss of a set?
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, we've seen some crazy stuff, but right now we're gonna get the pleasure of getting into the minds of one of the players here who walk away being able to call themselves the champions. It's Omo Abyssinian's very own JR Abson. Are you there, my friend?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, yeah, we
Hello.
can hear you just fine. It's nice to get you online on this stream for an interview right now. I mean, I've got to ask, I know you hear this all the time, but can you describe how you're feeling right now?
Yeah,
Ay,
you can say it
describe how you're
in
feeling.
Tagalog. No?
Please.
Yeah, pwede mo sabihin in Tagalog and I can just translate this.
Nah, everyone's hype right now. They're especially when we're in a boot camp right now, so we're beside each other. Just very elated and excited about just winning, making our hard work pay off.
Okay, I mean, that's great to hear. You mentioned you guys are at a boot camp. Can you tell me a bit about this boot camp? Like, when did you guys start coming together and training? Is this something, because you guys were basically the third place within April, right? So what have you guys been doing from April until now? How long has this boot camp lasted for?
So this boot camp is just from June 1, and then this is gonna last until June 5 as a break. So we planned this already after we got third place in April, and we thought that for a boot camp would be good so that it's better communication for us, because sometimes in Discord you can't really hear one of our players sometimes. So what's best is we thought it would be best to have a boot camp and then just have a better synergy with each other.
Okay, I mean, that's great to hear. I mean, boot camps definitely can go a long way, especially when communication in these games are so important. JJ, do you have any questions for them?
The only question that I have here is, what's the plan now that you have secured not only the grand champion, but also the prize pool, but also the travel accommodations now? There's a lot to do here. What is your plan going to Yokohama? And who are you looking forward to, as an opponent?
All right. So firstly, our plan would be, of course, to get a visa and everything, because some haven't gotten a visa yet for Japan. So we have to get that sorted out. But of course, we're gonna continue training. We're gonna continue practicing, and just do what we can, because the next step is trying to compete against the other teams in the world. So that's what we want. And the teams that we're expecting, of course, every team that qualifies is amazing, and we all look forward to it. But for me, if it's personally, I would want to expect EU, Europe, so Nouns and Talibobo, because before I played with them, like just the Pokemon Unite, I just played in Europe, so they know me there. But other with the other regions as well, it's just gonna be a pleasure to just compete and stay out there and represent the Philippines and our region.
Damn, love to hear that. Now, JR Abson, I'm quite curious because, of course, I think I definitely recognize your name from back with AFR and stuff like that. But now with a new team, I understand that Tempest and Louise are new members compared to the old AFR lineup. I'm just wondering, in your journey throughout the past 3 months, what would you say is the most challenging thing that your team had to overcome?
The most challenging thing is for us as a team is patience in games, because sometimes we get a lot of adrenaline, we get a lot of that rush. So we try to control that and minimize it, so that in situations where we have to become clutch, we have to think, we have to have a lot of critical thinking in a lot of situations. So we try our best to mentally prepare for that, and of course recognize that, hey, we're rushing things too much. Why don't we slow the pace down, so that we can regroup and do the best play possible in each and every game that we go to.
Damn. Okay. Wow. That was a brilliant answer. And I think I have one final question. I don't mean to take too much of your time, but I'm just curious to know, of course, as you were approaching closer and closer to the grand finals, it was clear that the top 3 contenders for Yokohama were, of course, yourself, Omo Abyssinian, Orangutan, as well as Old Guys. Is this something you guys expected? And if so, even if not, if you didn't expect it, do you have a message for these 2 other squads or these players?
Of course, my message to the two of them is good game. Of course, those were incredible matches, and I'm proud I can fight people who are as passionate about the game and about competing in general. Because these two teams, they work hard, they practice hard, and of course, they earned the slot today. So good luck to them,
Love that.
and of course to all of us in general in the worlds, because even if we're from different countries, we're still representing the same region. So we have that in mind, that we're representing a region. So we just have to try our best and show the fruits of our labor.
Damn. Okay. I think that's it from me. JJ, do you have any more questions?
No, you took out all the questions out of my mouth. So the only thing I can have, I have to say, at the very least, is congratulations once again to Oma Abyssinian for winning the entire thing, and we can't wait to see you in Yokohama.
Yeah. Let's go. AFR on top, baby. Let's go.
Yes. Thank you. Just like to thank everyone, like my family who's hosting this boot camp, and like my Mongoloid friends, and also my teammates, of course, because they deserve all the attention. Because even if I'm the one interviewing, everyone should be recognized. They earn the place in the spot, and of course, I'd like to thank the tournament admins, and of course you, the casters, for putting everything possible, making everything possible.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'll take that thanks with great honor here. But of course, like you said, it's not just you interviewing, it's the rest of your team. So once again, a big congratulations, everyone from Omo, Abyssinian, JR Absent, Tempest, Luis, Miva, and Shua. These are your champions, and we'll leave you to celebrate with your team. Congratulations once again, my friend. All right.
And there you have it.
And there you have it.
That is our champions. And that is our champions for the APAC East qualifier for this year. Man, can't wait to see all those three once again. It is going to be none other than, we're going to be showing you guys a graphic of the top three teams. We're really going into Yokohama. That is, first off, Old Guys, Land Sync 1. RBX, Thorfinn, and Mayhem. Second place, we have Orangutan, Shingdi, Ice, Z-Ray, BKZ, and Ikura. And for the first place, the one that we just talked to, JR Absent.
Yeah.
Omo Abyssinian, JR Absent, Tempest, Lewis, Miva, and Shua.
Yeah, round of applause for everybody. And if you've watched so far, I mean, I think there's no doubt that these teams are definitely at the top of this region. They're going to be really good representatives that APAC East can offer. And I hope, for the pride of our region, that we can, put on a good show. And I know, there's a general consensus, okay, maybe Korea's a bit of a powerhouse, maybe NAEU definitely up there in terms of strength. But let's show them what APAC East is all about, yeah?
No, yeah, definitely. And again, looking forward to these three teams go toe-to-toe against the world's best this year in Yokohama, Japan for the World Championship Series Pokemon UNITE division.
Yes, sir. So before we go here, of course, I need to let you guys know, you already saw glimpses of this, and I think Shingdi was rocking that beautiful holoware already. But there is a new beautiful holoware for Glaceon named the Graceful Style Holoware. It's this beautiful red, just kind of get up. I think you already saw it if you're paying close attention. And of course, there's going to be a new Battle Pass Season 16 Night Style Scissor, and it starts on Monday, June 12th. So you can get stuff like the Scissor, you can get the stuff like the Scissor Night Holoware, which comes in two styles, right? Because you have the Scissor and the Scyther. There's a bit of differences there. I'll let you play a bit of spot the difference yourself once you get the Battle Pass. And you can also get the Aristocrat style Mr. Mime. So of course, a ton of other trainer fashion options are available, but of course, no better way to celebrate this prestigious season than to get that Battle Pass. Of course, I'll let the video do the talking. You can see the visuals for yourself. So, for those of you who don't already know, of course, Umbreon has already hit the game. I know I, for one, am enjoying that Pokemon quite a bit here. But of course, Leafeon's coming right up. So, they have already made their debut for the EV Festival. I think you've got everything you need to know from that video about the ongoing EV Appeal-O-Rama event. So, get yourself logged into Pokemon UNITE and enjoy a full suite of EVs. You can have a whole EV team. And of course, like we said, Umbreon already here, but Leafeon gonna come in just 4 days, so definitely something to be very excited about, a speedster joining our ranks.
No, yeah, and here comes the challenge day as well. You know, this is something that we have been encouraging you guys to go through. This is more like a casual tournament, but at the very least, even if you don't have any teammates to play with, you can still play here because the tournament will find a teammate for you, the potential teammates for you to conquer the world, though not this year, but perhaps next year.
Yeah, I mean, technically this is UCS next year training arc, if you really want to think about it. But okay, jokes aside, I mean, this challenge day is definitely more catered for everyone who wants a bit of a taste of the competitive Pokemon Unite action that you probably saw a bit today, but maybe you don't have a team, maybe, you know, the timings are convenient, and we all know, you know, competing in these things, it's a big slog, it takes a big toll, and it's a huge investment. So, you know, they're making it more accessible, a bunch of check-in times. You can just look up Pokemon Unite Challenge Day for all the information you need to know to get yourself taking part in that June 17th, don't forget. But of course, we have finally come to the end of our day, finally concluded the APAC East Gauntlet. And JJ, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you. Do you have any final words or favorite memories or anything you want to say at all before we wrap things up here?
See you in Japan. I hope.
Okay, that's short and succinct. Love to hear it. Shout out to JJ, and of course, shout out to Moonboy, who was casting with us throughout this entire 3 months. Shout out to all the production crew. Shout out to our APAC West brethren here. Of course, we got Danali, we got Faflava, and also we got Husky holding down the fort there. And I mean, we couldn't have done it without them. All of us in APAC are one big family anyways. So it's a pain to miss out on some of the APAC West games, but at least we get the juicy APAC East settled. So I believe we also have the winners from APAC West already confirmed, so you guys can look that up. But with that being said, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm not going to make JJ hold this post any longer. Thank you so much for watching another brilliant season of WCS as we head to Worlds in Yokohama in August. But for now, that's going to conclude it for the APAC East crew. That said, my name's been Permasneeze, and I've been joined by JJ as well as Moonboy. And for the last time, we're going to be signing out. See you guys in Yokohama. But in jumps the bear, and in goes the damage. Just jumping out the assistance as well, but it's not enough. The triple travel through. Can he finish off Gyatso? He's just going absolutely crazy. But
very amazing isolation into their Urshifu, but unfortunately the Urshifu is using that against them. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process, and Gyatso is not going to go on Regirock. But the question is, would they be able to secure this away from Isan? Let's find out.
Nice here. This is the second KO in a row for this Urshifu. Not a good look. And here comes the dojo. Not done just yet. Triple travel through. Gonna get a double. Make it a triple one.
Some points here to score, but here comes some team fight as well.
Typhoon on the ball.
Taking in 4 for themselves. Some assistance to take out.
Crashing in onto the front line, onto Gyatso. But it's the Poltergeist holding him back. And here comes Singh. Finish up our Roland jump again. And the slam dunk here. The tag team duo. Oh, guys, they just completely crushed down Roland. Absolutely here. And best of 3s all around. Love to see it. The end is openings, right? Which is definitely probably why the Koopa was picked in this game.
248 of Isan, but the moment that they were able to get in at level 6, was able to like rotate in here and there. You know, old guys with Sync 1 is able to just catch up to some points and look at that other series. For all is going to be coming up as well, but are they going to be able to take down Sync 1? Yes, they will. But here comes the Wood Hammer as well. Is that going to be enough to survive? Though not quite yet. But here comes a Rapid Spin.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a question of whether they can keep this advantage, but with that being said, they do have a draft that's very, very strong, right? We didn't even mention this, but Sylveon, Blastoise, and Koopa just absolute full commit onto this. It's looking a little scary, and the Unite moves come out, but they take out Gyatso in an instant. No shot there, and the damage is too strong. The Hydro Typhoon is too little, too late. Gets 4, but where's the follow-up? All you have is one Koopa, and he's done, unbound from being back in the fray. He's gonna be sent back to the Pokemon Center on the Blastoise, and one last member, Dan, trying to close them off. has the power nap, but the Cotton Crash keeping Lance up and running, and he's still gonna stand his ground. Woodhammer again.
Right now, right? Currently, right now, has a position advantage into the origin. Like in Sync 1 was a mark down this Hoopa just because the fact that if they cannot mark down this Hoopa, they cannot give that up. But look at this right now. Here comes Wizzy with that of the Unite mode, rings and bound just to put down Gamsu into the central area. Immediately going to be able to take down this Slowbro. Taken out, not quite yet, unfortunately, for old guys. And look at that right now. Turner is going to...
Time is running out. The respawns are coming through very shortly. Slowbro is going to be back in the picture, and they haven't been able to take out any other member of Old Guys other than Elgos. Here comes Lance. Rayquaza lowering a HD, and they managed to get the Rayquaza.
Oh, the question is, would they be able to do it? Yes, they will.
I think they
Here
can.
comes
Formidable names on both sides, and a very interesting draft on the side of Old Guys. We'll see whether they can make this work.
That is the big thing here. I mean, I guess that is why we have the Ice Age composition here.
Yeah. The Sylveon has a lot of damage, and of course, let's not even begin to talk about the Chandelier. Oh, imprisoning out that poor Lapras. Here comes the triple through on the 4. That's a lot of damage, but not enough going. Now Lapras might be in some trouble. The Icicle actually gonna do him in, and now Sync gonna go down as well. Nice little dash through from Toneri, finds the angle just like that, trying to answer back on that Pillow Swine, but the Surf back the other way, finds another. Take a look at the potential damage coming out from these Pokemon. Already the Lapras under some threat, forcing the Clefairy to come in and try and assist, jumping onto the back line, and they don't manage to get the Regieleki. So Ison, they grab that one, but it's actually a lot of damage. Lance, he's starting to put in the work, and oh no, Ison, they're starting to get peeled apart here. Lance still standing strong. That's gonna be Sync going down their way down here as the fight gonna start off. The punch through, they're not able to finish off the Registeel for now. They're trying desperately, but I don't think they managed to grab it. Old Guys, they just sweep right through. The Mamoswine just in the midst of their entire team. The Slowbro coming out. I'm not actually sure if that hits. They finish off the Ninetales, and now the Slow Beam onto this dojo, but it's not enough. There's no follow-up, and now Toneri in some trouble. The try attack, Toneri takes, and now Dan scrambling to get a dunk, but he knows that's not gonna go through. The last touch is there, and damage dealers Dan. Once again, the Slowbro looking for an angle, and only Toneri dodging through, but there's nothing else to give. Wizzy, he's just gonna get slammed around, played around with, just like kids, mashing a toss. He's managed to kill OG off, but the dojo is still doing so much work, and Gamsu stated that there's a high degree of